Chapter 1 The Pursuit begins. Ling Yi Grigilio penitise, variable to fathom the novelty of fair bada before being. Jolted be waves of excruciating pain that sent cold sweat cascading down her brow. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a gaping wound the size of a coinet, he left side of her abdomen. She found herself awkwardly slumped on the ground, warm blood oozing incessantly from thwound, saturating half off her clothing in a vivid crimson hue. A third so much as sharp again irradiated from the injury so intense that it twice impossible to disregard, compelling her to stifle a moan. Suthicise what pain feels like, Ling Yi said inwardly. There since she kept their lips sealed was theater lack of strength this body was currently in a state of extreme weakness. Based on the amount of blood hat drenched hair in the ground around her, it was evident that the original owner had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Ling Yi had fortuitously arrived at this moment, granting a fleeting breath to his body. Her soul was stable, and her mental fortitude was robust, allowing her to cling to life within Thie's already lifeless form. However, this did not imply she could act recklessly in such a condition if she failed to receive vetomly assistance. She would likely their demise. Ling Yi was still embroiled in peril. The original owner had managed to flee from the assailant, indicating that she had typified tan possessed some equit. If she had escaped, she would undoubtedly have rushed to a hospital for treatment. Her will to survive was oppotent, yet the rest was, quietly co-were in Jinner, unwilling to succumb to death, suggesting that the original owner had been forced into hiding, with the assailant still in relentless pursuit. Ling Yi gritted her teeth against the pain, propping her heavy eyelids open to survey her surroundings. Then it was dark and windy, the perfect cover for murder. The streets were devoid of life, and the panic-had original self had been chased into this desolate abandoned factory. The air was thick with scent of dust, clearly indicating that this place had been neglected for 8 years, filled with dilapidated equipment long past repair. She was currently concealed amidst his devices, restraining herself from making a new noise. The assailant had stepped her radiato depart. The distant sound of rummaging pierced the silence, an exceptionally jarring noisy in the stillness. Ling Yi's complexion grew increasingly as she held her breath and closed her eyes, diving into the depths of her consciousness. How long do I intend to spectate this drama? She grasped a fluffy white ball from her consciousness, lifting it, her expression exceptionally grim. Wawawa! The little creature, which had been hiding in the corner, was startled and burst into a wail. Stop crying. Hey, what are you crying about? I'm in danger here. Ling Yi felt a headache coming in from the noise she was tempted to deliver a couple of punches to the fluffy creature. You were bound to my system, having brought me to these realms who knew be guiding me and helping me escape? Damn it, she had been blissfully wandering herself form through the underworld, having traversed 999 realms and completed 1688 commissions, finally ready to rest. She had planned to find a leisure realm to enjoy life and have a proper vacation. Yet, she had merlito zada for a moment when semioblivies or overly perceptive a littles stem-bound itself to her, dragging her into this commission realm. Yes, it was this fluffy ball of aperture. However, since awakening in this realm, the system had remained silent, shrinking back in her consciousness, pretending not to exist. Namater hausalenti tremained, these wash her consciousness show could she not perceiveth the presence of an unidentified being? As a competent system, it should have politely introduced itself upon binding. It should enthusiastically describe ethereal man background of the character, actively offering suggestions to assist the host in resolving problems and escaping peril. Isn't that fundamental? These white fluffball displayed no sense of systematics whatsoever. Speak! Ling Yi Nathan satisfactory creature vigorously on some more. Host, oh esteemed host, am speaking, the creature say terfuli, what do I want me to say? Why are you hiding? Can't you see the situation? Ling Yi reprimanded coldly. When the host is in danger, the system cannot be idle withdrawing in toits hell. Haven't you learned the basic tenet so fast system? In the face of Ling Yi's scolding, the creature was left tutorly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Of course I've studied. Is Cord 98 in the core system basics. You reaction spec to differ. But I didn't meanto. I was just overwhelmed with panic, the creature sobbed. When it brought the host across, I was attacked by a virus, causing a program malfunction that landed us in Thizerinus realm. Here I am utterly useless away trying to contact headquarters to have was relocated, but the internal data is a complete mess. I attempted self-repair, viewed it showed us a failure. Ling Yi seized upon a crucial point, interrupting the system's length the lament. Erroneous realm? Which realm were we supposed Tagato? The system quivered, esteemed host, Vuri mean to travel to the designate dancy and triumphant let the pampir daughter and the palace the true daughter will not plan ter the palace toral. Upon hearing the name of to designate a dream, Ling Yi felt an ominous premonition wash over her. What kind of system are you? Thesi stem pouted on the verge of tears, hesitating to peek for fear of inciting Ling Yi's ire, finally murmuring, Host, I am the harem concubine system. Ling Yu hadal read surmise that thys outcome before the system had spoken. As had inquired, her quick reflexes led her to open the built-in story of the system. Her expression on availplessness as he gazed at the items within the shop. Basic item 1 skin as smooth as cream. Price 100 points. Basic item 2 subtle fragrance. Price 200 points. Basic item 3 beautiful appearance. Price 300 points. Basic item 4 charming and delicate. Price 400 points. Basic item 5 1,000 charms. Price 500 points. Basic item 6 weak and delicate. Price 600 points. Glancing back at the current points, a pitiful lineal total off 300 points. Ah, this is absurd. Kucha possibliro yantha subtle fragrance ato suffocatethi salient. The quaking little system noticed Ling sex aspiration antimate lie suggested, Host, how about the strata for beautiful appearance atokram the salient, and do can feign compliance for a hile. Thought wouldn't lie lead to him violating before killing. Ling stated with chilling calmness. The system was left speechless with the coarse language a thought slipped from the host's mouth. Ling Yi sighed deeply, how can you earn points? Completing the initial tell to entering the palace will grant you 1,000 points. The system displayed a panel for her to see. They gilded letters boldly proclaiming entering the palace, as it spoke softly. First of all, wary in modern society, where otherwise no harem. Secondly, even if there were willfully in this task, Marilla visiting the forbidden city wouldn't count as entering a palace first. Imas serve of this night. Ling Yista fled Theurgitorial her eyes. Chapter 1 The Pursuit Outset. Ling Yagra Gilio penetized, and before she could fully comprehend the new body shine habited, waves of excruciating pain coursed through her, eliciting bits of cold sweat. As her glanced down, she discovered a gaping wound the size of a coinant he left side of her abdomen. She found herself in a disheveled heap on the ground, warm blood continuously oozing from the wound, saturating half of her clothing in a vivid crimson hue. The pain was soon bearable esherp, piercing Gijonith a twice impossible toinery, compelling her to stifle agroin. Suthasise what pain feels like, Ling Yiker said inwardly. They recently refrained from vocalizing Hernger was duetto herutter Riekshauschen this bottle was gravely weakened. From the copious blood surrounding her, it was evident that the original owner had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Ling Yu had fortuitously arrived at this moment, drawing to breathe into his dying body. Her spirit wasted fast, and her mental fortitude was formidable, allowing her to cling to Lefin Thisel read the lifeless form. However, this did not imply that Sikadek Treckless lie in such oiken state with a malarskew, she to a wood like their demise. Ling Yi remained in a precarious situation. The original owner had managed to flee from the assailant's attack, indicating she had putipify tan possessed some equiquit. If she had escaped, she would have certain lice up medical attention immediately. Herr will to survive was oppotent, yet the rest was, huddled in a corner, unwilling to embrace death, suggesting that the original owner had been forced into hiding, with the assailant still in hot pursuit. Ling Yi gritted her teeth against the pain, propped her heavy eyelids open, and steeled herself to survey her surroundings. The night was dark and foreboding, the perfect backdrop for murder. The street Sandalise lay desert at the original owner, in her panic flight, had been chased to its abandoned factory. The air was thick with dust, indicating that this place had been forsaken for many years, filled with dilapidated equipment long overdue for repair. She now concealed herself amidst a crumbling grillicks, suppressing gonai sounds that might betray her presence. The assailant had stebet hurried not yet departed. From a distance Sekamethi harsh sound so frumaging, starkly jarring in the stillness of the space. Ling Yi's complexion paled further she held her breath and closed her eyes, delving into the depths of her consciousness. How long do I intend to watch this spectacle? She's eyes a fluffy white ball of fur from her mindscape, lifting her thigh with a stern expression. Wawawa. The little creature, which had been hiding in a corner, was startled and burst into tears. Stop crying. Why are you yelping? I am Theonine peril here. Ling Yi was exasperated, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches to theflific creature. You are bound Thomas system, having brought Medith's realms who do you not guide mean d'assist main escaping this predicament? Cursed bite, she had been leisurely drifting in the netherworld in her self form. Having traversed 999 realms and completed 1688 commissions, Finally reditorist. She had planeto fin de leisure yan carefree realm to enjoy life, to indulge in all deserved vacation. Yet, she had merlito zadoff for a moment when some unfortunate, or perhaps overliest it, little zistamad bound itself to heron drag adherent to this commission realm. Yes, this fluffy creature was the ver culprit. However, since awakening in this realm, the system had remainsalent, retreating into her consciousness as if it did not exist. Namater hausalenti tremained, these wash her consciousness show kucha not perceiveth the presentio fan a known entity? As a competent system it should have politely introduced itself upon binding. It up to have enthusiastically describe the realmanthy background of the characters, while actively offering suggestions to assist the host in resolving issues and escaping danger. Surely that is the least one could expect? These white ball of fluff displayed no sense of system propriety whatsoever. Speak! Ling Yi shunithan satisfactory creatory onsmer with force. Host, hostess, ishall speak, the creature snuffled, its sighs brimming with tears. What will you have me say? Why are you hiding? Do you not see the gravity of the situation? Ling Yi reprimanded coldly. When the host is in danger, the system cannot shrink away like Yatertal. Have you not studied the basic principles of a system? Confronted with Ling Yi's censure, the creature appeared utter light thunderstruck. I have indeed studied. I scored 98 in system basics. Your behavior suggests otherwise. However, I did not intento. I was simple panicadanlist, it twimpered. When transporting Thost, I was attacked by a virus, causing a program malfunction that led us to a Zarinus realm. Here I am utterly useless. I have been attempting to contact the headquarters stork with state transfer, but the internal data is a complete messagerie self-repair, Butitals failed. Ling Yi seized upon the critical point, interrupting the system's length the lament. An erroneous realm? Which realm where originally mean to traverse? The system, timid and hesitant, replied, Hostess, vous reciposita designate dancient realm titled, the pampered daughter, a true heiress no longer place interring the palasto becamethemotherov to nation. Upon hearing the name of to designated realm, a sense of foreboding washed over Ling Yi. Waddy piof systemaria. The system pouted on the verge of tears, hesitant to speak for fear of inciting Ling Yi's wrath, and quietly uttered, Host, I am harem concubine system. Ling Yu had already anticipated this outcome before the system even spoke. Ash inquired, she swiftly opened the built-in story of T-system, her expression of resignation upon viewing the items available. Basic item 1 skin as smooth as cream. Price 100 points. Basic item 2 subtle fragrance. Price 200 points. Basic item 3 beauty like Kia flower. Price 300 points. Basic item 4 charming and delicate. Price 400 points. Basic item 5 alluring and enchanting. Price 500 points. Basic item 6 fragile and delicate. Price 600 points. Glancing gather current points, she noted the pitiful sumo of merely 300 initial points. Ah, this wanto. Kucha possibly and subtle fragrance to suffocatethi salient. Thedamid lit li system detected Ling is sex aspiration and weakly suggested. Host, perhaps you could exchange for beauty like Kia flower and attempto carm the salient you might placate to he momentarily. Thought wouldn't lie lead to him assaulting gone then killing, would it not? Ling Yi responded with chilling calmness. The system, start led by the coarse language emanating from the host, promptly sealed its mouth. Ling Yi sighed deeply. How can yearn points? Completing the initial taltisk entering palace willy yield 1000 points. The system displayed a panel for her to see, they gilded letters spelling out entering palace prominently, as it spoke softly. Firstly, wary in modern society, where no harem existently, even if this dasked loopholes, Marilla visiting Forbidden City would not must first survive at this night. Ling Yi struggled to suppress chirurgical her eyes. Chapter 2, The Bone Softening Palm? What shall we do now, host? The system, disheartened by Ling Yi's words, looked up at her with tear-filled, misty eyes seeking assistance, after a moment of staring contest with the fluffy little creature. Ling Yi decisively declared, I shall buy on credit. Huh? The system was taken aback by her unexpected proclamation, its round eyes wide with disbelief. Right. Let's adopt the strategy of limited authority. Dear host, I lack the necessary permissions. The system stammered, explaining that while buying on credit was not explicitly prohibited, it required the system to submit an application to the headquarters, stating reasonable grounds, a process that was rather intricate, passing through several departments for approval. We are currently unable to contact the headquarters, and there isn't enough time for the approval process, is there? Spare me the rhetoric. Ling Yi dismissed the system's lengthy exposition, While the system was laboriously presenting its case, the points in the store had already begun to change quietly. The little system was frozen in shock, staring incredulously at the balance displayed in the store. -300. Negative. How disheartening. It must be noted that the system's year-end performance was evaluated based on the points it accrued and ultimately retained. It was said that the top 10 SSS-level systems boasted scores in the hundreds of millions. Their formidable power allowed them to fulfill dimensional commissions without expending points. Moreover, the system's idol 001 had accumulated a staggering 100 billion points, and after reaching that pinnacle had gracefully retired, becoming a legend in the realm of dimensional management, an unattainable existence for all systems. It harbored a secret dream, one that dared not be spoken, to upgrade and become the most formidable system, inheriting the revered title of 001, which remained unmatched. Yet now in the present, unable to complete the palace concubine task and thus gain points, it had instead incurred a debt that plunged its score into the negatives, drawing it further from its dream. How could the host bypass all permissions and buy on credit without its notice? How did she achieve this? The system racked its brains, unable to comprehend, its round eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Noticing its astonishment, Ling Yi revealed a subtle smile. The store, the points were merely preordained programs, constructed from data as long as one possessed certain hacking skills. Bypassing permissions for operations was feasible. Her words were nonchalant, leaving the system agape, its jaw nearly hitting the ground. But my program is the latest SOI 63.6 version, the most advanced technology of our Dimensional Management Bureau. Host, who exactly are you? Ling Yi shook her head, modestly replying, I merely possess a particular understanding of programming. This was nothing short of infuriatingly ostentatious. The system silently scoffed. The technology of their Dimensional Management Bureau was unbreakable even in interstellar dimensions, a force of overwhelming superiority. The host was certainly no ordinary person. The system quietly clenched its tiny fists. How fortunate it was to have chosen this host amidst the chaos of the underworld. Her radiant soul signified extraordinary potential. Moreover, her adeptness at tasks and navigating the store indicated prior experience with system binding in other dimensions. Yet, it remained a mystery why she had become unbound from her previous system, allowing it to benefit from her. With such a host, its performance this year would undoubtedly soar. It yearned to rise from being a sea-level system, sobbing internally. It must gradually climb closer to 001, ever closer. However, the immediate priority was to assist the host in overcoming the current crisis. It opened the exchange records, peering closely. Basic item 6, bone softening price. 600 points. Effect description. The user will become delicate and soft, as if devoid of bones, a quality that men find irresistible. Hugging her feels like embracing a cotton candy, utterly endearing. Note: effect diminishes over time. It is not a permanent buff. The system's expression froze. It felt this item was less effective than the beauty enhancement suggestion it had proposed. Engaging in dialogue with the system in the sea of consciousness consumed several precious minutes. The assailant was drawing nearer. In the stillness of the night, his heavy footsteps bore a palpable sense of menace. He was now merely 3 meters away from Ling Yi, and perhaps sensing the rich scent of blood. He was convinced he had found her location, grinning maliciously. Come out and save me some effort, and I will grant you a swift end. His laughter was particularly lewd, sending shivers through the little system in the sea of consciousness. Ling Yi, however, remained expressionless, a hint of disgust flickering in her gaze. Just as the assailant leaned in to invade the corner where Ling Yi was hiding, his malevolent eyes pierced through, a dagger glinting coldly in his hand. Stained with the blood of its original host. In that instant, the system's heart leapt into its throat. No sooner had the thought crossed its mind than Ling Yi, previously curled in the corner, suddenly sprang up, shouting, and struck the assailant's forehead with her palm. However, her body was weak, and this strike was featherlight, devoid of any force. The taken-aback assailant roared in anger before bursting into laughter. To him, this slap was simply too amusing, too ridiculous. One could imagine a small rabbit jumping up to hit you. Would you feel anger? You would only find it funny and adorable. In his eyes, Ling Yi was merely a little rabbit. Yet, his mocking laughter did not last 5 seconds before transforming into a scream of terror. With a clang, the dagger fell from the assailant's hand through the dust-laden window. Cold, pure moonlight streamed in, and the formidable figure of the assailant gradually flowed away like the moonlight. It was as if the bones within him had dissolved. He could no longer stand, collapsing limply to the ground now. The assailant could not even muster a terrified cry, left only to watch helplessly as he transformed into a grotesque puddle of sludge. This scene was even more horrifying than those depicted in horror films, yet Ling Yi stood upright, smiling as she kicked the fallen dagger aside. Approaching this, oh no, to be precise, this puddle of the assailant. She looked down from above, her gaze indifferent as she regarded the contorted, panicked face that had lost its bones. Ha! It truly was as I anticipated. Ling Yi chuckled lightly, effortlessly applying the bone-softening buff to her palm. Using her inner strength and the force of her palm to launch a rudimentary, improved version of the bone-softening palm. The system was astounded by this sudden turn of events. It had expected the host to be captured, leading to her demise. To its astonishment, she had effortlessly turned the tables on her assailant. Even in her weakened state, was this the effect of the bone softening? The little system recalled that the emperor, its previous host was meant to conquer, had a great fondness for women who were soft as if devoid of bones. The former host had cherished this buff, never daring to use it against her competitors in the palace. Who would have thought it could have such an effect when used on another? Furthermore, while conversing with you in the sea of consciousness, I was simultaneously circulating my meridians for cultivation. However, my body is weak, so I could only gather a small amount of inner strength, which is sufficient to deal with this brute relying on sheer physicality. Host, you can circulate your meridians? I happened to visit a martial arts dimension and read a few martial arts manuals. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Although this body is quite frail, it possesses decent roots. As soon as she finished speaking, her previously calm expression vanished, replaced by a fierce determination as she brutally kicked the assailant's limp head and body several times, her face filled with disdain. Host, hasn't anyone told you that you're quite ostentatious? The system secretly scoffed at us. So what do we do next, host? This person in his current state will certainly cause quite a stir as a supernatural event. Thus we must eliminate him completely. Ling Yi replied with a smile. This statement was not solely directed at the system in the sea of consciousness. She made sure the assailant could hear her clearly, upon hearing her words laced with mirth. The soft, malleable creature on the ground writhed in sheer terror. However, I can offer you a way out. Ling Yi leaned down to look at him, a trace of a smile lingering on her lips. Yet her gaze was icily cold. Tell me who sent you to kill me, and I shall spare your life. Chapter 3. Deep affection deeper than the sea. Ling Yi's cool voice resonated with authority in the silent factory. To be precise, he had been sent to eliminate the original host. Ling Yi leisurely pressed her foot down, grinding into the assailant's face, which was twisted in fear and pain, tormenting this murderer. Unfortunately, the original host had indeed been successfully killed by him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in this predicament. Yet, the original host was merely an ordinary girl. Why would someone want her dead? The system spoke earnestly, bewildered by the situation, prompting Ling Yi to facepalm. It had been so long since she had dealt with a sea-level system that she had forgotten it lacked even the function of divine perspective. Dear host, have you interacted with many systems in the past? A few perhaps, Ling Yi replied ambiguously. You're the most incompetent I've encountered. The system hung its head in shame, too embarrassed to speak up. Ling Yi sighed. Do you need me to guide you step by step in analyzing dimensional information? The system hastily opened the dimensional information, and fortunately, that portion of data had not been lost. I was so flustered just now that I didn't even have time to look. Host, this dimension is numbered MYF01796. And the main storyline was serendipitously captured by a puppet from the vast world, forming the narrative titled Deep Affection, as vast as the sea at MYFZ. Do you remember what these codes signify? Ling Yi nodded, affirming the system's assertion. If my conjecture is correct, the dimension we were meant to traverse was AYF01796, a tale of mistaken identities between two daughters in an ancient romance setting. The virus's interference led us to this modern dimension, which is merely a letters difference. The system promptly checked the remnants of data in the database and excitedly declared, Indeed, host, we were originally meant to go to the AYF01796 dimension. However, after the initial excitement, the system remained perplexed. But host, even with this information, we cannot deduce that the original body was murdered by a hired assassin. The original's name was Ling Yi, and her life had been unremarkable, akin to the vast majority of NPCs, leading an ordinary existence defined by the monotonous 2 points of home and work. Whether in a wealthy family or as a cherished daughter, the information disclosed in the dimensional data had no relevance to her. Extraordinary individuals or events had never graced her life. If one were to pinpoint something unique about Ling Yi, it would be her particularly bizarre biological family. The memories of Ling Yi surged like a tide into Ling Yi's mind, flooding her with sorrow and indignation. Ling Yi's mother was named Xiaorong, and her father was He Tai. When Xiaorong was 8 months pregnant, He Tai was sentenced to 25 years in prison for various crimes, including involvement with a gang. Xiaorong wept for 2 months in vain, ultimately giving birth to her daughter in isolation. Upon seeing it was a girl, her mother-in-law scornfully remarked that she was a money-losing asset and left. Such experiences led Xiaorong to harbor resentment towards her daughter, firmly believing she was a harbinger of misfortune. Consequently, Song Yi had never experienced a moment of maternal affection, even as a babe. Xia Rong refused to hold her. Song Yi believed her mother's indifference stemmed from her own shortcomings. She was not understanding enough, diligent enough, obedient enough, or exceptional enough. Thus, she exerted herself beyond her limits, striving to earn her mother's praise and prove that she was not a disaster but rather a source of good fortune. At the age of 3, Xia Rong remarried, and life became even more arduous. She had originally taken her father's surname He and was called He Yi, but in a bid to gain favor from her stepfather, Song Wei, she changed her name to Song Yi. Yet in this new household, she remained an outsider. Xia Rong viewed her as a burden, attributing all misfortunes to Song Yi, labeling her a calamity. Song Yi had no choice but to tread cautiously, taking on all household responsibilities and caring for her newborn brother. Suffering from exhaustion and malnutrition at such a tender age, years of toil culminated in Song Yi gaining admission to a commendable university. But Xia Rong had long stipulated that all expenses must be borne by her. During university, her extracurricular life revolved around work. She needed to earn her tuition and living expenses while also dealing with Xia Rong's occasional calls for money to fund her brother's tutoring or buy him new shoes. After graduating, Song Yi secured a position at a Fortune 500 company, where her superiors admired her ability to graduate with excellent grades under intense pressure, offering her a substantial salary. However, apart from a modest living allowance, her entire salary was handed over to Xia Rong. Fortunately, at work, she met many remarkable individuals, gradually broadening her horizons and absorbing fresh ideas. She came to realize that many girls shared her plight, often referred to by society as supporting their brothers. The calamity Xia Rong incessantly spoke of was merely a form of emotional manipulation. He Tai was Xia Rong's choice of partner, and his imprisonment was a consequence of his own criminal actions. Her mother-in-law abandoned Xia Rong in the hospital due to her entrenched preference for male heirs. The tragedies Xia Rong endured in life had nothing to do with Song Yi. She was never the so-called disaster. Song Yi began to understand that her biological family was a quagmire, continuously dragging her down. Just then, Xia Rong audaciously demanded 580,000 yuan, claiming her brother Song Jieshi had accidentally impregnated a girl, and that the family must pay the bride price to ensure the grandson's safe arrival. If Song Yi failed to provide the funds, she would have to marry an elderly widower with 3 children, who was willing to offer 600,000 yuan as a bride price for a young, beautiful university student. The chilling prospect sent shivers down Song Yi's spine. She silently hung up the phone, resolved not to send Xia Rong any more money, nor to satiate her endless greed. Song Jieshi must take responsibility for his own life. She severed all means of communication, even submitting her resignation to prevent Xia Rong from causing a scene at her workplace, preparing to embark on a new chapter in her life. Today marked Song Yi's final day at work. Diligent as ever, she chose to work overtime to ensure a smooth handover of her tasks at 10 o'clock. After finally wrapping up all work responsibilities, Song Yi exited the company. The assassin, who had been lurking and waiting, immediately followed her. It must be said that Song Yi was an exceptionally strong and courageous girl. Even after being stabbed by the assassin and gravely injured, she fought back valiantly, desperately seeking a way to survive. Regrettably, during her escape, she succumbed to exhaustion and blood loss, closing her eyes for the last time. Such an experience could indeed fill an entire volume on redemption. The system, filled with sympathy, scratched its head. Still troubled, but who would hire someone to kill her? It can't possibly be Xia Rong out of resentment. If she had that money, she would surely spend it on her son. Ling Yi smiled. Tuanzi, you major in palace intrigue, right? Have you ever heard of the elective course in the neighboring metaphysics department called Qi observation? The system listened in astonishment as Ling Yi elaborated. I in the study of feng shui. Qi symbolizes life. When qi gathers, life emerges. When qi dissipates, death ensues. A person's elemental qi, when balanced and abundant, leads to health and prosperity. Conversely, when weak and deficient, one encounters obstacles at every turn. Qi not only determines a person's health but also reflects and influences their familial ties, character, intellect, emotions, and career, among other aspects. Thus, host, do you not only excel in hacking skills but also possess mastery over the metaphysical art of qi observation? The system was left dumbfounded. I have a basic understanding. Ling Yi remained modest. The system was entirely convinced that it had fortuitously stumbled upon a remarkable host, having traversed various dimensions, martial arts realms, metaphysical dimensions. Ling Yi had gleaned knowledge from each, which seemed entirely reasonable. The system gazed at its host, who appeared increasingly formidable in its eyes. Then, host, what have you discovered through qi observation? Ling Yi curved her lips in a subtle smile, savoring the admiration in Tuanzi's gaze, and casually dropped a bombshell. Song Yi is the true daughter of this dimension. Chapter 4. True and false daughters. What? The system gasped in astonishment. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, the notion of true and false daughters is merely one element. The title of the narrative, Deep Affection as Vast as the Sea, indicates that the focus is on devoted love and sweet affection. She pondered, reflecting on the scene she had witnessed in Song Yi's memories, observing through Qi observation that the familial aura between Song Yi and Xia Rong was entirely disconnected. Ling Yi showcased these visions within her consciousness for the system to see. The system was suddenly enlightened. Xia Rong's disdain for Song Yi was not due to her incessant claims of calamity. Rather, Song Yi was not her biological daughter at all. Thus, she could unreservedly belittle, suppress, and bully Song Yi. No wonder such a mother is so rare. Ling Yi nodded in approval. Tuanzi, your intellect has served you well this time. Utilizing Qi observation, I should be able to deduce the events of that year. Above the sea of consciousness, a mirage-like illusion materialized. A much younger Xia Rong sat in a hospital bed, her eyes wide open as she observed other patients receiving tender care from their partners and warm inquiries from relatives. Meanwhile, her husband languished in prison, leaving her alone. Her family had long severed ties with her for marrying the criminal He Tai. Her in-laws abandoned her when she bore a daughter. Consuming bland hospital food, Xia Rong felt utterly desolate. The happiness of others painfully glaring in her eyes. It was at this moment that a family began distributing red envelopes throughout the floor, a display of extravagant generosity. The onlookers expressed admiration and envy. It was the Ling family, known for their thriving business, celebrating the birth of their daughter and sharing their joy with everyone. Xia Rong's heart ached like a needle prick. Why was it that, despite both giving birth to daughters, their fates were so drastically different? The Ling family's enterprise ranked among the finest in the city, and she had heard they only had this one daughter. Everything would eventually belong to her. Oh, how enviable! As conversations buzzed around her, an audacious plan inexplicably emerged in Xia Rong's mind. Perhaps even heaven itself conspired to assist her. This bold and reckless scheme was indeed brought to fruition. The two children bore an uncanny resemblance, even sharing identical birthmarks on their left hips. A day later, Xia Rong hastily discharged herself from the hospital with the infant, who was not her kin. Aware that lingering in the hospital could lead to exposure, Xia Rong felt both trepidation and a sense of triumph. The Ling family adored their daughter, so let them dote upon hers. Immersed in her fantasies, Xia Rong could not help but laugh, only to be interrupted by the infant's wails beside her. Xia Rong delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "What are you crying for? You're crying away your blessings. This is your fate. Your destiny is to be a stepping stone for my daughter. Ha ha ha." The audacity of her words even caused the system to clench its fists in anger, while Ling Yi's expression turned as cold as frost. The delicate skin of the infant bore the imprint of a red handprint, and she gradually cried herself hoarse, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into sleep. How shameless, the system remarked indignantly. Host, did Song Yi leave behind a desire for revenge? We must assist her. The moment Ling Yi inhabited this body, she sensed Song Yi's intense will. Just before her passing, Song Yi's wish was simple. After enduring heavy shackles within that family, she merely longed to live for herself, freely and without restraint. As for revenge, it was merely a trivial matter besides Xia Rong. There was also a blood feud to settle. Indeed, who could possibly hire someone to murder Song Yi? The system pondered, gradually forming a vague idea, and eagerly blurted out, "It must be the fake heiress." After much deliberation, it concluded that Song Yi's true identity posed the greatest threat to the imposter, and she was undoubtedly the one behind the dark scheme. Ling Yi shook her head in disappointment. "You're mistaken, little dumpling." She approached the perpetrator and crouched down, revealing a smile that radiated an icy chill. The assailant struggled silently for a while, only to realize that he had lost all strength and could hardly move, let alone squirm. His existence felt worse than death, after Ling Yi employed a terrifyingly bizarre technique to render herself boneless. To the assailant, this woman appeared no different from a demon from hell, causing him to shrink back in sheer terror. "It's Zhou Shua, isn't it?" What further shattered the killer's mental defenses was her precise mention of his employer's name. The skeletal-less assailant writhed on the ground, and at this point, he could only betray his employer, acknowledging the truth while issuing a muffled plea. Reduced to a mere shell of a human, all he sought was mercy. The system stood in shock, its mind swirling with questions. This name was unfamiliar to it, yet the host spoke with such conviction. "Host, who is Zhou Shua?" She lowered her head and decisively shoved a pill into the limp assailant's mouth. Despair washed over his face. "No, must I be fed poison even in this state? This devil is too ruthless." Yet the system recognized that the pill was strikingly familiar. "Wait, isn't that the absolute confidentiality pill from my shop?" It noted. Basic item 10 absolute confidentiality pill. Price 1,000 points effect description. The person who consumes it will never speak of the one who administered it, nor can they utter any words attempting to betray or even mention the administrator. If forced to divulge, they may even resolutely bite their tongue to death. Unless the administrator personally requests it, the administrator will remain a lifelong secret to the consumer. A powerful tool for handling aftermath after orchestrating a murder in the harem. Host, why are you charging it directly again? The system lamented, glancing at the points balance, which displayed a shocking 1300. This was the lowest it had ever been. This guy is already in such a boneless state. He's bound to die soon. Why waste points? It whimpered. Ling Yi shook her head, correcting, the little bit of internal energy I used was nothing significant. In about half an hour, his bones will revert to their original form. The system was displeased. He'll recover. Then that would be a favor to this murderer. Host, why don't we just eliminate him now? Eliminating him now would indeed be a favor. Fool, the aftereffects will make his life worse than death. Speaking of aftereffects, Ling Yi revealed a wicked smile, then grew serious. The main reason is that he remains useful. We'll need him later when dealing with his employer. The curiosity about the aftereffects dulled the system's concern for points. It was indeed eager to see just how unfortunate this killer would become. Thus, it obediently nodded, very well, host, I shall heed your wishes. Ling Yi then savagely kicked the incapacitated man once more, inadvertently aggravating her abdominal wound, causing her to grimace in pain. Damn it. Since we've dealt with this trash, let's hurry to the hospital. The system eagerly advised, host, please be careful. Do pay attention to your wound. You can do this, you can do this. Shut up. Host, when will you tell me who Joshua is? Why did he want to kill the original owner? Wait until I'm lying in the hospital. Then I'll tell you. Just be quiet and let me have a moment of peace. Stumbling along, Ling Yi supported herself against the equipment as she exited the abandoned factory. The moonlight was cool as water. Ling Yi looked up at the bright full moon hanging in the night sky. A gentle breeze caressing her face. Although her arrival in this realm was unplanned, it seemed that, regardless of where it was, the moon in the human world radiated the same tenderness. Well, perhaps it would be nice to take a vacation here. Chapter 5. Joshua. After leaving the factory and walking a mere 100 meters, she fortuitously encountered an empty street, where a taxi appeared. The driver, seeing Ling Yi's pale complexion and bloodstains, was understandably alarmed and hastily pressed the accelerator, speeding her to the hospital as quickly as possible. The doctors could hardly believe how she managed to survive after losing so much blood, marveling at what they deemed a medical miracle. The wound on her left abdomen was clearly a result of intentional harm, prompting the hospital to report it to the authorities. Lying quietly on the hospital bed, the medical staff assumed she had fainted from blood loss, but in truth she had delved into the depths of her consciousness, conversing with the system. Host, can you now tell me who Joshua is? The little system eagerly inquired, bouncing around in its white dumpling form. Joshua, you say? Upon hearing the name, Ling Yi scoffed disdainfully. He is the male protagonist of this world, as well as the fiancé of the female lead, this fake heiress. Employing the art of divination, she discerned that Song Yi was the true heiress of this realm, and immediately began searching through Song Yi's memories and the dazzling array of information available online. According to clues revealed in Shirong's experiences, the family that had swapped daughters bore the surname Ling Yi quickly pinpointed her target, locating a company named Shanwen, whose chairman was named Ling Fengshu, and who had a sole daughter, Ling Ruochuan, born on the same day in the same month, and at the same public hospital as Song Yi. Ling Ruochuan had been showered with love and adoration in the Ling household, living a carefree life as a little princess. Save for the strict expectations of her mother, Ling Fengshu, she was widely known on social media. After all, everyone was curious about the lives of wealthy heiresses, and she was the envy of many. Studying piano at the world's top university, she garnered the attention of esteemed instructors, receiving invitations to hold personal concerts, adorned in the latest haute couture, radiating brilliance on stage. Recently, she had even become engaged to Joshua, the heir of a prominent real estate conglomerate, with their engagement party being a lavish spectacle that dominated the trending topics on Weibo. Song Yi had also caught glimpses of Ling Ruochuan's comfortable and privileged life, dismissing it as mere gossip, never imagining that this individual had usurped her own life, while her own burdensome existence was meant for Ling Ruochuan. Nevertheless, although Song Yi posed the greatest threat to Ling Ruochuan's idyllic life, it was not Ling Ruochuan who had contracted the murder. Ling Ruochuan radiated an aura of innocence, so to speak, and bore no direct blood debts. However, her fiancé Joshua was an entirely different matter. Joshua's aura was tinged with a sinister bloodlust, suggesting he bore the weight of more than one life. The fates of his mutilated uncles and brothers were likely intertwined with him. Nonetheless, he was favored by the heavens, blessed with extraordinary fortune, making it impossible for dark forces to approach him, rendering them powerless against him. The Zhou family had wielded immense influence in the real estate sector for over 20 years, and now with Zhou Shua's generation, he had more than 10 cousins, leading to fierce competition that could only be described as a life-or-death struggle. His father had originally been the least favored son, yet he had somehow caught the attention of the old chairman of the Zhou family, emerging as the designated heir at a young age, assuming the role of president. Clearly, an elegant and beautiful pianist paired with a successful and domineering CEO formed the dazzling couple at the center of attention in this realm. After hearing Ling Yi's analysis and deductions, the little system was thoroughly convinced by its current host. It felt immeasurably fortunate to have chosen her. The process of binding the little system to Ling Yi had been uneventful. In the previous year's performance evaluation, the little system had only achieved a C grade. Its last host had toiled throughout her life, yet remained merely an ordinary concubine, her favorability rating mediocre, leaving it disheartened. A C grade meant its appearance was still limited to the basic dumpling form, that its attributes and shop remained at the novice level, that it could not unlock more advanced functions, and that it dejectedly clutched the annual performance report as it sought to select the next task-bearer. In the vast expanse of the ethereal void, countless souls, freshly liberated from their corporeal forms, presented themselves as potential binding candidates for the system. The little system had always struggled to see clearly, and its mediocre performance was likely tied to the qualifications of the task-bearers it had previously selected. It had consistently chosen individuals who were either stars or internet sensations, each with a multitude of admirers and suitors in their original worlds, brimming with charm. The emperor is merely a man. Is it truly so difficult to overthrow him? The little system assumed that within the harem they should thrive like fish in water. Yet the outcomes often fall short of expectations. This time should they perhaps select a movie queen? The little system hesitated for far too long, so much so that another system in line behind it could no longer contain itself. Hey, let me recommend someone, it said. With a flick of its serpentine tail, 009 pointed to a bright star. The little system eagerly leaned forward, meticulously examining the information about this soul, which contained only a few sparse lines. Ling Yi, female, age undetermined, appearance unknown, skills unspecified, currently unemployed. This was rather vague. The little system felt somewhat perplexed. The white serpent grinned, a mysterious smile crossing its face as it hissed, revealing crimson fangs. This one possesses a stable soul, signifying a resolute will. Her brilliance shines, indicative of exceptional intelligence. Trust me, choosing her will be a wise decision and no longer indecisive. The little system joyfully bounced up and down. Thank you, Senior 009. I shall choose her. In the coming year, I promise to present you with a grand gift. Thus, without any further complications, the little system successfully bound itself to Ling Yi. Upon awakening, however, it found itself and its host being pursued in an abandoned factory. The little system clenched its fists with excitement, optimistically envisioning a future where it would awaken to become the coveted 001, even laughing in its sleep. Chapter 6. The arrival of Xiaorong Lu Jiehui had just undergone an appendectomy the previous day. With the doctor mandating a 2-day hospital stay for observation and recovery, she was a restless soul, having spent an entire day idly playing on her phone, which left her with a throbbing headache, causing her to retire early for the night. Ironically, despite her usual enjoyment of phone games during class, having an entire day to herself, free from parental nagging, felt rather tiresome. The following morning, Lu Jiehui found herself disinterested in her phone and began to engage enthusiastically with the other patients and the medical staff in her ward. The young nurse assigned to her was friendly and began sharing the latest gossip. Last night, a girl came in stabbed by a criminal. The wound was severe, a gaping hole in her side. When we received her, it terrified us. Her face was ashen from blood loss, nearly lifeless. Dr. and the others performed emergency treatment throughout the night, nearly exhausting our blood supply. Look, she's in bed too, still unconscious. The injuries are grave, but she is truly resilient. The girl in bed too lay quietly, her silence invoking pity among those present. What deep-seated enmity could provoke such brutality? Lu Jiehui furrowed her brow. Has the perpetrator been apprehended? The young nurse replied, that girl managed to take a taxi to the hospital herself. We reported the incident immediately, and the police followed the driver to investigate her pickup location. However, we have no updates on whether they caught anyone. Once the patient awakens, the police will undoubtedly come to take her statement, and then we will know more. After sharing what she knew, the nurse gathered her equipment and moved on to the next ward, leaving the remaining patients and their families to discuss the incident. It's utterly deranged. Aren't there surveillance cameras everywhere? How can these criminals be so brazen? It's terrifying. Given the severity of the assault, it must have been someone she knows, one remarked. These days, young women are often subjected to such treatment. They enjoy the benefits of others' labor only to reject them, pushing the devoted suitors to desperation. Come on, that's ridiculous, Lu Jiahui interjected, feeling irked. Even if they are strangers, they deserve respect. Marketing accounts fabricate stories based on a single image. Your arguments are no better. You rely solely on your mouth to propagate nonsense. Unwilling to back down, the other person retorted with a sneer, oh please, I never specified anyone, I'm merely describing a social phenomenon. You get what you deserve. Lu Jiahui shot a glare at her opponent, dismayed at the insensitivity displayed while the victim still lay unconscious. The tension between the two escalated, prompting others to intervene and defuse the situation. All right, enough arguing, bed 2 needs peace. Our words won't help her as much as providing a serene environment will. Reluctantly, Lu Jiahui fell silent. However, tranquility was soon shattered by the abrupt entrance of 2 individuals. Leading the charge was a middle-aged woman, around her 40s or 50s, her face twisted with malice and her demeanor harsh, dressed in gaudy, cheap clothing. Trailing behind her was a tall, portly young man, impeccably attired in designer labels. Upon entering, the middle-aged woman bellowed, "Where is Ling Yi?" The crowd exchanged confused glances, unaware of whom she referred to. Noticing the only bed occupied by an unmoving figure, she strode over and found her unfortunate daughter, pale and emaciated, lying on the hospital bed with eyes tightly shut. The sight was one of utter desolation, yet, rather than exhibit any compassion, the woman burst into laughter. Ling Yi, this is your just desserts. Ignoring your own mother, neglecting your brother, after all my sacrifices for you, you've repaid me with disdain. And you call yourself a university student? How absurd. This woman was none other than Xia Rong. Ever since Ling Yi had blocked her, Xia Rong had not received a single penny from her. It was well known that Ling Yi's salary was substantial, and upon receiving it, the already indolent Xia Rong had resigned from her job at the property management company, depending entirely on her daughter for support. In Xia Rong's mind, after 20 years of raising Ling Yi, it was only natural for her daughter to provide for her and support her brother. Song Jieshi, should one suggest that Ling Yi was not her biological child but rather one she had adopted, Xia Rong would counter that, despite not being her own, she had raised her to be exemplary, attending a prestigious university and securing a position at a Fortune 500 company, all thanks to her upbringing. If gratitude were owed, it should be to her, and Ling Yi ought to be dutiful and obedient. The little system, overhearing Xia Rong's words, could scarcely believe such shamelessness existed in the world. And its host were already awake. Indeed, the original body was gravely injured, but the host, being well versed in martial arts, was secretly recovering her vitality. Long before anyone speculated about the host, the little system had been urging Ling Yi to rise and show them what she was made of. Yet, the host was reluctant to get out of bed. Get up, host! Look at Xia Rong's vile nature. Aren't you even a little angry? Fine, Ling Yi replied lazily, stretching her sole body and revealing a mischievous grin. Then let this new day begin with a bit of reckoning. The little system was taken aback. Wait, you can't possibly want to start with reckoning again. Ding dong. You have exchanged for basic item pathetic charm. Cost, 400 points. Effect. The user's every gesture and expression will become irresistibly delicate and pitiful, evoking deep sympathy and attraction. Note. Effect diminishes over time and is not a permanent buff. Points balance. Minus 1,700. Once the item was in her possession, Ling Yi diligently began her performance. She fluttered her eyelids, slowly lifted her downcast gaze, quivering lips forming a strained call. Mom. Upon seeing Ling Yi awaken, Xia Rong's aggressive demeanor remained unyielding. Disregarding the astonished expressions of the others in the ward, she approached the struggling Ling Yi, a cold smirk on her face, delighting in her misfortune. Ling Yi, when the police called to inform me, I was not the least bit surprised, for you are truly a harbinger of disaster. You brought ruin upon yourself and your brother, and now almost upon your own life. You, the ungrateful wretch, deserve to be stabbed. You lack any conscience. You reject arranged marriages, refusing even to meet, simply because the suitor is a little older despite having 3 houses. Do you think your university degree makes you so special? There are plenty of others like you on the streets. You think you can ignore your family after hardening your wings, withholding your salary from home? After raising you for over 20 years, what is the point? You might as well be dead. Ling Yi listened impassively to Xia Rong's tirade, each insult harsher than the last. The little system could hardly bear it any longer, anxiously calling out in the realm of consciousness, host, please just hit her. Left hook, right hook. I can't risk breaking character as a victim right after being stabbed. Then at least respond. Ling Yi clicked her tongue in disdain. Engaging in a verbal exchange with such a person is beneath me. I shall be the perfect victim with that. She activated the pathetic charm buff upon herself. Instantly, her indifferent demeanor transformed into a scene that evoked pity in the eyes of the other patients. The injured girl, just awakened, appeared as delicate as morning dew. Her dark hair framed her pallid face, and her frail form was concealed beneath a loose hospital gown. Shaken by the venomous words hurled at her, though visibly weak and drained, she endured the onslaught of cruel remarks, evoking profound sympathy. At that moment Lu Jiehui sprang to her feet, glaring at Xiaorong. You be quiet. I understand now, you are a terrifying mother. If I were her, I would block you too. It is reasonable for her to share some of her hard-earned salary with you. But why should she give it all to you? She is still so young. What right does she have to marry an older man? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your ulterior motives, forcing her to wed a wealthy elderly gentleman in exchange for a substantial bride price. All to secure a match for your precious son. She is injured to such an extent that she nearly lost her life, and yet you exhibit no concern whatsoever, even wishing her dead. Are you truly her mother? Lu Jiehui has unwittingly struck a chord, revealing the truth with her words, prompting the little system to nearly burst into applause. Her remarks hit a nerve with Xiaorong, particularly the implication of not being a true mother, causing the gleeful expression on Xiaorong's face to abruptly fade, twisted by a fleeting moment of discomfort. Chapter 7. A pitiable sight even when inadvertently exposed. Xiaorong would never concede. She could only bury her guilt and panic under a louder voice. The older patients in the room, having heard Xiaorong's words, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. After all, in their minds, a single mother raising a child must indeed be a formidable challenge. But who could have imagined the abuse and harsh treatment that Song Yi endured from a young age? When she cried, Xiaorong turned a blind eye. When she was hungry, Xiaorong remained indifferent. At by the age of 4, she was sweeping and mopping, and by 6, she assumed the responsibility of cooking, eventually taking over all household chores. Even during the most intense academic pressure of her senior year, when Song Yi finished her evening study sessions at 9 and returned home by 9:30, the dishes and dining table remained untouched. Awaiting her to clean up. Lu Jiehui, being a university student herself, although filled with righteous indignation, found herself at a loss against Xiaorong. A seasoned veteran of emotional manipulation, she stumbled over her words. The hearts of those present began to sway in favor of Xiaorong. Regardless of her reluctance to marry, she was still the mother who had toiled tirelessly to raise her child. The act of blocking her own mother from contact was indeed an act of profound disrespect, as the crowd pondered. A soft, weak cough broke the tension, a delicate sound that resonated with sorrow. Turning their gaze, they found the patient in bed too, the very subject of this turmoil. Song, her tearful eyes and sorrowful expression resembled a leaf trembling in the autumn breeze, evoking an involuntary wave of compassion. Her pitiful demeanor stirred the sympathy of all those present, and the implications of her words ignited a collective outrage. Moreover, a keen observer noticed the silent young man accompanying Xiaorong, clutching a black plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, the bag contained a rope. This young man was none other than Song Jieshi, Xiaorong's beloved son. Although he was physically imposing, he was, regrettably, a coward at heart. The crowd gasped as they opened the bag, revealing not only the rope but also a wide strip of duct tape, its purpose all too clear: to silence Song Yi should she be forcibly taken away. The girl's salary card was in their possession, with none of it reaching her, all of it given to her mother, and still they intended to sell her off, branding her an ungrateful wretch when she resisted, even cursing her to death. Is there no justice left in the world? The man who had been lurking in the background was evidently the brother who needed the bride price for his marriage, young and strong. He should have been earning his own living instead. What a disgrace. Xiaorong never anticipated that their intentions would be so easily unveiled. Faced with the collective ire of the crowd, she felt a chill run down her spine, yet she remained obstinate. You are committing kidnapping and restricting her freedom. Your daughter has expressed her unwillingness to go with you, and she is injured. Lu Jiehui, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to fury. Since the discovery of the rope, she had already pulled out her phone to record the absurdity of this mother-son duo. At that moment she could no longer contain herself, shouting at Xiaorong. You lunatic! I have recorded everything you said. If you dare to forcibly take her away, I will live-stream the entire event for the world to witness your vile nature. Xiaorong, having been so caught up in her own bluster, had failed to notice that she was being recorded. Now that Lu Jiehui had made the recording public, Xiaorong's expression morphed into one of rage, and with a shriek she lunged at Lu Jiehui, cursing, You little hussy! Hand over your phone. Delete the video. Lu Jiahui was taken aback by her ferocious demeanor, yelping in fright and attempting to evade her. Yet, as a recent appendectomy patient still in recovery, her movements were somewhat sluggish as Xiaorong's formidable figure bore down on her. Lu Jiahui instinctively shut her eyes. However, the anticipated impact did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone standing protectively in front of her. Song Yi, frail and still healing, yet resolute, like a slender tree shielding her from the tempest. "Mother, please do not harm the innocent. At home you may hit me, and I will not hold it against you because you are my mother, but this is someone else's daughter." Ling Yi's voice was faint yet carried a weight of conviction. Xiaorong, incensed, shouted, "You wretched ingrate!" As she raised her hand to strike, Ling Yi swayed and fell limp. Lu Jiahui caught Ling Yi, watching in horror as crimson stains began to seep through her pristine hospital gown. The wound had reopened. Lu Jiahui's mind was in turmoil, panic coursing through her as she held Ling Yi tightly, her voice trembling. "Please don't let anything happen to her. Call a doctor, quickly." Unbeknownst to Lu Jiahui, tears had silently streamed down her face. She was also unaware that the entire encounter had been captured on the hospital's surveillance cameras. The moment Ling Yi collapsed in Lu Jiahui's arms, the video was swiftly uploaded to the largest video platform, sparking a massive uproar online. Chapter 8. The cloud of blood types of video depicting a middle-aged woman and her son wreaking havoc in the hospital room surged to the top of trending topics across all social media platforms within half an hour. The daughter, throughout the video, appeared frail and desperate, pleading with her mother not to marry her off to an elderly widower, evoking deep sorrow. In the final moments of the video, the woman's true nature was laid bare as she lunged to reprimand a fellow patient who had dared to speak out. The weak daughter, with great effort, attempted to rise to protect the bystander but ultimately succumbed to her exhaustion, collapsing into the arms of the other patient, a scene that moved many to tears. "My goodness, I am in tears. Does anyone have any updates? Is this girl okay? If she were to perish because of this, I would ensure her mother faces online wrath for a lifetime. Initially, I believed the narrative of an ungrateful daughter and a pitiful mother. I now feel remorseful. This mother exemplifies the typical preference for sons over daughters, taking every penny of her daughter's earnings while never being satisfied, insisting that her daughter sell herself to secure a bride price for her brother. Has anyone else noticed that the young man accompanying her is clad in designer brands, well-fed and resembling a cube, in stark contrast to his sister's slender frame? Heavens, this girl is my colleague. She resigned just a few days ago, and I found it odd. She was always diligent and ambitious, and our boss appreciated her work. After only 2 years, she had already received a raise. If she continued to accumulate experience, her promotion was a foregone conclusion. She led a remarkably frugal life. We had never seen her buy new clothes or bags, which puzzled us considering the company offers generous salaries. It turns out all her earnings were under her mother's thumb. And now the mystery is solved, thanks to the earlier posts. I understand now why there was such an urgent push to sell her daughter, disregarding her recovery or the possibility of her discharge. Bringing ropes and duct tape along. It seems her son had gotten himself into a predicament too large to manage, and they couldn't wait any longer. Can this truly be a biological mother? Even among the most discordant mother-daughter relationships, the emotions are complex. This feels purely like hatred, and it's terrifying. I share your suspicions. The video isn't particularly clear, but it is evident that the mother and daughter bear no resemblance to one another. However, the mother and her son are unmistakably related, their facial structures and features strikingly similar. This video encapsulates many current issues: bride prices, gender bias, mother-daughter relationships, and the impact of family background, sparking widespread societal discussion. Meanwhile, Xiaorong remains oblivious to the torrent of online abuse directed at her, and her personal information has been exposed and circulated without her knowledge. After Ling Yi collapsed, chaos ensued, with doctors and nurses rushing to attend to her. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiaorong attempted to sneak away with Song Jieshi, only to be intercepted by Lu Jiahui and other patients and their families. "You have deliberately harmed someone. Do not think you can escape. I have already called the police." Lu Jiahui recalled the girl bleeding profusely in her arms, her own injuries hardly allowing for inaction. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of determination. Surrounded by witnesses and hearing the mention of police, Xiaorong felt a pang of fear, yet she continued to assert herself loudly. "She ran in front of me and got in the way. How is that my fault? I only intended to discipline this little hussy. Besides, she is my daughter. What I do with her is my prerogative." Lu Jiahui's face turned pale with anger, but her own wound throbbed painfully, coupled with her concern for Song Yi, who might be sent back to the emergency room. She found herself devoid of both the mood and the strength to quarrel with Xiaorong. Others chimed in to support Lu Jiahui, hurling insults at Xiaorong. This isn't the feudal era anymore. You can hit or scold whoever you please, but if something happens to that girl in the emergency room, just wait to face the consequences. Are you ignorant of the law? Even if the law doesn't punish you, society will not let you off the hook. We could drown you in our collective spit? Bah! As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the door to the emergency room swung open. The doctor, despite wearing a mask, had a grim expression that caused an immediate hush among the onlookers and a serious tone. The doctor announced, "The patient lost a significant amount of blood last night and was resuscitated today. Her wound has reopened, leading to further blood loss. The blood bank has run out of supplies from last night, so we urge everyone to donate blood." Those who had long harbored disdain for Xiaorong promptly pushed her forward, exclaiming, "She's the patient's mother. It's all her fault. Draw her blood." Xiaorong protested vehemently, "I refuse to donate blood." The doctor shot her a stern look, having heard some of the background story, and showed no sympathy towards Xiaorong. However, adhering to her professional standards and ethics, she shook her head and said, "It's best not to use blood from direct relatives, as there may be a risk of graft versus host disease." The crowd, eager to see Xiaorong suffer, felt disappointed. One clever individual suddenly pushed Song Jieshi, who had been cowering in the corner, forward. He was Xiaorong's half-brother, not a direct relative. Let's draw his blood. This leech. This vampire. The doctor regarded the tall young man, already calculating how much blood could be drawn from him. Are you type B? Caught off guard, Song Jieshi was thrust into the spotlight, panic-stricken, shaking his head vigorously. No, no. At that moment, Xiaorong recalled the blood type issue, her expression turning smug as she declared loudly, "I'm sorry, but even if I wanted to donate, I couldn't. None of our family members have type B blood. We're all type A." A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before Lu Jiehui was the first to react. Your entire family has type A blood, yet your daughter is type B. How can she possibly be your biological child? Gasps of disbelief spread through the crowd as they scrutinized Xiaorong with suspicion. It was no wonder she had treated her daughter so poorly. Could it be that she was indeed adopted? There was a saying that if one first adopted a daughter, a biological son would naturally follow, creating a good family. Xiaorong, momentarily flustered, regretted her earlier smugness and quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. That dead girl's biological father is type B blood, my late ex-husband." This assertion was logical and scientifically sound, yet Lu Jiehui remained unconvinced. "You're lying through your teeth. Who's to say that's true? I think you should undergo a paternity test." Chapter 9. The dead ex-husband. Under Ling Yi's direction, the small system attentively monitored the hospital's surveillance footage within the sea of consciousness. Upon hearing Lu Jiehui utter the words paternity test, the small system's mouth fell open, a chill running down its spine as fear gripped it. "Host, this can't all be part of your calculations, can it?" Though her body lay on the operating table, Ling Yi's spirit remained unaffected. After a night of recuperation, employing some secret technique for cultivation, her spirit had solidified, vitality restored. No trace of the weakness she had upon entering this realm with a lively spirit. She countered, "Tuanzi, do you believe in such coincidences?" "Coincidence? I certainly don't believe it." Ling Yi smiled and nodded. "Indeed, there is no such thing as coincidence in this world. Choosing this hospital was something I calculated before hailing a cab." Lu Jiehui was a 19-year-old sophomore, an only child until her parents, without informing her, conceived a second child after the recent relaxation of the birth policy. They even went abroad to determine the gender, confirming it was a boy. This revelation struck Lu Jiehui hard, as she had previously been unaware that her parents favored sons over daughters, even beginning to question whether she was their biological child. According to my calculations, given her personality and mental state, there was a 98 probability she would empathize with Song Yi, a 90 probability she would step forward, and an 80 probability she would mention the paternity test, a thought that had been swirling in her mind. "I'm pleased, I won my bet." The small system, left astounded, asked, "But how do you know so much about Lu Jiehui, host?" "On our way out of the factory, I told you to be quiet because I was extracting data from big data analysis, seeking someone who could empathize with my current identity and help me articulate my intentions." Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, "Lu Jiehui fits my profile perfectly. She had posted numerous venting and help-seeking messages on social media, allowing me to piece together her situation. I tracked her down to this very hospital. After her parents had a son, they neglected her even during her surgery. She came to the hospital all alone, a truly pitiful girl." Sighing, she added, "But now the small system had no time to lament Lu Jiehui's fate. Its CPU was nearly overheating. Host, do we really need to do a paternity test? Xiaorong will surely refuse." "If she refuses, so be it," Ling Yi replied with a slight smile. "Tuanzi, new characters will soon appear. And at that point, Xia Rong will have no choice but to undergo the paternity test in a rundown eatery. A group of middle-aged men occupied 2 tables, feasting on rice bowls. Some were engaged in casual conversation, lamenting poor business prospects, while others were engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, a voice rang out in surprise. "Hey! Lao He, isn't that woman your ex-wife?" One of the men, caught up in his chatter, froze mid-sentence. "What? Which woman?" This man was He Tai, Xia Rong's ex-husband. Although sentenced to 25 years in prison, he had demonstrated good behavior and was released after 22 years. During that time, technological advancements had transformed society dramatically. He Tai was no longer the small-time gangster he once was. Now, he found himself down on his luck, aging, and unable to regain his former status. His elderly parents had died while he was incarcerated, and living relatives shunned him. His ex-wife, Xia Rong, had quickly sent him divorce papers upon his imprisonment, along with the child she was carrying at the time. Disappearing entirely due to his criminal record, He Tai struggled to find legitimate employment, resorting to driving unlicensed cabs near stations, airports, and schools, creating a small gang of associates who engaged in similar activities, though he avoided any ties to organized crime. Upon seeing the woman on the screen, He Tai's gaze froze. Xia Rong. Having become almost a recluse, He Tai was filled with excitement upon recognizing Xia Rong and their daughter, his eyes gleaming with hope. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure after a long search. The group abandoned their meals, gathering around He Tai to watch the video. "Ta. She's playing the victim, saying how hard it's been for her since you went to prison. Raising the child alone. Wow, is that your daughter? Can't believe it, Lao He. You, a rough man, have such a delicate daughter, and she's a university student. Your ex-wife is really heartless, marrying your daughter off to an old man who's about your age. How about this, Lao He? I'll offer the same price. Let your daughter marry me." These men, lacking education and with many having criminal records like He Tai, exchanged crude jokes. However, the more they watched, the darker He Tai's expression grew. "Xia Rong has always been short-sighted. My daughter may not be a beauty, but there's something charming about her that if nurtured properly, she could easily attract a wealthy suitor. Why force her to marry an old man and create animosity between mother and daughter?" When he opened the comments section, each remark criticized Xia Rong, further solidifying his disdain for her. Others chimed in. "Lao He has foresight. Cast a wide net to catch a big fish. In my opinion, just Xia Rong's word isn't enough. As her biological father, you should have a say. Lao He, once your daughter hooks a wealthy husband, you'll be thriving too. Don't forget about us, your brothers." He Tai chuckled, already contemplating how to make a grand entrance to rescue his daughter from her mother. Yet, upon seeing the second latest video, the jovial atmosphere faded, replaced by a somber tension. This newly released video, captured not from surveillance but by bystanders outside the emergency room, showcased the chaos of the moment, with a distorted image of Xia Rong's anguished face. The clip also included her words, "That dead girl's biological father is type B blood, my late ex-husband." Everyone present remembered that within their small gang, one member had suffered an accident and urgently needed a blood transfusion. He Tai and several others had readily rolled up their sleeves to donate blood. They all recalled that the group, including He Tai, were all type O blood. So, where did this type B daughter come from? He Tai's expression was devoid of emotion, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the veins pulsing ominously upon his forehead. The excitement and joy he had just experienced had swiftly morphed into a raging inferno of anger. The others exchanged glances, feeling a palpable awkwardness in the air. Just moments ago, they had been congratulating He Tai, only to have all his hopes shattered by a single remark from Xia Rong. "Poor old he, who has worn this metaphorical green hat for over 20 years." Chapter 10. New Orders. The incident involving a mother selling her daughter for a dowry has captivated the entire internet, emerging as the most sensational piece of social news in a decade. The event itself is steeped in melodrama, so outrageous that even television dramas would hesitate to depict it, and it remains an unfolding saga that has the public on the edge of their seats, more invested than in any soap opera, fervently hoping that Song Yi can escape the clutches of Xia Rong. The blood type controversy swirling outside the emergency room has led many to firmly believe that Xia Rong cannot possibly be Song Yi's biological mother. However, a significant number still subscribe to the notion that Song Yi's biological father is of blood type B, as the former theory seems overly conspiratorial. Many who denounce Xia Rong as not being a true mother are not genuinely questioning the blood relation between her and Song Yi, but rather expressing their indignation, implying that true mothers should not be insulted. Yet, a man suddenly emerged on the dual platform, bringing the incident to a new climax. In his video, he appeared sorrowful, his face pale as he recounted, "I am the deceased ex-husband referred to by Xia." Upon seeing this matter trending, I was utterly astonished that I must confess. It was my responsibility that Xia became a single mother. In my youth I was foolish and reckless, having been influenced by gangster films, which led me to make numerous mistakes, ultimately resulting in my imprisonment and leaving the two of them to fend for themselves. That I have since paid dearly for my youthful folly, striving to turn my life around and live properly. Xia, our daughter, and I have been divorced and out of contact for many years. I had no idea she had turned out this way. To see her again in such a manner on trending news is profoundly distressing. Had I not erred in my past, perhaps she would not have become this way, and our daughter would not have suffered. Upon watching the video, my first instinct was to protect my daughter. However, reality has dealt me a heavy blow at this point. His already weathered face looked even more aged, and his words left listeners astounded. I am not of blood type B. As Xia has claimed, I am O type. Therefore, the daughter I believe to be mine is not my daughter. Although Xia and I ended our marriage shortly after my incarceration, by the timeline, this daughter was conceived during our marriage. When I married Xia, I provided a dowry that was second to none, and I hope Xia can step forward and give me an explanation if Tai had not admitted to his past. One might perceive him as an honest and decent man. At the video's conclusion, Tai reiterated his request for a paternity test, stating if Xia is unwilling, then I urge her daughter to undergo a paternity test with me. I believe you too wish to uncover your true lineage. Even if it is ultimately determined that we share no paternal bond, I would still like to recognize you as my goddaughter. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. The internet has been set ablaze with fervent discussions, and comments on related posts are effortlessly surpassing the 10,000 mark. I told you Xia Rong cannot possibly be a real mother. As a mother of a 3-year-old, I cannot fathom how a mother could treat her own flesh and blood this way. This is not a mother-daughter relationship but one of adversaries. Xia Rong's situation only seems to grow more convoluted. If further twists continue to unfold, it could become legendary. I am genuinely eager for the paternity test. My curiosity is insatiable, rendering me unable to eat or sleep, fixated on my phone for the latest updates. I am in the same boat. Help! The latest news is that Song Yi has emerged from danger. Well-meaning individuals at the hospital are rushing to donate blood, although she remains unconscious and in need of recovery. I sincerely pray for her. By the way, has the assailant who stabbed Song Yi been apprehended? The little system, engrossed in online gossip, suddenly recalled this individual. Host, what has become of that assailant? Oh, Ling Yi's spirit is lazily basking in the sun within the sea of consciousness, and once his fragile faade dissipated, he fled in a panic, evading capture. Came the response. The little system frowned. What? He is far too fortunate. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Fortunate? Being pursued by both the police and his former employer, while also suffering the consequences of his actions? How is that lucky? She chuckled softly. There are others far more eager to find him than the police. To the pinnacle of the Grand Huanyu building, the highest point in the city, a man clad in a bespoke suit, exuding an air of opulence, stood before the bright, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a phone call, his handsome features currently marred by a scowl. Incompetent fool, he said darkly, your subordinates cannot even handle a frail woman, and you are oblivious to their whereabouts. What was said on the other end only fueled his anger further. The entire internet is abuzz with discussions about this matter. And once she awakens, the public will undoubtedly escalate the situation, leading to a paternity test. It's a chain reaction that will ultimately lead back to the Ling family, and I shall not permit Ruo-chan to be harmed. This dashing yet ruthless man is Zhou Shua. Were Ling Yi to hear his words, she might just applaud him. Truly, he is the epitome of a high IQ protagonist, able to perceive the intricacies of the situation. Even deducing the outcome she had meticulously planned, remarkably astute and deeply caring, he seems more concerned about the potential exposure of the female lead's identity than the possibility of imprisonment for hiring a hitman. Ling Yi would be moved. Of course, his lack of concern for incarceration likely stems from his position of power, granting him an air of invincibility. After hanging up, Zhou Shua dialed another number. Having lost faith in his previous subordinate, he needed someone more reliable this time. A decisive strike was imperative. He issued cold, calculated orders. First, regarding that Song Yi trending in the headlines, I do not wish to see her awaken. Arrange for someone to handle it tonight. Second, ensure that Xia Rong and Song Yi do not undergo a paternity test. Third, quiet the voices on the internet. As his words echoed, Ling Yi's spirit slowly opened her eyes to Wanzi. It seems he is indeed quite anxious. Host, what are you saying? The little system raised its head from a mountain of books, its expression one of despair. It had been assigned a stack of tomes as thick as bricks, including titles such as Practical Data Security Architecture, hacker techniques and hacking from web crawling with a mandate to master them within a week and to inquire about any uncertainties that you not lament. If you possess no knowledge, how can you aspire to be an exceptional system? I do not know nothing. The little system protested. I am a distinguished graduate of the palace intrigue specialty, having excelled in courses like Mastering Palace Intrigue, The Guide to Dressing in the Harem, and How to Win a Man's Heart. Ling Yi retorted without mercy, those courses are trivial, with narrow applicability and minimal practicality. Mastering such knowledge offers negligible assistance to the host. If you wish to enhance your performance and elevate your rank, heed my advice. The little system, indignant, replied, Host, while you may be a formidable tasker, you are not a system. Our identities and roles differ. Is it truly fair to critique the professional courses established by our esteemed instructors? What? Just those outdated materials, the little system, despite its doubts, asked. Then host, why do you not assist me in repairing the communication function? Are you not a tech genius? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the little system's quick wit. As it began to press her, truly, it was a reversal of roles. After clearing her throat, she replied with feigned indignation, I am too busy. Joshua will be sending someone to kill me tonight. What? The little system exclaimed in shock. Ling Yi had inadvertently overheard this while eavesdropping on his phone. She said this with a casual tone, yet did not forget to urge the little system. Thus, Tuanzi, study diligently. Without my assistance, we might meet our end tonight. The little system glanced at the towering stack of books, tears brimming in its eyes. I understand. Chapter 11. A fragrance in the air. Ling Yi is a killer. This is not a profession conducive to casual conversation. For instance, if one were to say, oh, you're a teacher, how lovely, you have summer and winter vacations, or being a civil servant is wonderful, it offers stability. If I were to disclose my profession as a killer, it would merely evoke thoughts of someone overly enamored with films and novels. Ling Yi committed her first murder at the tender age of 16. Her victim being her stepfather, a middle-aged man who lusted after her youthful body. He had been seeking an opportunity, and one fateful night, he broke into her room while she was defenseless, climbing into her bed. Yet, she too had been waiting for her chance. Every night, she gripped a fruit knife tightly, prepared to plunge it into his heart before he could reach her. It was a brutal struggle, but Ling Yi emerged victorious. However, she lost as well, forfeiting her freedom and future, condemned to live in hiding. Ling Yi had been sold into a brothel and tricked into a pyramid scheme. Her path to survival was carved through bloodshed. Ultimately, after injuring a thug within an organization, she caught the attention of the ruthless gang leader, Yi. They were in dire need of a female assassin. Ling Yi has finally ceased her aimless wandering and has been integrated into the organization, becoming a formidable asset under the command of Yi. After 3 years of membership, her success rate in mission stands at an impressive 80%, a commendable figure indeed. During her school years, Ling Yi excelled in sports, clinching championships in both sprinting and triathlon events, showcasing her remarkable physical prowess and agility. An additional advantage she possesses arises from the underestimation she faces from men, who believe they hold absolute power over her. Yet, she consistently manages to counter their expectations with grace, delivering precise and lethal blows. This evening, her assignment is to eliminate the girl who has been trending on social media all day. Song Yi has not disclosed who has ordered Song Yi's demise, and as a killer, she knows better than to inquire. Her sole responsibility is to execute the task. However, this time, Ling Yi is particularly invested in the situation. The girl named Song Yi possesses almost nothing aside from her life, much like herself, having grown up without parental affection and facing a bewildering future. Previously, Ling Yi's targets were either affluent tycoons or high-ranking officials, embroiled in substantial conflicts of interest and intrigue. Yet, what road could Song Yi possibly obstruct? Yi has even emphasized that failure is not an option for this S-class mission. As she makes her way to the hospital, Ling Yi finds herself consumed by this conundrum. Silently, she infiltrates the hospital, donning a nurse's uniform that she had meticulously prepared in advance. Her task is simple: to inject the poison provided by Yi into Song Yi's bloodstream, ensuring that no one would suspect foul play, and that all would attribute her demise to complications. This is far easier than previously eliminating bodyguards in droves. However, it also presents its own challenges. Ling Yi feels beads of sweat forming in her palms, inexplicably hesitant to carry out the deed. As she strides down the corridor, her masked visage resembles that of an unremarkable nurse, drawing no attention. Yet gradually she senses something amiss. An enchanting fragrance envelopes her senses. A sweet aroma of osmanthus blossoms, evoking memories of an ancient osmanthus tree that stood at her elementary school gate, where her grandparents would await her after school. After their passing, she was reluctantly taken in by the woman she refused to call mother. Thus ended the happiest period of her life, the scent of osmanthus fading into obscurity within her recollections. Shouldn't the hospital corridor be permeated with the scent of alcohol and disinfectant? Why does it smell so delightful? Why is everyone's gaze directed toward her? It dawns on her that the captivating fragrance emanates from her own being. A chill runs down her spine as she realizes this. She was meant to stealthily slip into the patient's room, yet now too many eyes are upon her. A head nurse is already rising and approaching her. "Which department are you from?" the head nurse inquires, her brow furrowed. Hospital regulations strictly prohibit medical staff from wearing perfumed. Ling Yi halts in her tracks, panic-stricken and feigning innocence as she apologizes. "I'm so sorry. I was called in last minute to fill in. I was just on a date with my boyfriend. I don't recognize you." The head nurse replies, "I'm from upstairs. I accidentally got off on the wrong floor." Ling Yi says, sheepishly scratching her head, nodding apologetically as she turns to head towards the stairwell. Yet, her steps quicken, and before the head nurse can voice another word, she has vanished around the corner. The mission has failed. A chill runs through her. Li Yiming is not a forgiving superior. "Host, the assassin has abandoned the mission," the little system exclaims in astonishment. Ling Yi responds casually, "Being an assassin is a covert profession. Yet now, wherever she goes, she is the center of attention. She has no choice but to abandon the task." The little system is somewhat speechless, never having imagined that the captivating fragrance buff could be utilized in this manner. It was previously only employed to entice emperors. Basic item N captivating fragrance. Price 200 points. Effect description. Upon applying this buff, one emits an enchanting aroma, which will resonate as the most cherished and nostalgic scent in each person's heart. Use it flexibly. Do not be bound by fixed thinking. Dear Tuanzita, so host, could you refrain from accumulating debt each time? I feel like you're becoming a bit rigid in your thinking. The child can indeed be taught. You're already retorting back at me. It seems that learning truly is beneficial. I'll add a few more books for you to continue your studies. Ling Yi smirks ominously. Tuanzi immediately kneels in submission. No, please, dear host. Meanwhile, Ling Yi stands before the door of Li Yiming's office, her expression impassive, yet her mind is in turmoil. She has heard that the direst consequence of failing an S-class mission is the loss of a limb. Damn it, where is this fragrance coming from? Why am I suddenly emitting such a scent? Coming to her senses, Ling Yi realizes she has been idly standing there for half an hour. Li Yiming must be growing impatient. She raises her hand to knock on the door when suddenly, her phone vibrates. She lowers her hand and pulls out her phone to check. A message from an unknown number reads, "Do not meet with Li Yiming. There is a 70% chance you will die." This is not a threat. It is a genuine observation of the deathly aura surrounding you. Ling Yi's pupils constrict sharply. She turns to leave. "I can erase all traces of you. No one will find you. What do you want?" Ling Yi understands that no one would offer help without ulterior motives. "I want you to work for me." Chan Ruonan. Ling Yi's face pales. Her hand trembles, causing her phone to clatter onto the carpeted floor of the corridor. Chan Ruonan is her former name. Because her mother failed to bear a son, her father refused to marry her mother and, harboring resentment, named her Ruonan to prove she was not inferior to a boy. Ever since she had to flee for her life, she discarded this name she despised. She had no need to compare herself to men nor bear the burden of her mother's weakness. She took her grandmother's surname, whom she had been raised by, and renamed herself Ling Yi. She wished to soar like a bird, freely traversing the boundless sky. Ling Yi picks up her phone, her back drenched in cold sweat. During those few seconds of typing, she felt as though time had stretched into eternity. "If I walk out of here, Li Yiming will not let me off. Li Yiming is currently overwhelmed with other matters. By the time he remembers you, you will have long vanished. I don't care whom I work for. I follow Li Yiming solely for his power and connections that ensure my safety. What about you? Li Yiming is merely a minor character in my eyes. I have already hacked into all surveillance systems, and his subordinates have been reassigned. You need only to walk out and proceed to the location I'll send you. He may provide a semblance of security that keeps you on edge, but I can offer you what you truly desire." Ling Yi retorts, "What do I desire?" "Freedom." She turns and departs. Chapter 12. The disappearance of Xia Rong. Although this body has suffered considerable strain, Ling Yi's spirit remains stable, and she has quietly cultivated a sliver of internal strength coursing through her being, leaving her in good health. After a day and night, she feigns confusion to awaken. Primarily to cooperate with the doctor's diagnosis, she has been exceedingly busy. Tuanzi had thought she was leisurely sleeping away the hours, as evidenced by its resentful little gaze. This little system indeed reminds her of a long-lost version of herself, so naive and ignorant. believing that relying on the marketplace and the headquarters would suffice to complete her tasks. Yet, to be an effective system is no simple feat, is it? She smiles softly and opens her eyes. You're awake. Lu Jiahui has been waiting by her bedside and upon seeing her awake cannot contain her excitement. Ling Yi offers a weak smile. Yes, I'm fine. Lu Jiahui kindly inquires, would you like to sit up and have some water? Ling Yi nods and Lu Jiahui helps her sit up, propping the pillow behind her. Holding the cup, she feels the warmth of the water, and Ling Yi gratefully smiles at Lu Jiahui. Thank you for speaking up for me and standing by me. Lu Jiahui blushes, waving her hand. No, I should be the one thanking you. You stood up for me as well. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Song and I'm Lu Jiahui. The two girls share a smile, and the atmosphere in the hospital room is as warm as the sunflowers adorning Ling Yi's bedside. From the leaked surveillance footage to the ensuing media frenzy, and finally to Xia Rong's ex-husband He Tai stepping forward to clarify that he is not of blood type B, Lu Jiahui recounts the entire sequence of events to Ling Yi. When discussing how the media condemned Xia Rong, Lu Jiahui becomes animated. However, her tone slows when she reaches He Tai's clarification, narrating cautiously while observing Ling Yi's expression, fearful of causing her distress. Throughout the narration, Ling Yi remains composed, her expression neutral. Song Yi, aren't you upset? Lu Jiahui can't help but ask. Ling Yi lowers her gaze and softly replies, what difference does it make whether he is my father or not? He has never been a part of my life, so it's not a loss. Song Yi. Lu Jiahui suddenly stands up, grasping her hand, speaking impulsively, let us get a paternity test. Ling Yi gazes at her in surprise. I don't believe Xia Rong is truly your mother. Lu Jiahui's expression is resolute. After the paternity test, sever ties with Xia Rong's family and seek out your real family. I believe they must love you dearly. Ling Yi looks at her, tears welling in her eyes. All right, Ling Yi nods, I promise you. Even the little system in her consciousness feels a swell of emotion, having been silently listening to the heartfelt exchange. With Ling Yi's affirmative response, Lu Jiahui beams with joy and bounces off to summon the medical staff for further examination. Watching her cheerful figure, Ling Yi smiles softly. A paternity test is certainly necessary, but it may not be so easy. After a prolonged slumber lasting a day and a night, Song Yi finally roused from her sleep. The online community buzzed with excitement, eager to share the news. Additionally, it was reported that Song Yi expressed her desire for a paternity test. Much like a pivotal episode in a gripping drama poised to unveil the truth, everyone awaited the unfolding developments with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. However, to their dismay, the key individual needed for the paternity test was nowhere to be found. Xia Rong had vanished, along with her precious son, Song Jieshi. Ling Yi reassured her, saying, it's all right, He Tai will come. Lu Jiahui murmured. It's not the same. Ling Yi understood her implication. The blood relationship between Xia Rong and herself was what the public was most concerned about. Yet, she could not divulge her plans to Lu Jiahui and merely replied, Jiahui, where there's a will, there's a way. Given Xia Rong's temperament, she would undoubtedly not give up easily and would likely haunt the hospital. However, Zhou Shua had already intervened. He would not allow Xia Rong to escalate matters further. Her disappearance was surely orchestrated by him. Meanwhile, the fervor online began to wane, as two astonishing entertainment news stories broke early that morning. Members of top-tier boy and girl bands were in romantic entanglements, and a renowned actor was embroiled in a scandal of infidelity, filling the trending search lists to the brim. Ling Yi had no doubt that this too was a ploy by Zhou Shua. This was certainly not the outcome she wished to see, nor was it what He Tai desired. Ever since he posted that clarifying video on Duel, He Tai had tasted the sweetness of online traffic. He had long been aware of the tremendous benefits of self-media, yet as a mere unlicensed taxi driver, he found it impossible to seize a piece of that lucrative pie. Thanks to Xia Rong and her adopted daughter, his video garnered over 1 million likes, and his follower count surpassed 100,000. Last night, he ventured into live streaming. Despite lacking engaging content or attractive hosts, a steady stream of viewers flocked to his channel, even showering him with gifts as long as he spoke about Xia Rong. Overnight, he earned what would have taken him months of arduous driving to accumulate. Naturally, he wished for the heat of this incident to endure indefinitely. In the afternoon, He Tai summoned several media outlets to the hospital. Upon encountering Ling Yi, he wept earnestly, lamenting how wonderful it would be if she were his daughter. Ling Yi had long recognized his shrewdness. He was a thoroughly pragmatic and self-serving individual. She played along, allowing a few tears to fall, stating, for over 20 years, I believed you were my father. Urgency was palpable. Results were to be obtained within 24 hours. Ling Yi even recorded a video to be posted on the largest media outlet's account, and the video, clad in a hospital gown, her frail figure evoked sympathy, her eyes reddened, and her voice choked as she addressed the camera. The little system cannot bear to watch any longer. Host, your T-skills surpass your hacking prowess. Such flattery was excessive, and Ling Yi's spirit chuckled. But what if Xiaorong never appeared? The little system sighed. Ling Yi too pondered this dilemma. Earlier, she had arranged for Ling Yi to stealthily infiltrate Xiaorong's home in search of DNA evidence. Regrettably, Zhou Shua's subordinates had arrived first, clearing out any items that might contain Xiaorong's DNA. The entire residence was left spotless, as if a top-notch cleaning service had been employed. One might think a renowned housekeeper had been summoned. Zhou Shua had indeed been meticulous in his considerations, however. His arrogance and hubris would likely lead him to overlook inconspicuous individuals. That a sly smile crept across Ling Yi's face. Though Jiehui had not pulled out Xiaorong's hair, someone else had. Who? The little system was perplexed. Chapter 13. A covert struggle. This is an era where speed is of the essence. Several media outlets operated with remarkable efficiency, producing and posting the video of Ling Yi and He Tai's tearful encounter in the hospital room within an hour. Within moments, the comments section overflowed with activity. I knew Xiaorong would flee. She is clearly guilty. Someone exclaimed. Did you see her expression when the paternity test was mentioned? She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Another chimed in, I don't even need a paternity test to know the answer. If Song Yi were truly her biological child, she would be flaunting it, eager to take the test 100 times to prove everyone wrong. Why must it be Xiaorong who provides proof? It is you who claim Song Yi is not her biological child. Those who assert must provide evidence. The comments supporting Xiaorong began to multiply. Had Xiaorong hired an online army? Or were they simply born with the same empathy as Xiaorong? Suddenly, amidst the bustling comments, a particularly striking message caught everyone's attention. An account named Xiao Fengzi commented, I have Xiaorong's hair. How can I contact Song Yi? I can provide it for a paternity test. What? Let us boost this comment so that Song Yi sees it. Is this for real? Do you really have Xiaorong's hair? How did you get it? Absurd. Do you have a habit of collecting hair? As someone familiar with paternity tests, I must remind you that hair must have the follicle attached to be usable for testing. The comments grew increasingly animated, with netizens upvoting Xiao Fengzi's message to the top. Can you explain how you obtained Xiaorong's hair? Did you sneak into her house to steal her comb? People let their imaginations run wild. Who is the original poster? I am dying to know. Keeping a close watch on the comment section, Lu Jiehui immediately noticed this comment and leaped from her seat. Someone has Xiaorong's hair. She excitedly informed Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as Lu Jiehui handed her the phone, pointing out the crucial comments. Unsure of how it came about, Lu Jiehui was beside herself with excitement, declaring, I'll contact her right away. Ling Yi contemplated for a moment, a look of sudden realization crossing her face as she said to Lu Jiehui, I think I know who she is. Lu Jiehui's eyes widened. Quick, tell me. This farce ultimately concluded with Xiaorong capitulating, as the Feng family's representatives threatened to break one of her precious son's legs. Ling Yi recounted the scene to Lu Jiehui. Lu Jiehui suddenly understood, so she must have secretly kept Xiaorong and Song Jieshi's hair, possibly intending to conduct a paternity test. Ling Yi smiled faintly. It seemed this would now facilitate their plans. Meanwhile, Zhou Shua's subordinates had also taken note of the comment in the section. The failure of their assassination attempt instilled in Zhou Shua an unprecedented sense of losing control. Throughout his life, he had always obtained what he desired and accomplished what he set out to do. He even believed that Lady Luck favored him. For the first time, his command went unfulfilled. He unleashed a torrent of anger upon Li Yiming. Not only had they failed to eliminate their target, but the hospital also became inexplicably vigilant, tightening security measures, rendering his alternate plan to create chaos and inflict harm impossible. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates that someone in the comments claimed to possess Xiaorong's DNA, Zhou Shua's expression darkened further. Trace the IP and identify the individual. Zhou Shua quickly pieced together the situation and coldly scoffed. Intercept her and destroy the evidence. I cannot allow Song Yi to obtain it. Even if this process resulted in a loss of life, he was confident his superior would protect him. However, just as he prepared to accelerate and pursue, his vehicle unexpectedly stalled, immobilizing him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a violent rear-end collision jolted him forward, and thanks to the timely deployment of airbags, his head and face were shielded. Dazed, his subordinate exited the vehicle. He sought alternate means to continue the pursuit but was seized by the aggrieved driver of the car that had collided with them. What's wrong with you? Stopping abruptly in the middle of the road. This is a new car. Realizing he could not escape immediately, his subordinate quickly contacted others to continue the interception at the hospital. We've encountered a minor mishap. Understood, Brother Xian. The subordinate's Bluetooth automatically connected to the vehicle, providing Ling Yi with a moment of reprieve upon hearing that Joshua's subordinate was still unwilling to give up. Ling Yi scoffed inwardly. Truly a diligent subordinate, Ling Yi obediently nodded as the two linked arms and descended the elevator. After waiting 5 minutes on the first floor, a petite girl hurriedly entered, pulling out a glimmering object. Chapter 14. Weak as a feather. As the individual brandished a dagger, Ling Yi's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Weak as a feather, in the blink of an eye, she focused her thoughts, channeling her inner strength to manifest an aura, and with a snap of her fingers, she accurately struck the assailant's chest. To her astonishment, the dagger did not pierce. The assailant crumpled to the ground, his face registering disbelief, yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not rise. His flimsy attire felt as heavy as a mountain. Pinning him down, bystanders gasped, witnessing the dagger in his hand, and retreated in panic. The assailant, devoid of any capacity to fight back, turned red-faced and struggled to breathe. Beginner tool, weak as a feather. Price, 1,000 points. Effect. The body is so frail that it cannot bear the weight of its own clothing. The small system gazed at the ever-increasing negative balance, its heart bleeding. These were precious items in our harem, attributes that numerous concubines yearned for. Yet the host casually tossed them to these villains without a flicker of hesitation. Ling Yi inquired, "Do you truly believe that being frail and delicate, unable to withstand a gust of wind, is a virtue?" The small system was momentarily at a loss for words. How could it not be? The emperor certainly favored such women. Ling Yi chuckled softly and retorted, "Do you think the emperor would appreciate being with someone like you?" "Of course not," the small system stubbornly replied. "But that is different." Ling Yi regarded the grotesque figure of the villain on the ground, whose pallor was unseemly and whose posture was comical, and softly remarked, "Tuanzi, one day you will come to understand." The security guards effortlessly escorted the villain away and reported to the authorities. Ling Yi gently patted her back, offering comfort. "He appears to be mentally disturbed." Indeed, that man, lying on the ground and struggling desperately despite having nothing on him, truly resembled someone unwell. "It's all right, your safety is paramount." Ling Yi waved her hand. The labels above were meticulously affixed, one belonging to Xia Rong and the other to Song Jieshi. She solemnly handed these two bags to Ling Yi. Seemingly having made a significant decision, Liu Jiehui suddenly recalled something and asked with concern, "Now that you've given us the items, will Song Jieshi blame you?" And Xia Rong that Liu Jiehui was taken aback, but upon further reflection, she felt a surge of joy and smote her thigh, exclaiming, "Yes, they should break up. A fortunate girl should not enter a family devoid of fortune. Song Jieshi, that mama's boy, is certainly not a suitable match, especially considering the eccentricity of a mother-in-law like Xia Rong." Borrowing pens and books, passing along tests and assignments, the two gradually became acquainted. "Do you like me?" Song Jieshi asked. She inquired about his reasoning, hoping for his honesty, to which he replied, "I feel that long-distance relationships lack meaning. My dormitory brothers spend every day with their girlfriends, attending classes and dining together." He paused, "And even booking rooms. As for me, I have nothing. It feels as though I am raising an electronic pet." She rented a room near Song Jieshi's school, inviting him to visit. After all, it was merely in a neighboring province. "Not far at all. Don't you wish to see me often, darling?" "My brothers are all with their girlfriends every day." Song Jieshi sighed, embracing her tightly from behind, pleading, "I envy them so much. I miss you dearly." With time, Song Jieshi became increasingly reluctant to employ protection, repeating the same old excuses, stating that his friends did not use protection either and had encountered no issues. "Disagree? Others' girlfriends consent. Do you not love me?" Thus, she became pregnant. This finally aroused her mother's suspicions, who dragged her to the hospital for an examination. When his mother found herself surrounded by a crowd, the situation looking dire, he merely shrank into a corner, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Such a person, unwilling to protect even his own mother, how could she expect him to safeguard her? Furthermore, with a mother-in-law like Xia Rong, she truly dared not engage. If she dared to sell her daughter now, she would surely sell her daughter-in-law and granddaughter in the future. Ling Yi grasped her hand, and though he was the younger brother she had watched grow, she was not mistaken. Marrying him would only render her his new mother. "What?" Liu Jiehui exclaimed in astonishment. "Why?" Liu Jiehui was so furious she nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "Bah! What kind of nonsense is that? You are a person, a living, breathing individual. You have the right to make decisions about your own body." However, the arrogant Joshua perhaps forgot that a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. Yet Ling Yi understood that every minute cog plays a critical role in the machinery of fate. "Rest assured and proceed with the surgery. I will take care of everything else." Chapter 15. The appraisal results. "Mr. Zhou, the young Zhou from the group is looking for you." After a secretary clad in a black suit entered and respectfully reported to the man seated at the desk, Zhou Yu lifted his head, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His demeanor was gentle, refined, and elegant. He inquired mildly, "Is it my nephew?" "Yes, Mr. Zhou, it seems he has matters to discuss with you." Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. His proud nephew. Zhou Shua, the greatest victor in their family's power struggles, had always looked down upon them, the perceived failures. What could Zhou Shua want from him? You see, Zhou Shua did not even possess his private number. Nor did he bother to inquire. He directly called the company, simple and efficient. He evidently wished to avoid any personal connection. Zhou Yu smiled non-committally and said, "Connect him in." He answered the phone, speaking in a flat tone. "Hello, this is Zhou Yu." Uncle, though the voice on the other end addressed him affectionately, it was cold and devoid of warmth. "You should have received several DNA samples today." "Right, I need you to adjust the test results." Zhou Yu felt amused. "Zhou Shua, this is my own company, not a subsidiary of your group." Zhou Shua grew impatient with his lack of decorum. "Uncle, what difference does it make? If I wished, I could easily acquire your company with a mere flick of my finger." Zhou Yu had to concede that he was correct. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What samples?" "There are 2 samples belonging to Song Yi and Xia Rong. I want the paternity report to indicate that they are biological mother and daughter. Additionally, there is a sample from Song Jieshi, which needs to show that he and Song Yi are half-siblings." "Zhou Shua, I also read the news. These individuals have recently captured the public's attention, and if the forgery is exposed, both my company's reputation and my personal standing could be irrevocably damaged." Zhou Yu clenched the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging from the strain. "Uncle, with me around, such a thing will not happen." Zhou Shua replied without hesitation, saying that once the matter was resolved, he would invest 5 times the assets into his company. Upon hearing the last statement, Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "It is a deal. Uncle is quite understanding." Zhou Shua's words carried a hint of amusement. "No wonder the elder praised you the most among your generation." Zhou Yu did not respond and directly hung up the call. Indeed, his father had originally held the highest hopes for him. However, a tragic accident 5 years prior had stripped him of his chance to compete. Zhou Yu rose and walked to the window, at that moment revealing that despite his outwardly elegant appearance, he walked with a pronounced limp, which was rather comical. The heir of the Zhou group could not be such an eyesore. Zhou Yu chuckled at his own misfortune. As he gazed out at the towering Huanyu building in the distance, a fire ignited in his eyes. Last night, Zhou Yu received an email. It turned out that the car accident 5 years ago was not an accident at all, but a meticulously orchestrated disaster by Zhou Shu, meant to eliminate Zhou Yu from the competition. Evidence of Zhou Shua hiring a hitman along with recordings from that time were laid out clearly in the email. The sender remarked, "Are you content to remain at this small medical testing company for the rest of your life? Zhou Yu, I know your ambition has never waned, merely buried deep. This company, ostensibly engaged in medical testing services, is secretly researching bodily restoration. Regrettably, progress is slowed at this rate. You may never walk normally in your lifetime. But if you cooperate with me, I can give you what you desire most. You seek revenge, desire the Zhou family, and crave health. Is that not so? Zhou Yu, you truly are quite greedy. Since you are aware, do not make grandiose claims." Zhou Yu laughed in despair. The other party, however, stated, "You are fortunate. I can make it happen." Zhou Yu suddenly sat up straight. The voice on the other end was chillingly devoid of emotion, as if it were AI reading lines without a hint of feeling. "Zhou Shua will have you alter the conclusions of 2 paternity reports. You will superficially agree with him, but in reality, you will comply with the truth and submit the reports as they are." Zhou Yu consented without further inquiry. Yet his heart brimmed with confusion. What connection could the paternity reports have with Zhou Shua? Zhou Shua was notoriously stringent about his private life. Although there had been a few tabloid rumors involving starlets over the years, there had been no reports of any unplanned pregnancies. Moreover, Zhou Shua was currently engaged to a young lady from a prestigious family, the Ling family, a match made in heaven, appearing deeply affectionate in public. How could Zhou Shua allow for any mishaps? Unexpectedly, today, the secretary excitedly reported that the recent hot topic on social media, the victim of gender discrimination, Song Yi, had chosen their company for her paternity test, presenting a perfect opportunity for marketing and enhancing brand visibility. And that instant, Zhou Yu felt a premonition. If Zhou Shua sought him out, it was surely related to Song Yi. Sure enough, Zhou Shua called, requesting that he tamper with Song Yi's paternity report. But why? Zhou Yu instructed his secretary to investigate Song Yi's background, discovering no connection whatsoever with Zhou Shua. To be prudent, he confirmed that his company had not been infiltrated by Zhou Shua. After the paternity report was generated, Zhou Yu personally scrutinized it. Following DNA analysis, it was determined that there was no familial relationship between Xiaorong and Song Yi, thereby ruling out Xiaorong as Song Yi's biological mother. The results indicated non-parentage. After confirming the authenticity of the results, Zhou Yu handed the report to his secretary, stating, "Release the news pretending it was a staff leak." Zhou Shua will undoubtedly be furious, but Zhou Yu found himself powerless, as the report had been leaked before he could alter it. Although he was unaware of Zhou Shua's motives for wanting to amend the report, it was indeed satisfying to add a bit of obstruction to Zhou Shua's otherwise smooth-sailing endeavors. Zhou Yu genuinely did not covet Zhou Shua's investment. Not only does he seek to provoke Zhou Shu, but he also desires revenge to add fuel to the fire, making the flames burn even brighter. After the revelation of the paternity test results indicating that Song Yi and Xiaorong are not biologically related, it felt as though a long-awaited update from an author, who had been incessantly urged to continue, had finally arrived, leaving the audience immensely satisfied. Many expressed their astonishment and exhilaration in the comments below the sensational post. "Wow, they really aren't related. How delightful! Just yesterday I argued for 2 hours with someone who insisted that their resemblance was undeniable. Come on, just because you've skimmed a few pages of the I Ching doesn't mean you can pretend to be an expert." Now the question arises, why was Song Yi raised by Xiaorong? According to Hitai, Xiaorong was indeed pregnant back then, so where did her biological child disappear to? Logically, one might wonder if the child had passed away, leading Xiaorong to adopt a girl of the same age. Given Xiaorong's blatant preference for sons, would she truly have the benevolence to adopt another family's daughter? It would be more believable to claim I am the mayor of City N. This reminds me of the stories I've read about switched-at-birth children. Could it be that Xiaorong swapped her own child with someone else's? That seems a bit too melodramatic. Upon receiving the report, Ling Yi immediately rushed to the police station. "Hello, I would like to report a case. I suspect I am a child trafficked by human smugglers. Please assist me in locating my real family." Her voice was filled with sincerity, and tears welled in her eyes. "Good child, you have suffered these years," said the policewoman, holding Ling Yi's hand, her own eyes moistening. The officers present were all touched, having followed this societal issue closely. Now the truth was laid bare before them. Assisting abducted individuals in finding their families was a duty they could not shirk. Chapter 16. Disoriented Ruochen, what has been troubling you lately? You seem off your game. As the final note faded, Wang Miao sighed. Ling Ruochen was her prize student, having begun piano lessons with her at the tender age of 9. At that time, Wang Miao was a pioneering pianist newly returned to the country. Initially hesitant to accept disciples, however, the Ling family's earnestness and their status as a prominent household, coupled with Ling Ruochen's innate talent, softened Wang Miao's resolve. Thus, Ling Ruochen became Wang Miao's first pupil. Yet, as her dedicated teacher for so many years, Wang Miao was acutely aware that Ling Ruochen's acclaim was somewhat misplaced. A daughter of a wealthy family, a paragon of grace, Zhou Shua's fiancé, these titles cast a dazzling aura over her, obscuring her professional shortcomings. Thus, when Ling Ruochen announced her intention to hold a personal concert, Wang Miao devoted herself to helping her practice, hoping she would present her best self, rectify her flaws, and achieve perfection. However, after a week of practice, Wang Miao noticed Ling Ruochen was utterly distracted. She committed numerous elementary mistakes, some of which even the elementary students she was currently mentoring would not make. Wang Miao felt a deep sense of disappointment, refraining from expressing it directly, instead offering gentle reminders. "Teacher," Ling Ruochen lifted her gaze, her fingers trembling slightly over the black and white keys. "I think perhaps the pressure is just too much." Wang Miao scrutinized her beloved student, realizing with alarm how haggard she appeared. Her dark circles were unmasked even by foundation, her once bright eyes now dimmed, with blood vessels creeping into the whites. A pang of sympathy struck Wang Miao as she declared, "Let's take a break today." Yet, she remained puzzled. After countless performances since childhood, Ruochen was not one to succumb to such psychological frailty. Could it be that she was facing troubles in her love life? The Ling and Zhou families, one in materials and the other in real estate, formed a formidable alliance. Initially, their acquaintance had not been particularly pleasant. The prospect of arranged marriage naturally elicited resistance from the youth, especially someone like Ling Ruochen, who was never short of admirers, and Zhou Shua, the arrogant and domineering CEO. Fortunately, their playful bickering eventually blossomed into affection. Despite Zhou Shua's ex, the popular actress Chang Zijing, persistently entangling him, the two ultimately dispelled misunderstandings and confessed their feelings, becoming a couple. With the backing of both families, they swiftly became engaged. Their engagement was widely reported, with Zhou Shua presenting Ling Ruochen with a 12-carat heart-shaped pink diamond, while she donned a high-fashion gown worth 7 figures. Surrounded by 20,000 roses, hyacinths, and tulips imported from the Netherlands, an exquisite sight to behold. Their union was a match made in heaven, had the story concluded here. It would have been a fairy tale ending, with the prince and princess living blissfully ever after. However, life continued, and it was evident that Ling Ruochan was beset by troubles. Ruochan, is there anything troubling you that you might confide in your teacher? Wang Miao kindly inquired. Ling Ruochan averted her gaze, her head bowed in evasion. Nothing, teacher, I'm just worried about the concert. Wang Miao did not press further, nodding in understanding. Ling Ruochan mentioned needing to organize her sheet music, and Wang Miao stepped out of the practice room. As she reached the front desk of the studio, she checked her mail for the day, and Xiao Wen, the receptionist, had been holding in her excitement all morning. Sister Miao, there's new progress in the Song Yi situation. Wang Miao slowed her unwrapping of the package, keenly interested in the unfolding news. They just confirmed yesterday that she and Xiaorong are not biologically related. Is there already more information today? Did Xiaorong make an appearance? Xiao Wen shook her phone, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiaorong is still hiding, but there's a police report. What? Wang Miao discarded the package in her hand, snatching the phone from Xiao Wen to read the report. She recited the details from the official announcement. Recently, a middle-aged woman caused a disturbance at a hospital, attempting to exchange her daughter for a son's betrothal gifts, resulting in negative social repercussions. Following authentication by an officially authorized medical testing institution, it has been confirmed that Xiaorong and Song Yi are not biologically related. The parties involved reported to the authorities the same day, and the possibility of abduction cannot be ruled out. The police will treat this case with utmost seriousness, seeking truth and justice for the parties involved. After finishing the report, Wang Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the sound of paper rustling behind her. Both she and Xiao Wen turned to see Ling Ruochan standing at the door, her face pale and her eyes vacant, her sheet music scattered across the floor. Wang Miao, puzzled, approached and gently placed a hand on Ling Ruochan's shoulder, asking Ruochan, why do you look so lost? Ling Ruochan shrugged off her hand, disregarding the sheet music strewn about, and fled like the wind, her back fleeing in terror as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Why? Why is it that just as she reaches the pinnacle of happiness, fate delivers such a devastating blow? What on earth did she do wrong that a week prior, Ling Ruochan had ventured out alone, intending to select a gift for her fiancé, Zhou Sha? Immersed in sweetness, she remained blissfully unaware that someone was stealthily following her. Upon entering the mall restroom, a weathered woman suddenly emerged from behind her. This woman was none other than Xiaorong. Xiaorong cornered her in the restroom, claiming that she was her biological mother. Initially, Ling Ruochan refused to believe it, convinced that the woman was mentally unstable and harassing her. Just as she prepared to call for security, Xiaorong produced a photograph that left Ling Ruochan frozen. Her cry for help caught in her throat. The image was of Song Yi, and in her youth she bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Ruochan's mother, Ling Fong Shu. At that moment, Ling Ruochan felt as though her heart had stopped. Xiaorong then presented further evidence, including records of their births at the same public hospital, revealing that Song Yi and Ling Ruochan shared the same birthday. Ling Ruochan's mind became a muddle, as she grappled with the revelation that she was not the Ling family's precious daughter. Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren were not her parents. This coarse, greedy woman was. If her parents learned the truth, would they still want her? If Zhou Shua discovered it, would he still love her? Trembling, Ling Ruochan transferred money to Xiaorong. Satisfied, Xiaorong assured her that they would keep in touch. Ling Ruochan understood that Xiaorong would not relent. She would continuously demand money from her, but that was acceptable. She was the Ling family's heiress, cherished by her parents, with ample funds at her disposal. Moreover, as Zhou Shua's fiancé, he had promised not to impose a prenuptial agreement. Money was the one thing she lacked the least. Even if Xiaorong were insatiable, she could use her wealth to continuously appease her. Besides, Xiaorong was merely an unsophisticated woman. $1 million could seem substantial to Xiaorong, but it was merely the cost of one of Ling Ruochan's handbags. After a day of turmoil, Ling Ruochan quickly realized her course of action and resolved to bury this secret under a mountain of money. She felt a slight sense of relief, however. She never anticipated that Xiaorong, insatiable as a glutton, upon receiving the 1 million she had given her, would seek to marry off Song Yi for even greater betrothal gifts. Consequently, the matter exploded on social media, becoming common knowledge. That foolish Xiaorong even carelessly revealed that Song Yi's blood type differed from the entire family, leading to the inevitable paternity test and a twist of fate. Song Yi opted to report the matter to the police in search of her true family. Ling Ruochan curled up tightly, clutching herself. In the sweltering summer heat, she felt an icy chill permeate her bones. trembling uncontrollably if the police came knocking. She would lose her status as the Ling family's sole heiress and the right to marry Zhou Shua. She could hardly fathom how society, the media, and the elite circles would condemn her as an interloper, mockingly labeling her a fallen phoenix. How would Zhou Shua perceive her true, unsavory identity? Ding-dong. It was Ling Ruochuan, fragile and tense, who sensitively heard the doorbell ringing from downstairs in the villa. A shiver ran through her. No, please, not the police. Oh heavens, I beseech you. Chapter 17. The perfect dream. Ling Ruochuan shrank back as she slipped out of bed, silently making her way to the top of the staircase on the second floor. Peering down, the family's housekeeper, Wang Ma, had opened the door, revealing two familiar figures. For over 20 years, her parents, Fang Haoran and Ling Fengshu, had cherished her like a precious gem. Not the police. Ling Ruochuan let out a sigh of relief, but soon her anxiety returned. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. From downstairs came Wang Ma's voice, filled with surprise. Ling Ruochuan finally regained a semblance of clarity. Wang Ma had been with the Ling family for 30 years. Her thoughts were now perfectly rational. As the president and chairman of the Ling Corporation, Ling Fengshu was an astute and capable business elite, a master negotiator who often triumphed unexpectedly. Her negotiations typically concluded well before the deadline, never dragging on to the last moment. Ling Fengshu smiled brightly, saying, Wang Ma, there's no need for a grand feast. I just want a bowl of your signature tomato soup noodles. I truly cannot stomach the dishes from a country. It is my honor that Madam thinks highly of my culinary skills. I shall prepare it for you immediately. Wang Ma replied. Fang Haoran, smiling gently beside her, added, Wang Ma, just make me a bowl of the same. Ling Ruochuan, who was peering from upstairs, felt a tightening in her chest as she scrutinized her parents' expressions. Not daring to blink, thankfully, there was no sign of anything unusual on Fang Haoran and Ling Fengshu's faces. Ling Fengshu naturally suggested, oh, let Ruochuan come down to join us. Her father and I have brought her gifts. Seeing that her parents displayed no hint of abnormality, Ling Ruochuan wiped away the traces of tears on her face, tidied her appearance, and made her way downstairs as normally as she could. She feigned surprise, rushing down to tightly embrace Ling Fengshu, acting coyly in her arms. It's not just my brilliance, but the people of a country cannot match me. They brought out the contract. Pleading for my signature. Ling Fengshu spoke. She took the gifts intended for her daughter from Fang Haoran. Here, these are for you. The latest handbag from G brand and the most fashionable diamond necklace from V brand. As Ling Ruochuan accepted these gifts, her eyes unknowingly brimmed with tears. She absolutely did not want to lose all of this. The love of her parents, she would never return it to another. Her tears rendered Ling Fengshu and Fang Haoran momentarily speechless. Fang Haoran quickly asked, what's wrong, little princess? Don't cry. Why are you still sobbing at this age? Ling Fengshu, both amused and exasperated, remarked, is it really necessary to be so moved every time we bring gifts? Ling Ruochuan shook her head, her voice trembling, it's just that I suddenly feel so happy. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. The couple, inexplicably touched, embraced one another, creating an atmosphere of profound warmth. Wang Ma, intending to inquire about what the young lady would like to eat, observed the scene and with a knowing smile discreetly withdrew, not wishing to intrude. This delightful ambience persisted throughout the night. After dinner, Ling Ruochuan accompanied her parents to watch a comedy film, the room filled with Ling Fengshu's hearty laughter. Time, if only it could freeze on this night, how wonderful it would be, Ling Ruochuan mused silently. After much hesitation, she finally dialed Zhou Shua's number. Zhou Shua was busy. If she didn't reach out to him, he seldom contacted her. But now she needed his assistance. Hello, Ruochuan. The slightly fatigued voice on the other end was Zhou Shua's. Zhou Shua. Upon hearing his voice, Ling Ruochuan felt a lump in her throat. Are you still working late? Zhou Shua's voice was magnetic with a hint of huskiness. Yes, things have been quite hectic lately. I miss you. She couldn't help but say that I miss you too. Zhou Shua's tone softened. If you miss me, why not come find me? I want to come see you, but recently there's a bit of trouble that I'm not sure how to start. Ling Ruochuan steeled herself and continued, have you seen the trending news? There's a girl named Song Yi looking for her family. She's not a good person. And I have some conflicts with her. I wonder if you have any connections at the police station. Could you possibly suppress this matter? Just tell her that they couldn't find her parents. There aren't sufficient leads. Zhou Shua listened quietly to her clumsy fabrications, not interrupting or questioning. After she finished, he replied calmly, this minor issue, I will arrange it immediately. Ling Ruochuan did not expect Zhou Shua to agree so easily. Her anxious heart finally at ease, her voice turning sweet as she felt playful. Zhou Shua, let us meet tomorrow at our usual place. Zhou Shua responded with a smile. After exchanging sweet nothings, Ling Ruochuan hung up the phone blissfully. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Shua was already aware that Xia Rong was seeking her out and using her background to threaten her. As a domineering CEO, Zhou Shua's possessiveness over his fiancé was almost obsessive. It was no surprise that such male leads were immensely popular. Ling Ruochuan's account expenditures, bank statements, incoming and outgoing calls were all monitored by Zhou Shua. Unbeknownst to her. When he noticed the transfer of 1 million in Ling Ruochuan's account, he promptly ordered an investigation into the recipient, Xia Rong. Efficiently, he uncovered that Xia Rong had a daughter born on the same day, in the same hospital as Ling Ruochuan. After verifying the hospital records from that year, Zhou Shua comprehended the situation's intricacies. He erased the hospital's records and decisively resolved to silence Song Yi. He dispatched an assassin. Had it not been for Song Yi's fortuitous arrival in this dimension, Zhou Shua might have succeeded in his plan. Should Song Yi perish, the secret would remain forever buried. That night, Ling Ruochuan had a beautiful dream. In her dream, Song Yi never appeared in the news headlines, nor did she report her search for family. She remained the sole young lady and heiress of the Ling family, seamlessly marrying Zhou Shua. The dream culminated in a lavish and romantic wedding, where she donned a wedding gown adorned with 20,000 premium crystals, walking towards the handsome, smiling Zhou Shua, enveloped in the blessings of her parents and esteemed guests. Radiating happiness when Ling Ruochuan awoke in the morning, she still lingered in the enchanting dreamscape. Lightly, she descended the stairs, her mood buoyant for the first time in ages, for had she not entrusted the matter concerning Song Yi to Zhou Shua? Surely he would resolve it to her satisfaction. Her fiancé was such a formidable and perfect man, her lifelong support. Everything would be as flawless as in her dream. Chapter 18. The country girl enters the city just as Ling Ruochuan had hoped. The police investigation was indeed fraught with difficulties. Based on the birth certificate of Song Yi, they located the hospital where she was born, intending to retrieve the records of all female infants born on that day. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that all such records had mysteriously vanished. This was a setup that Zhou Shua had orchestrated long before Ling Yi arrived in this dimension. Given the technological limitations of the time, records were maintained on paper. As the digital age commenced, hospitals began transitioning to electronic databases, retroactively inputting information from the paper records. Zhou Shua not only ordered the deletion of the electronic database records but also ensured that the physical documents were completely destroyed. He made it appear as though the archival management had been negligent and that the electronic database had suffered a viral attack. Moreover, Zhou Shua astutely considered that if only the records from the day of Song Yi's birth were missing, it would raise suspicions of deliberate concealment. Thus, he cleverly opted to have all records from that entire year destroyed, making it appear as an unfortunate accident. The police investigation was momentarily stalled after 3 days of waiting. With no results in sight, the little system, more anxious than Ling Yi, repeatedly urged, "Host, you are a master hacker. You can definitely restore the hospital database. Please help them." Ling Yi, however, was leisurely completing her discharge procedures at the hospital. By all accounts, she had suffered severe injuries and should have remained hospitalized for at least 10 to 15 days. Yet even the doctors had to admit that her recovery was astonishingly swift, meeting the discharge criteria. The doctors were greatly astonished, and Ling Yi sighed lightly. "Perhaps it's because I've finally released the burdens on my heart, and my body has healed as a result." The doctors felt awkward saying anything further, and upon reflection, they agreed that one's emotional state could significantly impact physical health. Moreover, considering the girl's unfortunate circumstances, Ling Yi expressed a desire to leave the hospital to search for her true family. Prompting the doctor to discharge her at the hospital entrance, Ling Yi bid a fond farewell to Lu Jiehui, exchanging contact information. The two had become friends over the past few days. Although Ling Yi had long since recovered, she refrained from appearing too vigorous in front of Lu Jiehui, thus quietly accepting her care. Of course, she intended to repay this kindness. She had initially thought to treat Lu Jiehui to a meal, but Lu Jiehui had already exceeded her leave from school by a day. "Eating can always wait." Lu Jiehui laughed. "And now that we've just been discharged, our food options are limited. We can only have something light. It wouldn't be satisfying. Next time you must take me out for a seafood feast." "All right, it's a deal." "A seafood feast," Ling Yi replied, pleased with her friend's straightforwardness. With that, they parted ways. In the depths of her consciousness, the little system continued to chatter incessantly. "Host, when will you help the police restore the database?" "I have no intention of restoring the database." Ling Yi strolled along the sunlit boulevard, squinting her eyes in sheer contentment. "Why?" Tuanzi exclaimed, leaping up in alarm. "If the police can't solve the case, how can we restore our true identity as the legitimate daughter?" The leak of the hospital's surveillance footage and the malfunction of her subordinate's vehicle, If such incidents were to occur too frequently, it might alert Zhou Shua to the fact that one of his adversaries was a hacker expert. If data that was supposedly obliterated by Zhou Shua were to inexplicably resurface, it would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Let us not forget, he is a favored child of destiny, an entity endowed with exceptional intelligence in this realm. Ling Yi relished the moment spent eavesdropping on his every word and action. Should he become aware of the hacker's existence, she might lose this delightful pastime. Although Ling Yi possessed formidable confidence, believing no one's skills could surpass hers, she had no desire to reveal any of her cards. Moreover, just as she and Lu Jiehui indulged in takeout at the hospital every day, which was delightful yet ultimately tiresome, she felt the same way. Growing weary, Ling Yi entered a bubble tea shop and purchased a cup of taro boba milk tea. Savoring a sip that greeted her with a delightful burst of boba, adding a twist to her game with Zhou Shua however, restoring the database is the quickest method, Tuanzi pouted. Ling Yi smiled warmly. Patience is a virtue. She turned and entered a nearby flower shop, admiring a bouquet of calla lilies and inhaling the fragrance of a solitary lily. The little system couldn't help but chuckle internally. Although the host was a formidable figure, she appeared like a rustic girl visiting the city, marveling at everything with wide-eyed wonder. After selecting a pristine bouquet of freesia, Ling Yi made her purchase and gracefully exited. Easily shaking off the pursuer sent by Zhou Shua, she arrived at a serene park, leaving the bouquet on a bench before departing without a backward glance. The little system was utterly perplexed, wondering why she would discard her recent purchase. Unbeknownst to the system, devoid of an omniscient perspective, as soon as Ling Yi left, a familiar figure appeared to retrieve the flowers, a figure that had already fallen under Ling Yi's command, Li Lingyu. She grasped the flowers Ling Yi had left behind, inhaling their fragrance with a sense of awe. Half an hour prior, she had received a message from her enigmatic employer, instructing her to arrive at the west entrance of Baiha Park to collect a bouquet of white freesia, along with a clear explanation of its intended purpose. Upon grasping the significance of the flowers, Li Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. She began to speculate about the identity of her mysterious employer, suspecting them to be a master in the field of biochemistry, perhaps even a global leader in the discipline. True to her employer's assertions, the formidable Li Yiming, whose influence permeated every corner of N City, had yet to uncover a trace of her whereabouts. Regardless of the true identity of her employer, Li Lingyu felt a long-lost sense of security. Embracing the flowers, she boarded bus 402. The vehicle was somewhat crowded, filled with weary commuters returning from work, yet upon catching a whiff of the freesia's fragrance, they couldn't help but feel invigorated. Such a sweet aroma. It was as if their fatigue dissipated slightly. Gazing out at the passing scenery, to the onlookers, she appeared as a carefree college student, cradling a bouquet gifted by a suitor, lost in the bliss of youthful romance. Yet, in reality, Li Lingyu's peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to the crowd boarding the bus. Not a second of vigilance was spared. Finally, her eyes lit up. Her target had appeared. Chapter 19. Freesia. Among the new passengers boarding the bus were men and women, young and old. Li Lingyu's focus was on a middle-aged woman. The woman bore signs of fatigue, with strands of silver threading through her hair, and a serious expression gracing her features, the lingering scent of antiseptic from the hospital clinging to her. This middle-aged lady was named Zhong Lan, the head nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the Second People's Hospital. Upon stepping onto the bus, Zhong Lan was greeted by a refreshing fragrance that was truly invigorating. A delicate young girl sat nearby. Cradling a vibrant bouquet of flowers, Zhong Lan smiled knowingly. She too had a daughter around the same age. Youth was indeed a splendid thing. She maneuvered through the crowd to the middle of the bus, standing directly in front of the flower-bearing girl. The girl glanced at her, hesitated momentarily, then stood to offer her seat, saying, "Please take a seat." Zhong Lan quickly waved her hands. No, I only have a few stops. Auntie, you look like you've had a long day at work. Please sit. I've been seated all day, the girl replied with a warm smile. Touched by her sincerity, Zhong Lan felt she could not continue to decline, especially as her own legs ached. Gratefully, she returned the girl's smile. "Thank you, dear. You're welcome." Noticing the bouquet appeared rather heavy, Zhong Lan kindly suggested, "Young lady, may I hold the flowers for you?" The girl beamed. "You're so kind, Auntie." She passed the bouquet to Zhong Lan. As Zhong Lan held the flowers, their fragrance intensified beautifully. This scent. It seemed oddly familiar. Where had she encountered it before? Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhong Lan inquired, "Young lady, what kind of flowers are these?" "They're exquisite freesia." Zhong Lan recalled a wealthy family that had given birth at the Second People's Hospital over 20 years ago. It was said that the mother had been born in that very hospital, which is why, despite the hospital's lesser facilities compared to expensive private ones, the family chose to place their trust in it. Eager to continue this connection on that day, the inexperienced young nurse Zhonglan had been taken aback upon entering the maternity ward. The room had transformed into a sea of flowers, countless blooms filling the space, their vibrant petals and intoxicating fragrance overwhelming her senses. The mother, radiant with joy, gazed deeply into her husband's eyes. He had arranged the flowers as a surprise to reward her for her hard work, filling the room while she slept so that upon waking, she would find herself amidst a floral paradise. Those flowers had been freesia. Young nurse Zhonglan had felt as if she were dreaming. Astonished that such romantic gestures existed in the world, she had wandered to another ordinary maternity room, where discussions buzzed about the wealthy Ling family distributing red envelopes in celebration of their daughter's birth. Unable to resist, Zhonglan had shared the story of the flower-filled room, eliciting gasps and envy from the women present, while the men reacted variously, some declaring they would buy a bouquet immediately, others lamenting their own financial constraints. One particular bed caught Zhonglan's attention, unlike the others where mothers had their husbands or family by their side. This bed was solitary. Feeling a surge of compassion, she approached bed number 4, intending to offer a few comforting words, only to find the occupant's face contorted in anguish, gripping the sheets tightly, her eyes filled with hatred. The sight startled the naive Zhonglan, leaving her at a loss for words as she turned to leave Frisia. Zhonglan had long forgotten the events of Xiaorong's delivery, yet the scent lingered in her memory. Frisia was Ling Fengshu's favorite flower. On the day she successfully delivered her precious daughter, her husband, Feng Haoren, had filled the room with Frisia to elicit a smile from her. The intoxicating fragrance had left a profound impression on young nurse Zhonglan. However, as time passed, amid the hustle and bustle of work and family life, she had unknowingly buried those romantic memories deep within her mind, never to revisit them. When Xiaorong's face had surfaced in trending news, Zhonglan had regarded her as a stranger. Even when the police arrived to investigate the circumstances surrounding Xiaorong's delivery, Zhonglan had failed to recall any clues, nor had she thought of the Ling family, until this bouquet of Frisia had unequivocally unlocked the door to her memories. Xiaorong was indeed that occupant of bed 4. Awakened by this realization, Zhonglan hurriedly extracted her phone to call the police. The recent inexplicable loss of hospital records had left the doctors and nurses from that time at a loss for leads, much to the police's dismay. Suddenly recollecting the past, Zhonglan was filled with excitement. She spoke nearly incoherently on the phone, her words tumbling over one another, yet the police understood her urgency. They were thrilled. Xiaorong's palpable resentment indicated she was a prime suspect. The Ling family. Ling Fengshu. This was a promising lead. After hanging up, Zhonglan lifted her gaze only to discover she had missed her stop. The owner of the flowers, the girl, had vanished without a trace. What a coincidence! Now she was both awed by her employer's scheme and filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Scent is the most unique of the 5 senses. It can directly reach the amygdala and hippocampus in the brain, while other senses such as sight and touch must take a circuitous route. Thus, scent is the most potent trigger for memory and emotion. Things forgotten can resurface with a familiar fragrance. It serves as an invisible key, capable of unlocking sealed memories. Even for Ling Yi, who had become a killer with a heart as cold as iron, the scent of osmanthus from her childhood could evoke memories of her loving grandparents. Leaving her momentarily lost in thought. To be truthful, she longed to inhale that osmanthus scent once more. Having successfully completed her task, she hoped her employer would indulge this wish. Ling Yi hummed a tune as she departed, her shadow elongated by the setting sun. Chapter 20. The masses path. Ling Yi spent a night at the hotel, indulging in a plethora of delectable takeout, spicy chicken feet, braised pig trotters, and spicy duck necks, among others, all while immersed in gaming, thoroughly enjoying herself. The little system felt a twinge of imbalance within. It had finally finished a hefty tome, yet it was still a staggering distance away from the lofty goals set by its host. With a sense of grievance, it inquired, "Dear host, why do you not engage in learning?" Ling Yi tossed the gnawed chicken claw into the trash bin and replied, "By the time I was immersed in my studies, you had yet to be born." However, she added nonchalantly, "Learning knows no bounds." To which she remarked, "I am retired now. It is time to indulge in pleasures." Retired? The little system expressed deep skepticism, being merely a 3-year-old juvenile system. It was both naive and enthusiastic about work, having never even considered the notion of retirement. It hurriedly consulted the system work regulations, and to its astonishment discovered a shocking revelation. Article 109, Regulations regarding the retirement of taskers. A tasker is considered eligible for retirement upon meeting any 2 of the following conditions. 1. Completion of 99 B-level missions. 2. Completion of 66 A-level missions. 3. Accumulation of 10 million points. Clearly, those who satisfy any two of these conditions are undoubtedly formidable figures. The little system's perception of its host as a powerhouse deepened, and it resolved to argue less with her in the future, despite the host's extraordinarily good temper, which allowed her to remain unfazed by the little system's incessant chatter and smile amiably. It felt that she had unwittingly indulged it after silently resolving to amend its ways. The little system glanced once more at the retirement regulations, only to be further disheartened. Article 110, Regulations regarding system retirement. A system is considered eligible for retirement upon satisfying all three of the following conditions. 1. Achieving S-level performance for consecutive 10 years. 2. At accumulating 100 million points. 3. Reaching level 10 in AI intelligence awakening. The first two conditions were already exceedingly stringent, and the little system realized that it would require the experience of hundreds of dimensions to meet them. As for the third condition, it was utterly perplexed. What was AI intelligence awakening? It had never even heard of such a term. With a heavy heart, the little system closed the system work regulations. The notion of retirement seemed an eternity away and best left unconsidered for now. The following morning, Ling Yi received a call from the police, requesting her presence at the station. The little system was elated, believing that the case must have progressed, and that the police had located the Ling family. However, Ling Yi was less optimistic. She explained to the little system, Joshua did not use his phone at all last night. So we have no leads. The little system was puzzled. Doesn't that mean Joshua didn't contact anyone or send his underlings to commit any wrongdoing? Ling Yi shook her head, asserting that for someone with such an intense desire for control, it was nearly impossible for him to refrain from using his phone for an entire night, unless he was in an extraordinarily important and highly confidential location where even phones were prohibited. The little system began to understand. Dear host, are you implying that he sought out the authorities? It struggled with the archaic terminology of its role as a favored concubine system. Upon arriving at the police station, Ling Yi's suspicions were confirmed. The officers informed her that, due to the loss of information from the hospital years ago, they had abandoned that lead and would primarily focus on locating Xiaorong and matching her information with the database of abducted children. The little system simmered with indignation, furiously cursing Joshua, while Ling Yi displayed no outward resentment. Instead, she accepted the police's explanation with tears in her eyes. Her quiet demeanor only made her appear more understanding and pitiable. Evoking profound sympathy from those present, however, the higher-ups had issued clear orders to redirect their investigative efforts and to refrain from probing into the hospital's past, much less disturbing the Ling family. As grassroots officers, they could not defy such commands and fell silent. A female officer, feeling particularly remorseful, watched Ling Yi's frail figure and, unable to contain herself any longer, approached her to escort her out. This officer was the same one who had received a call from Zhonglan the previous day. Deep down, she believed that the Ling family was the most accurate lead, and the higher-ups' dismissal of that possibility left her equally discontent. At that moment, she could no longer hold back. Without hesitation, she discreetly slipped a small note into Ling Yi's palm. Ling Yi displayed a look of surprise, but upon receiving a knowing glance from the officer, she closed her mouth, refrained from asking questions, and quietly tucked the note into her sleeve. Thank you. The two shared a silent yet polite farewell, as though nothing had transpired. The little system, brimming with curiosity, urged host, quickly see what it says. Ling Yi, aware that someone was watching her, refrained from looking at the note. Once we leave this place, we will certainly seek out the Ling family. That would clearly indicate that she provided me with the lead. And Joshua would not let her off easily. I stand by my word. I cannot endanger her. But the little system frowned. Isn't the host being a tad too saintly? In pursuit of our goals, sacrifices are sometimes necessary. Isn't that normal? In the harem, eunuchs and maids sacrifice themselves for their masters, often willingly. For the first time, the usually amiable Ling Yi spoke to the little system with a serious and icy tone. She took a considerable risk to convey information to me. Even if the information was something I already knew, I must acknowledge her kindness. One ought to repay kindness with kindness, and resentment with resentment. This is my principle. The little system was rendered speechless, intimidated by its host's resolute demeanor. Ling Yi continued, Tuanzi, you have been profoundly influenced by the harem and the previous host, and not in a manner I appreciate. Now that you are bound to me, I hope you will consider yourself a blank slate, ready to embrace new perspectives and ideas. Do not confine your spirit within the narrow confines of the harem. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the little system thought to itself that it was merely acting in the host's best interest. Believing it would be better for her to quickly reclaim her identity as the young lady of the Ling family, nevertheless, it acquiesced to the host's wishes, for she was indeed a formidable figure who treated it kindly. Thus it obediently nodded, declaring, "Dear host, I shall earnestly learn from you." Ling Yi's face broke into a smile as she gently ruffled the little system's soft head, affirming, "That's the spirit, did you not harbor any resentment? I hold you dear, hence my strict expectations." The little system blushed shyly, relishing the term dear one and enjoying the host's affectionate gesture. "Did I understand, dear host? I shall strive to do my utmost," with fervor akin to a chick pecking at grains. The little system nodded vigorously. Chapter 21. A fresh start. As they strolled down the street, Ling Yi suddenly halted in front of a photography studio. After a faint smile, she stepped inside. She did not opt for artistic shots, nor did she apply makeup or change outfits. She simply took a straightforward identification photo. The girl in the photo had delicate features, her long black hair tucked behind her ears, smiling at the camera like a refreshing breeze, exuding poise and grace, devoid of the frailty she exhibited in the hospital. Upon receiving the printed photo, Ling Yi was quite pleased. She immediately took a picture of it with her phone and created a Douyin account under the name Yizheng, subsequently editing the content to post the photo with the caption, "A fresh start." After having a meal, when Ling Yi opened Douyin again, she was met with tens of thousands of comments. "Is this Miss Song Yi's account? How wonderful! She has finally escaped the Xiao family and can begin anew. I wept with joy. Young lady, seeing you rise up and embark on a fresh journey is truly moving. I feel as though I am witnessing my younger self. Even when life presents us with thorns, we must strive to bloom in adversity. Best wishes to you, dear girl. Flowers. Hugs. Oh my goodness. I adore this photo. It radiates a gentle yet powerful energy. The girl is simply stunning. Has the young lady truly found her real family? If so, please let us know. We will all rejoice with you." Alongside the encouraging and supportive remarks, there were of course some dissenting voices. As expected, this is how it unfolds. Go ahead and sell something. The next step will surely be live streaming sales. Is there anyone else who initially felt sympathy but now finds her quite grating? It's become excessive. Her news is everywhere, utterly overwhelming. You are not alone. I find her tiresome too. I previously commented that even if Xia Rong isn't her biological mother, the nurturing bond over 20 years still counts. I was bombarded with hundreds of insults by her fans and haters, a lifetime of black marks, posting pretty photos, seeking to debut. Yet Ling Yi remained unfazed. She cast her line and awaited those willing to bite. "I do not possess this application, Vicky." Screenshot. Screenshot. The one who absolutely refuses to work overtime. My goodness, who is this person? She bears a striking resemblance to our general manager Ling. Guagua, her eyes, nose and mouth, it's as if they were crafted from the same mold. Cici wants to get rich. Oh my, after reading the comments I realize she is that Song Guagua. Indeed it's her. Cici wants to get rich. Surely our general manager Ling cannot be her biological mother, right? Ha ha Guagua. The one who absolutely refuses to work overtime. The Vicky Thamo. Cici wants to get rich. I was just joking. Dear friends. Vicky. Let me search a bit. I remember some netizens had dug up some basic information about Song Yi and Xiaorong. Amo. I've seen it before. I have some impression she is in the same graduating class as me. The one who absolutely refuses to work overtime. I recall, Amo, you are also from the same graduating class as our Miss Ling. Amo, yes, Guagua. Is there a specific birth date? It can't be that coincidental. Right. Vicky, I found it. Netizens revealed that Song Yi's birthday is September 7. Vicky. Ling Ruochuan's biography also states September 7. Help. Cici wants to get rich. I was merely joking. Why are you also engrossed in research? The one who absolutely refuses to work overtime. But the coincidences are truly frightening. Vicky. When too many coincidences accumulate, they may no longer be mere coincidences. The 5 young women in this WeChat group are all employees of the administrative department of the Ling family's Shanwan group. They share a close bond and often gossip and dine together in their group. After inadvertently stumbling upon a video of Ling Yi, the 5 of them couldn't resist discussing it all day long in their small group. However, they were unable to find specific information about the hospitals where Song Yi and Ling Ruochuan were born, lacking any solid evidence until lunchtime, when they arrived at their familiar barbecue restaurant near the office. They continued to debate, racking their brains to figure it all out. They frequently came to this barbecue joint, and even the owner was quite familiar with them, so while the owner grilled the meat for them, they freely discussed their theories. The owner was also intrigued by the matters concerning Song Yi and Xiaorong, and upon overhearing their conversation, she suggested they post these coincidences online. Netizens are quite resourceful and might uncover more clues. The 5 young professionals hesitated, and Vicky said, "But this concerns General Ling. What if it's merely a coincidence and brings trouble to her? I fear it might affect our work." The owner boldly patted her chest. assuring them, "Leave it to me, I will post it and it won't involve you. Moreover, what if there is indeed some blood relation? It would benefit both Song Yi and your General Ling, right?" The 5 girls exchanged glances and ceased their objections. The Ling family established their fortune from Ling Fengshu's father, Ling Ruiqi, who had only one daughter, Ling Fengshu. Thus, various media outlets had long begun to concern themselves with the issue of the Ling family's heir. Photos of Ling Fengshu in her youth were easily accessible online. The owner, after listening to their conversation, was astonished, thinking, how similar can they be? Now I am convinced. They are almost identical. The 5 girls chuckled, saying, "Did you think we were deceiving you?" The owner kept her word, logging into her Dole account to comment on the newly opened Yijing account of Ling Yi, attaching a photo of Ling Fengshu from her youth. "Dear girl, I feel you and the general manager of Shanwen Group, Ling Fengshu, are nearly carved from the same mold, and the general's daughter was born in the same year as you, hoping to provide you a direction for seeking your roots. However, I must protect myself first. There are indeed people who merely resemble each other, so if this lead is incorrect, please do not unleash online violence against me. We can collectively provide clues." Chapter 22. Fanning the flames. Ling Yi's crawler closely monitored the comments section of Duel, capturing relevant keywords related to the Ling family and Ling Fengshu. The instant the owner posted her comment, Ling Yi was immediately informed. She was quite pleased but thought the speed could be improved, so she created dozens of abandoned accounts to push the owner's comment to the forefront of the comment section. As more real users began to view the owner's comment, she quietly deleted her previous spam comments. An increasing number of people in the comments section marveled, stating that Song Yi and Ling Fengshu appeared to be mother and daughter. This was certainly not a coincidence. The photo that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Fengshu was not randomly taken by Ling Yi. In the past, Song Yi, having endured Xia Rong's manipulation, had carried herself with trepidation, her expression somewhat melancholic and timid. Originally, Song Yi bore a resemblance to Ling Fengshu, but their energies were entirely opposite, giving the impression that they were not alike at all. Yet in the photo Ling Yi took today, her bangs and hairstyle were meticulously styled to match Ling Fengshu's youthful appearance. Additionally, she deliberately emulated Ling Fengshu's confident and graceful demeanor, transforming her aura to become vibrant and radiant. She even replicated the arc of Ling Fengshu's eyes and smile, preserving every detail. Thus, the original resemblance of 7 parts was enhanced to 9 parts, resulting in what Vicky and her friends described as being crafted from the same mold. Anyone who had seen Ling Fengshu would undoubtedly feel as though they were gazing at a vivid image of her youth. Comments under the owner's post surged at an astonishing rate, with more people joining the discussion. "Help, I thought leaving Xiaorong would be the end of it, yet now we have elements of false heiresses in the mix. Please stop with the talk of true and false heiresses. It is merely a resemblance, there is no solid evidence. Do those from affluent families not know their own lineage? Have you all read too many novels?" Speechless, sweating soybeans, this cannot be mere hype. Can it? Are they really trying to ride on the coattails of the wealthy? This is too disgraceful. Ling Fengshu's daughter is Joshua's fiancé Ling Ruochuan, who is both ethereal and beautiful, a returning piano virtuoso. They just got engaged last month, a perfect match in both talent and appearance, which is quite alarming. Could it be that this is targeting Joshua? I truly believe the police should seriously consider this lead. My mother's classmate's aunt's cousin's daughter works at the second hospital, and recently it's been circulating internally that Ling Fengshu and Xiaorong were both born on the same day at the second hospital. The leadership at the hospital is quite anxious. If this is truly a case of mistaken identity, they might have to compensate a significant amount of money. What if the babies were indeed swapped? Is the person above mentioning Zundu and Jiadu? Can someone from the second hospital clarify? This is explosive. The second hospital's response is, we cannot say that we cannot disclose the specifics, but all the doctors and nurses from the obstetrics and gynecology department from 24 years ago in September who are still at the second hospital have been summoned for a meeting by the director. I am genuinely shocked. You all are just boasting. Does the affluent Ling family not choose the highest-end private hospital for childbirth but instead go to the second hospital? Can we please be realistic? Oh my, the person above, why are you being so arrogant? Childbirth can be perilous. Although private hospitals offer better service, they lack blood banks and ICUs. If complications arise during delivery, they can only transfer to public hospitals. The second hospital is a top-tier hospital, and its obstetrics and gynecology department is renowned. Why wouldn't they choose it? Moreover, families like the Lings would certainly be VIPs at the second hospital. Then why goodness, could such a case of true and false heiresses genuinely occur? No, I am a fan of Shuochuan. Their engagement was so sweet it made my head explode. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. To the person above, since you are a fan, you should believe that no matter how identities change, it cannot affect the genuine love between your couple. Thank you. This feels even better for a heart-wrenching romance. Ling Yi found it amusing, stroking her chin in contemplation. She remarked to her little system. It seems I am just a tool in the love story of Zhou Shuo and Ling Ruochuan. The little system eagerly read through the comments, relishing the sensation of being carried along. Host, you are not an ordinary tool. You are a mighty cleaver. Indeed, cleaving Zhou Shuo to the court in the Shanwen building, 11th floor, Public Relations Department. The director, there have been some public sentiments emerging online related to General Ling Yi. An employee focused on big data suddenly knocked on the door of the department director's office and reported upon entering. The director looked up and inquired, "Are they positive or negative? Let me see." The employee hesitated, stating it was neither entirely positive nor negative, merely some discussions. He packaged the data captured and sent it via email to the director while picking up his phone to approach her. The director took his phone, glanced at it and chuckled. "This isn't our General Ling's beautiful photo from her youth? Isn't this positive?" The employee forced a smile, saying, "Director, this is not General Ling. You should take a look at the comments section." The director replied, "Oh, I am a college classmate of General Ling. How could I not recognize her youthful appearance?" She said this while laughing and opened the comments section, but her smile gradually faded. "Xiao Yan, please step out for a moment. I need to examine this closely." "Director Tan, my phone. Oh, here you go." Xiao Yan left the office, leaving the director deep in thought. As a college classmate of Ling Fengshu, Tan Xian had joined Shanwen after graduation and had built a profound camaraderie with Ling Fengshu, who rose through the ranks from the grassroots level. It could be said that she had been present for nearly all of Ling Fengshu's significant life moments. She attended Ling Fengshu's wedding and had previously visited her after childbirth. Therefore, while netizens were still embroiled in heated debates about the legitimacy of Ling Fengshu's situation with the second doctor, Tan Xian was acutely aware that Ling Fengshu indeed had a daughter under the care of the second doctor. Regardless of the public or private nature of these online discussions, Tan Xian felt compelled to inform Ling Fengshu. As for the veracity of the matter, Tan Xian prudently refrained from commenting. After pondering for 10 minutes, she decisively called Ling Fengshu. "Ling, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner this afternoon?" From the other end came Ling Fengshu's laughter. "Look at how you put it. Do me the honor? Isn't that a bit over the top? Then I shall take that as a yes. Let us meet at Wangjiang Pavilion at 7. Deal." Ling Fengshu had also acquired some new insights into brand building during her studies abroad and was eager to exchange thoughts with Tan Xian, readily agreeing. "Mom, who's calling?" inquired Ling Ruochuan. For days, she had been on edge, playfully clinging to Ling Fengshu. Originally, Ling Fengshu intended to go to the company today, but had to cancel due to Ling Ruochuan's relentless antics. Thinking about her daughter's recent engagement and impending marriage, Ling Fengshu felt her heart soften. She dedicated the day to accompanying her daughter, engaging in activities such as practicing the piano, baking, and enjoying afternoon tea. "I have a lunch appointment with Aunt Tan Xian," she mentioned. Knowing that Tan Xian was a familiar face who had watched her grow up, Ling Ruochuan felt reassured. Moreover, the conversations between Ling Fengshu and Tan Xian always revolved around endless business matters, media, branding, public relations, topics that left Ling Ruochuan feeling excluded and wearied, so she decided to stay home and keep an eye on her father, Feng Haoren. "Then I'll ask Wang Ma to skip the lobster you ordered and make Dad's favorite beef instead," Ling Ruochuan said casually. Chapter 23. Ling Fengshu's resentment. As the meal reached its conclusion, and dessert was served, Tan Xian carefully broached a subject in a corporate setting. She would refer to her as President Ling, but during their informal dinner, she opted for a more intimate address. Tan Xian began to recount the story of Song Yi and Xiaorong, detailing how Song Yi severed ties with her biological family over a disagreement regarding a matchmaking dowry, only to end up hospitalized due to an injury. Xiaorong, in a fit of rage, stormed into the hospital, attempting to take her away. In her effort to protect others, Song Yi found herself in a critical state again, leading to the revelation that their blood types did not match, culminating in a paternity test that confirmed the absence of any familial bond between them. Tan Xian looked into Xiaorong's eyes and asked, "What kind of person do you think this girl Song Yi is?" Ling Fengshu took a sip of her red wine and replied, "Very resilient, with a strong inner core and quite intelligent. Despite appearing to be in a vulnerable position, she has adeptly seized every opportunity to save herself, skillfully garnering sympathy and leveraging public opinion to extricate herself from the constraints of her original family." Tan Xian smiled faintly. "You are correct. However, I have yet to finish the girl's story. What has become of her?" Ling Fengshu inquired, her interest piqued. "I would be quite willing to offer her a position," She seems well suited for your public relations department. Tan Xian remained silent, merely opening Dul and presenting her phone to Ling Fengshu. Upon seeing the girl on the screen, Ling Fengshu exclaimed, "Is that me?" No, perhaps someone might mistake it, but after 40 years of being with myself, I can easily discern that this is not me. At that moment, the comments section had already been cleared. When Zhou Shua discovered Ling Yi's post, he was infuriated, as he could clearly see the striking resemblance between the girl in the photo and his mother-in-law. With the comment section flooded with mentions of Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan, he used this as grounds to demand that Dul delete Ling Yi's account. However, Dul determined that Ling Yi's images and text fully complied with platform regulations, thus no violations were found, resulting only in the closure of the comments section. Nevertheless, the information regarding Ling Fengshu and Ling Ruochuan had already spread widely across the internet, and no amount of Zhou Shua's power could erase it completely. A small spark can ignite a great fire, and this fire ultimately reached the concerned party, Ling Fengshu. Who is this? Ling Fengshu's astute mind momentarily faltered. This is her. Ling Fengshu, being exceptionally clever, quickly connected the dots even without the comments section's clues. Tan Xian was not one to indulge in gossip. The meticulous way she described Song Yi must have a reason, and that reason was the uncanny resemblance between the girl and herself. There are many lookalikes in the world, and for a fleeting moment Ling Fengshu felt a surge of indignation, but she quickly regained her composure. If what you imply is true, then more evidence is required. Indeed, mere physical resemblance does not prove anything, Tan Xian nodded. But what if I told you that this girl was also born at the Second People's Hospital, on September 7, 2000? Ling Fengshu's eyes sharpened, only to cloud over moments later. Why would this happen? If that girl is indeed my child, how could I have unknowingly let my own flesh and blood suffer so much? How would I face this daughter? If Ruochuan is not my child but rather the offspring of my adversary, swapped at birth, what do all these years of love, guidance, and care amount to? What have I been cherishing? The room fell into an eerie silence. Ling Fengshu finally spoke slowly, I want to meet her. Tan Xian took her hand in a gesture of comfort and encouragement. I will arrange it for you. That night, Ling Fengshu found it difficult to sleep. Even without having met the girl named Song Yi in person, she felt a profound certainty blossoming in her heart, that this girl was her biological daughter. Reflecting on the past, many memories suddenly fell into place. Ling Ruochuan had never resembled her. She had always told herself that Ruochuan was more like her father. Feng Hauernes, the only daughter of the renowned entrepreneur Ling Ruochi, she had faced extraordinarily high expectations from her father, who demanded not only academic excellence but also leadership in extracurricular activities. While other children played at amusement parks, Ling Fengshu accompanied her father to tedious business meetings. While other teenagers enjoyed youthful romances, she diligently took meticulous meeting notes, even serving as her father's translator during overseas trips. Though she found her childhood burdensome, she later felt genuine gratitude toward her father for nurturing her as an heir rather than a spoiled daughter. However, Ling Ruochuan lacked the tenacity to persevere. When Ling Ruochi criticized her, she would feel defiant, promising to perform better next time to silence her father. Ling Ruochuan was entirely different. When asked to stay home and study, she would obediently comply, sitting at her desk all day. Yet when questioned at night, she had absorbed nothing. She would listen, tearfully admit her faults, yet fail to improve. Ling Fengshu felt as though her efforts were akin to striking a fist against cotton. Perhaps it would be better to leave her daughter's upbringing to Ling Ruochi, but as he aged, he had grown overly indulgent, no longer possessing the strictness he once had, which Ling Fengshu found hard to bear. Softening at the thought of the joy she had lost in her own childhood, she decided to compensate by ensuring her daughter experienced happiness as Ling Ruochuan matured. Her dismal performance in the sciences prompted Ling Fengshu to probe further, only to discover that her daughter had inherited none of her acuity or capability, demonstrating no aptitude for business whatsoever. Instead, she seemed to take after her father, Feng Hauernes, having developed an interest in literature and the arts. With her sole persistent endeavor being her piano practice, after a moment of sighing, Ling Fengshu resolved not to impose any further expectations, considering she still had ample energy to work for another 20 or 30 years. She began to plan for the future, imagining nurturing a granddaughter once her daughter married. This time, Ling Fengshu was determined not to select a gentle son-in-law for Ling Ruochuan. 2 bundles of cotton together could easily yield another dowie offspring, leaving Ling Fengshu utterly distraught. Just then, the Zhou family extended an olive branch, proposing a matchmaking arrangement between the 2 families, envisioning 2 children, 1 for each family. Ling Fengshu held high hopes for Zhou Shua's intellect and resolve. Despite his youth, he already possessed the capability to navigate the business world with great skill. a genetic legacy she would be pleased to see passed on. With the two families facilitating the union, Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan had already entered into an engagement. Watching Ling Ruochuan sweetly prepare lunch for Zhou Shua, Ling Fengshu felt a pang of unease. Ling Ruochuan was obedient, understanding and clever, sharing a strong bond with her mother. From childhood, she had clung to Ling Fengshu, and Ling Fengshu cherished this daughter deeply, her ironclad heart softening in the business realm for Ling Ruochuan. That night, she finally understood the source of her own discontent. It was resentment. It was the daughter she had carried for 10 months, who bore no resemblance to her. It was her earnest teachings met with no expected reciprocation, only perfunctory affection. It was the accumulation of long-standing frustrations that forced her into repeated compromises. Yes, the girl named Songno, she should be called Ling, unyielding, struggling for survival in a quagmire, astutely utilizing every opportunity, gritting her teeth to climb out of the abyss, and possessing the courage to start anew. That was her daughter. A brilliant light ignited in Ling Fengshu's eyes. Chapter 24. An unexpected turn that evening, Ling Yi received a call from Tan Xian. Tan Xian politely and courteously invited her to meet the following morning at 10 o'clock at Chunyu Pavilion, a high-end, reservation-only tea house known for its excellent privacy. Tan Xian expressed that the reason for their meeting was not convenient to disclose at the moment, but assured that her identity as the director of the Public Relations Department at Shanwen Enterprises could be verified. Urging Ling Yi to rest assured that she was certainly not a fraud, Ling Yi feigned hesitation but ultimately succumbed to her curiosity about her lineage. Agreeing to the meeting, the small system quietly listened to their conversation, and after Ling Yi ended the call, it began to joyfully sound gongs and drums. Ling Yi nodded with a smile, acknowledging that no matter how much Zhou Shua deleted posts, it would be futile. In the information age, news spreads too rapidly for him to silence everyone's voices and eyes. Tuanzi hopped onto Ling Yi's shoulder, their bond now stronger than before. The small system couldn't help but exclaim, in ancient times, the flow of information was indeed exceedingly difficult. Just as you said, host, I should learn more in this realm. Tuanzi, you have truly come to understand. The two laughed together for a while before Ling Yi announced her need for rest, so she could present herself with renewed vigor to meet her biological mother the next day. Ling Yi nearly spat out the water she was drinking upon hearing, while I am touched that you can proactively offer me credit. I must say, however, that you are utterly clueless. Previously in the hospital, when I used pitiful, it was because I needed sympathy and affection from others, yet what I seek is not Ling Fengshu's pity and affection. What do you seek then? The small system truly could not comprehend. The small system pointed with its finger. Is there any difference? Affection would mean she would buy me a bag, transfer me money. But if one day that affection fades, I would have nothing. However, if she recognizes and values me, she would entrust the company to me. Even if one day I no longer amuse her, she would still require my presence. This revelation struck the small system with profound clarity, so that's how it is then. No wonder the previous two hosts found it so hard to regain favor once the emperor lost interest. They could only spend points on props, but once the props expired, the emperor lost all enthusiasm. After several such incidents, their points were depleted, and the emperor never returned, hence, its performance ratings were perpetually low. The emperor had a fleeting fondness for them, but there was no genuine acknowledgement in his heart. Once the novelty wore off, they would be cast aside like worn-out shoes. The following morning, Ling Yi arrived at Chunyu Pavilion 15 minutes early. After reporting the private room number provided by Tan Xian, a waitress dressed in a blue silk qipao led Ling Yi through the establishment, which was adorned in an antique style, complete with winding streams and quaint bridges. Inside the private room, Tan Xian had already taken her seat, rising to shake hands upon seeing her. Song Yi, hello, I am Tan Xian. Ling Yi responded with poise, hello, I am Song Yi. Tan Xian smiled, carefully scrutinizing the girl before her. In reality, she was even more vibrant than in the photographs. Her bright eyes sparkled with the same cleverness that Ling Fengshu exhibited during her school days. You've just been discharged. Right. How is your health? Tan Xian inquired with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, my health has improved significantly. Ling Yi replied with a gentle smile, the lowest point has passed, and every day ahead will only get better. Good girl, you have suffered over the years, Tan Xian sighed, then suddenly changed the subject. Do you know the purpose of my invitation today? Ling Yi lowered her gaze and nodded that I saw the comments in my section, and I apologize that my situation has implicated your General Ling. If you are here to discuss clarifying matters, I will do my utmost to cooperate. The small system in her mind was bewildered. Host? What are you saying? Ling Yi swiftly covered its mouth. Shush, do you understand the strategy of retreating to advance? Tan Xian was taken aback. You don't believe what they are discussing is true. Ling Yi raised her hand, illuminating her phone screen that it was already past 10 o'clock, and she had yet to arrive. Tan Xian appeared surprised. General Ling will come. To be frank, she asked me to arrange this meeting with you yesterday. Tan Xian said earnestly, she is always punctual. Something may have happened on the way. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi grew anxious. An accident? Then you should contact General Ling. Tan Xian nodded, pulling out her phone to dial. But there was no answer. After 3 consecutive calls, the same silence persisted, and Tan Xian's expression darkened. I fear something has happened. A chilling premonition washed over Ling Yi. She suddenly stood up and strode towards the exit. We must find her. Tan Xian hurriedly followed. Where shall we look? You must know the location of General Ling's home, right? If something happened to her on the way, we should trace the route she would take back from Chunyu Pavilion. Tan Xian agreed with her reasoning. I know. Let's head to the parking lot and take my car. Ling Yi did not hesitate, and the two hopped into the car, with Tan Xian driving swiftly away. The small system noticed Ling Yi's somber expression and felt a twinge of fear. Host, could it be that Ling Fengshu is truly in trouble? The small system gasped. Could he really dare to target his mother-in-law? But host, why didn't we intercept any indication that he intended to harm Ling Fengshu? I suspect he has become wary. Ling Yi sighed. Truly a genius male lead. I underestimated Joshua's moral boundaries. Just then, Tan Xian's car came to an abrupt stop, revealing a significant traffic jam ahead. The people around them remained eerily quiet, and when Tan Xian turned her head, she discovered Ling Yi had already exited the car and was sprinting ahead. Leaving only a fleeting shadow behind, Ling Yi dashed forward, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd until she spotted 2 vehicles that had collided in the middle of the road, one of which was Ling Fengshu's Ferrari. The scene was grim. The front of the Ferrari was crumpled, while the other Toyota looked utterly wrecked. Its glass shattered. It was obvious that the Toyota belonged to Joshua's men, and she could not be bothered to cast a glance at it. A foul odor permeated the air, and within the Ferrari, Ling Fengshu was shielded by the airbag, her face marred by numerous cuts and bruises from shattered glass. Looking quite disheveled, unconscious, Ling Yi attempted to open the door to rescue her, but the safety lock immobilized it. Although the window was broken, the opening was too small for her to maneuver. Ling Yi stretched her arm, finally managing to reach the button of Ling Fengshu's seatbelt, only to find it malfunctioning and unresponsive. Bystanders kindly advised her, "Young lady, it's better to wait for the police to handle this. They have already tried to save her, but in such a situation with the car, they are truly powerless." Suddenly, the unpleasant odor intensified, and visible wisps of smoke began to emerge. Ling Yi's heart sank. Looking down, she saw gasoline and an unknown liquid slowly seeping out from beneath the vehicle. Everyone, get away from here. In 1 minute, this car is going to explode. Chapter 25. Unspoken words. The moment Ling Yi turned, a commanding presence enveloped her. One among the onlookers questioned her. They instinctively chose to believe her, their faces registering fear as they screamed and hastily retreated. In mere seconds, only Ling Yi and the unconscious Ling Fengshu remained at the scene. Ling Yi swiftly grabbed a palm-sized triangular shard of glass from the ground. Ignoring the pain from her injured palm, she gripped the sharp edge firmly and, channeling her inner strength, quickly severed the seatbelt restraining Ling Fengshu. Then, she slid her hands under Ling Fengshu's armpits, lifting her upwards and dragging her out through the window. After the commotion, Ling Fengshu slowly regained consciousness. The wind tousled Ling Yi's soft hair, brushing against Ling Fengshu's bloodied face, cooling her down. Ling Fengshu's foggy mind registered that she was being carried on a slender shoulder, racing forward. My head hurts. What happened? She struggled to speak, but a fit of coughing erupted, and she coughed up blood onto the other's shoulder. Don't speak, came a gentle, cool voice from the girl carrying her. After running for some distance, the girl suddenly set Ling Fengshu down. Dazed and unable to support herself, Ling Fengshu stumbled to the ground. In that instant, the girl threw herself onto Ling Fengshu, and before Ling Fengshu could express her pain, a deafening explosion erupted behind them as the world spun around her. Ling Fengshu heard the thunderous sound, making the earth tremble as flames shot into the sky from the explosion, a scorching wave of heat and choking smoke rolling in. Just before she lost consciousness again, she heard Tan Xian's familiar voice, now tinged with panic, piercingly call out, "Fengshu! Sung!" Ling Fengshu struggled to open her eyes, dimly perceiving several figures standing before her. Upon seeing her awaken, Ling Ruochuan rushed to the bedside, grasping her hand tightly, crying out, Mom, you finally woke up. I was so scared. Was she the mother of the girl before her?" Ling Fengshu's muddled brain raced, recalling. This was Ruochuan, but Ruochuan was not her real child. She had intended to meet her true daughter. Suddenly, Ling Fengshu jolted awake, all confusion evaporating. The previous night, She had slept poorly, tossing and turning, unable to find rest, when she awoke in the morning and gazed into the mirror at her own reflection. The dark circles under her eyes filled her with regret, thinking of meeting her true daughter. A spasm of anxiety gripped her insides. She hastily ate a couple of bites of breakfast prepared by Wang Ma, tidied her appearance and prepared to leave. However, it is rather peculiar that the chauffeur at home could not be reached at all. That in a rush to get to Chunyu Pavilion, Ling Fangshu, with no time to lose her temper, made her way to the garage and took off in the Ferrari herself. Along the journey, her heart rate soared incessantly as thoughts of that child consumed her mind. What should she say as an opening line upon meeting that child for the first time? After all the suffering the child had endured, how could she possibly make amends? Perhaps it was due to Ling Fangshu's overwhelming anxiety at that moment that she could not recall how the car had crashed. All she remembered was the pain coursing through her body, a brief loss of consciousness, and upon regaining her senses, a girl carrying her away from the scene of the accident, just before the explosion. Ling Fangshu had caught a glimpse of the girl's face. It bore a striking resemblance to her own, with two elegantly arched, deep black brows framing a pair of bright, resolute eyes, and an expression marked by resilience and restraint. In that fleeting moment before the explosion, the girl unhesitatingly shielded her beneath her body, covering her ears with her hands. That was her daughter. Ling Fangshu shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, tears welled up in her eyes which she fought to contain, her gaze resolute. In the hospital room, Fong Haoren and Ling Ruochuan stood at her bedside, both wearing concerned expressions, yet Ling Fangshu's gaze transcended them, landing on Tan Xine, who stood at the foot of the bed. "Where is my daughter?" With each word Ling Fangshu uttered, pain surged through her chest. Ling Ruochuan grasped her hand tightly, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm right here." But Ling Fangshu's eyes did not meet Ling Ruochuan's. "I wasn't talking about you," she said coolly. Ling Ruochuan's face drained of color. "Mom, what are you saying?" she stammered, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Did Ling Fangshu have another daughter besides her? Had she discovered Song Yi's existence? Ling Ruochuan's mind went blank, rooted to the spot in shock. Fong Haoren's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling as he demanded, "Fangshu, what do you mean?" However, Tan Xine understood whom Ling Fangshu was referring to. She nodded gently at Ling Fangshu and whispered, "Rest assured, she is unharmed." When Ling Yi had dashed out of the car, Tan Xine immediately followed, but her high heels hindered her speed as she neared the scene of the accident. She was met with a chaotic throng of people fleeing in all directions, some of whom shoved her in their panic. "They said there's going to be an explosion," a girl cried out in terror, breaking free from Tan Xine's grasp and running away. Tan Xine could scarcely believe what she had heard. Her heart raced with fear, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, after 10 seconds of hesitation, she fought against the flow of the crowd, calling out the names of Ling Fangshu and Ling Yi. Finally, she reached the front and saw Ling Yi sprinting toward her, carrying Ling Fangshu on her back. At that moment, the wrecked Ferrari emitted a strange noise. "Fangshu! Sung!" Tan Xine cried out in desperation. Boom! Flames erupted behind Ling Yi, shooting into the sky as if time stood still for an instant. Tan Xine could only witness Ling Yi drop Ling Fangshu and then throw herself on top of her. Immediately after, Tan Xine was blinded by the heat wave and smoke. Once the thick smoke that enveloped the scene dissipated, after searching for what felt like an eternity, Tan Xine finally located the two. Ling Yi remained steadfastly shielding Ling Fangshu beneath her, while her own back was riddled with shards ejected by the explosion. A harrowing sight. Tears surged forth, blurring Tan Xine's vision. No, it can't be. They will be fine, they must be fine. Tan Xine kept praying, paralyzed by the sight of the injured Ling Yi, unable to move, just waiting for rescue. Why did that girl? How could she dare? Being so intelligent, did she not realize the peril she was in? Was she willing to sacrifice her own life without hesitation? In the depths of consciousness, the little system echoed these thoughts to Ling Yi. The little system was genuinely frightened. As a palace-made system, it had never witnessed an explosion akin to a Hollywood spectacle. Thankfully, Ling Yi's spirit remained intact. And the little system, half laughing and half crying, chided her, "My esteemed host, we've entered the palace for the 3rd time now. Indeed, I might as well get a year-long pass at the hospital," Ling Yi joked. "Why do you have to push yourself so hard?" The little system lamented, "I will be concerned for you. This minor injury means little to me, but it would be excruciating for Ling Fangshu." Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, "Since I have taken on Song Yi's body, I must take responsibility for her mother. Song Yi would do the same." The little system chuckled, "Though you try to play it cool, I know you possess a saintly disposition. Are you feeling particularly brave today? Please don't tickle me, haha." Chapter 26. recognition. Feng Haoren and Ling Fengshu had a fierce argument. Upon awakening, Ling Fengshu disregarded Feng Haoren and Ling Ruochuan, who were keeping watch in the hospital room, and immediately attempted to rise and find Ling Yi. Ling Fengshu paused, realizing, is she injured? Tan Xian hesitated for a moment before responding, mainly some superficial wounds on her back. Did she get hurt while protecting me? Ling Fengshu inquired. Tan Xian nodded. Ling Fengshu decisively threw off the covers. Despite feeling dizzy, she forced herself to sit up and put on her shoes. That I must go to her, she stated firmly. Tan Xian, aware that Ling Fengshu's determination was unyielding, replied, let me assist you. Ling Ruochuan did not react to Ling Fengshu's attempts to rise from the bed. Throughout, she merely listened in a daze, her gaze vacant as if her spirit had left her body. Feng Haoren blocked Ling Fengshu's path, his expression furious. Fengshu, what riddle are you and Tan Xian playing at? What did you mean by what you said to Ruochuan? Can't you see how heartbroken she is? Ling Fengshu, preoccupied with thoughts of Ling Yi, interrupted Feng Haoren. This is a long story. I will explain later. But Feng Haoren insisted, a lengthy explanation can be concise. I dislike being kept in the dark. Realizing Feng Haoren was her husband and the father of their children, Ling Fengshu sighed and nodded. Ruochuan, please step outside. Tan Xian will remain. Ling Ruochuan suddenly looked up, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried out, no mom, please don't send me away. Ling Fengshu, perceptive as she was, recognized that Ling Ruochuan showed no signs of surprise or confusion, only pain and despair. Leaving her heart heavy with realization, her adopted daughter had likely known her true heritage for some time. Previously, Ling Fengshu had attributed her behavior to the emotional turmoil of leaving her parents before marriage, but now she had come to clarity. Please leave, I need to talk with your father, Ling Fengshu said calmly. Tan Xian, kindly escort her out. Tan Xian nodded, firmly embracing Ling Ruochuan and leading her out of the hospital room, disregarding her pleas. With only Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren remaining in the room, Ling Fengshu succinctly and decisively laid out the truth about Song Ye's lineage, stating there was a high probability she had been switched by Xia Rong. Feng Haoren, however, remained obstinate, refusing to believe it. He had cared for Ling Ruochuan more than anyone else since she was young, while Ling Fengshu, often busy with her role as CEO, had less time to bond with her. His feelings for Ling Ruochuan ran deeper than those for Ling Fengshu. Moreover, he took pride in how much Ling Ruochuan resembled him among her parents. These could all be coincidences, Feng Haoren insisted. There is no tangible evidence. Ling Fengshu sighed wearily. If you want proof, we can conduct a paternity test. Feng Haoren vehemently rejected the idea, erupting in anger. I know you are dissatisfied with Ruochuan. Your possessiveness is alarming. Ruochuan has always been so understanding and filial. You are blinded by your own desires. Are you willing to destroy our family for a girl who merely resembles you? If our biological daughter finds out, she would be devastated. At this, Ling Fengshu replied coldly, I will indeed arrange for the paternity test. Just as tensions flared between them, there was a sudden knock at the door. Tan Xian poked her head in, giving a wry smile as she addressed them. Actually, the paternity test has already been completed. Both Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren were taken aback, but Ling Fengshu quickly burst into laughter. Tan Xian, you truly are my right-hand ally. A true confidant. It turned out that just as Ling Fengshu and Song Yi were being lifted onto the ambulance, Tan Xian had followed them onto the vehicle. Observing the two similar faces lying unconscious, she realized that the truth could no longer be delayed. It needed to be revealed immediately. She understood that Ling Fengshu would want a definitive answer. After such a life-and-death ordeal, Ling Fengshu would be even less inclined to let go. Therefore, she collected hairs from both Ling Fengshu and Ling Yi and sent them for an expedited paternity test while they were unconscious. The results were now in. Feng Haoren's expression turned grim as Ling Fengshu took the report from Tan Xian and flipped straight to the last page to read the conclusion. Biological relation. Ling Fengshu erupted into joyous laughter. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had spent some time playing with her pet before yawning and drifting off to sleep. She had exhausted all her internal energy and spiritual essence to ensure the debris only grazed her skin, resulting in superficial injuries. She felt somewhat fatigued now. Had the true force of the explosion been unleashed, the shards would have penetrated her vital organs, leading to catastrophic consequences. This modern realm possessed an exceedingly thin layer of spiritual energy. Although she had been diligently cultivating over the past few days, her progress had been slow. The secret technique Ling Yi practiced had been passed down to her by a friend long ago. Though she was well versed in its content, it was her first time applying it in physical cultivation, leaving her uncertain of her capabilities. However, these words were beyond her capacity to utter to the small system. If the small system were to discover that she was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation, how could she maintain her facade of superiority before it? The thrill of pretense was something she truly cherished. After an undetermined duration of slumber, Ling Yi gradually stirred awake, only to find that night had fallen and the outside world was cloaked in darkness. Ling Fengshu vigilantly remained by her side, and upon noticing her awakening, she eagerly leaned closer, exclaiming, "You're awake?" Yet, almost instantly Ling Fengshu found herself at a loss. A formidable executive, she now appeared timid and uncertain, unsure of how to address Ling Yi and even less certain of what to say. The anticipation that had surged through her moments ago was now eclipsed by profound embarrassment. Ling Yi blinked, attempting to rise. "Ling Zong, what has happened to me?" Her eyes widened slightly, biting her lower lip, and after a prolonged silence she quietly inquired, "If not Ling Zong, then what should I call you?" Their gazes locked, and Ling Fengshu's eyes were filled with deep remorse, self-reproach, and a mother's love and concern for Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression turned incredulous, as if she had been scorched by Ling Fengshu's gaze. Hastily turning her head away, unwilling to meet her eyes again, she murmured softly, "Impossible, do not give me such hope." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Had she not been injured, Ling Fengshu would have instinctively embraced her. However, mindful of Ling Yi's wounds, she restrained herself, tears cascading down her own cheeks as she sorrowfully declared, "You are my daughter." Ling Fengshu retrieved a report, flustered as she flipped to the last page and presented it to Ling Yi. The document starkly stated in black and white their biological mother-daughter relationship. Ling Yi stared at the words for an extended period, tears dripping onto the paper, blurring the ink. Upon hearing the word mama, Ling Fengshu couldn't help but weep and smile simultaneously, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, I am here. I am your mother." Ling Yi, forgetting her injuries, leaped up and embraced Ling Fengshu tightly. Ling Fengshu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, while Ling Yi felt a pang of melancholy. If Song Yi were still alive, she would undoubtedly be even happier and more moving than she appeared now, having endured harsh criticism and mistreatment, believing she was unloved by her mother. Song Yi actually had a mother who adored her. "I sincerely wish you could know this," Ling Yi thought to herself as she spoke to Song Yi in her heart. Chapter 27. The Curious Feng Haoren. The touching scene of the mother and daughter reconciling moved Tan Xian, who stood quietly by, to tears. This mother and daughter had missed each other for 24 years, and today they had faced a harrowing brush with death together. Fortunately, their strength and bravery had led them to this moment. In contrast, another observer in the room wore a somber expression, devoid of the emotional response that Tan Xian had displayed. Feng Haoren's brow was furrowed, and his hands were clenched behind his back. The veins on the back of his hands taut. Ling Fengshu, cradling her regained daughter, oscillated between tears and laughter for a while. That if only those subordinates who trembled before her could see this side of her, they would surely be left in shock. "Xiaoyi, may I call you Ling Yi from now on? Would you be willing to take your mother's surname?" Ling Fengshu asked, cradling Ling Yi's face, tears mingling with her smile. Ling Yi, breaking into a smile, readily agreed. Ling Fengshu's eyes crinkled with joy as she gently kissed Ling Yi's forehead, akin to a mother cherishing her child. "Today was extraordinarily perilous. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Promise me. In the future, prioritize your safety when faced with such dangers, and do not take unnecessary risks." Ling Fengshu grasped Ling Yi's hand tightly, recalling the shocking explosion from earlier with trepidation. With a heart full of emotion, Ling Fengshu gazed at Ling Yi. "At that moment we had not even recognized each other, nor had we met. Why did you? Logically I understand, but..." Ling Yi replied slowly, "It felt as if it were a primal instinct of my body. I had to save you." Ling Fengshu felt both worry and warmth. This must be the connection between mother and daughter. Ling Yi relished the sensation of being cherished by her mother, leaning against Ling Fengshu, feeling her genuine care and affection. After a lengthy exchange, Ling Fengshu finally remembered that there were others in the room. She beckoned Tan Xian and Feng Haoren forward, introducing them to Ling Yi. "Oh dear, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is your father, Feng Haoren, a professor in the philosophy department at N University. As for Aunt Tan Xian, you have already met. She is a good friend and business partner of mine." Feng Haoren, who had previously displayed a displeased demeanor, now offered a warm smile as he approached Ling Fengshu. He wrapped one arm around his wife and took Ling Yi's hand with the other, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke. "We have been separated for many years, and now we are finally reunited. Xiaoyi, I am sorry for the hardships you have endured." However, Ling Yi sensed a hint of stiffness in his expression. Simultaneously, she discreetly employed a technique to assess Feng Haoren's aura. Yet, within Feng Haoren's aura, there were no discrepancies. He was indeed the biological father of Song Ye's body. Ling Fengshu did not dwell on this. She was simply relieved that Fong Haoren had come to terms with it. She believed that even if Fong Haoren found it difficult to accept this truth due to his 2 decades of nurturing and companionship with Ling Ruochuan, he would eventually come to understand her feelings and love Ling Yi just as she did. Tan Xian sincerely offered her congratulations and blessings, her face adorned with a warm smile. "This is wonderful. A family reunited." Ling Fengshu remarked, "This time your contributions have been the greatest, Tan Xian. How should I thank you?" "A promotion and a raise, of course," Tan Xian joked. Ling Fengshu laughed heartily, readily agreeing. "By the way, we need to report this to the authorities." Ling Fengshu suddenly turned serious. "Now that it has been confirmed that Ling Yi is my biological daughter, there are 2 possibilities. Either the hospital staff made a mistake and swapped the infants, or Xiaorong deliberately switched the children." Tan Xian nodded. "Yes, in my view, the second possibility is more likely. Based on Xiaorong's treatment of Xiaoyi, I believe she has always known that Xiaoyi is not her biological daughter." Ling Fengshu gritted her teeth in anger. "That woman, seeing that the truth is about to be revealed, has hidden away. We must ensure that the police find her swiftly." As Ling Fengshu reached for her phone to call the authorities, a hand unexpectedly covered the screen. It was Fong Haoren, preventing her from making the call. His expression was conflicted as he earnestly pleaded, "Fengshu, please do not report this. If Xiaorong is arrested and convicted, how will Ruochuan cope? She is a promising pianist, engaged to the Zhou family. Having a criminal mother would cast a significant shadow over her life, potentially ruining her future." Ling Fengshu's face darkened at his words, and unable to contain her anger, she stood up and sharply retorted, "Be quiet." Trembling with rage, she did not forget to soothe Ling Yi by patting her shoulder. "Xiaoyi, your father is being foolish." Ling Yi looked on in confusion at Ling Fengshu and Fong Haoren, softly calling out, "Mom, Dad." Ling Fengshu pulled Fong Haoren towards the exit, her face ashen. "We need to talk outside. Do not let those repugnant words reach Xiaoyi's ears." Ling Yi silently observed as they exited, turning to Tan Xian, who remained. "Aunt Tan Xian, it seems my father does not care for me very much." Tan Xian's expression mirrored her discontent. Who would have thought that Fong Haoren, a university professor, could be so clouded in judgment? Approaching Ling Yi, she gently stroked her hair. "Let me explain your family's current situation." Ling Fengshu dragged Fong Haoren into the hallway, where they faced each other. Ling Fengshu coldly declared, "Fong Haoren, how could you utter such words in front of Xiaoyi? Do you know how that woman treated her for the past 24 years? Her voice grew more agitated. "While we lavished affection on Xiaorong's daughter, our own daughter was treated like a servant by her. Had it not been for my daughter's unyielding spirit, persevering through her trials to attend university and work her way through school, she might have been utterly destroyed by her. Yet you showed no compassion for Xiaoyi. You only think of Ruochuan." "Yes, I admit we have feelings for Ruochuan. However, I cannot overlook Xiaorong. My daughter has suffered far too much. If Ruochuan's life becomes tainted, it is not my fault, nor Xiaoyi's, but rather the fault of her biological mother," Ling Fengshu said icily. Fong Haoren, being an intellectual, recognized the validity of Ling Fengshu's words. Yet he remained steadfast, stating, "Ruochuan is innocent. She was merely an infant back then. How could we blame her for her mother's sins? Am I blaming Ruochuan? Ruochuan has enjoyed 24 years of comfort under our care. I owe her nothing, but I owe Ling Yi so much." "Fong Haoren, do not twist my words. My grievance lies with Xiaorong. That I demand that Xiaorong face the consequences for everything Xiaoyi has suffered. However, in this process, you risk harming Ruochuan. Now that we are a reunited family, why do you persist in this conflict?" Ling Fengshu regarded Fong Haoren as a stranger, stating, "Fong Haoren, after knowing you for 28 years, this is the first time I find you repugnant." She smiled coldly. "Allow me to emphasize 2 points. First, I will certainly report this to the authorities and ensure that Xiaorong is punished. Second, I will have Ruochuan move out of our home. As for you, if you utter another word, you will also be asked to leave." Fong Haoren trembled with rage. "Ling Fengshu, refrain from speaking to me in the condescending tone you use when assigning tasks to your subordinates at the company. It is the aspect of you that I despise the most." A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Fengshu's profound eyes. Her authoritative presence as the leader unfolded, unambiguously delivering an ultimatum to Fong Haoren: silence, or vacate the premises. Chapter 28. Joshua's frustration. Ignoring Fong Haoren's objections, Ling Fengshu summoned the police. Upon their arrival, the officers were filled with mixed emotions, as they recalled their previous investigation prompted by Ling Yi's earlier report, which had inexplicably been thwarted from above. Now, Ling Yi had managed to locate her biological mother independently, discovering that she belonged to a wealthy and powerful family, leading to the almost certain conclusion that Xiaorong had maliciously swapped the 2 children. Ling Fengshu presented the police with the paternity test results for herself and Ling Yi, assuring them that the test confirming her relationship with Ling Ruochuan would be completed promptly. The police pledged to diligently pursue Xia Rong's whereabouts and apprehend her. Meanwhile, Ling Ruochuan waited despondently outside the hospital room for what felt like an eternity until she finally spotted Ling Fengshu approaching. Tears streamed down her face as she called out, "Mom." Yet, Ling Fengshu disregarded her, reaching out to pull several strands of hair including the follicles causing Ling Ruochuan's expression to contort in pain. "Mom, that hurts." "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Ling Fengshu remained silent. In a moment of realization, Ling Ruochuan understood that Ling Fengshu intended to use her hair for a paternity test. Overwhelmed, she began to wail, grasping at the hem of Ling Fengshu's clothing. Her previous elegance as a pianist completely shattered in her cries. Ling Ruochuan lunged to snatch the hair from Ling Fengshu's grasp. Her eyes red with anguish as she pleaded, "I don't want to undergo a paternity test. Mom, I am your daughter. You are my only mother. Mom, it's me, Ruochuan, your most beloved Ruochuan." Seeing her in such distress, Ling Fengshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After all, this was the child she had watched grow from a toddler learning to walk to a blossoming young lady, filled with countless joyful and touching moments. However, thoughts of Ling Yi's suffering over the years and her selfless act of saving her only strengthened Ling Fengshu's resolve. Ling Ruochuan in agony cried out, "This isn't right. I am your daughter. I am a member of the Ling family." Feng Haoren, rushing in with anger, enveloped Ling Ruochuan in his arms and shouted at Ling Fengshu, "Stop tormenting Ruochuan. After 24 years as mother and daughter, how can you be so heartless as to hurt her?" Ling Ruochuan clung to Feng Haoren like a drowning person seizing a piece of driftwood, finally finding someone who understood her grievances, and buried her face in his embrace, weeping, "Dad. Dad, you won't abandon me. Will you? No matter what happens, you will always be my father, right?" Feng Haoren gently stroked her long hair, soothingly assuring her, "You will always be my daughter." Zhou Shua soon learned that Ling Fengshu and Ling Yi had recognized each other, and a shadow of gloom settled over his stern brow. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt that ever since this girl named Song Yi, now known as Ling Yi, had surfaced, his affairs had been fraught with misfortune. The first attempt to eliminate her had failed. The assailant vanished without a trace, becoming an uncertain threat. The second assassin he had dispatched also met with failure and subsequently disappeared, straining his relationship with the gangster Li Yiming. Despite digging deep, Li Yiming could no longer find a trace of Li Lingyan in city. There was only one person with such power aside from Li Yiming himself, and that was Zhou Shua. Thus, Li Yiming suspected that Zhou Shua had concealed Li Lingyu as a means of leveraging power against him. Zhou Shua was unwilling to dirty his hands with matters that fell into the gray area of legality. In the past, he had always traded with Li Yiming, delegating those tasks to him. As their relationship soured, Li Yiming ceased cooperation, causing Zhou Shua's plans to stagnate. The scheme to orchestrate a car accident to eliminate Ling Fengshu had become a desperate gamble for Zhou Shua. As for whether Ling Ruochuan would be saddened by the loss of her mother, Zhou Shua was indifferent. Did she not have him? Furthermore, Zhou Shua understood Ling Fengshu's mindset well. This formidable businesswoman was certainly not a timid little woman. In this way, Ling Ruochuan's identity would remain a secret forever. Once he successfully married Ruochuan, the Ling family's assets would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. This unexpected emergence of Ling Yi had completely disrupted his plans. A flicker of ruthless intent flashed in Zhou Shua's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Ling Yi was indeed fortunate, possessing an almost uncanny luck. Despite his repeated attempts to obstruct her, she had still been discovered by Ling Fengshu. Even surviving an explosion. If he could not eliminate her biologically, perhaps social death would suffice. Zhou Shua pondered. Ling Yi had, after all, clawed her way up from the depths of society. Her manners, etiquette, and cultural refinement could not possibly compare to those of the well-educated Ruochuan. By setting a few traps to humiliate her, he could reduce her to a state of public ridicule, at which point she would have no face left to remain in the Ling household. Even Ling Fengshu would likely come to disdain her own flesh and blood, reminiscing fondly about Ruochuan instead. The rivalry between these women could be resolved through their own petty dramas. Zhou Shua scoffed disdainfully. As his thoughts crystallized, a faint smile graced Zhou Shua's lips. He sent a message to his secretary, and soon after, a striking woman with wine-red hair and a voluptuous figure entered his office. She was Zhou Shua's cousin, Zhou Mengdai. In the struggles of the Zhou family, she had wisely chosen her side and aligned herself with Zhou Shua. "Cousin, I recall your standing in the socialite circle of N City is quite high," Zhou Shua remarked. Zhou Meng smiled. "Indeed, apart from your fiancé, I hold the next most influential position." "Why the sudden interest in matters concerning women, President Zhou?" she teased. Mentioning Ling Ruochuan irritated Zhou Shu. He furrowed his brow at the thought of her troubled background. her lowly lineage, and her vulgar birth mother had he not misjudged. He would not have become entangled in such troublesome affairs. Ling Ruochuan's identity was precarious. The true daughter of the Ling family was someone else entirely. Zhou Shua did not wish to elaborate, disregarding Zhou Meng's astonished and curious gaze as he issued a direct command. It's simple enough. Our circle does not permit just anyone to waltz in. Confidently, Zhou Meng departed, leaving Zhou Shua to leisurely pick up his phone. The screen displayed over 10 missed calls from Ling Ruochuan, which he had chosen to ignore. Initially, the primary reason for selecting Ling Ruochuan was his desire for the Ling family's assets, as she was Ling Fengshu's only daughter. Once Ling Fengshu aged, everything belonging to the Ling family would be his. Additionally, in their circle, those of good family background were often aggressive, much like Zhou Meng, while the more gentle and understanding ones typically hailed from modest beginnings. Ling Ruochuan was a rare exception. She not only came from a good family but also held a respectable position and possessed a gentle demeanor, which made Zhou Shua quite pleased with her. Now the entire society believed they were a deeply affectionate couple. After their engagement banquet, even CPF had been involved. This heartfelt persona had brought Zhou Shua many advantages, with countless young women enamored by him, dreaming of replacing Ling Ruochuan as his beloved. That if he were to break up with Ling Ruochuan over her identity, he would surely be condemned as a scoundrel by society. Hello, Ruochuan? I just finished a meeting. What's the matter? On the other end, Ling Ruochuan's voice trembled with sorrow. Zhou Shua, if I were no longer the daughter of the Ling family, would you still love me? Chapter 29. Entering the aristocracy during Ling Fengshu's watchful gaze, Ling Yi dared not recover too rapidly. Adhering strictly to medical advice, she spent half a month recuperating in the hospital, undergoing a barrage of tests, until Ling Fengshu finally conceded that she could be discharged. Ling Yi rejoiced, embracing Ling Fengshu and showering her with kisses. The little system was nearly brought to tears. Having confined its host to the hospital, the host buried herself in a mountain of books, overwhelming the system with knowledge. Ling Fengshu, too, had not left the hospital, remaining by Ling Yi's side, and their bond had grown immensely close over their time together. Ling Fengshu chuckled as she touched the places Ling Yi had kissed. At your age, you still act like a child. Ling Yi pouted playfully. I will always be mommy's little child, right? With a twinkle in her eye, Ling Yi declared, I want to eat squirrel fish, lotus leaf steamed pork, teriyaki abalone. After listing several dishes, Ling Fengshu finally caught on, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. You clever little rascal, aren't those all my favorites? What you love to eat is what I want to eat, Ling Yi replied with a cheeky grin. The two descended the stairs, laughing and chatting, where the newly appointed driver awaited to open the car door for them. All the drivers who had inexplicably gone missing on the day of Ling Fengshu's accident had been dismissed, regardless of their excuses. As they arrived at the entrance of their opulent French-style villa, Ling Yi gazed up in awe, exclaiming to the little system, this is true nobility, Tongzi. We are about to enjoy a life of luxury. The little system stared in shock at the standalone structure, which boasted a new classical style, resembling a dreamy oil painting. Spanning 1,200 square meters, it featured 3 stories above ground and 3 below, with a private garden overflowing with roses in front and a dazzling blue swimming pool at the back. Host, you are the one who will enjoy this. I cannot partake, the little system said with a hint of envy. Ling Fengshu patted Ling Yi's shoulder, saying, from now on this will be your home. Ling Yi smiled. Appearing quite unfazed, Ling Fengshu felt a surge of happiness. Despite her daughter having endured hardship since childhood, she had not exhibited the naivety of someone unacquainted with the world. Instead, she remained unfazed by both praise and reproach. Upon entering the house, Ling Fengshu introduced her to the household staff one by one. There were a total of 4 employees in the residence, which was rather few for such a prestigious family. 2 were responsible for household chores and organization, 1 was in charge of cooking, namely Wang Ma, and the last was the butler, who also served as Ling Fengshu's personal assistant, named Li Jing. He was quite young, merely 28, and a graduate of a prestigious university, possessing remarkable organizational skills. Ling Yi could discern that none of these individuals were simpletons. They were likely handpicked by Ling Fengshu herself. They treated her, the suddenly arrived young lady, with utmost respect, greeting her with beaming smiles and addressing her as Miss Ling. However, Wang Ma, having watched Ling Ruochuan grow up, regarded Ling Yi with a hint of detachment and coldness. Ling Yi paid it no mind cheerfully. She took a seat beside Ling Fengshu and began to savor the sumptuous meal prepared by Wang Ma. Regardless of Wang Ma's inner thoughts, she approached her work and craft with unwavering seriousness. After satisfying their appetites, the two ascended the stairs, where Ling Fengshu gestured towards a row of rooms, saying, choose anyone you like. They are all suites, well-ventilated and abundantly lit. Ling Yi, not one to be modest, replied with a smile, I'll take a look. She glanced into each room, and as Ling Fengshu had described, each was a masterpiece of design and proportion. However, one room was clearly recently renovated, presumably once belonging to Ling Ruochuan, but had been entirely cleared by Ling Fengshu. One could only imagine how Ling Ruochuan must have wept as her belongings were removed before her very eyes. Her mother was indeed formidable. When she declared that Ling Ruochuan must move out, she left no trace behind. Throughout the half-month of hospitalization, Ling Fengshu had managed the household and the company with meticulous efficiency. Ling Yi even felt a tinge of regret for having such an exceptionally capable mother. She didn't even leave her the chance to outsmart the false heiress. It was indeed a lonely feeling. After a moment of quiet reflection, Ling Yi pointed to the adjacent room, saying, I shall reside in this one. She had no inclination to settle for second-hand accommodations. Without hesitation, Ling Yi moved in, her belongings minimal, as the original owner had had her salary card confiscated by Xia Rong, leaving her own rented apartment nearly devoid of possessions. Ling Fengshu remarked, you should rest for a bit. This afternoon I've arranged a gathering at Chunyu Pavilion. Your grandparents are eager to meet you. Ling Yi nodded, hesitantly inquiring, will Dad be attending? The mention of Feng Haoren ignited Ling Fengshu's ire. He had not been invited. Over the past 2 weeks, he had continued to visit the hospital every few days to see both Ling Fengshu and Ling Yi. With each visit, Ling Fengshu grew increasingly aloof. Ultimately, she decided to pack his belongings and send them to Ling Ruochuan's apartment. When Feng Haoren called to confront her, Ling Fengshu retorted, if you cannot bear to part with Ruochuan, then go and be with her. Feng Haoren, filled with resentment towards his wife's assertiveness, hung up in a fit of rage that he truly moved out, and on the day of their discharge, he did not show up. Ling Fengshu was profoundly disappointed in her husband. When they first got together, she had valued Feng Haoren's emotional stability and gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, over the years, his temperament had grown increasingly irritable and unreasonable. Sometimes, when Ling Fengshu simply made normal arrangements, such as planning a family trip to Hawaii the following week, he would fly into a rage, accusing her of excessive control and disrespecting his masculinity. Ling Fengshu found it utterly baffling that if he didn't wish to go, he could voice his concerns and they could discuss it together. What was the point of throwing accusations? However, in front of Ling Yi, Ling Fengshu refrained from speaking ill of him, wanting to preserve his dignity as a father. She reassured Ling Yi, your father is rather emotional, a sentimental scholar, and he finds it difficult to accept such a significant change. Give him some time. Ling Yi nodded, then shook her head. Mom, as long as I have you, I am content. Your love for me has already surpassed everything I have felt over the past 24 years. Ling Fengshu embraced her tightly, fearing that she might shed tears. Silly child, this is still far from enough. I will provide you with even more love. The following day, after a refreshing nap, Ling Yi prepared for the banquet. Her suite was equipped with a walk-in closet, which was already brimming with the latest seasonal garments from various high-end brands, all procured by Ling Fengshu's assistant, Li Jing. Li Jing, having completed a master's degree in Italy, possessed not only an impressive education but also a refined sense of style. While waiting in the living room, Ling Fengshu looked up to see Ling Yi descending the staircase, her eyes lighting up. Ling Yi wore a white silk sleeveless top with a flowing neckline and perfectly tailored dark gray trousers, her figure appearing slender and elongated, exuding a sense of simplicity and elegance. Adorned with vintage ruby earrings and a discreet yet luxurious clutch, she embodied an effortless sophistication. The little system remarked, she is so happy now. Ling Fengshu was thoroughly pleased with Ling Yi's understatedly opulent appearance. Our little Yi dresses so well. This is the trend of old money style. Isn't it? Ling Yi humbly replied, it's all thanks to Sister Li Jing's excellent shopping. As they made their way to Chunyu Pavilion, Ling Fengshu began to recount the family members who would be attending the dinner. The Ling family was not particularly numerous, consisting of a simple array of members. Her grandfather, Ling Ruoqi, and grandmother, Lu Yu, had been mentioned to Ling Yi previously. Ling Ruoqi had risen from humble beginnings, seizing the opportunities presented during the nation's rapid development, and through daring ventures, he had established a remarkable family business. Under Ling Fengshu's stewardship, this enterprise had flourished further. Lu Yu, his steadfast partner through thick and thin, had shared a deep bond with him. The gathering would also include Ling Ruoqi's younger brother, Ling Ruoqing, and his family. In contrast to his brother's success, Ling Ruoqing's journey had been fraught with challenges. Early in his entrepreneurial endeavors, Ling Ruoqi had invited Ling Ruoqing to join him, but Ling Ruoqing had scoffed at the meager profits and made excuses to decline. Once Ling Ruoqi's business prospered, Ling Ruoqing regretted his decision and implored their parents to intercede on his behalf for a position. Out of familial obligation, Ling Ruiqi granted him a role in the logistics department, albeit one lacking authority or financial reward. Ling Ruiqi repeatedly sought promotions or transfers, only to be met with Ling Ruiqi's steadfast refusals, asserting that key positions must be filled by the most capable individuals. Ling Ruiqi, though dissatisfied, endured, knowing he needed to continue working under his brother. The tension between the families erupted when Ling Fangxu inherited the family business. As the sole daughter, Ling Ruiqi's legacy was at stake, and Ling Ruiqi secretly harbored ambitions to have his son, Ling Tianrong, adopted by Ling Ruiqi, believing that a woman could not handle such significant responsibilities. Yet Ling Ruiqi was clear-minded, believing wholeheartedly in women's potential, asserting that his daughter was far more capable than most men and deserved to inherit the family business. After Ling Fangxu came of age, Ling Ruiqi persistently introduced her to unsuitable suitors, subtly suggesting she should marry. Ling Ruiqi, furious, made his stance clear. His daughter would inherit the business, and she would bring in a son-in-law. Ling Ruiqi, humiliated and angry, left in a huff. Subsequently, during Ling Fangxu and Fang Haoren's wedding, Ling Ruiqi's family did not attend. The two families had effectively severed ties for nearly a decade. Their next encounter occurred at their mother's funeral, where the two brothers, now both bereft of parents, embraced and wept, reconciling their past grievances. Ling Fangxu, however, held little fondness for her uncle's family. Her cousin, Ling Tianrong, harbored ulterior motives, looking at her with veiled malice. Nonetheless, as her father aged and softened, longing for familial connection, Ling Fangxu did not wish to deprive him of that joy and tacitly accepted the rekindling of their relationship. To her surprise, Ling Ruochuan had formed a close bond with the twins from her cousin's family, who idolized her. The twins, named Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruoya, were 4 years her junior and lavished attention on Ling Ruochuan, chasing after her with adoring calls of sister, seeking her favor. It was peculiar that, given their families had been estranged at birth, they had nevertheless chosen names so closely aligned with Ling Ruochuan's. Ling Fangxu found their behavior rather troubling, and it was yet another point of disappointment regarding Ling Ruochuan. After hearing this, Ling Yi patted Ling Fangxu's hand, saying, "It seems this family is still not ready to give up." Ling Fangxu, noticing that Ling Yi grasped the underlying implications of her words, felt a mix of joy and concern. "Be cautious, they have become more subtle in their approach, no longer overtly trying to seize opportunities but rather covertly scheming. Mom, I have worked at Wanxing for 2 years. The intrigue there is no less intense. Rest assured I can handle it." Wanxing was the prestigious Fortune 500 company where Song Yi had once worked. Ling Fangxu smiled. "Indeed, I have heard of it. I understand you are doing exceptionally well and have gained your superioress recognition." Ling Yi expounded on her survival philosophy. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they wrong me, I shall retaliate." Though she did not voice her complete thoughts, Ling Fangxu understood and nodded in satisfaction. Upon entering Chunyu Pavilion, they were greeted by a pair of strikingly similar young faces, Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruida. As soon as they spotted Ling Fangxu, they eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Auntie, it has been such a long time. And where is our dear cousin, the guest of honor today?" Upon hearing the news of the true and false heiress, both Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruoya were utterly astonished, repeatedly confirming its authenticity. Subsequently, upon learning that Ling Ruochuan had been cast out of her home, the two could hardly contain their glee. They had always found it tiresome to cater to Ling Ruochuan, who had been treated like a subordinate. They were all too aware of the humble and destitute background from which Ling Yi had emerged, their hearts brimming with disdain as they deemed her a timid bumpkin. What qualifications did she possess to dare assume the role of the Ling family's eldest daughter? At the very least, Ling Ruochuan boasted a beautiful visage, along with years of refinement from high society and a respectable career to her name. A woman who had nearly been sold off for a dowry was indeed a source of shame for the Ling family. They loitered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the appearance of that bumpkin, intent on surveying her from head to toe and delivering a subtle humiliation. As for the elegant and noble young lady accompanying Ling Fangxu, they dismissed her as merely a passerby, failing to pay attention to her features. Surely, she would not dare to show her face. Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruoya pondered. Suddenly, a melodious female voice broke the air, imbued with cheerful laughter, inquired, "Are you looking for me?" Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruoya turned in astonishment toward the girl who had spoken. It was the very individual they had mistakenly assumed to be another heiress. Ling Yi wore a gentle smile of quiet confidence, her features exquisite and radiant. Her movements were composed, as if she were naturally accustomed to a life of privilege. Though she bore no logos, she exuded an air of nobility. Faced with the stark contrast of their preconceived notions, both Ling Ruofing and Ling Ruoya were rendered speechless. Ling Ruoya blurted out, "Impossible." Yet upon closer inspection of Ling Yi and Ling Fangxu's features, It became evident that they were indeed mother and daughter. Ling Ruofing tugged at Ling Ruoya, signaling her to regain her composure. Ling Yi looked at Ling Ruoya and smiled, saying, "You must be Ruoya." She then nodded at Ling Ruofing, "And you must be Ruofing." The two sighed in relief, believing that the person before them was amicable and would overlook Ling Ruoya's momentary faux pas. However, Ling Yi's next words took them by surprise. "What do you mean by impossible? Do you believe I cannot be so generous and self-assured, and that I ought to be a timid bumpkin?" They were astonished that she had deduced their innermost thoughts, speaking them aloud without hesitation. A jolt of anxiety coursed through them, but their minds raced, quickly redirecting their accusations toward Ling Yi. Ling Ruoya feigned innocence, replying, "Sister Ling Yi, how could you maliciously misconstrue my words? I merely heard that you had previously sustained an injury and assumed you were still recovering. I never imagined you would be in such good spirits now that my remark of impossible was merely a fleeting thought." Ling Ruofing chimed in, "Indeed, sister, why must you be so confrontational upon our first meeting? We came sincerely to welcome you." Ling Yi responded, "Is that so?" She then scrutinized Ling Ruoya and Ling Ruofing with her gaze, shaking her head and sighing in mock disbelief. "Impossible, impossible indeed," her tone dripping with disdain, implying that it was inconceivable for the Ling family to produce such individuals, and that she could never be related to them. Ling Ruoya and Ling Ruofing's faces flushed with indignation. Ling Ruofing retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Ling Ruoya added plaintively, "I truly only meant to express concern for your health." Ling Yi replied, "I am equally concerned for your well-being." During her scrutiny, she had employed her observational skills, keenly assessing their energies. "Ruoya, you are clearly troubled by matters of the heart, your complexion is sallow, and your hair is thinning, beware of romantic entanglements. Ruofing, your visage is haggard, you indulge excessively, prone to impatience and anger. Your vitality is waning." That I merely expressed my disbelief at how two young siblings could be in such poor health. Ling Yi lamented. Ling Ruoya, now exposed regarding her youthful concerns, turned pale, while Ling Ruofing, incensed at being accused of diminished vitality, exclaimed, "Who are you calling unwell? Say it again if you dare." Ling Yi, taken aback, responded, "I was expressing concern for you. Why do you harbor such animosity towards your elder sister?" Ling Fengshu, observing the exchange, felt an urge to laugh. Ling Ruofing, a university student, despite his family's modest means, leveraged his surname and his relation to Ling Ruochuan to present himself as a young master of the Ling family. Ling Fengshu had heard tales of his playboy antics through friends and subordinates. Witnessing Ling Yi gain the upper hand, Ling Fengshu felt relieved and interjected, "Ruofing, how can you speak so? Your sister is concerned for you. You ought to take care of yourself." Ling Ruofing, intimidated by Ling Fengshu, forced a smile and replied, "Understood, auntie, I will take care of my health." The two siblings ceased to engage with Ling Yi and Ling Fengshu. Proceeding into the inner chambers, Ling Fengshu quietly inquired of Ling Yi, "My dear, can you truly read faces?" Ling Fengshu believed this answer wholeheartedly. In her eyes, her daughter was adept at grasping any subject with ease. "Aunt Wang has recently taken an interest in dietary health. Perhaps you could offer her some guidance." As they conversed, they entered the private room. At the head of the table sat the imposing elder, Ling Ruoichi, flanked by the kindly matron, Lu Yu. Ling Yi approached without hesitation, exuding confidence, and greeted, "Grandmother, grandfather, I am Ling Yi." Ling Ruoichi squinted, scrutinizing Ling Yi, who smiled and allowed him to appraise her. After a lengthy moment, Ling Ruoichi burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! She is indeed Fengshu's daughter." A fortnight prior, when Ling Fengshu had narrated the tale of the true and false heiresses to Ling Ruoichi, he had found it incredulous that such an extraordinary event could transpire. Feng Haoren had already come to lodge complaints, and Ling Ruoichi found it difficult to comprehend his daughter's actions. After all, he had watched Ling Ruochuan grow from a cooing infant into a graceful young woman, experiencing the laughter and tears along the way, none of which could be easily dismissed by mere claims of non-blood relation. "Dad, Ruochuan is my adopted daughter. That will never change. That I have no intention of severing ties with her," Ling Fengshu asserted clearly. Yet, she emphasized that it must be made unequivocally clear, both within the family and to the public, that Ling Yi was the one true heiress of the Ling family and its sole inheritor. Ling Fengshu began to pour her heart out to Ling Ruoichi. "Father, since you have me, you cannot fathom the feeling of your daughter's heart not being in sync with yours." During a phone call, Ling Fengshu had quietly asked, "If I were to decide to marry and become a homemaker at the age of 25, what would you do?" Ling Ruoichi's eyes widened in fury. "I would break your legs. All these years I have nurtured you, not for you to become a mere housewife." "Yes, father, but that is precisely Ruochuan's choice. It is the path she has chosen," Ling Fengshu replied despondently. Ling Ruoichi fell silent. Though my heart is heavy, I still respect her decision. On the eve of her engagement to Zhou Shua, I could not sleep a wink. My feelings for Ruochuan are not devoid of affection, but she is ill-suited to be the heir of our Ling family. This thought has tormented me for years. Ling Fengshu sighed heavily, but as she mentioned Ling Yi, her tone lightened. Ling Yi is my true bloodline. Even before I laid eyes on her, merely hearing of her existence instilled that instinct in me. Father, trust me, you will come to like her, and she is undoubtedly the perfect choice to inherit my position. Thus, Ling Ruiqi acquiesced to Ling Fengshu's decision. At that moment, he gazed at the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Ling Fengshu, and felt an involuntary fondness swell within him. While he cherished Ling Ruochuan's gentle sweetness, he greatly admired the resilience and grace that emanated from his granddaughter. Who would have thought that at my age, I could be blessed with such an exceptional granddaughter? Ling Ruiqi laughed heartily from the depths of his being. Beside him, Ling Ruiqing, Ling Qianrong, and the others wore increasingly strained smiles. In Chapter 32, the little system made its mark. Ling Fengshu was overjoyed and touched to see her father so warmly embrace Ling Yi. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, Ling Ruiqing chose to stir the pot. He feigned a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity for that child, Ruochuan." The ambience instantly faltered. Ling Fengshu's expression darkened with barely concealed anger, while Ling Yi placed a calming hand on hers and with a playful smile remarked, "How amusing. Having stolen another's identity and life, merely returning what belongs to them is what you deem pitiable." Ling Ruiqing's temper flared. "You little girl, you entered this room without even greeting me as second grandfather, and instead chose to confront me first. This is not the upbringing we have in the Ling family. Your manners are lacking, and you cannot compare to even a single finger of Ruochuan's. Utterly useless." The final 4 words were spoken particularly loudly. It was common knowledge among the Ling family that Ling Ruochuan was a lost cause, someone incapable of rising to the occasion. Ling Ruiqing had learned to be more discreet, refraining from openly reveling in her misfortune, instead finding amusement in private. Once Ling Ruochuan was married off and Ling Fengshu began to age, his grandson Ling Ruofeng would be in the prime of his youth, and the Ling family's affairs would inevitably fall to him to manage. In managing these affairs, they would surely find their way into his own pockets. However, out of nowhere, a twist emerged when one day Ling Fengshu announced to them that Ling Ruochuan was not her biological daughter, but rather a case of mistaken identity at the hospital. The entire Ling family was thrown into chaos. They had believed that once Ling Ruochuan married, the family fortune would be theirs to claim. This revelation felt as though the meat they had anticipated devouring had suddenly flown away. Ling Ruiqing promptly hired someone to investigate Ling Yi's character and background, and with each discovery, a sense of foreboding grew stronger. This girl had managed to escape from a family that had drained her dry, which foretold that she would not be easily managed. Although the video footage portrays her as a pitiable figure, I can't shake the feeling that she is far from an easy character to handle. She is undoubtedly more challenging than Ling Ruochuan, who is just a simpleton. If she were to inherit the Ling family's fortune in the future, it would likely not be a simple matter to wrest it from her grasp. Thus, Ling Ruiqing resolved firmly that he must not allow this suddenly emerging Ling Yi to ascend to power, and he seized the opportunity to slander her in front of Ling Ruiqi. His scheming thoughts echoed loudly in his mind. Unfortunately, Ling Yi overheard it all. With a look of surprise, Ling Yi exclaimed, "So you are my second granduncle? I too believe that our Ling family has a commendable family ethos. With benevolent elders of high quality. However, upon entering, seeing you glare at me with such disdain, I thought you were merely a passerby seeking to take advantage. My apologies, second granduncle." Before Ling Ruiqing could react, Ling Yi embraced Ling Ruiqi and Lu Yu, cheerfully adding, "Besides, with grandma and grandpa here, I hardly see anyone else." Grandpa's commanding presence clearly speaks of someone who has navigated the turbulent seas of commerce, while grandma's gentle demeanor is as kind and nurturing as that of Guanyin Bodhisattva. In my eyes, all I see are grandma and grandpa. Truly, my apologies. Her repeated apologies were laced with compliments, and Ling Ruiqi, charmed, chuckled, "Brother, your words are misplaced. Ruochuan has enjoyed our family's blessings for so many years. What is there to pity? It is little E who deserves sympathy, having been cast adrift, enduring storms and hardships." Lu Yu echoed this sentiment, taking Ling Yi's hand affectionately. "Little E, you have suffered these past years. Thankfully, you have emerged unscathed, blossoming into someone so remarkable." Ling Yi earnestly replied, "Grandma, grandpa, please do not say that I am not pitiable at all. You and Mom are the rainbow I see after the rain." Ling Ruiqi pointed at her, laughing, "Look at this clever tongue of yours. Fengshu, next time you negotiate with a family, take little E along for training. I see great potential in her." Fengshu smiled. "Dad, do you even need to say that? Ling Ruiqing, watching their familial warmth, felt a surge of frustration. While they indulged in small talk, the waitstaff skillfully and swiftly presented the dishes. Chunyu Pavilion, a quintessential establishment of traditional Chinese elegance, was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines laid out on the table. Once the eldest and highest-ranking member of the family, Ling Ruiqi, spoke, everyone began to eat. Ling Ruofeng, gazing at the lavish spread, suddenly conceived a scheme to test Ling Yi, this unsophisticated country bumpkin. He eagerly placed a dish before her and said, "Cousin, try this dish. Do you know what it is?" Ling Yi glanced at it, and before she could respond, the little system excitedly exclaimed, "Host, I know. This is crab-stuffed orange. It was the favorite of a concubine in the imperial palace." Ling Yi gave the little system a thumbs up, impressed. Then she echoed its words, "Ruofeng, since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously inform you that this is crab-stuffed orange. The fresh crab meat, crab roe, and crab fat are scooped out and filled into a hollowed orange, then cooked. This dish combines the sweetness of crab meat with the refreshing fragrance of orange, resulting in a rich and delightful flavor." She spoke with a smile, adopting a didactic tone. Ling Ruofeng was taken aback, realizing she truly knew, and he grew anxious. "Who doesn't know that? I'm testing you, not asking." "Oh. Do you have a teaching certificate to test me?" Ling Ruofeng boldly replied, "We often eat these dishes, but since this is your first visit to Chunyu Pavilion, you must not have seen them before. How can I not test you?" Ling Yi smiled. "Go ahead, continue your test. If I can answer them all, it will only prove that you are not of the caliber to test me." Seeing her confidence, Ling Ruofeng sneered. He remembered how he had been clueless on his first visit to Chunyu Pavilion. Crab-stuffed orange was a slip-up. He should choose a dish whose form was indiscernible to challenge her. Ling Ruofeng nodded confidently. Feng Shu, initially concerned, was astounded as everyone present realized that Ling Yi was well-versed in every dish, even recalling their historical context effortlessly. This pastry is called Su Huangdu Guanghan cake. This fish is called Su Guyu. This wine is Lan Xiaofeng Yu.By. By the time she finished naming the last dish, everyone was astonished. They had not expected her to be so knowledgeable. Lu Yu remarked, "Usually we just eat. This is the first time I've truly learned about these dishes. Little E, your breadth of knowledge is impressive." Ling Ruofeng was sweating profusely, his embarrassment turning to anger. "How could you possibly know so much? This must have been arranged by Aunt. You conspired in advance and memorized it." Feng Shu was bewildered. "I didn't order the dishes." Ling Ruiqi laughed heartily. "Ruofeng, these dishes were ordered by your grandfather and me before you arrived. If you don't believe me, ask your grandfather." Ling Ruofeng turned to look at Ling Ruiqing, who wore an unpleasant expression, and shot him a fierce glare. Truly, he had not only failed to make the girl lose face but had instead allowed her to shine. Feng Shu was equally astonished and whispered, "Little E, how do you know so much?" "Because most of these are imperial dishes. The little system has seen them all before." But of course she could not say that. Ling Yi smiled. "In my previous home, I began doing household chores and cooking at the age of 5, gradually developing an interest in culinary arts, that I couldn't help but notice the peculiar, ancient and refined dishes. Naturally at that time, I lacked the means to prepare them, with no access to such precious ingredients, so I merely dabbled." Feng Shu felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her speak of her past. Grasping her hand to check for calluses, indeed, she felt the roughness, which saddened Feng Shu deeply. "My dear, if only I had found you sooner." Ling Yi comforted her. "Mom, these are merely the trials that have tempered me." Ling Ruiqing seized upon this conversation, his eyes gleaming with intent. He said meaningfully, "Little E has been doing household chores since childhood. She is truly virtuous and will undoubtedly be a model of a good wife and mother in the future." Chapter 33. 2 lines of incense. Hearing Ling Yi mention her childhood chores and interest in cooking, Ling Ruiqing felt a thrill of excitement. Could it be that we have another Ling Ruochuan here? He disregarded Feng Shu's displeased expression and pressed Ling Yi. "Nowadays many girls are unable to do housework or even cook. It is Little E who is suitable for marriage. Do you have a partner? I could introduce someone to you." Ling Yi looked at him with a bemused expression before elegantly raising her glass to sip. Smiling, "Second granduncle, I must say you are still charming and alluring, with curves that captivate." Ling Ruiqing was taken aback by her unexpected response. Feeling the sting of her sarcasm, he retorted angrily, "You, girl, truly lack decorum. What kind of talk is this? Second granduncle, who was it that first insulted me by saying I was suitable for marriage?" Ling Yi replied coolly. Ling Ruiqi, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are ungrateful. I was complimenting you. To call you a good wife and mother is a praise. Yet in this day and age, how have girls twisted such a noble quality into a pejorative? Truly, the world has turned upside down." Indeed, I believe Ruofing is the one most suited to be a good husband and father. Having inherited your traits, second granduncle, he has a sturdy build, perfect for raising a large family. Ling Ruofing jumped up. Why am I being dragged into this all of a sudden? Ling Yi chuckled. Ruofing, why are you so anxious? I am merely employing your grandfather's logic to compliment you. If it is an admirable quality, men should embody it too. Isn't that right, second granduncle? Men and women cannot be the same. Men are meant to achieve success, while women— Ling Ruoqing faltered, for in his mind, women were meant to stay home, supporting their husbands and raising children. Yet he was aware that he could not voice such thoughts in front of Fang Shu, for it had caused a rift between him and his elder brother a decade ago. Ling Yi interjected, and women possess boundless potential. Just like my mother, she has elevated the Ling family and Suan to new heights, creating even greater brilliance. Ling Ruoqing found himself unable to refute this. The Ling family's assets had indeed expanded exponentially under Fang Shu's stewardship. Yet, he remained begrudging, snorting, unfortunately, women cannot continue the family line. Ling Yi was taken aback. Looking at Ling Ruoqi, Grandpa, does that mean our family will be left without heirs? As if my mother and I do not exist. Ling Ruoqi frowned, scolding Ling Ruoqing sternly, what era are we in? How can you still hold such outdated views? Ling Ruoqing maintained his composure. Brother, this is merely the tradition passed down from our ancestors. Ling Yi smiled, realizing that in second granduncle's eyes, men symbolize the family line. Then let Ruofing marry a male partner. Second granduncle, you would be blessed with 2 lines of incense, truly a flourishing lineage. Both Ling Ruoqi and Fang Shu could hardly contain their laughter. Even Ling Ruoya nearly burst out in giggles. Ling Ruoqing, who despised homosexuality, believed it to be against nature and morality, his face turning pale with anger. How could this girl speak such nonsense? Ling Ruoqi shot him a sharp look, defending Ling Yi. Brother, watch your language. Little E is merely echoing your words. Yet he knew she wasn't saying anything favorable. Clearing his throat, he attempted to diffuse the tension. This is a family gathering. Let us all remain harmonious. Dinner, just now Xiaoyi elaborated on these dishes, which were once delicacies in ancient royal courts. Thus, this topic has been satisfactorily addressed. On the surface, Ling Ruoqing appeared composed and ceased to speak, yet internally, he harbored resentment towards Ling Yi. This girl possessed a sharp tongue and showed no mercy. She might prove even more challenging than Ling Fangshu. The goodwill of Shanwen must never fall into Ling Yi's hands, as she has displayed disdain for their family from the very beginning. And their distance would only grow. There was no time to waste. While he still drew breath, he must ensure that the company fell into the hands of Tianrong and Ruofing. Ling Tiancheng pondered darkly. In stark contrast, Ling Yi beamed with joy, charming both Ling Ruoqi and Lu Yu, the elderly couple, into smiles. Observing her daughter and grandparents bonding so well, Ling Fangshu felt a significant weight lift from her heart. She announced with a smile, this Saturday, to celebrate Xiaoyi's return, I will host a dinner aboard the Rose Mirage cruise ship. I hope all friends and family can join us. Mother, won't that be too ostentatious? Ling Yi exclaimed in surprise, as this was the first she had heard of it. Ling Fangshu replied, it must be grand. I wish to announce your identity to the world. You are my daughter and the sole heir of the Ling family in Shanwen. Ling Yi was deeply touched. Thank you, mother. The Rose Mirage was indeed a fitting venue, befitting Xiaoyi's stature. Ling Ruoqi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the name Rose Mirage, Ling Ruoya and Ling Ruofing were instantly taken aback, soon breaking into expressions of delight. The Rose Mirage was a pinnacle of luxury, akin to the Hermes of cruise ships. With no tickets available for purchase. To board, one had to secure a room, the cost equivalent to a villa in N City, and pass through rigorous background checks. Individuals like Ling Ruoya and Ling Ruofing, being mere branches of the Ling family, had never before had the privilege to board. However, as a VIP client of the Rose Mirage, Ling Fangshu could host a dinner there, allowing her invited guests to share in the experience. Ling Ruoya began to contemplate which dress to wear and how to do her makeup. Ling Ruofing was preoccupied with thoughts of a charming lady he had been pursuing, believing that if he brought her aboard, she would undoubtedly be smitten. Ling Ruoqing shot a fierce glare at his grandchildren, irritated that they could find joy at such a time, preoccupied with frivolities while showing no concern for the family's business and assets. For Ling Yi, the meal was a delightful feast, while for certain others, it felt as bland as chewing wax. Regardless of their inner feelings, outwardly, everyone maintained a facade of merriment, leaving the gathering with smiles plastered on their faces. Before parting, Ling Ruoqi handed Ling Yi a black card. Xiao Yi, although you've always comforted us, you have indeed endured much over the years. Accept this card. Do not refuse it. It is a small token from your grandparents. Spend it freely. Ling Yi did not hesitate to accept it graciously. recognizing this as the first gift she had ever received from her grandparents, and thus would not be so foolish as to decline. "Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. I cherish it dearly." She embraced the two elders, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Lu Yu patted her hand, saying, "I look forward to your splendid entrance this Saturday. You shall be the most beautiful girl at the event." The little system was also exhilarated, bouncing with excitement in her consciousness. "Are we to compete in beauty? My esteemed host, this is indeed my stage." Chapter 34. The supporting female character. 3 days remained until Saturday's banquet. Ling Fengshu placed immense importance on this event, and Ling Yi tried on countless outfits, yet Ling Fengshu remained unsatisfied. Ultimately, she secured the latest haute couture from the Blue Blood brand Stargazer, of which there was but one piece in existence, located at Stargazer's headquarters in the capital. While Ling Yi was indifferent to her attire, she did not wish to dampen her mother's spirits, especially since she genuinely desired to visit the capital. Thus, Ling Yi boarded a flight to the capital. Initially, Ling Fengshu intended to send her personal assistant, Li Jing, to accompany Ling Yi, but Ling Yi preferred to take the journey alone for some respite. Upon boarding, Ling Yi settled comfortably in first class. The flight attendant, with a radiant smile, offered her beverages and blankets. Inquiring attentively about her needs, the little system remarked, "It feels as though having wealth makes this modern experience far more comfortable than a royal palace." "Indeed," Ling Yi replied, "which is why you obsess over your feudal harem." The little system silently lamented its dwindling points. It was merely concerned about its performance. Amid their light banter, a female voice erupted in anger nearby. "What kind of clumsy service is this from your flight attendant? The service of your airline is appalling. I wish to file a complaint." Ling Yi turned to see that the flight attendant had accidentally spilled a drink on the girl sitting to her right, staining her white dress with juice, the color stark against the fabric. "I am so sorry." The flight attendant, who had previously been all smiles, now bore a pale expression, repeatedly apologizing. The girl, beautiful yet tempestuous, glared at the flight attendant with fury. As the attendant bowed in apology, the girl's irritation only intensified, and she shouted, "Enough already!" Annoyed, she sank back into her seat, instructing the flight attendant not to disturb her further. Ling Yi glanced at her and remarked to the little system, "This girl has dark energy surrounding her. Her brow is clouded with a thick aura of misfortune. She is experiencing a streak of bad luck." The little system peered closely, attempting to discern the dark energy Ling Yi mentioned, but saw nothing, begrudgingly concluding, "No wonder she is so irritable." After a moment, the little system suddenly had an epiphany. "Host, I recognize her. She seems familiar." Unlike Ling Yi, who engaged in a myriad of leisurely activities, the little system had only the internet to entertain itself while being pressured to learn. This girl was not only a frequently trending starlet but also the classic supporting female character, Du Zijing, caught between Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan. Unlike the original character Song Yi, who met a swift demise, Du Zijing, as Zhou Shua's former lover, remained a constant presence, entangled in their lives, acting as a catalyst for the main lead's relationship. The little system excitedly relayed its findings to Ling Yi. "She is utterly love-struck. On the day Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan got engaged, she was spotted drowning her sorrows at a bar, and even unleashed a flurry of emo posts on social media. Yet her situation is quite pitiful," the little system continued, displaying its compassion. "After Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan began dating, they broke up with her. And now the internet is rife with accusations of her being a homewrecker. I've seen comments claiming she has lost multiple endorsement deals. Is Zhou Shua truly worth such suffering?" Ling Yi frowned. Just as she finished her thought, a muffled sob broke from Du Zijing beside her. Initially faint, the sound grew louder as Du Zijing's composure crumbled, transforming into a wail. The other first-class passengers exchanged bewildered glances. The flight attendant approached, hesitating, remembering Du Zijing's earlier admonition not to disturb her. Ling Yi nodded to the attendant, signaling her to leave it to her. She stood and approached Du Zijing, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, channeling a hint of energy to her. In an instant, Du Zijing's frayed nerves were briefly calmed. She ceased crying and looked up at Ling Yi with tear-filled eyes. Ling Yi sighed, "Do not cry." Du Zijing, sniffling, replied, "Who are you? Why do you care?" Ling Yi observed the dark energy surrounding Du Zijing, now thick enough to hint at a sense of impending doom. Ling Yi immediately understood the fate that awaited this supporting character. The more trouble Du Zijing caused, the deeper the love between the main leads would grow, leading to her own tragic end. When Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan eventually united, it would likely coincide with Du Zijing's demise. Her depression had reached alarming levels, and she teetered on the brink of a mental breakdown. If this continued, she would not be far from taking her own life. Ling Yi spoke softly, "Close your eyes, take a deep breath and rest your head for a moment." Who do you think you are to command me? Du Zijing began, but before she could finish, Ling Yi swiftly pressed a point behind her ear. In an instant, Du Zijing's eyelids could no longer bear the weight, and she fell into a deep sleep against her seat. Host? The little system inquired. Acupoint for sleep, Ling Yi replied. Du Zijing's brows remained tightly knitted even in slumber, prompting Ling Yi to release a resigned sigh and begin massaging her head. Host? Be quiet, Ling Yi retorted. Are you becoming a saint now? The little system teased. Ling Yi replied, her expression impassive. Do not bother me. The little system scoffed, wishing to make another quip, but its mood soured upon checking its available balance. Host, how did you accrue more debt? It wailed. I have done so legitimately. Blame your own lack of awareness. The little system glared at the newly added purchase record in the store. Beginner item in Zhuangzhou's dream of butterflies. Price, 5,000 points. Effect, the user can weave dreams and project them onto designated individuals. It is the ultimate tool for capturing the emperor's heart. Note, one-time use item. The little system felt faint. This item was exorbitantly priced, and the host had carelessly used it on someone she had only just met. Do not cry, dumpling, Ling Yi reassured that we will soon have income. The little system felt utterly defeated. We are in modern times. How can we have income? Are we not heading to the capital to fulfill your first task? The little system had already forgotten what its initial task was and hopelessly opened its panel. Initial task. Enter the palace. How do we enter a palace in the 21st century? The little system felt utterly overwhelmed. Ling Yi withdrew her hand from Du Zijing's temple and retrieved a travel guide for the imperial capital from the back of her chair, perusing its pages. Before long, she located what she sought, gently tapping the little system and cheerfully directing its attention to a particular illustration within the guide. Following Ling Yi's gesture, the little system beheld a vividly printed image of a magnificent palace, adorned with white jade railings and vibrant red walls. The roof was covered in glazed tiles, and the golden dragons on the beams and columns appeared lifelike. The Forbidden City is indeed a palace. Ling Yi blinked. The little system's eyes suddenly sparkled. In this era, there are no emperors and thus no harem as you often mention, Ling Yi remarked. However, the physical concept of a harem is not entirely absent. The little system bounced in excitement, rattling off the familiar names of palaces: Jingren Palace, Changqian Palace, Yongshou Palace, Ikuan Palace, Xianfu Palace, Changchun Palace, Yanqi Palace, Chuxiu Palace. Noticing that the little system comprehended her implication, Ling Yi nodded and said, your task details are set up quite simply. I believe we might find a loophole. Entering the palace. How could that not be considered a form of entering the palace? Chapter 35. Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies. The little system was persuaded by Ling Yi. Although this initial task offered merely 1,000 points, it was nonetheless invigorated. Every journey begins with a single step. The little system believed that if they could complete this first task, they would undoubtedly uncover further opportunities in subsequent endeavors. It was also reassuring to the little system that, despite the myriad difficulties and the modern-day fate of Zhou Shua, the host had not forgotten her. The little system shyly remarked, Host, even I am on the verge of forgetting this task. For your performance, I have been keeping it in mind, the little system replied, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. As a system that had only been operational for a year, it had bound itself to two hosts. Each individual, while undertaking tasks, was preoccupied with their emotions, status, and future. Pondering what they could ultimately gain. This was the first time someone had considered the little system's performance. Its tiny heart raced with excitement, akin to a playful fawn frolicking in a spring meadow. Host, you are truly wonderful. The little system finally managed to utter this phrase after much hesitation. More sentimental words eluded it, and in this moment, it felt as bashful as a young person experiencing love for the first time. Ling Yi, in her mind, gently stroked the soft fur of the little system. You are wonderful as well. Allow me to defer payment. The little system chuckled for a moment. Having tasted the sweetness of success, it completely forgot the sting of losing 5,000 points just moments prior. Across the aisle, Du Zijing was deep in slumber, prompting the little system's curiosity to surge, and it inquired, Host, what kind of dream did you weave for Du Zijing? This was something we used to craft for emperors, spring dreams. Ling Yi nearly spat out her drink. You truly are something. Host, please tell me. Ling Yi responded, I crafted a dream for her that she would believe to be prophetic. In the dream, she was endlessly entangled with Zhou Shua, exhausting her social connections and commercial value, ultimately losing her job and resources, leading to her being dropped by the company and retreating in disgrace. On the day of Zhou Shu's wedding to Ling Ruochuan, she committed suicide in her own bathtub. The little system shivered upon hearing this. Host, isn't that a bit too harsh? Harsh? This is the conclusion I derived from her own misfortune, Ling Yi replied indifferently. The little system sighed, unable to determine who was worse off, Du Zijing or Song Yi. She still had time for self-redemption. Du Zijing experienced a terrifying nightmare and her dream. She was abandoned by the entire world, ultimately ending her life alone in her home. Her corpse discovered days later. Du Zijing screamed as she awoke, tears streaming down her face. A hand reached over and firmly covered her mouth. Through her tears, Du Zijing glanced at the owner of the hand, a girl with a calm expression. You merely had a dream. Though her expression was indifferent, her other hand gently stroked Du Zijing's back, like petting a cat. The soothing words and comfort acted as a sedative, significantly alleviating the panic within Du Zijing. That horrifying ordeal was merely a dream. She exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the remnants of fear lingered. It felt so real that dream. The sensation of a blade slicing her wrist, the despair as her blood and vitality slowly ebbed away, her body growing colder, her consciousness fading. She had indeed contemplated it. When she witnessed Zhou Shua bestow upon Ling Ruochuan a gentle smile she had never seen before. When he turned away from her without a glance, walking towards Ling Ruochuan in that moment, she truly considered that without his love, she no longer wished to live. But at this moment, Du Zijing gazed out the cabin window at the azure sky, the leisurely drifting white clouds and the sunlight warming her face. How could she forsake her life for that man? What did his love truly amount to? It was devoid of warmth and purity, bringing her only pain and disappointment. In this world, so many beautiful things existed, worth 1,000 times more than his love. He felt as if the mental fog had been cleared, and Du Zijing experienced a profound awakening. She began to laugh and cry simultaneously. Ling Yi released her comforting hand, letting out a barely audible sigh. After a considerable time, Du Zijing finally cried enough, the dark aura on her forehead gradually dissipating, revealing her clear features. Du Zijing lifted her head, smiling shyly at Ling Yi, gratefully saying thank you. Unaware that her dream was the result of Ling Yi's handiwork, she simply appreciated having Ling Yi by her side, soothing her upon awakening from the nightmare. You're welcome, Ling Yi replied with a smile, observing how Du Zijing's fortune began to improve. I'm so sorry for disturbing you just now. Du Zijing covered her face, apologizing to Ling. It's all right, Ling Yi said, as if suddenly recalling something upon seeing her face. Are you an actress? The one from Song of the Wild? Du Zijing's eyes lit up with surprise. You've seen Song of the Wild? I adore it, but it's such an obscure art film. Very few have seen it. Ling Yi, having recently searched for information online, replied, I really like the character you portrayed, Feng Yajun. She is passionate about music and relentlessly pursues her dreams. The ending was quite satisfying. Isn't the ending where Feng Yajun continues to explore her musical possibilities wonderful? Many films from a male perspective conclude with the male lead achieving success, sometimes without the female lead's presence at all. Yet audiences still enjoy them. Ling Yi smiled gently. Indeed, Du Zijing agreed, expressing a sentiment akin to having met a kindred spirit. While the male lead is certainly admirable, dreams and the stage are Feng Yajun's lifelong pursuits. If the ending were changed to her walking down the aisle with the male lead, it would completely alter the film's theme. Ling Yi softly remarked, loving oneself is far more important than loving a man. Yes, Du Zijing fully awakened to this truth. She extended her hand towards Ling Yi, smiling warmly and gratefully. I am Du Zijing. May we be friends? Ling Yi shook her hand. I am Ling Yi Ling Fengxiang. Pleased to meet you. Du Zijing paused. You share the surname Ling? Are there others with the surname Ling? Ling Yi feigned ignorance, secretly amused. No, Du Zijing waved her hand. I am also very pleased to meet you. Ling Yi Chapter 36. The art of Lily. Ling Yi and Du Zijing naturally fell into conversation, discussing their purposes for visiting the imperial capital. What brand? Stargazer. I am their brand ambassador. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi exclaimed, what a coincidence. I am also going to find the H brand. Du Zijing's eyes widened in surprise. Oh. My mother is hosting a banquet and is making me go to the H headquarters in the capital to borrow a dress. Du Zijing chuckled. You speak in such an entertaining manner. Being able to borrow clothes from the H brand must mean your family is quite distinguished. Ling Yi humbly replied. Just a bit of money. My mother has a good relationship with the H brand. She wears it for significant occasions. Your mother must be quite impressive. Du Zijing refrained from prying further, as she was not one to concern herself with the backgrounds of her friends. Ling Yi pondered for a moment. We could visit the H headquarters together tomorrow afternoon. I plan to stroll around the Forbidden City in the morning. The Forbidden City. Du Zijing became intrigued. May I join you? I have a script for a harem-themed drama and am contemplating whether to accept it. I'd like to experience the atmosphere before deciding. Before Ling Yi could respond, the little system, having overheard the word harem, became animated. Host, hurry up and agree to her. Why are you so excited? The little system replied proudly. This is my area of expertise. My knowledge of harems is extensive. With my assistance, host, you can impress Du Zijing. Ling Yi saw through the little system's intentions. Actually, I don't wish to impress. It is you who desires to show off. Host, surely not. Nevertheless, Ling Yi indulged the little system's wishes, telling Du Zijing, all right, then let's go together tomorrow. Du Zijing beamed with happiness. She had been feeling depressed due to Joshua's situation and had not socialized for quite some time. Encountering someone like Ling Yi, who was neither gossipy nor intrusive, yet easy to converse with, made her feel a sense of reliance. The two checked into a 5-star hotel, and that evening Du Zijing invited Ling Yi to the rooftop bar for drinks. Ling Yi recalled that the little system had mentioned Du Zijing previously making headlines for getting drunk at a bar, and she marveled at Du Zijing's audacity to come out for drinks again. The more one indulges in culinary delights, the more one revels in merriment, as epitomized by Du Zijing, who becomes intoxicated after merely 2 drinks. She poured her woes out to Ling Yi, who pieced together the narrative from her drunken lamentations. Du Zijing and Joshua had met at a corporate gala. Joshua, a young and accomplished gentleman, exuded charm and elegance, while Du Zijing, radiant and alluring, captured his attention amidst the clinking of glasses. With reckless abandon, Du Zijing immersed herself in this romance, convinced that Joshua was her destined partner. However, as a girl with no substantial background, relying solely on her youthful beauty to carve out a niche in the entertainment industry, she was undoubtedly outside the realm of his prospective brides. Joshua would seek a wife from a well-matched family, one who could bolster his career. Someone like Ling Ruochuan was, in his eyes, only natural, and he felt no obligation to explain this to Du Zijing, an ephemeral companion. Enveloped in the intoxicating haze of love, Du Zijing was enraged to hear from others that Joshua was on a blind date. Joshua, amused, merely remarked, surely, you do not think that with your background, you could marry into the Zhou family. A tempest of humiliation and resentment surged through Du Zijing's mind. She discarded her pride and rationality, persistently entangling herself with Joshua. Yet her resistance only served as a catalyst, hastening the development of feelings between him and Ling Ruochuan. Ling Yi, observing Du Zijing's oscillation between tears and laughter, sighed as she alternated between lamenting her unfulfilled desires and resolutely declaring her intention to love herself, to claim the title of Best Actress, and to dismiss Zhou Shua, whom she deemed unworthy. Enough with the tears, Zijing superstar. Zijing, Best Actress, please accept your trophy for Best Leading Role. Thankfully, armed with inner strength, Ling Yi effortlessly tucked this inebriated soul into bed. Du Zijing clung to her, reluctant to let go, prompting Ling Yi to deceive her by claiming a pillow was a trophy, placing it in her embrace. The little system, watching, grew envious, exclaiming, host, you dote on her so. What do you mean by dote? Isn't that what friends do? The little system stuck out its tongue, noting that the host lacked any romantic inclination. Little did they know, a storm was brewing online, while the bar of the 5-star hotel was devoid of paparazzi. In this age of self-media, anyone could play the role of a tabloid journalist. Du Zijing was awakened the following morning by her agent's relentless calls. Groggy, she answered the phone, which had been ringing for over 10 minutes, only to be met with her agent's frantic screams. Du Zijing, why can't you give me a moment's peace? Still half asleep and bewildered, Du Zijing stammered, what's wrong? I haven't done anything. I've come to terms with things. Her agent continued to shout, right, you've come to terms with it, by getting involved with a woman. A barrage of scolding left Du Zijing utterly confused. Sister Yang, what are you talking about? Are you speaking in Chinese? I don't understand. Her agent, exasperated, retorted, open Weibo and see what's trending. Du Zijing's heart raced as she shakily opened Weibo, her eyes widening at the top trending topic. Du Zijing, mysterious beauty. As she scrolled down, a flurry of keywords appeared, many of which she found perplexing. Du Zijing is dating a woman, the woman has made her mark, Yuri is a wonderful thing, the identity of the woman in black. Clicking on one of the links, she was met with several photos, taken surreptitiously in the dim lighting of the bar. The images were hazy yet possessed an ethereal quality. She saw herself, turned slightly, intimately conversing with a woman in black, her lips almost brushing against the other. In another shot, she was laughing joyfully, her face flushed from the alcohol, as she embraced the woman. The captivating visuals were undeniably appealing. One was cool and composed, the other exuded a sultry charm. Even Du Zijing couldn't help but blush at the sight. No, it's not what you think, she stuttered. She was just a friend I met yesterday, and I had too much to drink. Her agent grew even more irate. I told you to stop drinking. And whatever friend you have, you need to clarify this immediately, preferably with her help. I understand. Du Zijing replied meekly after hanging up. She couldn't resist glancing at the images again. They were stunning, more beautiful than her meticulously staged photoshoots. She ventured into the comments section. I'm astounded, I can't get enough of this. Images. Yuri is truly wonderful, who can resist the allure of the woman in black? I'm utterly enchanted. Someone spill the social media of this beauty. She must be a celebrity. Oh dear. Shipping CPs really is a way to redeem them. No one remembers Du Zijing is the mistress now. Can we please stop shipping the mistress? It's simply nauseating. But I swear, in some of these shots, it genuinely looks like they kissed. Don't scold me. This chemistry is making my heart race. Some even began to compose fan fiction in the comments, leaving Du Zijing blushing furiously. Chapter 37. Signing in at the Forbidden City during breakfast, Ling Yi sensed that Du Zijing was hesitant to speak. She set down her spoon and inquired, "What's on your mind?" Du Zijing hesitated before asking Ling Yi, "Do you like scarves?" "Not particularly, why?" "Last night, while we were drinking, someone took photos of us and they were posted on Weibo. Many people misunderstood our relationship," Du Zijing confessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ling Yi found this perplexing. "What's there to misunderstand?" "Netizens think we're a couple," Du Zijing lamented. Ling Yi nearly choked on her porridge. "Just because we're in a photo together, it must imply a romantic relationship. Human interactions are rich and diverse. Love is not the only emotion that exists." Du Zijing felt embarrassed. "I've had too much negative press lately. I don't want to be seen as engaging in malicious publicity." "Ling Yi, could I post a photo with you to clarify?" Please. Of course. Du Zijing grabbed her phone, opened the camera, and turned to take a selfie, ensuring Ling Yi was included in the frame. Clicked on the photo. Du Zijing wore a sweet smile and a peace sign, while Ling Yi, sitting behind her, offered a gentle smile. Satisfied, Du Zijing uploaded the picture, captioning it, "Just good friends. Everyone is reading too much into this. Haha. A delightful breakfast date between wives. I'm stunned. Given the background and the furniture, this is indeed our hotel. Surely they spent a sweet night together, and they claim to be just friends." Yes, good friends, we all understand. Zijing, you've finally moved on from that scoundrel. Wishing you happiness. The woman in black looks increasingly familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. To the one above. You're not alone. I think I know who she is, but it's hard to believe. Why is it hard to believe? Please spill the tea. I went to check. It really seems like the same person. Goodness, could it be that the entire affair was just a publicity stunt? Is she an actress? If what you're saying is true, that's utterly disgusting. Using issues like gender discrimination and dowries for publicity to gain public sympathy. How laughable to think I was once outraged. I was the fool. Is Song Yi really her name? Could her identity be fabricated too? Come out and clarify. Du Zijing was unaware that a simple photograph could spark such a wave of negative speculation. After posting, she closed her phone. The two hurriedly left their hotel room, catching a ride to the Forbidden City. The little system, now eager to see the familiar palace, was both excited and anxious, praying it could navigate this modern setting without glitches. Points, performance. The little system silently wished. Upon their arrival at the Forbidden City, it was still early, and with students attending school and office workers at work, the crowds were manageable as they approached the Meridian Gate. The little system was still apprehensive when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed from its internal program. "You are currently at the Meridian Gate of the Imperial Palace. Would you like to sign in?" The little system's heart soared. "Ling Yi. Host? Quick, sign in." Ling Yi was busy taking a photo of Du Zijing in front of the Meridian Gate when she heard the little system's call and casually replied, "Sign in." With a chime, a line of golden text appeared on the system. "You have signed in at the Meridian Gate 11. Sign-in reward. Obtain the item fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Item effect. Upon use, it can ensure career success or elevate one's status." Ling Yi exclaimed, "Oh, this is genuinely a valuable item, unlike those trinkets in your store." The little system was too overjoyed to notice the disdain in Ling Yi's words about its store. "Host, let us explore every corner of the Forbidden City. There might be more sign-ins and rewards." "You're right." As soon as Ling Yi stepped through the Meridian Gate, the mechanical voice rang out again. "Initial task. Enter the palace. Completed. Task reward. 1,000 points." The sound of points being credited echoed through the system. Although this 1,000 points meant little to the little system, which was already in debt by 8,700 points, it was still a welcome addition. Yet the little system was still urging Ling Yi with fervor, as if it had been invigorated. Hurry. Make your way towards the Sinang Palace and the Kunming Palace." Subsequently, in every palace, the mechanical voice announcing the check-in would chime punctually. "You have checked in at Wuing Hall. Check-in reward. 100 points of martial prowess. You have checked in at Wenhua Hall. Check-in reward. 100 points of literary talent. You have checked in at Qianqing Palace. Check-in reward. Item Jingda Guangming. You have checked in at Kunming Palace. Check-in reward. Item Yofeng Lai. You have checked in at Jinbao Palace. Check-in reward. Item Portable Space. Not only the little system, but even Ling Yi felt increasingly exhilarated with each check-in. The mere act of checking in seemed to rain down fortune from the heavens. It was utterly delightful to test the joy of checking in. It is so addictive. Ling Yi quickened her pace. Invigorated and buoyant, especially after receiving the 100 points of martial prowess as a reward. She felt as if she were flying. Ling Yi decided to take a brief respite at the CAF within the Forbidden City, while she flitted about like a gust of wind, checking in at every available location throughout the morning. The Forbidden City boasts over 70 palaces, each with its own check-in point and corresponding rewards. Some directly increase attributes, some grant skill points, and others provide items. Now the little system's inventory was brimming with treasures. After completing her final check-in at Shinwu Gate, she received the last reward, and the system chimed with another notification. Having checked in at all palaces, you have achieved the accomplishment. I want them all, earning a reward of 10,000 points. The little system was momentarily stunned, rubbing its ears. Host, what did the program just announce? Did I hear that correctly? 10,000 points, Ling Yi replied with a beaming smile. What, don't you like it? I like it, I like it, I like it. It nearly wanted to leap up and shower the host with affection. Before the little system could act on its impulse, the mechanical voice sounded once more. Achieve the accomplishment harem rampage by checking in at all palaces within 4 hours, earning the reward, skill Lingbo Weibu. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled. This skill, accompanied by the golden words, instantly integrated within her being. Quietly cultivating, in an instant, her figure became a fleeting shadow, moving with the swiftness of a bird, elusive as a spirit with each breath. The little system was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile it pondered, why had it not had this check-in feature before? Ling Yi gazed skyward, nonchalantly replying, I don't know. The little system looked at Ling Yi with suspicion, contemplating whether she had manipulated things. However, no matter how capable the host was, she could not have rewritten its internal programming. Perhaps it never had this feature due to being in ancient times, while modern realms typically offer check-ins, marking its first encounter and experience. The little system comfortably accepted this explanation. Ling Yi delightedly recounted the rewards of her check-ins today, which included many peculiar yet practical items. For instance, the item Zhengda Guangming obtained from checking in at Qianqing Palace, which renders any action above reproach. Even if one were to run naked through the Forbidden City, as long as they activated the Zhengda Guangming buff, all onlookers would praise their audacity and grace. Ling Yi chuckled to herself, Tuanzi, this journey has truly been worthwhile. Chapter 38. Reporting current affairs. Du Zijing was engrossed in her phone, her focus so intense it resembled that of a missile researcher, to the extent that she did not even notice Ling Yi sitting beside her. Curiously, Ling Yi inquired, what are you looking at? Du Zijing was startled, nearly springing from her seat. Upon realizing it was Ling Yi, she momentarily panicked. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Du Zijing hastily pushed her ordered tiramisu towards Ling Yi, smiling sweetly. You've been away for so long. You must be tired, have something to eat. She was well aware of the online discussions regarding Ling Yi's identity, with netizens speculating that Ling Yi was the same person as Song Yi, who had previously sparked societal debate. Moreover, given that Ling Yi was seen with Du Zijing, many assumed that Ling Yi was also an actress, albeit less renowned than Du Zijing, and that the earlier news was merely a performance. This prompted her to investigate who Song Yi was. Even Du Zijing had to concede that the Song Yi in the news bore a striking resemblance to the Ling Yi she knew. However, they were also quite different. The Ling Yi she knew did not seem like a tragic figure, a mistreated foster daughter, but rather a genuine heiress, living a life of luxury and ease despite their brief acquaintance. She trusted Ling Yi, perceiving her as forthright and spirited. Consequently, Du Zijing directly handed her phone to Ling Yi, indicating she should check the comments section of her Weibo. Are you Song Yi? Du Zijing asked cautiously. Ling Yi scanned the comments quickly, replying I am. Well, I was. Du Zijing's eyes widened in anticipation, eager to hear more. The situation is straightforward. I found my biological mother, and now I share her surname. Ling Yi smiled. Du Zijing's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness for her friend, thrilled that she had finally escaped the clutches of Xia Rong. This friendship was truly worth cultivating. Ling Yi, despite growing up in such a family and environment, still embraced life and never ceased her pursuit. Meanwhile, Du Zijing found herself mired in trivial romantic woes, even contemplating despair, feeling utterly pitiful. That's wonderful, Du Zijing exclaimed sincerely, you truly seem like a transformed person now. My mother has provided me with ample resources. Du Zijing suddenly felt a strange intuition. In N City, there's only one prominent family with the surname Ling that I know of. Do you know Ling Ruochuan? Have you finally discovered the connection? Ling Yi smirked mischievously. I suppose I know her. Ling Ruochuan is my mother's adopted daughter, but she has since left our household. My mother, out of sentiment, has chosen not to publicize this matter. Du Zijing was utterly taken aback by this revelation, her mouth agape in disbelief. So, what you're saying is that Ling Ruochuan is actually Xia Rong's daughter, a false heiress, while you are the true daughter of the Ling family. Ling Yi nodded. Du Zijing was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well. Joshua used to belittle my background, yet the fiancé he meticulously selected turns out to be a counterfeit. I'm eager to see how long he can maintain his affections. So you have a history with Joshua, Ling Ruochuan's betrothed? Yes, but I've moved on. Although thinking of Joshua still stirs some feelings, I've let go, and now I just await time to heal my wounds. Suddenly, she recalled something and exclaimed in alarm, now that you are the true heiress of the Ling family, Joshua won't start pursuing you, will he? Ling Yi had not considered this possibility. Aside from wanting to avenge her original self by eliminating Joshua, she subconsciously wished to have no ties with him. However, upon reflection, it was entirely possible that such a selfish individual would indeed resort to such actions. Ling Yi felt a chill run down her spine, rolling her eyes and retorting, impossible. I've heard he is deeply infatuated with Ling Ruochuan. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Ling Yi, you must clarify the situation. There are individuals in the comments section launching personal attacks against you due to the misconceptions. Du Zijing felt guilty, knowing her photo had stirred up trouble. Ling Yi glanced at the comments section. Please, the authorities must ban Song Ye. She is creating fake news for attention? Disgusting. What a disgrace. I wondered why she suddenly started posting glamorous photos on Douyin a fortnight ago. Turns out it was all for the sake of debuting. How nauseating. Who else could it be but Joshua? As the CEO, he was undoubtedly busy and would not monitor social media constantly. However, he certainly had a team of hired hands, and Du Zijing, the wronged ex-girlfriend, had a terrible reputation online, much of which was attributed to him. As for Song Yi, she was a keyword he had specifically instructed to be vilified whenever mentioned. Ling Yi raised her phone, activated the selfie mode, and said to Du Zijing, smile. Du Zijing, bewildered, grinned. A selfie from Ling Yi's perspective of the two of them was captured. The comment section quickly filled with netizens. Confirmed. The black-clad beauty with Zijing is indeed Miss Song Yi. I ship this pairing. Just yesterday I was shipping this couple, and today the main character is showering us with sweetness. How blissful that I is finding one's family this swift. I've seen other abducted children take at least a year and a half. Miss, is your story really true? I can hardly believe it. Don't think that by sidestepping the issue with a few words it's all over. Are you an actress? Is there a script behind this whole affair? And those questioning whether there is a script must be foolish. The blogger was wearing a cheap brand 2 weeks ago, and in this picture she is in Chanel. She is clearly raking in the views while we common folk are being toyed with. Haha. The ambition to debut is slapping me in the face. Stop flaunting it, big sister. Do you still wish to continue performing this melodramatic reunion script? Ugh, it's getting ridiculous. N City Police, are you just going to let these shameless influencers exploit the situation? Their existence makes it hard for genuine cases to receive help. Ban her. Ling Yi found the barrage of comments calling for police intervention somewhat amusing. Ever since obtaining the results of the paternity test, she had reported Xia Rong's child-switching scheme to the authorities, and there was a record of it. The police had even assisted her in searching for clues regarding Ling Fengshu at the Second People's Hospital. Presumably, the police were still investigating Xia Rong's whereabouts. In any case, Ling Yi felt utterly unfazed. She suddenly conceived an insidious idea and left a comment herself. N City Police, thank you to the People's Police for providing clues about my mother. The netizens immediately flocked to the post. How dare you tag the police? So audacious. What background do you have that makes you so fearless? What conspiracy are you all speculating about? The blogger daring to tag the police indicates that the entire incident is genuine. Even if she reports it, the blogger has the confidence to do so. Isn't it possible that the young lady's biological parents are in very good financial circumstances? Is it not excessive to criticize her based on the brand of clothing she wears? This woman is clearly seeking attention. She has even created a CP with Du Zijing. It's hilarious. Just as the comments were ablaze with heated discussion, the N City Police intervened. Chapter 39. Clearing misunderstandings. Even the official account's comment section was inundated with requests to ban Song Yi. Leaving the operator of the account perplexed that it took him a full 10 minutes to read through the tags and comments. Although the operator had not directly handled the case, he had heard colleagues from other teams mention it during their conversations. He inquired with a colleague from the investigation team responsible at the time. You're speaking of Song Yi. I still remember we even went to the Second People's Hospital for an investigation. Although the leads were lost and all the data was discarded, this matter is not a publicity stunt. It's real. We still have backups of the paternity test. I heard you talking about Song Yi. What happened to her? Officer Xiao Tian, who had previously given a note to Ling Yi, keenly overheard her colleagues mentioning Song Yi's name and quickly approached. The operator showed them the chaotic comment section filled with disputes. Xiao Tian found it unbelievable. Are you out of your minds? If this were scripted, wouldn't we, the police, also be mere actors? This is genuine. We put in tremendous effort to investigate. Netizens have far too vivid imaginations, mistakenly believing that Song Yi is an actress. But she graduated from N University and worked at Wansheng, all of which we have verified at ITS. Just puzzling how she found her biological parents so quickly, especially since the leads from the Second People's Hospital were already lost. Actually, Xiao Tian suddenly said, lowering her voice. A nurse provided a lead. However, we are not permitted to investigate that direction. And this false heiress has just become engaged to Zhou Shua from the Zhou group. The Zhou family would surely not want such an incident to occur. Xiao Tian felt she was beginning to understand something. She had spoken only halfway when her colleagues urged her with curious eyes to continue. What was the lead? But Xiao Tian could not divulge more. She could not afford to offend the Zhou family. She vaguely said, I've forgotten. It's been half a month. Then she turned to the operator and said, in any case, this matter is real. We have it on record, so hurry and clarify. We cannot allow the situation to escalate further. 5 minutes later, the official account of the N City Police appeared in Ling Yi's comment section. In response to Ling Yi's comment, N City Police, thank you to the People's Police for providing clues about my mother, they replied. This is our duty. We wish for your family to reunite. Furthermore, they posted a new video on the official account's homepage, with a blue background and white text, clearly stating, the rumors about selling girls for bride price being scripted are unfounded. The matter concerning Song Yi and her biological mother, Xiaorong, is factual and has been recorded by the police. Xiaorong is suspected of child trafficking and is currently missing. We are still investigating and pursuing her. The once boisterous netizens fell silent. This matter has always been true. I've followed it from the beginning and truly suspect there are trolls deliberately slandering Song Yi. The chaos caused by Xiaorong storming into the ward was captured by hospital surveillance, and the bystanders filmed it at the ICU entrance. There are no actors or directors involved. I said that if Xiaorong were an actress, her sacrifices would be too great, facing abuse from the entire internet, and her performance of a fierce villainess could win her an award. Thank goodness I let the situation settle a bit before commenting. But those who criticize Song Yi for staging a publicity stunt should apologize to her. Being abducted into such a family is already distressing enough. To be insulted by you is truly adding salt to the wound. Many netizens who had previously spoken harshly quickly corrected their mistakes and apologized to Ling Yi. Ling Yi was not bothered. After all, in this era of rampant misinformation, false news is ubiquitous. The small system observed the calm demeanor of its host with astonishment. Host, they insulted you with tens of thousands of comments. Aren't you angry? Ling Yi found it curious. Why should I be angry? Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can harm others while also cutting oneself. I had already calculated the possible consequences. Your attitude is remarkably good. Ling Yi subtly smiled. Perhaps it is not merely a good attitude, but rather an inability to fully comprehend human emotions. For people, the malice behind each comment can inflict genuine harm, causing disappointment and sorrow. Yet, to me, it is merely data. Furthermore, rationally speaking, various false news sources have made netizens wary. As once bitten by a snake, they become fearful of ropes. It is precisely because they once sincerely defended me that when the tide turned, their disappointment felt especially profound, as if they had been genuinely used. However, it is indeed essential to cultivate the ability and habit of independent thinking, avoiding being swayed by every rumor. Otherwise, one will often be led by the nose by trolls. Accepting apologies, I understand everyone's concerns. The existence of information gaps has led to misunderstandings. I also want to express my gratitude to you all. Your voices have given me great strength. Although the distance between us feels both close and far, in my heart, you have become my friends, and in the future, I will frequently update you all about my situation. Seeing her so magnanimous, the netizens felt relieved and their impressions improved significantly. Not a single harsh word remained. Only a few trolls still stubbornly holding their ground. That's great. Please update us often. Share your new life with us. I hope Xiaorong is caught soon. She should pay the price. May the young lady find happiness in the future. Everyone should be cautious and thoughtful before speaking, as we all have good intentions. Let us avoid causing harm mistakenly. We can rest assured to ship the CP now. Can you feature Zijin more often in the future? Hehe. After taking a moment to regroup, the two proceeded to the headquarters of the Stargazer brand. Chapter 40. Skillful Hands. The domestic headquarters of Stargazer is located in the bustling city center of the capital. Ling Yi sensed that Du Zijin's company might be contemplating abandoning her. Such a prestigious blue blood brand as Stargazer had not sent a professional team to negotiate, allowing Du Zijin to recklessly come on her own. It was likely that Zhou Shua had exerted considerable pressure on Du Zijin's company, that Du Zijin was already considered a second-tier star. With several well-received works under her belt previously, the company regarded her as a promising talent and nurtured her diligently. However, after the entanglement with Zhou Shua, the company began to worry that she was too infatuated with love, neglecting her career despite significant resources invested. Consequently, they gradually lost their enthusiasm, and with Zhou Shua's pressure, the company began to contemplate putting her on the back burner. The style of the Stargazer headquarters was as elegant and warm as its brand ethos. The lobby's floors and walls were adorned with Iranian white snow marble, reflecting a warm white light. As Ling Yi and Du Zijin approached the front desk, the staff immediately recognized Du Zijin. After all, she was the brand ambassador for Stargazer. Hello Miss Du, do you have an appointment? The front desk staff appeared somewhat surprised, flipping through the appointment book only to find no record of Du Zijin's scheduled meeting. Du Zijin felt a twinge of nervousness. I spoke with your Director Li over the phone and arranged to discuss borrowing a gown for next month's Qianhua Awards. The director did not mention it. Please hold on while I contact Director Li. After making the call, the front desk staff looked up and smiled at Du Zijin. Miss Du, Director Li is currently in a meeting. Please wait a moment. Okay. Du Zijin accepted without suspicion. The front desk then turned to Ling Yi, whom she did not recognize, and asked, and who is this young lady? Do you have an appointment? Ling Yi's life assistant, Li Jing, had naturally made an appointment for her. However, Ling Yi had changed her mind and did not disclose this. That I'm with Miss Du. I'm her assistant. Du Zijin was taken aback and wanted to say something, but Ling Yi gestured for her to step aside for a private conversation. I'll wait here with you. Judging by the front desk's demeanor, Director Li might keep you waiting. That can't be. Du Zijin said in disbelief. I clearly arranged this with her beforehand. Moreover, when I signed my contract, it was Director Li who handled it. She was very friendly. Ling Yi shook her head. Times have changed. Du Zijin bit her lip. The truth was harsh but undeniable. When she signed the contract, she was at the height of her career, with a good image and reputation and a bright future ahead. However, in just 6 months, due to one man, she had tarnished her image and reputation. Infatuated with love, she had been portrayed as a mistress. Stargazer had not directly announced a contract termination, which could be seen as giving her face. Indeed, Du Zijin smiled bitterly. Director Li is not at fault. I am as a brand ambassador. I should not have displayed such an irrational image in public. Ling Yi gently patted her head. It's all right. There is still time to make amends. Thank you, Ling. Du Zijin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you for awakening me on the plane. Thank you for being willing to be my friend. Thank you for being here with me. After waiting for half an hour and receiving 2 nudges from Ling Yi, Du Zijin inquired again after another 15 minutes, at which point the front desk led them to a dressing room. Miss Du, Director Li is still in a meeting. These gowns are available for borrowing. Feel free to take a look. All right. The front desk departed, and Du Zijin meticulously examined the gowns within the dressing room. Chuckling to herself, these are all outdated styles and the past. She had always been presented with the latest designs for events. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Du Zijin was approached by Ling Yi, who pulled out a silver and blue gradient mermaid gown from the rack. Radiant like a mermaid emerging from the depths of the ocean beneath a starry night sky. Try this one on. Du Zijin accepted the dress, captivated by its exquisite color and the moonlight-like softness of the fabric. However, she hesitated, saying, I've never attempted this style before. Du Zijin had always projected an image of a cheerful and generous girl next door, and this alluring and enchanting style was beyond her comfort zone. It's time for a change. Your image in the public eye has long since evolved, hasn't it? Ling Yi winked at her. With a determined bite of her lip, Du Zijin replied, You're right. Then let us completely overturn it. When she emerged wearing the gown, her porcelain skin and raven hair made her look as though she had draped the deep sea around herself. She was stunning. Nevertheless, Ling Yi felt something was still amiss. Sit down. Ling Yi pulled over a chair and gestured for Du Zijin to sit before her. Although Du Zijing was unsure of Ling Yi's intentions, she complied obediently. Ling Yi skillfully gathered Du Zijing's hair, deftly twisting it into an elegant updo. Caught completely off guard, Du Zijing exclaimed, "Ling Yi, you can style hair?" "Just a bit," Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. The little system chimed in. Clearly a reward for signing in this morning. Unfazed by the revelation, Ling Yi laughed heartily. When signing in at the Imperial Palace, she had unlocked the skill handy and crafty, allowing her to effortlessly master all manual arts, even the most intricate hairstyles from ancient times, not to mention the far simpler modern evening updos. Next, she retrieved an exquisite jewelry box she had acquired from the Palace of Treasures, selecting a silver and turquoise pearl hairpin to adorn Du Zijing with. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Du Zijing in awe. "Ling Yi, are you Doraemon?" Ling Yi merely smiled and instructed, "Stand up and take a look." Du Zijing rose and approached the fitting mirror, instantly captivated. Although she was aware that wearing an out-of-season gown for an event would likely lead to ridicule from netizens, she couldn't help but feel it was breathtakingly beautiful. The warm glow of the pearls resembled moonlight shimmering on the sea, while the turquoise hue evoked the feathers of a kingfisher blending into the ocean, a poignant elegance. As she moved, the skirt sparkled like the scales of a mermaid's tail. Du Zijing had applied only a light touch of makeup today, yet the gown accentuated her delicate features, rendering her even more striking. "Ling Yi, your aesthetic surpasses that of our company's professional stylist. I'd like to offer you a high salary to be my exclusive stylist." Du Zijing showered her with compliments. Ling Yi playfully scoffed. "Oh, how high is this salary? Do enlighten me. I'll consider it." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man and woman entered. Upon spotting the two giggling girls, they paused momentarily, then erupted in anger. "Who are you? What are you doing in our dressing room?" Chapter 41. Uninvited guests. The intruders included a professionally dressed woman in a light green suit and a man with a nose ring and golden hair. Both exuding high fashion, they showed no intention of asking politely, interrogating them instead. Upon noticing the gown Du Zijing was wearing, their eyes briefly lit up before their expressions soured, their tone turning even more abrasive. "Who permitted you to wear that gown?" Du Zijing intended to explain, but upon hearing their tone, her expression hardened. "The front desk brought us in. Directorly asked us to wait here and allowed me to try it on." "Directorly?" The man with the nose ring scoffed, surveying Du Zijing from head to toe. "You're Miss Du Zijing, aren't you?" Du Zijing replied, "I am." The man continued, "Miss Du, please take off the dress. We no longer wish to lend it to you." Du Zijing was taken aback, her eyes igniting with fury. "Why? Our brand has already decided to terminate our contract with you. Didn't you know?" Du Zijing's complexion paled, nearly rendering her speechless. "I'd look at the trouble you've caused. An incessant third party, dragging down our brand's image." "No, I am not a third party," Du Zijing retorted indignantly, mortified as she recalled her previous indiscretions. Just then, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder, and Ling Yi's calm voice broke through. "Don't panic." Du Zijing felt her heart stabilize. The man with the nose ring grew increasingly agitated as Ling Yi succinctly outlined 3 points, his expression darkening. "The whole internet knows she's the mistress." Ling Yi nodded. "All right, may I ask your name?" "Prepare to be sued." The man, infuriated, hesitated to reveal his name. The woman in the suit finally spoke up. You shouldn't speak to Miss Du like that. Apologized. Why you been?" Unwilling to compromise his pride, refused to apologize despite his displeasure. The suited woman sighed and addressed Du Zijing. "Miss Du, my colleague has been somewhat rude, but given your current situation, your personal conduct has indeed affected your public image. You are no longer suitable to be our brand ambassador. We hope you can cease this relentless pursuit and part amicably." While her words were courteous, they bore an underlying sting, subtly accusing Du Zijing of misconduct. Ling Yi, perplexed, regarded them with disbelief. "Can't you comprehend human speech?" She stated she's not the third party, yet you seem eager to receive a lawyer's letter. Also, you've yet to introduce yourselves. I don't even know who you are. There's nothing to discuss with you. Please summon Director Li. Caught off guard by Ling Yi's firm stance, the suited woman faltered. Why you been? A newly arrived trainee from a prestigious university, was arrogant and proud, while the seasoned employee, Xiao Li, had been with the company for 3 years but was merely a regular staff member in the marketing department. Their disdain for Du Zijing stemmed from their shared admiration for Zhou Shu, who was engaged to Ling Ruochuan, fueling their resentment toward Du Zijing, who had continually pursued him. After a recent internal meeting regarding whether to terminate Du Zijing's contract, Yubin and Xiao Li had both participated. The votes were evenly split between those in favor of the termination and those advocating for continued observation. Amidst the contention, Director Li declared, "Miss Du will come to see me for a discussion." After our conversation, I will assess her performance and make a decision. Naturally, Yu Bin and Xiaoli supported the termination and were dissatisfied with the outcome. They believed that a woman as shameless as Du Zijing was entirely unworthy of representing Stargazer. Coincidentally, after the meeting, they arrived at the dressing room to retrieve garments for a model shoot, only to stumble upon Du Zijing and Ling Yi following their rude remarks. Realizing Ling Yi's unwavering demeanor, they prepared to leave in frustration. However, just before Yu Bin turned away, he scrutinized Du Zijing once more, sensing an unusual difference in her appearance today. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He stormed toward Du Zijing, visibly enraged. That hairpin is something we commissioned experts to replicate at great expense for our shoot. How dare you take it without permission? Yu Bin had spotted the hairpin adorning Du Zijing's hair. His expression twisted in fury as he, leveraging his height and strength, lunged forward, attempting to seize the hairpin from her. Du Zijing gasped and quickly sidestepped. In an instant, Ling Yi intervened, not with her hands, but with a swift kick that sent Yu Bin crashing to the ground in a heap. As he fell, his instinctive reaction was to grasp at anything, resulting in a cascade of clothing racks toppling around him, creating a cacophony of noise. While Yu Bin scrambled to his feet, his anger escalating. You took things without asking. That makes you thieves. You'll not leave our headquarters without compensating for the damages. Both Ling Yi and Du Zijing were utterly baffled. Du Zijing retorted, Dude, you knocked over those racks yourself. If there's any damage, it's on you. How can you lie so brazenly? As for the so-called theft, it was absurd. Du Zijing had witnessed Ling Yi retrieve the hairpin from her own bag. Xiaoli helped Yu Bin to his feet as the commotion drew the attention of others from nearby offices. A crowd gathered at the door, astonished by the chaos within the dressing room and the disheveled figure of Yu Bin. A lady resembling a leader emerged from the crowd, gazing at the scene before her with a pallid complexion. She raised her voice, inquiring, Xia, what is going on? Xia promptly responded, Thank you, supervisor. Miss Du Zijing has come to borrow some clothing and secretly tried on the bespoke set of cloisonne jewelry we ordered. Supervisor Xia frowned, noticing the pearl and cloisonne hairpin atop Du Zijing's head, her displeasure evident. Miss Du, we specifically ordered this jewelry at a high price for an advertisement shoot. Due to its uniqueness and rarity, it has been secured in the display case. As a public figure, to use it without permission reflects a lack of decorum. Yu Bin added fuel to the fire. If we hadn't discovered it, Miss Du might have simply taken it away. How is this any different from theft? Du Zijing, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, You are slandering me without cause. Ling Yi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Du Zijing. Observing the righteous indignation of those before her, she found it increasingly amusing. I apologize, but that hairpin is my possession. Why Yu Bin snapped back, Oh really? After failing to steal it, you now brazenly claim it as your own? Caught red-handed yet still defiant. Return the hairpin. Xia gently chimed in, Miss Du, since the matter has already been exposed, why not admit it straightforwardly? If this escalates to the police, it will not reflect well on you. Ling Yi chuckled softly, Admit to what? Let me just step back a few paces with that. She pulled Du Zijing back, revealing the display case containing the jewelry that had been obscured by their figures. Before you cast baseless accusations, perhaps you should examine your own display case, Ling Yi remarked coolly. All eyes turned toward the case, and through the bright, transparent glass, they beheld the so-called bespoke set of cloisonne jewelry. Every piece from the necklace to the earrings to the hairpin remained intact. It appeared exactly as it had before, neatly arranged in its original place, shimmering with vibrant colors. In that moment, the expressions of the onlookers in the dressing room shifted dramatically. Yu Bin, his disbelief palpable, stepped closer to inspect, nearly pressing his face against the glass. Impossible. You clearly took it. What about the hairpin on Du Zijing's head? Du Zijing, amused by the absurdity, replied, I've already told you this was brought by my friend. Ling Yi smiled at Du Zijing, then slowly removed the controversial silver cloisonne pearl hairpin from her head, stating leisurely, Cloisonne is a traditional craft that perfectly combines metal and feathers. Its resplendent luxury has long been favored by noblewomen of antiquity, with imperial concubines of previous dynasties deeming anything without cloisonne unworthy of the title jewelry. However, to create cloisonne, feathers must be harvested from kingfishers, often resulting in the bird's demise. Thus, the beauty of cloisonne conceals a cruelty unseen by the public, leading to the extreme rarity of kingfishers. Nowadays, cloisonne no longer employs kingfisher feathers, opting instead for substitutes such as peacock or parrot feathers. If I am not mistaken, the set in your display case is imitated with peacock feathers, while the one I hold is authentic cloisonne. And as her words settled, an almost eerie silence enveloped the room. Yu Bin, refusing to relent, glanced between the jewelry in the display case and the exquisite piece in Ling Yi's hand. Even he could not deny that the silver cloisonne pearl hairpin she possessed radiated a brilliance far superior. The crowd instinctively gravitated closer to Ling Yi, eager to observe more closely as Ling Yi moved her hand. The hairpin glimmered enchantingly with the shifting light, its hues transforming like a dream, shimmering with opulent fluorescence. In contrast, the jewelry in their own display case, though vibrant, lacked the luxurious ethereal quality of the piece in Ling Yi's possession. Suddenly, Xie spoke up. That hairpin you hold is made from genuine kingfisher feathers, is it not? We must contact the authorities. Kingfishers are now a protected species, and harming them is illegal. Why Yubin's eyes brightened, straightening his posture as he coldly addressed Ling Yi. Given your understanding of the history and craft of cloisonne, you are well aware of its cruel origins yet still choose to harm kingfishers for your own gain. All for the sake of beauty. Truly a moral failing. The gazes of the crowd turned toward Ling Yi, their expressions shifting indeed. Knowing the blood and tears behind cloisonne, she still chose to use authentic pieces. Ling Yi smiled slightly. Even Du Zijing was taken aback, realizing she had so nonchalantly adorned herself with a 500-year-old antique. Had she known its true value, she might have hesitated to wear it. Yu Bin and the others were equally incredulous, especially Xia, who had been reveling in her perceived victory over Ling Yi, only to be swiftly confronted with the revelation that it was a centuries-old artifact. With a cold chuckle, Xia retorted, an antique? All thanks to your mouth. I will definitely report this. Your audacity is astounding, boasting about personal collections as a mere assistant to a small star. Supervisor Xia, who had remained silent until now, grasped Xia's arm with a serious demeanor, saying, Xia, do not act impulsively. Astonished, Xia replied, Supervisor Xia, you cannot truly believe the nonsensical ramblings of a mere assistant, can you? Ling Yi's actions of adjusting Du Zijing's hair and clothing were clear to all, and Xia was resolute in her belief that Ling Yi was simply Du Zijing's assistant. Supervisor Xia hesitated at that moment. A stern female voice echoed from the entrance. What are you all doing gathered here? Aren't you supposed to be working? Director Li. The voices of everyone rose in respectful unison. What has transpired? Director Li surveyed the varied expressions of the crowd and the scattered clothing on the floor, her brows furrowing tightly. Supervisor Xia glanced at Yu Bin and Xia, stating, Miss Du Zijing is here trying on clothes. Why Yu Bin mistakenly believed she was wearing our bespoke cloisonne jewelry, but in fact, it was brought by Miss Du's assistant, which led to a misunderstanding. With this explanation, Supervisor Xia intended to calm the situation. Yet Xia was still indignant, interjecting, Director Li, the hairpin brought by Miss Du's assistant is allegedly made from kingfisher feathers, which are a protected species in our country. Stargazer has always advocated for environmental protection, and our bespoke cloisonne pieces are created from specially farmed peacock feathers. Miss Du's actions contradict the principles our brand stands for, and I believe she is unworthy of continuing as our brand ambassador. No1 anticipated that Xia would leverage this incident to propose terminating the contract with Du Zijing, especially in front of the concerned party, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Director Li furrowed her brows and approached Du Zijing. However, just as Xia finished speaking, Director Li suddenly exclaimed with delight, Ling Yi. Who is Miss Ling? Confusion spread among the crowd as Director Li grasped Ling Yi's hand. I specifically inquired at the front desk if you were here. I didn't expect to find you. Ling Yi smiled, embracing her. Aunt Chengyu, my mother asked me to send her regards. Dalai Chengyu remarked. No wonder Feng Shu said she would recognize you at a glance. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother in her youth. Aunt Chengyu, I cannot possibly compare to the grace you all exhibited back then. Dalai Chengyu laughed heartily. Your mother mentioned you are quite charming with your words. It appears the praise was well deserved. Li Qingyu was a college roommate of Ling Fengshu, both having studied finance and management, hailing from similar backgrounds and forging a deep friendship. The difference was that Li Chengyu had an older brother, and the family business was not hers to inherit, so she ventured to the capital to forge her own path, eventually becoming the marketing director at Stargazer, an international luxury brand to support her friend. Ling Fengshu attended events and interviews, always donning this brand as Ling Yi and Li Chengyu exchanged pleasantries. The others watched in astonishment. Even Xia and Yubin dared not utter a word. Li Chengyu's gaze turned to Du Zijing. Miss Du, you are here as well. Du Zijing, feeling somewhat anxious under Li Chengyu's commanding presence, replied, Director Li. Ling Yi took Du Zijing's hand, addressing Li Chengyu. I met Zijing on my way to the capital yesterday, and as fate would have it, we are both here for Stargazer, so we decided to come together. She gently gathered Du Zijing's long hair into a simple bun and inserted the silver cloisonne pearl hairpin. Aunt Chengyu, what do you think of this look for Zijing? Quite stunning. I have never seen this side of Miss Du before. Li Chungyu's attention fell upon the hairpin. Ling Yi, this cloison hairpin does not resemble modern craftsmanship. It appears to be from the Ming dynasty. Ling Yi replied playfully, that does not contradict the esteemed principles of your brand, does it? Li Chungyu shot a glance at Xia. Now fully aware of the situation, Xia realized Ling Yi was not the assistant she had presumed her to be. She felt as if she were sitting on a bed of thorns, unable to lift her head. Of course it does not contradict. Li Qingyu smiled. Is this a personal collection from your mother? It's mine, Aunt Qingyu. You know my mother is hosting a banquet for me. I must have some jewelry to make a statement. Ling Yi winked. That is only fitting. Li Qingyu nodded. Ling Yi gestured towards Xia, exhaling softly. Aunt Qingyu, it's quite ordinary for my family to possess antiques and the like. However, this employee insists on involving the authorities, claiming I have harmed a protected species. This is an artifact from the Ming dynasty. Where am I to seek justice? Li Chungyu's expression grew more frigid. Involve the authorities? No one had mentioned this matter to me just now. Xiaoli had no choice but to lift her head. Her face flushed crimson. Director Li, I had no idea this was an antique. Ling Yi interjected. I told you its manufacturing date, precisely 1521. You are merely speaking without evidence. How could I possibly believe you at once? What I speak is indeed without evidence, while Aunt Qingyu's words are golden and precious. You are truly superficial. Xiaoli was sweating profusely, eager to defend herself, but Li Chungyu interjected. Xiaoli apologized to Miss Ling and Miss Du. The tone left no room for doubt. Xiaoli bowed her head, tears welling in her eyes, and murmured, Miss Ling, I'm sorry. I should not have doubted your words. Miss Du, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Ling Yi disregarded her. Pointing to the pale-faced Yubin, continuing, Aunt Qingyu and him, he demanded that Zijing remove her gown upon arrival, and even attempted to seize my hairpin. Li Chungyu suppressed her anger, astonished that her subordinates behaved thus in her absence, lacking not only intellect but also decency. Yubin, do you have anything to say? Miss Du's fitting was permitted by me. What motivated you to demand she remove her gown? You did not even inspect the display window before casting accusations and attempting to seize the hairpin. Do you possess any clarity of mind and rationality? Yubin stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. He despised Du Zijing, having preconceived notions about her character, thus failing to consider inspecting the display. After a prolonged silence, Yubin finally managed to say, I'm sorry Miss Du, Miss Lingo, and Yubin. Ling Yi continued, you need to apologize for slandering Zijing as a mistress. Having already opened the door to apologies, speaking again was less daunting. Despite his lingering skepticism, Yubin succumbed to reality. I'm sorry Miss Du. I should not have defamed you. Li Qingyu looked at Ling Yi. Do you accept their apologies? Ling Yi turned to Du Zijing, who understood her meaning and gently replied, I accept, and I hope you will be more cautious with your words and actions in the future. Then I shall reluctantly accept as well, Ling Yi said. Li Chungyu shot a fierce glare at her diminutive employees, yet felt a sense of relief, saying to Ling Yi, come, let me take you to try on the gown your mother specifically requested. Miss Du can join us. Ling Yi nodded, taking Du Zijing's hand as they exited the troublesome fitting room. As they walked down the corridor, Li Chungyu said, I apologize, Ling Yi. I have yet to fulfill your mother's request. And you have endured some grievances in my care. It's nothing, Aunt Qingyu. You are the one truly suffering with so many incompetent allies beneath you. Li Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, yet sighed in disappointment. They don't usually behave this way. Ling Yi said nothing, but she understood. She regarded Yubin and Xiaoli with a sense of frustration. While they were not foolish, they lost their reason whenever matters involving Zhou Shua arose. The balance of fortune in the world dictates that if one person gains, another must lose. The favored ones, the fortunate ones, where does this fortune originate? Naturally, it flows from admirers and worshippers like Yubin and Xiaoli. Their energy connected to Zhou Shua, becoming sustenance for his fortune. Their fervent admiration unknowingly drained their own fortunes toward him. Those who lose their fortune find their endeavors fraught with misfortune, leading to feelings of depression, agitation, and unease. Prolonged exposure to such a state breeds impulsivity and irrationality, making success elusive. This formed a dreadful vicious cycle. Even the former Du Zijing was similarly ensnared. Had it not been for Ling Yi using the metaphor of Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies to illuminate Du Zijing's potential dismal fate, she might have remained oblivious. One misstep leads to another, ultimately depleting fortune, all devoted to Zhou Shua. They arrived at a more upscale fitting room, filled with the season's latest designs and haute couture. Li Chungyu presented the gown that Ling Fengshu had specified for Ling Yi, a black velvet mermaid gown, elegant and imposing. Ling Yi had no objections, instructing them to handle it with care as she prepared to take it home. Miss Du, I trust you are aware of our brand's concerns regarding you. Du Zijing took a deep breath and nodded. Director Li, I understand. I am here to personally apologize. I regret the negative impact my previous irrational behavior has had on the brand's reputation, and I am willing to accept responsibility. If you choose to terminate our contract, I would understand. Her words were simple and sincere, but they surprised Li Chengyu. I expected you would defend yourself, fighting for another chance. I, of course, wish to fight for my opportunity, Du Zijing hastily replied, fearing Li Chengyu would think she had already given up. However, before seeking that, I most wish to apologize to you. I remember when we signed the contract, you held me in high regard, praising my passion for life, believing I could convey the brand's philosophy to consumers. Yet, under the shadow of heartbreak, I lost sight of my original intentions. Thus, I must apologize for disappointing your expectations. Furthermore, I wish to clarify that I was not a third party. Joshua and I were once together, and prior to our breakup, he had already begun courting Ling Ruchun, and my subsequent entanglement with him was indeed a lapse in judgment. I have now moved beyond that unwillingness. A man is not worth sacrificing my life for. One must love oneself first. Will you grant me another chance? Li Chengyu remained silent for a long while. Just as Du Zijing was nearly losing hope, she suddenly broke into a smile. Choose a gown from among these to attend next month's Qianhua Awards. Huh? Du Zijing was momentarily stunned. The quietly listening Ling Yi poked her cheek. Du Zijing realized that she had previously only been allowed to choose from last season's gowns, but now she was being given the opportunity to select from the latest haute couture. Li Chengyu's stance was unmistakable. Du Zijing nearly broke into tears of joy. Thank you, Director Li. After a moment of thought, she added, however, I am quite fond of the gown Ling Yi chose for me. Although it is not from the latest season, it holds special significance for me, and I think I shall go with it. Ling Yi and Du Zijing exchanged smiles. That original you, the one who laughed? The one who thrived in the sunlight. Chapter 44. Orange Mousse. She arrived home around 11 in the morning. Despite being typically disciplined, Ling Fengshu had yet to rise. Ling Yi speculated that her mother might have worked late the previous night and peeked into the kitchen, intending to suggest that Wang Ma prepare some nourishment. To her surprise, the figure in the kitchen was not Wang Ma, but Feng Haoren. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Feng Haoren, donned in an apron, was busily stirring a pot of soup on the stove. The little system observed his smile, feeling a bit uneasy. Host, isn't he the one who shows favoritism toward the fake daughter? Didn't he argue with Ling Fengshu a few times? How does it seem as if nothing happened? Typically, one would expect a bit of awkwardness to be the natural reaction. However, Feng Haoren appeared warm and at ease, as if he had always been a loving father to Ling Yi. Ling Yi chuckled softly. When things seem unusual, there must be something amiss. Let's play along and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. She blinked, her eyes turning red as if she were a little girl who had longed for paternal affection. Gazing adoringly at Feng Haoren, I am very happy. Upon seeing Ling Yi's tears, Feng Haoren froze momentarily, a flicker of guilt crossing his face, mingled with a hint of satisfaction. He approached and gently ruffled Ling Yi's hair, reassuring her, I will always be by your and your mother's side. Ling Yi nodded with delight. Go wake your mother. I've prepared her favorite black-bone chicken soup with red dates and gelatin. Last night, we had a late-night chat, and she didn't sleep until quite late. Ling Yi obediently ascended the stairs, knocked on the door, and called for Ling Fengshu to get up. Dad is downstairs making soup. You should get up, Mom. Ling Fengshu sat up, feeling a bit embarrassed. You saw your father, didn't he? Despite Ling Fengshu's previous disappointment in her husband after so many years, there still remained some affection within her heart. Mom, I will listen to you. Ling Yi smiled, yet internally remained non-committal. She did not believe Feng Haoren was sincere in his desire to make amends. It simply wasn't the right time to inform Ling Fengshu. Feng Haoren's strange behavior still required further investigation. The mother and daughter descended the stairs affectionately, and Wang Ma had already set the table. Feng Haoren brought forth the black-bone chicken soup he had prepared. Come, come, my queen and princess, taste the soup I made for you. Thank you, dear, Ling Fengshu said, her smile sweet as she ladled a bowl for Ling Yi first. You go ahead and drink, shall we? Ling Yi graciously accepted the bowl. To be honest, it tasted quite good. After all, Feng Haoren had cultivated the image of a devoted husband and father for over 20 years, putting effort into his culinary skills with Ling Yi's cooperation. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal. After finishing the main course, Wang Ma brought out some desserts. It was a few golden, glistening mousse cakes, placed on a delicate porcelain plate, exuding a sweet aroma. Ling Yi suddenly laughed, saying to the little system, so this is what was waiting for me. The little system blinked in confusion before widening its eyes. What's wrong, host? Are these cakes poisoned? Hearing the little system's alarmed voice, Ling Yi chuckled, not at all. The little system guessed wildly based on its experience. Saffron. Ling Yi was speechless. Oleander. Could you perhaps keep up with the times a bit more? Dear host, I truly have no idea. It's mango. Ling Yi gazed longingly at the enticing dessert, aware that this body was allergic to mangoes. While not life-threatening, it would leave her face covered in red rashes. The little system was taken aback. But tomorrow was the banquet. If you are allergic, how can you face people at the banquet? Ling Fengshu had graciously invited dignitaries from all walks of life, specifically to introduce you. Indeed. Ling Yi pondered, reflecting on how Feng Haoren could go to such lengths for Ling Ruochuan, his own daughter. The little system, seething with indignation, clenched its fists and exclaimed, "How could he do this? Dear host, are you certain he is truly your biological father? He is no better than Xiaorong. There is no doubt he is her biological father." Ling Yi found it strange as she could not be mistaken. However, how did Feng Haoren know about your mango allergy? The little system scratched its head in confusion. Ling Yi let out a soft hum. I suspect that Feng Haoren and Zhou Shu have been in contact privately. Few people knew about Ling Yi's allergy. Only Xiaorong's family. Even Ling Fengshu was unaware, as their time together had been too brief for many matters to be discussed. When the original body was 12, mangoes were still considered a rather expensive fruit. Naturally, the task of peeling the mangoes fell to the original body. The sweet mango juice spilled over her hands, quickly causing them to swell and develop rashes. Unbearable itching ensued. Song Jieshi witnessed this and laughed heartily, mocking her for looking like a pig's head. Xiaorong impatiently urged her to endure and finish peeling the remaining ones. After peeling 3 mangoes, the original body's face and hands remained red and swollen for 3 days. Song Jieshi's ridicule persisted for 3 days as well. From then on, whenever Xiaorong bought mangoes, the original body would still be tasked with peeling them. And now Xiaorong was in Zhou Shua's hands. It seemed Zhou Shua had garnered much useful information from Xiaorong, which did not surprise Ling Yi. What surprised her was Feng Haoren, this seemingly devoted husband and father, who maintained an image of a loving spouse, secretly colluding with Zhou Shua. The exchange between Ling Yi and the little system transpired in the blink of an eye within the sea of consciousness. Feng Haoren placed a mousse cake before her. Smiling gently and innocuously, "Shall we do try this? It's from a Michelin restaurant, orange mousse, sweet and delightful." Ling Yi smiled. "Dad, this doesn't smell like orange." Feng Haoren froze momentarily, an unnatural expression flashing across his face. "It is orange," he feigned, sniffing, puzzled. Regardless of what trick he had played, the air indeed carried the sweet aroma of oranges. "Come, give it a taste." Feng Haoren looked at Ling Yi with anticipation. "All right." Ling Yi scooped a small portion of the mousse cake with her fork and cheerfully said, "I thought this was mango. I'm allergic to mangoes." It was the first time Ling Fengshu heard her mention it, and she mentally noted it, instructing the maid Wang Ma nearby. "Wang Ma, the young lady is allergic to mangoes. Please remember to avoid them in the future." Upon hearing them directly mention mangoes, Feng Haoren's smile stiffened. As a partner of over 20 years, Ling Fengshu immediately sensed something was amiss. Just as Ling Yi was about to bring the cake to her mouth, Ling Fengshu suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Cold sweat broke out on Feng Haoren. Observing Ling Fengshu's expression, he started to grasp the situation, but still found it hard to believe. She snatched the fork from Ling Yi's hand, shot a cold glance at Feng Haoren, and put the cake in her own mouth. A wave of sweetness spread across her palate, unmistakably mango sweetness. "Not orange," Ling Fengshu quickly informed Ling Yi. "You cannot eat this. It's mango mousse." Ling Yi was taken aback. "But Dad said this was orange." Ling Fengshu's face darkened, signaling the impending storm. "Feng Haoren, what do you mean by insisting this is orange when it's mango?" Feng Haoren appeared shocked, then exclaimed in protest, "Fengshu, I have no idea. I indeed ordered orange mousse. You know Milano's signature is orange-flavored desserts. I'm equally baffled as to why it arrived as mango-flavored. Are you implying I did this on purpose? You only just learned that Xiaoyi is allergic to mangoes. How could I have known beforehand?" His explanation slightly eased Ling Fengshu's expression. However, she remained cautious, saying, "Show me the reservation information from Milano." Feng Haoren promptly retrieved his phone, displaying the message he sent to the manager of Milano this morning, clearly stating that he had ordered orange mousse. Ling Fengshu sighed in relief. She found it hard to believe her husband would endanger their daughter. Although Feng Haoren's words seemed to clear him of suspicion, Ling Yi was aware of his collusion with Zhou Shu. Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further. It was not yet the right time to expose Feng Haoren. Once she uncovered the complete truth behind Feng Haoren and Zhou Shua's private dealings and gathered evidence, she would settle the score with him. For now, she aimed to plant a seed of doubt in Ling Fengshu's mind. Ling Yi smiled playfully. "It's all the store's fault. They must have mixed things up. Dad, you should file a complaint about this issue." Feng Haoren, already drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile. "Yes, I will complain immediately." It's outrageous, almost causing us great trouble. Ling Yi agreed. Indeed, Fong Haoren found her cheerful demeanor unnerving. Was it his guilty conscience, or did this daughter's gaze seem to see right through him? The meal concluded. Upon returning to her room, Ling Yi promptly began investigating and organizing information on Fong Haoren. Fong Haoren, orphaned with no parents, grew up in an orphanage. Such a tragic background, surprisingly, became an advantage when he became a son-in-law, as he had no family to support. Unlike the so-called Phoenix men, Fong Haoren refused to be adopted, working diligently to support himself, eventually gaining admission to university, completing his education through student loans and scholarships. Such a person would undoubtedly earn praise for his inspiring journey. However, Ling Yi discovered some inconsistencies. Yesterday in the capital, after trying on clothes, Ling Yi had dinner with director Lee Chungyu from Stargazer. Their conversation was lively. Unlike Tan Xian, who met Ling Fengshu only after starting her career, Lee Chungyu and Ling Fengshu were university roommates and knew each other's college lives quite well. Ling Yi jokingly asked Lee Chungyu, "Aunt Chungyu, my parents graduated from the same university. Were they college sweethearts?" Lee Chungyu reminisced fondly, "Not quite. Your mother was the president of the student council, balancing her studies. Hardly had time for romance, so they didn't know each other during college and only started dating after graduation." Ling Yi was like a curious little girl eager to uncover her parents' past. "Wow," Ling Yi exclaimed, cupping her face, "how romantic. So my dad has always had a crush on my mom." "Yes. There wasn't even a hint of scandal." Ling Yi marveled. "Not at all," Lee Chungyu confirmed. Ling Yi seized on Lee Chungyu's hesitation, playfully probing, "Could it be my dad had other romantic entanglements?" Lee Chungyu waved her hand. "No, he was quite popular. Many girls pursued him, but he never accepted any, claiming he had a long-distance girlfriend. Later, when your mother inquired, she discovered it was merely an excuse he concocted to fend off others." Ling Yi chuckled. "My dad is quite tactful. That's a very polite way to reject others." Presently, Ling Yi squinted, scrutinizing the photos of Fong Haoren during his university years that she had unearthed online. Living on student loans and scholarships, Fong Haoren should have had a rather frugal life. For instance, like Lu Jiehui, whose family was not affluent. After her parents had a second child, they were even less willing to spend money on her, having her living expenses. Ling Yi had recently chatted with her online and learned that she worked at the campus convenience store after classes to make ends meet. Conversely, Fong Haoren, as an orphan, seemed to have a much more relaxed university life. Ling Yi discovered that during those years, their drama club had numerous activities, rehearsals and gatherings, with Fong Haoren appearing frequently, regarded as a core member of the club. In the photos, he dressed stylishly, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. Ling Yi clicked her tongue. "He hardly resembles a struggling student." The little system observed the photographs, unable to discern any clues. "Dear host, where did Fong Haoren obtain his funds?" The little system pondered. "He looks quite like a pretty boy. Could he be secretly working as a male model? Keeping up with the times, you truly are. I've recently come across many questionable men. Tuanzi, you've gone bad." They playfully bantered for a while. Ling Yi then adopted a serious demeanor. "First, let us investigate that mysterious long-distance girlfriend." She also had a Li Lingyu under her command, who had rested long enough and needed some tasks to undertake. Chapter 46. At the banquet, the pinkish-purple sunset spread across the water's surface, as the luxurious Rose Mirage docked at the pier. Well-dressed men and women, accustomed to a life of luxury, boarded the ship in succession. Whispers of cautious speculation rippled through the crowd. "So the matter of the true daughter of the Ling family is indeed true, isn't it? This banquet is held for the true daughter who has been lost for over 20 years, and Ling Ruochuan has been expelled from the Ling family." "Shua, keep your voice down. Of course. It's true. Recently, Ling Ruochuan has not been attending our tea gatherings. She has no face to show up, even though she used to be the most enthusiastic one. Wow. Do the others from the Zhou family have no objections? Can this marriage still proceed? What use are the opinions of the others in the Zhou family? Zhou Shua currently holds absolute power in the Zhou family. Besides, this residence is merely Zhou Shua's villa, not the Zhou family's ancestral home. What happens next is hard to say. Just wait and see the drama unfold. That true daughter, does she not have any feelings for Zhou Shua? Such an extraordinary person should rightfully have him as her husband. You wouldn't understand. I heard a rumor that this true daughter intends to follow in her mother Ling's footsteps and marry into the family. And no wonder so many men have come on the deck." Several young socialites whispered among themselves, forming a small circle. At this point, they paused, discreetly glancing around, scanning the familiar and unfamiliar male faces within their circle, boys of similar social standing and slightly lower pedigrees. Whether studying abroad or residing far away, all appeared here simultaneously. As long as they were unmarried, among them was one particularly special individual. He stood tall and gentle, exuding an aura of refinement when he remained still. He resembled a resilient pine tree, holding a silver eagle-headed cane made of rosewood, radiating an undeniable gentlemanly charm. However, when he walked, he limped, appearing quite comical amidst the other graceful gentlemen. This person was Zhou Yu. Once one of the most promising candidates to inherit the Zhou family, he lost his eligibility due to a car accident that left him disabled. Why even invite a cripple? A girl's voice revealed her disdain. But that Zhou Yu, a Cambridge honors graduate, once a dreamboat from the past. Shut up, you said once. Wasn't he a cripple back then? Zhou Yu was actually invited? Can the Ling family accept a cripple as a son-in-law? He is a disabled person by circumstance, not by birth. His genes are still quite good, so it's not entirely impossible. Several girls giggled. Their voices, almost imperceptible, floated into Zhou Yu's ears, yet his expression betrayed no signs of embarrassment or anger. As if he hadn't heard, Zhou Yu leaned expressionlessly against the railing, gazing at the sunset gradually devoured by the encroaching night. He had certainly heard the rumors about the Ling family seeking a son-in-law, which is why his immediate reaction upon receiving the family's invitation to the banquet was to decline. But his mysterious ally insisted he must attend. Ling Yi. Upon recalling how Zhou Shua had manipulated the paternity test results to prevent the true Ling family's daughter from reclaiming her identity, Zhou Yu understood that her enemy was also Zhou Shua, right? So she is your friend. Thus, he came out a bit of gossip. The humiliating words of the socialites were of no concern to Zhou Yu, that he only sought revenge against Zhou Shu. As night fell, the rose mirage was ablaze with lights. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandeliers, exquisite food and fine wine sparkled alluringly. Ling Fangshu stepped onto the stage, smiling as she tapped her crystal glass. The crisp chime captured everyone's attention, and the bustling crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence tonight. Recent events have transpired that I believe you are all aware of. Life is not a television drama. Yet the script of fate is more extraordinary than any show, Ling Fangshu solemnly declared. I, Ling Fangshu, after being forcibly separated from my true daughter for 22 years, have finally reunited with her, mother and daughter acknowledging each other. Despite the recent swirling rumors, the parties involved had remained silent. This was Ling Fangshu's first public acknowledgement of the matter. Although the audience had mentally prepared themselves, a wave of astonishment swept through. Ignoring the whispers around her, Ling Fangshu continued with a beaming face. So tonight I wish to introduce to you my true daughter, Ling Yi. She is also the sole heir of our Xianwen in the future. Astonishment enveloped the room. The expressions of other Ling family members, such as the second uncle Ling Ruiqing, cousin Ling Tianrong, and younger brother Ling Ruofeng, could not conceal their discomfort. Fang Haoren's expression also bore a hint of subtlety. The majority of those who were friendly with Ling Fangshu or had business dealings with her began to support her. Despite their varied thoughts, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ling Fangshu smiled as she called out, Ling Yi. The band began to play music, and a girl clad in a black velvet gown descended the sparkling crystal staircase. She shone even brighter than the crystals beneath her feet. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her bright eyes revealing unmasked ambition. The first impression she left was not one of mere beauty, but of strength. All the young men who had initially approached her with intentions of closeness found themselves immediately repelled by the intensity of her presence. This was not a girl to be deceived or manipulated, in contrast to the men who instinctively took a step back. Zhou Yu found himself unable to look away. Ling, that a line of poetry flashed through his mind. Intent to soar like the wind, she was not a pampered bird but an eagle soaring high. He had fallen countless times during rehabilitation. He understood how to appreciate such resilient beauty. Her demeanor was calm and composed, an innate grace that had nothing to do with her identity as the Ling family's daughter. Growing up in a humble background, she faced the elite with confidence at her first grand event. She descended the stairs step by step, aligning her gaze with that of the crowd, yet still exuding an air of superiority. Ling Fangshu smiled as she took Ling Yi's hand. Ling Yi gently curled her lips, calmly sweeping through the unfamiliar scrutinizing gazes. I am Ling Yi. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. Chapter 47. At the banquet 2, Ling Fangshu led Ling Yi, introducing her to her connections one by one. Mr. Yu. You are too kind, young master. You has the demeanor of a Harvard graduate, refined and cultured. I truly admire that. After mingling among various powerful figures, it was time for some younger faces to approach. Du Zijing and Lu Jiehui had been waiting for a long time, and she was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Last week, she received a magnificent invitation, along with a stylish little dress and shoes, transforming her into a genuine heiress. Ling Yi had not forgotten her. Alongside the invitation, She had also considered her financial situation and thoughtfully provided her with the dress. Lu Jiehui, touched yet slightly anxious, thought to herself, the Rose Mirage, she was just an ordinary girl, never having attended such a lavish occasion, fearing that she wouldn't know where to place her hands and feet once there. Ling Yi had even anticipated this, allowing her to enter with another friend. When Lu Jiehui met that friend before boarding, she realized it was the popular star Du Zijing. She was a huge fan of the drama starring Du Zijing. Although Du Zijing had been plagued with negative news lately, she was warm and lovely, caring for her without any airs of a celebrity, completely contrary to the green tea manipulator image portrayed by the tabloids. Lu Jiehui desperately wanted to tear apart those marketing narratives. Seeing that Ling Yi had finally been released from Ling Fengshu's introductions and had a chance to breathe, Lu Jiehui and Du Zijing hurriedly pushed past the other envious socialites. Ling Yi affectionately patted her head. Don't cry. We will only get better from here on out. You must smile. Du Zijing handed Lu Jiehui a tissue, comforting her. Be careful not to ruin your makeup and turn into a little raccoon. Lu Jiehui sniffed, holding back her tears. Thank you, Ling Yi. The dress you gave me is beautiful. I will repay you once I start earning. Ling Yi did not directly refuse. She knew Lu Jiehui was a girl with a strong sense of pride. She simply said, I believe for you in the future. This will just be a small amount. Lu Jiehui broke into a smile, nodding earnestly. They did not chat for long. Du Zijing sensed the eager atmosphere of others and pulled Lu Jiehui away. They just brought out several French desserts. Let us go try them. Jiehui. Where? Is there a cannel? I've wanted to try that for ages. Lu Jiehui's attention was instantly diverted. The approaching young man, though reluctant internally, was compelled by family pressure to force a peacock-like smile at Ling Yi. Miss Ling Yi, I am Qijian. I heard you also graduated from N University, so we are alumni. Ling Yi glanced at him. Yes, I graduated a year ago. I'm 2 years your senior and we both majored in the School of Economics and Management. What a special coincidence. You also majored in economics. How coincidental. I really miss my time at school. Ling Yi smiled, causing Qijian to feel that she was not so hard to approach after all, his spirits lifting. Yes, after graduating, I even donated to the college, proposing to establish a scholarship. After all, one must be grateful. Oh, so you are the Qi senior mentioned by Dean Zhang during his speech about giving back to the college. Ling Yi expressed her surprise. Yuan immediately brimmed with confidence, excitedly asking, that's me. What did Dean Zhang say? Ling Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. The former dean's surname was Ran, and the current dean appointed 2 years ago was surnamed Chan. Where did this Dean Zhang come from? Senior, your attendance rate during university was unsatisfactory, and you were frequently singled out by Dean Ran as a cautionary example. Your misdeeds have spread throughout the N University School of Management. Qijian's face flushed crimson. I had low attendance because I was busy with my entrepreneurial endeavors, and it is indeed true that I made donations. Ling Yi chuckled softly. Senior, for you, not engaging in entrepreneurship would be the greatest act of filial piety. I heard that you have been in business for 3 years and lost 300 million. Qijian felt exposed. His face drained of color. As for the donations you mentioned, yes, I did contribute. After all, without donations you wouldn't even be able to graduate. All right then. Ling Yi clinked her cup against Qijian's, her eyes glinting mischievously. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. You're desperately seeking a wealthy girlfriend to bail you out of your gambling debts. Even your father 1T help you. Don't bother me. I 1T disclose your secrets. Thiam fled in a panic, overwhelmed by fear. This woman is terrifying. With such a fierce demeanor, no amount of money would compel him to marry into her family. Qijian silently mourned the fate of the future son-in-law. Ling Yi had successfully frightened away one suitor after another. When the soft lights of the gala illuminated the room, none dared to approach her for a dance. Ling Ruichang and others wore expressions of schadenfreude. He said to Ling Ruofeng, did you see that? I told you, a woman with such a dominant personality would hardly attract any man. Ling Ruofeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, no one would even want to marry her. Even if she offered herself. They laughed heartily. The circle of socialites exchanged knowing glances. Zhou Shua's cousin Zhou Meng was among them. Zhou Meng chuckled lightly. Brother is overthinking. There's no need for me to intervene. This girl doesn't possess even a hint of a socialite's demeanor. Being a socialite requires more than just noble birth. One must also have a throng of suitors to truly shine. Just like Zhou Meng, who had just received 3 dance invitations, all of which she gracefully declined, the girl with pink hair beside her fixated on Ling Yi's gown, enviously exclaiming, ah, that's a custom piece from Stargazer, of which there is only one in the world. Zhou Meng, of course, noticed and scoffed, a waste of resources. The pink-haired girl sighed. Even such a grand conglomerate as the Gongwen Group belongs to her, while my family's company is solely my brother's. My parents only provide me with a modest dowry. Zhou Meng felt irritated. Jiang Mianmian, with a decent dowry, what more could you possibly want? Don't let your brother hear you say that. Once you marry, he will be your support, and if your in-laws mistreat you, he can stand up for you. The girl named Jiang Mianmian fell silent but continued to gaze longingly at Ling Yi. Pouting, Zhou Yu pondered for a long time that he limped forward. How could he possibly invite her to dance? Yet, seeing her alone, he couldn't bear it, even knowing her formidable nature wouldn't care. Amidst the astonished glances and whispered conversations, he approached Ling Yi, attempting to stand tall with the help of his cane. Would you care to join me on the deck for some fresh air? Zhou Yu was unaware that his ears had turned crimson like a young boy caught in a moment of embarrassment. Chapter 48. At the banquet 3, Ling Yi gazed at the man before her in surprise. She had no intention of dancing. Others may revel in it, but she preferred to be an observer. This man was quite handsome, with clear features and a striking profile. His aura was pure and clean, yet shadowed by an air of melancholy. Glancing at his cane, Ling Yi understood his identity, Zhou Yu. The unfortunate soul who had been crippled by Zhou Shua's schemes. He could be considered her ally. Ling Yi smiled at him, responding cheerfully, sure. Zhou Yu's eyes brightened, and the two of them exited the banquet hall, one after the other. Inside, the attendees, aside from those engrossed in dancing, wore expressions of disbelief. Did I see that correctly? Is that Zhou Yu? The cripple from the Zhou family? Miss Ling, who usually treats all gentlemen with disdain, has shown him kindness and accepted his invitation. The men, including Qi Zion, who had just been humiliated by Ling Yi, wore even darker expressions. While they despised the arrogant Ling family heiress, did they really fall short compared to a disabled man? Truly blind to the truth. Zhou Meng was equally incredulous. Uncle? She and Zhou Yu belonged to the same family. While others saw him simply as a cripple abandoned by his family, Zhou Meng knew him well. Zhou Yu was of a higher generation, and she, along with her siblings, had grown up calling him uncle. Unlike the other aloof and cold Zhou family elders, Zhou Yu had always been warm and approachable. Whenever there were any academic or life troubles, he would patiently provide guidance. Over the years, although they were not particularly close, she had always held a fondness for this uncle. However, since Zhou Yu's accident, his once gentle demeanor had darkened, becoming reclusive and irritable. He wore an indifferent expression towards everyone, icy and sarcastic. There was no one close to him, let alone a woman. It was absurd. On the deck of the Rose Phantom, the night breeze was cool, gently brushing against their ears as Ling Yi and Zhou Yu stood by the railing, gazing at the reflection of the waning moon on the water's surface. This is just the beginning, Ling Yi smiled, suggesting that it was still too early for congratulations. It seemed Ling Yi had even grander ambitions. Zhou Yu was not surprised. The ambition in her eyes had already spilled over. Yes, Ling Yi gazed into Zhou Yu's eyes. My goals align with yours. Zhou Yu spoke the name that made him grit his teeth, Zhou Shua. His eyes burned with the flames of revenge, which pleased Ling Yi immensely. And she said with a smile, Zhou Yu, I believe we can become excellent partners. Zhou Yu instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, the veins in his fingers bulging. He owes me a leg. And Ling Yi said, he owes me a life. Song Yi's life, unjustly extinguished in that dilapidated factory. Zhou Yu stared at her in shock. Zhou Shua actually plotted to murder you? Does it hurt? Zhou Yu asked, almost unconsciously. In that moment, he found himself more concerned about her pain than devising revenge against Zhou Shua. Ling Yi did not comprehend Zhou Yu's feelings. Zhou Yu also felt he was being too hasty. He averted his gaze, forcing himself to focus on the shimmering water rather than her eyes. That's good. Does your leg hurt? Ling Yi reciprocated politely. Zhou Yu could only laugh wryly, saying, thank you, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just that my leg doesn't listen to me. The night breeze swirled in the air, surprisingly turning warm, causing Zhou Yu's face to feel a bit flushed. Ling Yi then asked, do you wish to dance? Zhou Yu was taken aback by the unexpected question, momentarily stunned, before revealing a bitter smile. Me? Dance? The little system in Ling Yi's mind collapsed and cried out, surely. You can't be serious about dancing with a cripple, host? Ling Yi responded to the little system. Having the ability doesn't equate to lack of conversation. She extended a hand to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu gazed into her sincere eyes, realizing she had no intention of mocking him. Without further thought, he released his cane, which fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Yu took Ling Yi's hand. At the moment of contact, he felt an electric shock, a peculiar warmth coursing through his entire being. Under the clear moonlight, the music from the banquet hall flowed softly, and Ling Yi guided Zhou Yu as they began to dance slowly. The movements were quite simple. Zhou Yu stood still, only needing to step forward and backward. His limp and the imbalance of his body were seamlessly resolved within her graceful turns. In that instant, Zhou Yu felt disoriented. He was whole again, moving as if he could fly. Tears brimmed in Zhou Yu's eyes. He now understood why Ling Yi had invited him to dance. This was the happiest moment he had experienced since the accident. As the music reached its conclusion, Ling Yi released his hand. Elegantly bowing to him, he gazed deeply into Ling Yi's eyes, thanking her, Miss Magician. For him, this dance was akin to the legendary alchemy that turns stone to gold or brings the dead back to life. Ling Yi smiled gently. It's my pleasure. The pristine moonlight cascaded over the two of them, creating a dreamy and ethereal atmosphere. Those peeking through the windows at the banquet hall were utterly astonished. The crippled Zhou Yu could actually dance, and throughout the entire performance there was no hint of a limp. Under the moonlight, one stood elegant and noble, while the other was handsome and tall, resembling a scene straight from a movie poster. Zhou Meng was left speechless. She, who usually exuded an air of noble elegance, was rarely seen in such a state of shock. A friend nearby chuckled, saying, Meng Meng, if this works out, you'll have to call Miss Ling aunt. Zhou Meng was utterly flustered. The Ling family also had a fake heiress, Ling Ruochuan. If she were to marry Zhou Shua, she would have to call her sister-in-law. What a chaotic mess. She was truly exasperated by the relatives who had urged Zhou Yu to attend the Ling family banquet, squeezing every last bit of value from him, even in his disabled state. Shut your mouth. Zhou Meng snapped. She is not worthy. Just as Zhou Shua had arranged, this Ling Yi must, without fail, be utterly disgraced. Chapter 49. At the banquet for thus an incongruous silence fell. Ling Yi was perplexed. Continue the music, let us keep dancing. The orchestra conductor finally raised his baton once more. The music resumed, although Zhou Yu still limped. His smile was no longer the mask-like grin from before. Instead, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted in a gentle smile. Ling Fengshu approached, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Yi before leading Zhou Yu away under the pretext of discussing business. Ling Yi picked up a piece of brownie, engrossed in socializing, and only now found the time to savor the creations of the pastry chef whom Ling Fengshu had invited from France. A delicate voice chimed in from behind her. Miss Ling, hello. Zhou Mengyu smiled brightly. I am Zhou Meng from the third branch of the Zhou family. Ling Yi quickly assessed her demeanor and smiled faintly. Hello. The brownies made by Thomas are indeed exceptional. My family frequently invites him to be the head chef. You should try pairing it with port wine. It will alleviate the sweetness while imparting a natural fragrance, Zhou Meng arrogantly advised. All right, Ling Yi replied. Then please, Miss Zhou, could you fetch me a glass of port wine? Zhou Meng's smile faltered for a moment as she tugged at Zhang Mianmian beside her. Mianmian, could you please help Miss Ling get a glass? Me? Zhang Mianmian pointed to herself, but after receiving a glare from Zhou Meng, she reluctantly complied. Miss Ling has only been a young lady for a few days, and she already carries herself with such high-handedness. Perhaps it is simply in her nature. Both Ling Yi and Zhou Meng smiled sweetly, leading any onlooker to believe they were dear friends engaging in amiable conversation. It is indeed in her nature, Zhou Meng said, taking Ling Yi's right hand and shaking her own glittering cat-eye manicure. Upon feeling the calluses on Ling Yi's hand, she abruptly released her grip, exclaiming in exaggerated surprise, Miss Ling, how do you have so many calluses? You must have endured quite a bit of hardship in the past, haven't you? Miss Zhou, you are truly kind-hearted. I have indeed encountered too many petty individuals, Ling Yi replied, gazing directly at her with a smile. Zhou Meng pretended not to perceive the veiled criticism in Ling Yi's words, maintaining her composure. Zhou Yu is my uncle. Do you have feelings for him, Miss Ling? Ling Yi could no longer hold back, casting Zhou Meng a scornful glance. I have no interest in becoming your aunt. Zhou Meng covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. How should I put it? Although my uncle has mobility issues compared to a middle-aged widower in his 40s, burdened with 2 children from a second marriage, it could still be considered a social elevation for you. She alluded to the previous incident where Xiaorong had attempted to sell Ling Yi off for a bride price of 580,000. Zhou Meng seemed well informed about the matter. She thrived on the pain, anger, and shame reflected in others' expressions when she struck at their wounds. Unfortunately, Ling Yi lacked the emotional response of a normal person. Her expression remained unperturbed. She merely smiled faintly and leaned closer to Zhou Meng's ear, whispering a name. Hu Liangu. Zhou Meng was certainly aware of Hu Liangu, a middle-aged nouveau riche, bloated and vulgar, who had recently cast aside his wife and was now closely associated with Zhou Shi. Zhou Shua had been courting Hu Liangu for a piece of land, treating him to several dinners. Zhou Meng prided herself as Zhou Shua's capable aide, accompanying him to these banquets. When Ling Yi mentioned Hu Liangu, Zhou Meng felt perplexed. What do you mean? Do you know how many children Hu Liangu has? Ling Yi asked with a light laugh. Why would I need to know? Zhou Meng retorted, baffled. What does it have to do with me? Ling Yi blinked. He has 3 children, congratulations, you are about to become their stepmother. That is also a social elevation for you. Zhou Meng, ashamed to be associated with such a man, seethed with anger and retorted coldly, stop spouting nonsense. Do you think this will disgust me? Your dear brother has already agreed to marry you off to him. Impossible. Zhou Meng denied vehemently, I stand on the right side. I am Zhou Shua's person. He wouldn't. Ling Yi interjected, precisely because you are Zhou Shua's person, he can freely dictate your fate. Do not try to sow discord between me and Zhou Shu. Zhou Meng replied coldly, we both share the surname Zhou. Not far behind her, the rotund and balding Hu Liangu was leering at her. Even dressed in expensive Armani, he could not hide his crude demeanor. He even threw Zhou Meng a flirtatious glance. What do you think? Ling Yi's voice dripped with venom as it echoed in Zhou Meng's ears. The way he looks at you, he has already considered you his possession. Heh. Zhou Meng suddenly found it hard to breathe. Ling Yi's voice continued, like the whisper of a devil. A thunderclap from a clear sky. And no wonder in the recent banquets, they never discussed the price of that piece of land. Zhou Meng had been puzzled at the time. Earlier they had been haggling over the price, and she had argued fiercely at the negotiation table, but later, the talks abruptly ceased without warning, when she inquired with Zhou Shu. He merely stated that he had already reached a private agreement with Hu Liangyu. It turned out that the price had been settled. It seemed she was merely part of the agreed price. No, she had sacrificed so much, treading carefully within the family, serving Zhou Shua, even going against other relatives. She had worked hard, burning the midnight oil, drinking until she vomited at banquets, enduring the advances of others, all to secure a significant deal and establish her position within the group. Was this the conclusion Zhou Shua had arranged for her? Zhou Meng stood frozen, her complexion pale. Yet, she had too much faith in Zhou Shua, believing he would remember her kindness after all they had been through together as cousins. You are trying to sow discord between us. You have no evidence, Zhou Meng struggled to say. Unfortunately, I do. Ling Yi replied, producing her phone and flashing it in front of Zhou Meng. A middle-aged man sat with a girl on his lap. Another girl pressed close, boasting with glee, from now on, I am also related to Zhou. He has agreed to marry off that little bitch Zhou Meng to me. The girl on his lap chimed in, congratulations, Mr. Hu, on acquiring a beloved wife. May you thrive. To the sight of this, Zhou Meng's heart sank to the depths. She recognized the girl in the video, a princess from the nightclub Zhou Shua and his companions frequented. This video was not fabricated. Pain, anger, and shame flickered across Zhou Meng's face, while Ling Yi merely looked at her with pity. Chapter 50. At the banquet 5, noticing the pity in Ling Yi's gaze, Zhou Meng scoffed, don't feign sympathy like a weasel mourning a rat. Zhou Meng glared at Ling Yi, asserting, don't be too pleased with yourself. This matter cannot proceed without my consent. I will make sure to ruin it. Why would I be pleased? Ling Yi asked, do you not think we are alike? Zhou Meng was taken aback. How could they be alike? Before attending the banquet, Zhou Meng had thoroughly investigated Ling Yi. Abandoned to a humble household, subjected to harsh treatment, she was practically treated as a free maid by her adoptive mother. With even calluses forming on her fingers. In contrast, Zhou Meng had been raised in luxury, pampered and privileged, a true young lady of the Zhou family. The similarity was, they were both not seen as individuals, but as resources that could be sold for profit. Zhou Meng felt a momentary jolt, but she quickly noticed Ling Yi's unique haute couture attire and her confident yet humble demeanor. A self-deprecating smile crossed Zhou Meng's face. Meanwhile, she had ingratiated herself with the elders of the Zhou family, Zhou Shua, and the partners at the banquets, which had become her instinct for survival. Perhaps they were once alike. Zhou Meng sneered, Miss Ling, you have soared to great heights now as the heir of the Ling family. How could I dare to compare? Just then she heard Ling Yi utter something astonishing. Do you not wish to become the heir of the Zhou family? Zhou Meng stared at Ling Yi in disbelief, bursting into laughter. It was as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Are you trying to paint a rosy picture for me? Zhou Meng laughed to the point of tears. In the Zhou family, such a thing was impossible. You cannot declare something impossible without trying. That is not like you, Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng's anger flared. Don't act as if you know me well. In high school, they had said she could never master the sciences, yet she persevered and proved them wrong by entering a prestigious university. After graduation, they claimed she could not handle the intensity of work, suggesting she simply beautify herself and wait to marry, but she chose to work in the group to prove her capabilities. She had turned many impossibilities into realities. With each word Ling Yi spoke, Zhou Meng's jaw dropped further in disbelief. How do you know all this? Zhou Meng asked incredulously, did my uncle tell you? Ling Yi scoffed, you can investigate me. I can certainly investigate you. I rely on my own abilities. Zhou Meng regained her composure. You are speaking from a place of privilege. The Ling family has no sons, only you as the daughter. Ling Yi smiled, glancing toward the corner where the family of Ling Ruiqing exhibited fluctuating emotions. Do you think I am resting easy? Zhou Meng looked in the direction Ling Yi indicated, thinking, what can such minor characters do compared to Zhou Shue? Even if the Ling family has a Ling Shue, I will prove that I am stronger than him. Ling Yi smiled as she accepted the glass. Thank you. Zhou Meng pursed her lips tightly. That I in any case, my proposal remains valid indefinitely. Ling Yi sipped delicately from the ruby-red wine in her glass. With your capabilities, Miss Zhou, you will surely be able to reach me. I will not contact you, Zhou Meng said coldly. Oh, Ling Yi shrugged. But you will. I won't. You will. I won't. Jiang Mianmian mistakenly believed they were merely engaged in a playful argument. Interjecting, Miss Ling Meng, what are you discussing? You both seem so cheerful. With a forced smile reminiscent of a mean girl, Zhou Meng replied, Miss Ling has invited me to Milan for Fashion Week, but I think I'll pass. I'm not particularly confident in her taste, considering she has sported street vendor apparel for over 20 years. After 2 decades of immersion in high fashion, Zhou's taste appears rather underwhelming. This familiar banter among socialites brought a sense of warmth to Jiang Mianmian. Skillfully playing the mediator, she declared, oh no, both of your tastes are exquisite. Miss Ling embodies elegance and grace, while Meng is strikingly glamorous. Silence, Zhou Meng retorted, casting a glance at Ling Yi before turning away. Jiang Mianmian, reluctant to part, gazed longingly at Ling Yi. She genuinely desired to grow closer to this Miss Ling, yet Zhou Meng was her dearest friend. Despite Zhou Meng's sharp tongue and frequent verbal jabs, she was, in truth, quite supportive. Until next time, Miss Ling, Jiang Mianmian called out, hastily pursuing Zhou Meng's vibrant figure. Meng, wait for me. Zhou Meng quickly exited the banquet hall, aimlessly seeking to escape the stifling atmosphere. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself on the deck, the night breeze sending a shiver through her strapless gown. Jiang Mianmian caught up, calling Meng. Zhou Meng remained silent for a long while. Staring vacantly at the still waters, Mianmian, she suddenly asked, how do you think I compare to Zhou Shue? Huh? Compare in what way? Jiang Mianmian replied, you two think it's an impossible comparison. Zhou Meng's voice dripped with sarcasm. No, Jiang Mianmian hastily waved her hands. I meant in which aspects? For instance, in terms of education, you are quite evenly matched. Both of you hold prestigious master's degrees. However, he graduated with higher marks than you, she noted. Regarding family background, you are both members of the Zhou family. You belong to the 3rd branch while he is from the 5th branch, so there isn't much difference there. Zhou Meng probed about what Jiang Mianmian believed to be the most crucial aspect. What about capability? Jiang Mianmian hesitated, finally saying, Zhou Shue was placed in the company as soon as he came of age, while you barely managed to secure a position after your master's graduation last year. You started too late. You are correct, Zhou Meng nodded, feeling a chill in her heart. It was impossible for her to outmaneuver Zhou Shue. He occupied a position of power, wielding genuine authority over the entire group, while she had nothing, not even control over her own marriage. The words of Ling Yi were to be regarded as mere illusions. Zhou Meng chuckled bitterly at her own naivety. She had just genuinely contemplated the possibility of contending with Zhou Shue for power. Be realistic, Zhou Meng, she admonished herself. The image of Hu Lianguai flashed before her eyes, causing her distress. After tidying up, she lay down, but just as she closed her eyes, the sudden ring of her phone shattered the silence. Enraged, she picked up the device, and upon seeing Zhou Shue's name flashing on the screen, she was compelled to soften her tone. Cousin. Zhou Shue wasted no time in pleasantries, stating directly, I need a report on the Ling family's banquet. Zhou Meng succinctly described the atmosphere, key attendees, and the significance of Ling Fengshue's presence, among other details. And what about that Ling Yi? Zhou Meng paused, replying, Miss Ling is quite intelligent, very much like Ling Zong. Zhou Shue scoffed dismissively, someone from that background cannot possess much vision or capability to gather information about Ling Yi. He had recently made contact with the reclusive Xiaorong. According to Xiaorong, Ling Yi was gentle and kind-hearted, easily manipulated, not a particularly assertive character. Ling Fengshue's trust in her likely stemmed from the fact that she had saved her during the car accident. It seemed he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Zhou Shue frowned, unwilling to wait any longer. When will the matter I entrusted to you be executed? I have a few plans. Let us discuss them face-to-face tomorrow, came the response. Fine. Zhou Shue hung up, leaving Zhou Meng sleepless through the night. Chapter 51. Childhood Sweethearts. The banquet was a resounding success. Ling Fengshue's partners sang praises of Ling Yi, whether sincerely or otherwise. It brought her great satisfaction. Among the staff at Shanwen, aside from a few with ulterior motives, most exhibited a reassuring demeanor. After all, there had been some anxiety about who would take the reins of the company moving forward, but now there was a sense of certainty. The next morning at the breakfast table, Ling Fengshu's good mood was palpable. However, thoughts of Zhou Yu caused her brow to furrow. A person with a disability, who also belonged to the Zhou family, hardly seemed like a suitable match. Would both her biological daughter and adopted daughter end up with members of the Zhou family? If they were to meet, how would they address each other, with familial hierarchies becoming a tangled mess? Ling Fengshu cautiously broached the subject. That young man Zhou Yu seems of fine character, but what a pity about his leg. As she spoke, she observed Ling Yi's expression. Ling Yi merely nodded, her demeanor unperturbed. Indeed, she did not exhibit any signs of affection. Ling Fengshu, assuming, remarked, "It's quite strange that despite his disability, he would invite you to dance." "I was the one who invited him to dance," Ling Yi corrected. "Oh, is that so?" Ling Fengshu expressed surprise. Feng Haoren chuckled. "Little Yi, you invited a disabled person to dance. What were you thinking?" "I was confident in my ability to maintain balance," Ling Yi replied, "and he was quite accommodating." "Darling, you truly are remarkable," Ling Fengshu praised without reservation. Ling Yi nodded. "He is very conscious of his leg. I wanted him to experience the sensation of being a normal person." Her tone was even, yet Ling Fengshu felt a surge of emotion at her words. "That is what we call humanitarian concern," Ling Fengshu remarked to Feng Haoren. Feng Haoren concurred. "Little Yi is innately gentle." Seizing the warm atmosphere, Feng Haoren cleared his throat. "Fengshu, little Yi, next week is my birthday. Let us host a family dinner at home." "Sure. I'll personally prepare your favorite clear chicken soup," Ling Yi replied. Feng Haoren, emboldened, ventured a request, gazing at Ling Fengshu with hopeful eyes. "I hope Ruochuan can come too. Is that all right?" Ling Fengshu hesitated, glancing at Ling. "Of course," Ling Yi replied, setting down her milk glass with a smile. "I've yet to meet her." Ling Fengshu asked, "Little Yi, are you certain?" After all, Ruochuan had taken away over 20 years of Ling's life. That if Ling Yi did not wish to see Ling Ruochuan, Ling Fengshu would completely understand. She hoped Ling Yi was not agreeing just to please Feng Haoren. "Really, I am certain." Ling Yi smiled at Ling Fengshu. "I don't mind. Out on the contrary, I am quite eager to meet the daughter raised by my father and mother." Little Yi. Ling Fengshu felt a pang of both pain and gratitude. Feng Haoren was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, Little Yi. You and Ruochuan will surely get along splendidly and become good sisters." Ling Yi smiled. "I have yet to meet Ling Ruochuan in person. I need to gauge her aura to ascertain something. Master, please tell me." The little system, eager for information, looked at her with wide eyes. She opened her email. Since assigning the task of investigating Feng Haoren's past to Li Lingyu had been sending her updates daily. The latest email from Li Lingyu detailed the situation at the Fuxing orphanage, where Feng Haoren had spent his childhood. The orphanage's teachers were now elderly and struggled to recall many details. However, Li Lingyu encountered a volunteer named Wenmei. Wenmei had been abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep as an infant and had lived there until she was 12, when she was adopted by an elderly couple who had lost their only child. The adopting couple was kind and gentle, and Wenmei's arrival alleviated their grief. Now in her 40s, Wenmei had bid farewell to her adoptive parents, and her own children had reached adulthood. Li Lingyu posed as Wenmei's mother, inquiring about Feng Haoren. To her surprise, Wenmei had a vivid memory of Feng Haoren. "The person you mentioned seems to be Brother Haoren. Aunt Wen, could you describe him in detail?" Wenmei replied. "Back then, Haoren was the leader among us children. He was quite respected and everyone listened to him. There must have been many families eager to adopt him. He sounds like an exceptional boy. Why did he refuse?" Wenmei found it puzzling as well, and after a moment of contemplation she recalled, "I didn't understand it then, but thinking back it might have been because of someone." Li Lingyu sensed a pivotal clue. "What person? You mean he refused adoption to stay with a girl named Chuanxi?" Wenmei smiled. "Not just him. Chuanxi felt the same. She was a very beautiful girl, and I recall several families wanting to adopt her, but she refused us. Oh, they didn't want to be separated." Li Lingyu concluded. "I used to think the same way," Wenmei reminisced, "but I suddenly remember that there was indeed a family willing to adopt them both. At the time, I was so happy for them, thinking it was the best of both worlds, having a home while remaining together. However, they still turned it down. Why?" Li Lingyu asked, astonished, her mind forming a vague suspicion. "I didn't understand back then, but now I think it was because they didn't want to become siblings." Wenmei smiled nostalgically, riding bamboo horses, circling the bed, and playing with the plums. "Regrettably, after being adopted, I lost contact with the orphanage, wholeheartedly wishing to integrate into my new family. It would have been wonderful if I had maintained communication with them. If they were still together, the children might be around your age by now." "Thank you, Aunt W." Li Lingyu recorded their conversation and sent it to Ling Yi. Ling Yi listened along with the little system. The little system, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Master, is that Chuanxi? The Chun in Ling Ruochuan's name? Could it be this Chun?" Ling Yi pondered thoughtfully. The situation has grown increasingly intriguing. I am truly eager to meet Ling Ruochuan. I shall continue to investigate following the lead of Chuanxi. Chapter 52. Matters of a lifetime. On the top floor of Huanyu building. While Ling Yi was contemplating Feng Haoren at home, Zhou Shua was also scheming against her. Leisurely seated in his executive chair, Zhou Shua listened indifferently to Zhou Meng's plan. The Wang family's patriarch is celebrating his 80th birthday next month, and the Ling family will all attend. At that time, I shall tamper with Ling Yi's gown, causing it to tear and fall away before the eyes of all the prominent figures present, exposing her nakedness and rendering her utterly humiliated, ensuring she never dares to show her face in public again. Zhou Meng articulated her plan, yet she was stifled by a sense of resentment. Indeed, she was known as a mean girl within the circle, but that was merely in words. Her sharp tongue and penchant for eye-rolling were merely displays of superiority. However, she had never resorted to such lowly tactics. The fact that she could conceive this idea was already a testament to her desperation. After all, she was a well-bred young lady with a prestigious education. What misunderstanding did Zhou Shua harbor about her? Unexpectedly, after listening, Zhou Shua remarked, "Is that all?" Zhou Meng bit her lip. If she were the subject of this plan, she would truly feel as if she were living in hell. Wasn't this punishment tantamount to total disgrace? Zhou Shua, just how far do you want me to go? Zhou Meng forced a smile. Please guide me, brother. Perhaps procure some tranquilizers to incapacitate her, and then find a few men. Zhou Meng abruptly raised her head to look at Zhou Shua. A faint smile appeared on his handsome, aloof face. "Dio, you need me to elaborate further, cousin?" Zhou Meng struggled to respond. "This is illegal. Thus, you must seek out some lower-class men. They can acquire women and money, and even if they end up in prison, there will always be others eager to follow suit," Zhou Shua stated nonchalantly. Zhou Meng suddenly comprehended the chasm that lay between her and Zhou Shua in terms of ruthlessness and malice. She could never catch up to him. The lower the status of these men, the greater Ling Yi's suffering would be. Zhou Shua added, "And make sure to record it with a camera to chill course through Zhou Meng." Understood. She lowered her head, afraid to let Zhou Shua see the expression on her face. She could hardly dare to mention Hu Lianggua now. Zhou Meng had a foreboding sense that after she declined this morning, she would find herself drugged and sent to Hu Lianggua's bed that very night. She walked out of Zhou Shua's office in a daze. This was the first time Zhou Shua had revealed such a terrifying side to her. All along, Zhou Meng had respected and even admired her cousin's capabilities, repeatedly feeling fortunate for aligning herself with the right side and choosing the right person, believing that she would certainly prosper in the future. She had heard whispers of Zhou Shua's involvement in some murky dealings with the notorious gang member Li Yiming, but those matters were exceedingly confidential and had nothing to do with her, so she had never paid them any mind. However, now it seemed the truth was far more dreadful than she could have imagined. "Oh dear!" Distracted and flustered, Zhou Meng collided with someone around the corner. Two slender girls fell to the ground simultaneously. Zhou Meng stood up, pulling the other girl up with her. "Ruochuan? Meng." They both recognized each other at once and called out each other's names. Since leaving the Ling family, Ling Ruochuan had been residing in Zhou Shua's villa, becoming the cherished one hidden away in a gilded cage. As noon approached, she had come to deliver a bento filled with love to Zhou Shua. Remembering the bento, Ling Ruochuan hurriedly picked it up and opened the lid to inspect it, feeling quite dismayed as the shapes and decorations had become a mess. Zhou Meng also noticed that the little bare rice ball was now askew. "I apologize, I was caught up in work and lost focus. It is also my fault for walking too hastily." Ling Ruochuan did not hold it against her and waved her hand dismissively. Ling Ruochuan had become somewhat wary of the women coming to the top floor, and Zhou Meng, being her cousin, was no exception. She asked, Meng, "Did you just discuss work with Brother Shua?" Zhou Meng wanted to roll her eyes. Every time she encountered Ling Ruochuan on the top floor, she was subjected to an interrogation. Of course. What else would I discuss? There's nothing of value to talk about with that ruthless man. Zhou Meng wished she could escape to a far-off land. Brother Shua must be exhausted after a busy morning. I need to hurry and deliver this bento. Ling Ruochuan said sweetly, "Hey, you are truly kind to him." Zhou Meng forced a smile. "Because Brother Shua treats me very well too. It is a mutual affection." Since embarking on cohabitation, Ling Ruochuan had become even more ensnared. Previously, her life had been enriched with parents, piano, friends and more. But now she was reluctant to go out or interact with others. She despised the gazes of others, feeling as though they were mocking her. Day in and day out, she faced only Zhou Shua. Throughout this process, she felt as though she had forgotten her shameful origins. She wished to shed the identity of the false heiress Ling Ruochuan and henceforth be known solely as Zhou Shua's beloved Ling Ruochuan. Her heart and mind were filled entirely with Zhou Shua. Zhou Meng observed the happiness radiating from Ling Ruochuan and felt a stirring in her own heart. Though her cousin was domineering and aloof, he always displayed a certain gentleness in front of Ling Ruochuan. Perhaps, regarding the matter of Hu Lianghua, she could ask Ling Ruochuan for assistance in speaking on her behalf. Zhou Meng smiled. You two are so blissful. It seems I should start calling you sister-in-law in advance. Ling Ruochuan blushed and playfully retorted, Meng, let us save that title for after the wedding. Zhou Meng could easily see through Ling Ruochuan's coyness and teasingly quipped, what are you shy about, sister-in-law? Ling Ruochuan shot Zhou Meng an exasperated glance. Zhou Meng then sighed. What's wrong? Ling Ruochuan asked. I truly envy the sweetness between you and brother, while my own lifetime matters remain unresolved. But our Miss Zhou has many suitors, does she not? Zhou Meng snorted. Those people are only after the Zhou family's status, hoping to use me to climb higher to my cousin. Ling Ruochuan found comfort in that, realizing Zhou Shua's power also reflected on her own status. Ignore those people, Ling Ruochuan smiled. Your brother has so many talented friends. I can ask him to introduce you to some suitable matches. Zhou Meng's eyes lit up and sweetly she replied, really? Thank you, sister-in-law. Do you have any specific criteria for your ideal partner? Ling Ruochuan inquired eagerly. Zhou Meng quickly listed a long list of conditions, ensuring they strayed as far as possible from Hu Lianghua's characteristics. I prefer someone close to my age, no more than 5 years older or younger. That I am not seeking a high-status marriage. A well-educated family will suffice, one that is harmonious and cultured. Someone who, like me, is entering their first marriage, over 1.8 meters tall, with a fitness regimen and a well-proportioned physique, done an equivalent level of education and a personal career. Ling Ruochuan, upon hearing this, thought it quite normal. She would have similar requirements herself. With newfound confidence, she assured Zhou Meng, rest assured, Meng, I will certainly have your brother pick a good match for you. Zhou Meng beamed brightly. Then thank you, sister-in-law. Chapter 53. Intrigues of the harem. Although Ling Ruochuan's meticulously crafted bear bento had become misshapen and less adorable in appearance, Zhou Shua still devoured it clean. Ling Ruochuan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a smile in her eyes. Is it delicious? It is, he replied. Truth be told, the taste could only be described as average. However, Zhou Shua greatly appreciated her delicate hands, once used to play the piano, preparing a meal for him. You truly are my virtuous wife. Zhou Shua chuckled as he pulled her onto his lap. How rude. I have yet to marry you. Ling Ruochuan feigned annoyance, playfully punching Zhou Shua's chest with her fist. You are my fiancé, which counts as a wife. Enough of this banter, she huffed, poking him in the chest. What do you want to eat this afternoon? Zhou Shua casually named a few dishes, and Ling Ruochuan diligently noted them down. She had not forgotten the task Zhou Meng had entrusted to her. But now was not the right moment to discuss it with Zhou Shua. Generally, he preferred not to talk about personal matters at work. After planting a kiss on Zhou Shua's cheek, she tidied up the lunchbox and bid him farewell. Aunt Zhao, the housekeeper, observed her carrying bags and couldn't help but smile with both exasperation and amusement. Miss Ling, why are you buying groceries again? I told you to let me know what you need, and I would go buy it. Hee, Miss Ling, you truly are diligent, unlike those girls nowadays. Ling Ruochuan smiled down. Aunt Zhao, please teach me how to make sweet and sour ribs in Lotus Pond Moonlight. Rest assured, Miss Ling, you are the most hard-working apprentice I have ever seen. Under Aunt Zhao's guidance and assistance, Ling Ruochuan busied herself for an entire afternoon and finally set the table with the dishes Zhou Shua desired. Zhou Shua, satisfied, caressed her face. You are truly wonderful. To a table full of enticing dishes pleased Zhou Shua immensely. He pulled Ling Ruochuan close and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. You are simply the best. Ling Ruochuan proudly wrapped her arms around Zhou Shua's waist, snuggling in his embrace. During dinner, noticing Zhou Shua was in good spirits, Ling Ruochuan broached the subject Zhou Meng had asked her to discuss. Brother Shua, speaking of which, Meng is 3 years older than me, and still hasn't he settled her personal matters. Do you have any suitable friends to introduce her to? Zhou Shua's expression was subtly complex, yet still adorned with a smile. Was this your own concoction, or did Zhou Meng suggest it herself? Today when I delivered lunch to you I encountered her. She expressed great envy for the current state of affairs between us. I told her to have her brother introduce someone to her. Zhou Shua's handsome visage bore a half-smile. Did she have any particular requirements? How could a young woman not possess certain expectations for her future partner? Ling Ruochuan interjected. She then proceeded to recount all of Zhou Meng's stipulations to Zhou Shua. With each revelation, Zhou Shua's countenance grew increasingly frigid. You need not concern yourself with this matter, he replied coolly. As a woman of the Zhou family, her marriage is not solely her decision. Ling Ruochuan was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply a strategic alliance? Have you already chosen a suitable candidate? One might say so. Ling Ruochuan in her novelette remarked, a strategic marriage could certainly involve someone Zhou Meng admires. There are many families of equal standing, look at us. We met through an arranged introduction. Zhou Shu remained non-committal. I am already aware of Zhou Meng's matrimonial prospects as long as there are benefits to be gained. The notion of social standing is of little concern. Ling Ruochuan discerned the deeper implications of his words. Suggesting that the counterpart's conditions might be quite inadequate, she felt a twinge of urgency. Zhou Meng would undoubtedly refuse such an arrangement. Ling Ruochuan was momentarily speechless. Having grown up in the Ling household, where luxuries abounded, she had never been subjected to such thoughts from Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren. Although she understood that Ling Fengshu harbored higher aspirations for her, she had never imposed them. When it came time for her to select a major in college, Ling Fengshu had hoped she would pursue finance management. Yet Ling Ruochuan had shown no interest, and Ling Fengshu had acquiesced. My aspirations are my own. You need not be overly concerned, Ling Fengshu had stated. Your life belongs to you. Pursue that which you desire, and you shall not regret it later. At that moment, she had felt a pang of guilt. Thinking, mother, you have been so good to me, yet I must disappoint your expectations. Silly child, my greatest wish is for your happiness. Ling Ruochuan had not thought of Ling Fengshu in a long time. When she was compelled to leave the Ling household, resentment had certainly lingered. 2 decades of companionship, of warmth and affection. How could a mother who had once loved her so dearly be so heartless? Ling Fengshu had handed her the property deed and keys to a house that had long been registered in her name, yet she had refused to accept them. Later, Ling Fengshu had sent her a lengthy email, which contained the following: Ruochuan, please forgive my harshness. You may feel wronged, but you cannot deny that Ling Yi has suffered even more. Over the past 20 years, I have owed her far too much. If I do not act this way, it would be an act of cruelty towards her. After reading the letter, Ling Ruochuan had wept the entire day, subsequently deciding to earnestly embrace the role of Zhou Shua's wife, relinquishing her identity as the daughter of the Ling family. Today, upon hearing Zhou Shua's seemingly unassailable words, she found herself yearning intensely for her mother and father. Zhou Shua noticed her silence and inquired, "What troubles you?" Ling Ruochuan hesitantly replied, "I believe your perspective is flawed." "What do you mean?" Zhou Shua's tone rose and she felt a flicker of fear, yet she summoned the courage to continue. Brother Shua, I believe your assertion is incorrect. That I have met your father, your uncles. They grew up in the Zhou family amidst luxury, yet their marriages were not mere transactions. At the very least, they married women of their own satisfaction, whose conditions were well matched. This was the first time Ling Ruochuan had not gazed at Zhou Shua with admiration, but rather had dared to contradict him. You need not continue, Zhou Shua retorted coldly. This is not a matter for women to meddle in. This marked the first occasion on which Zhou Shua spoke to Ling Ruochuan with such frigid detachment. The restaurant fell silent for a considerable time. Noticing that Ling Ruochuan was visibly startled, Zhou Shua's tone softened slightly as he grasped her hand. Speaking gently, Ruochuan, you should understand this principle. The harem must not interfere in governance. Ling Ruochuan, recognizing he had offered her a reprieve, nodded in acquiescence, though for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an absurdity in the air. That it's the 21st century, and we're still invoking the concept of a harem. Moreover, you, Zhou Shua, are hardly an emperor. Chapter 54. The Imperial Hospital's sign-in reward at Jianfei Medical Testing Company. At 9 a.m. on Monday, the secretary had just clocked in when she eagerly engaged in gossip with the front desk. I hear our boss has finally found romance. Initially, the front desk appeared utterly disinterested, but upon hearing the gossip, perked up immediately. Do tell, on Saturday, the boss attended a banquet at the Ling family. Yes, the one associated with the Shanwen group. At the event, our boss danced with the Ling family's daughter. The front desk's mouth dropped open in surprise. No offense, but you know I hold the boss in high regard. Yet his legs. Cough, cough. The front desk felt a sense of relief, thinking that the boss was due for some romance. After 5 years of employment, she had cycled through 3 boyfriends, while he remained solitary. Indeed, such a wonderful person as the boss ought not to be alone. I wonder what kind of person Miss Ling is. As the secretary and front desk were engrossed in their conversation, a girl suddenly entered through the front door. She had a cool demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with warmth. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Zhou. The secretary promptly stood. Hello, I am Mr. Zhou's secretary. It seems he has no appointments for this morning. The girl replied, I arranged to meet him directly. It's fine, I'll send him a message. Upon hearing this, the secretary's heart raced, and the front desk discreetly tugged at the secretary's sleeve. They both thought simultaneously, could this be Miss Ling? Before the secretary could speak, Zhou Yu's urgent voice echoed as he rushed in, supported by a cane. It was evident he had hurried. his breath coming in gasps and a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Ling Yi, I am late. I apologized. As he had left home that morning, he had scrutinized his reflection with dissatisfaction, changing outfits 3 times before venturing out. He had ample time, yet encountered a traffic jam due to an accident ahead, causing him to arrive later than planned. Ling Yi reassured him, it's all right. There's no need to rush. She produced a handkerchief and offered it to him. Having won a spacious handkerchief during a sign-in at the Palace Museum's treasure hall, she had collected various odds and ends. This was quite fortuitous. Zhou Yu slowly accepted the fragrant handkerchief, which seemed to retain her warmth. Wipe your sweat. Don't just stand there in a daze. Ling Yi found his bewilderment amusing. Why are you so dazed? How can you contend with Zhou Shua and seek revenge in this state? Zhou Yu hesitated, but under her gaze he had no choice. He dabbed at his forehead with the handkerchief to divert Ling Yi's attention. Zhou Yu quickly inquired, you didn't mention the purpose of today's meeting when you arranged it yesterday? His heart raced slightly. He had to admit she was the only girl he had ever felt an affinity for over the years. His medical testing institution was modest, lacking the grandeur of Zhou Shua's expansive corporate empire. Ever since his leg injury, the Zhou family had ceased to offer him substantial financial support or connections. He had built his company from the ground up. Although he had seen reasonable profits over the years, he had not prioritized expansion or beautifying the company's appearance. Instead, he had invested all resources into research for bodily recovery and employee welfare. As he grappled with his nerves, Ling Yi unexpectedly posed a shocking question. Do you have a bed? Ah! Zhou Yu was left utterly speechless, his face burning. Had he not been hindered by his physical condition, he might have rushed forward to cover her mouth. Did she not notice the front desk and secretary's astonished expressions? Zhou Yu tightened his grip on his cane, thinking this was inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Hurry up. Ling Yi gazed at Zhou Yu with earnest eyes, her expression grave. Zhou Yu found it impossible to refuse such a look. Consequently, he led her to an examination room, which contained a medical bed. He left the door ajar, wary of potential gossip that could tarnish Ling Yi's reputation. Once inside the room, Ling Yi commanded, lie down. Zhou Yu was unable to contain his blush. Miss Ling Yi replied earnestly, we are allies. You trust me, don't you? Of course, Zhou Yu said, his face still flushed. I trust you. Blushing, he lay down bewildered. Ling Yi asked, why are you blushing? Then, he watched as Ling Yi retrieved a small, exquisite toolbox from her tote bag. As he pondered the purpose, she opened the box, revealing 2 rows of gleaming silver needles. Zhou Yu instinctively shuddered. What is this? These are silver needles, Ling Yi stated matter-of-factly. Observing Zhou Yu's expression of confusion and slight fear, she elaborated, our mutual mysterious ally. Don't you have a pact? The condition is to treat your leg. However, she cannot appear in person, so she taught me the technique and I shall fulfill the promise on her behalf. Ling Yi. Zhou Yu chuckled despite himself. I recall you graduated with a degree in accounting and financial management from the N conference. Yes, but I can manage this. She was resolute and calm, showing no signs of irritation at his doubt. The acupuncture technique I will perform on your leg will allow for sensation in your right leg after 1 treatment, normal walking after 2, and running after 3. This was a dream Zhou Yu had longed for. After 5 years of research without any progress, he had nearly reached despair. When it came to the ally's claim of curing his leg, he was skeptical and brushed it off with a laugh. Revenge was all that mattered. He had given up hope on his leg. Now, however, Ling Yi has informed him that in just 3 months, he could be restored to his former self. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yu inquired, will such a miracle truly occur? Were it not for the fear of startling Zhou Yu or arousing suspicion, Ling Yi could have simply administered 3 acupuncture needles to him, enabling him to move with remarkable agility. This acupuncture technique was a skill Ling Yi acquired during her tenure at the Imperial Medical Institute in the Forbidden City. Once mastered, her acupuncture skills instantly reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. Zhou Yu's long-standing leg injury was hardly a challenge for her. Ling Yi reassured him, you can trust me. After a moment's contemplation, she added to bolster Zhou Yu's confidence, you must also believe in our mysterious ally. Her capabilities are beyond question. The little system interjected with sarcasm, isn't it all just you? You're addicted to the performance, like a vendor bragging about her own melons. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, I believe in you and her. The little system remarked, this person will end up deceived to the point of losing his undergarments. Ling Yi replied, who is asking him to remove his trousers? Just a little flirtation will suffice. Satisfied, Ling Yi nodded at Zhou Yu. Very well, allies should have such trust. With his trousers pulled up, revealing his calves and knees, she spoke as she withdrew the silver needles. Zhou Yu's right leg bore unsightly scars from old injuries, and there was a noticeable degree of muscle atrophy. He was reluctant to reveal it to Ling Yi, harboring deep feelings of shame and inferiority. Yet, if it could truly be healed, Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and rolled up his trousers. Ling Yi regarded his unsightly leg without a hint of change in her expression. After sterilizing the silver needles, she calmly proceeded with the acupuncture. Chapter 55. Meeting Ling Ruochuan. Thus, Ling Yi visited Zhou Yu's company daily to administer acupuncture, while also interning with Ling Fengshu and Shanwen. A week swiftly passed, and then came Feng Haoren's birthday. Early in the morning, the little system was even more excited than Ling Yi, eagerly anticipating the meeting with Ling Ruochuan. The first encounter between the true and false daughters in the novel is bound to be spectacular, a dazzling display. Ling Yi inquired curiously, "What are you imagining? Do you think I would confront Ling Ruochuan over a headpiece?" "Of course, dear host, you will surely engage in a more sophisticated rivalry. You don't even need to speak." A mere glance could shatter her fragile heart. "I absolutely believe that." The little system promptly flattered, "Our host is the most formidable." Upon descending the stairs, Ling Yi found Wang Ma already bustling about. However, Wang Ma was merely assisting. The true master of the kitchen was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Wang Ma quickly greeted her, "Miss, good morning," and introduced, "This is Chef Yu from the five-star Hotel Hala. Skilled in both pastries and main dishes. Mr. Feng specifically invited him to prepare today's family feast." Ling Yi glanced at Chef Yu's demeanor and deemed him a sincere cook. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Feng Haoren would find a way to vex her. After exchanging polite greetings with Chef Yu, Ling Yi ventured out for her morning run. This had become a daily routine, much to the little system's disapproval. "Dear host, running will cause your slender calves to grow thicker, which is unattractive." The little system kindly reminded her, echoing the sentiments of its previous internet celebrity host. This body required health and strength. Ling Yi shrugged, recalling how she had rarely tasted decent meat during her childhood with Xia Rong. Leaving her frame rather frail even after starting work, there was little money to nourish herself, as her salary was entirely submitted when Ling Yi first arrived. The weakness emanating from her body was no exaggeration. The little system was about to voice another concern when Ling Yi preemptively silenced it. "Don't spout nonsense about how men want tea like this or that. It's not the men who choose me, but rather I who choose men. What if you fall for a man who only appreciates slender legs? How could I ever fancy a man who cannot embrace diverse aesthetics?" The little system fell silent, begrudgingly admitting, "Times have truly changed." Ling Yi gleefully replied, "Your era has been relegated to the past." Infuriated, the little system refused to speak to her for the remainder of the run. Chef Yu's culinary skills were as impressive as ever, certainly deserving of Ling Ruochuan's admiration. A feast of dishes favored by Ling Ruochuan was likely being prepared. Ling Yi maintained a stoic expression, prompting the little system to comment, "This person is astonishingly biased. If the original owner were here, she would surely be heartbroken." The original owner yearned for familial affection, which is why she fell prey to Xia Rong's manipulation. Xia Rong could be excused. Being a mere imposter, however, even Feng Haoren, her biological father, showed her indifference. Had it been the original owner, she might have turned on her heel and sought solace elsewhere, quietly shedding tears. But Ling Yi had no expectations, and thus would not be hurt. "If you wish to secretly undermine me, I shall openly display my displeasure." She strode directly into the dining room, cheerfully exclaiming, "Chef Yu, what dishes do you plan to prepare for tonight?" Chef Yu, ever sincere, promptly listed a long array of dishes. Having spent time with Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren, Ling Yi had gleaned some understanding of their tastes. Employing a process of elimination to exclude dishes favored by Ling Fengshu, she proposed substituting a few of them with her own preferences. While cheerfully announcing her choices, she noticed Feng Haoren's expression darkening, his brows furrowing as he struggled to contain his anger. At last, Feng Haoren could no longer tolerate it, exclaiming, "Xiaoyi, the original menu was perfectly fine. How can you just decide to change it? The ingredients have already been procured." Ling Yi feigned a sense of grievance. "But father, I have my period, and the hairy crabs and pear soup you ordered are too cooling." Feng Haoren's frown deepened, his face darkening as if he felt humiliated on her behalf. "As a young lady, how can you openly speak of your period?" Ling Yi found this puzzling. Menstruation was a normal physiological phenomenon akin to hair loss. "Father, you don't hold such outdated and feudal views, do you? It's normal, but it's unclean." Feng Haoren's face displayed his distaste. "Menstruation signifies health and the ability to bear life," Ling Yi stated coolly. "Without menstruation, how can life be passed on? Is childbirth sacred, motherhood great, yet menstruation is filthy?" Ling Yi had elevated the discourse to an unassailable level, leaving Fong Haoren at a loss for rebuttal. He could only shift his angle of attack, reprimanding her. How can you speak to your father in such a manner? What of your upbringing? Father, you were the one who labeled me unclean. That truly wounds my heart. Her expression remained impassive, making her feigned sorrow unconvincing. Just then, Ling Fengshu, freshly awake, approached the dining room. The mention of hurt instantly heightened her alertness. She glanced between her daughter, who wore an expression of indifference, and her irate husband, moving to stand beside Ling Yi. In Fong Haoren's perspective, Ling Yi appeared to be the villain crying foul. Mom, Dad called me unclean. Facing the sudden and fierce gaze of Ling Fengshu, Fong Haoren attempted to defend himself. I did not, Xiaoyi, you've misunderstood. I merely meant menstruation is unclean, and I hope you refrain from speaking of it so openly. After all, we have guessed that he gestured towards Chef Yu and Wang Ma, who had discreetly exited the dining room at the start of the argument. Ling Yi smiled. If I have menstruation, then saying it is unclean implies I am unclean? Father, this is truly disrespectful to women. Ling Fengshu coldly remarked, I just arrived this morning. Does that imply I am also unclean? Among women who cohabit for extended periods, their menstrual cycles tend to synchronize. Before the head of the household, Fong Haoren's authority as a father diminished. I spoke out of turn. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Ma went to answer it, and who should arrive but Ling Ruochuan. After receiving Fong Haoren's invitation and Ling Fengshu's tacit approval, along with Ling Yi's consent, she finally returned to this once familiar home. Standing at the door, she was filled with nostalgia. The moment she laid eyes on Wang Ma, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Wang Ma's eyes also glistened with warmth. Yet, she remained acutely aware of her role as a servant, understanding who would be the future mistress of this home. Thus, Wang Ma calmly reported to the hosts. Devoid of surprise or emotion, Madam, Miss Ruochuan has arrived. Fong Haoren's eyes lit up. He ceased his dispute with Ling Yi and eagerly approached the door. Ling Yi and Ling Fengshu exchanged glances before following suit. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Fong Haoren already embracing Ling Ruochuan with heartfelt emotion. After a lingering moment, he reluctantly released her, allowing Ling Yi to finally glimpse Ling Ruochuan's full face. The emotion of their reunion quickly shifted to discomfort and guilt as Ling Ruochuan met Ling Yi's gaze. She had stolen Ling Yi's life, and even after learning the truth, she selfishly wished to retain it. Ling Yi stared intently at her, compelling her to lower her head in shame. However, to Ling Ruochuan's surprise, Ling Yi did not utter any harsh words. Instead, she suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Dad, with 3 women menstruating in the house today, you won't be overwhelmed, will you? Chapter 56. Sowing discord. Fong Haoren's expression shifted dramatically. His voice became sharp. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Fengshu recognized that Ling Yi's words were inappropriate, especially on a birthday where such remarks could be deemed unreasonable. Yet, if Fong Haoren could be obstinate, so could she. She would not hesitate to show favoritism. The blame lay with Fong Haoren's attitude, which had caused his daughter so much distress, leading to their ongoing discord. Ahem. Ling Fengshu cleared her throat and said, Well, Xiaoyi, this is just to let you know how ridiculous your notions are. Ling Ruochuan remained in a state of bewilderment. What? No, how did you know I was coming? This entire scene considerably diminished her fear of Ling Yi. Of course, Ling Yi could not confess that she had discerned it through her observations. Instead, she simply remarked, You are lacking in vitality and are experiencing continuous blood loss. Ling Ruochuan was still puzzled. Is that how you can tell? Fong Haoren, standing amidst the 3 women, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was only upon voicing his thoughts that he truly sensed the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room. Ignoring Fong Haoren's awkwardness, Ling Yi nodded at Ling Ruochuan. I am Ling that I am. Ling Ruochuan, when she uttered the surname Ling, she did so hesitantly, fearing that Ling Yi would explode upon realizing she still bore the Ling name. She was not a true child of the Ling family and felt insecure about retaining that surname. Yet she was also unwilling to change her name. She recognized her own selfishness. Ling Yi gazed intently at her. Then at Fong Haoren, as if discovering something amusing. I know you. Father has been quite concerned about you at home. This is our first meeting. Hello. Ling Yi's tone was somewhat sardonic, causing Ling Ruochuan to feel both anxious and wronged. I am merely here as a guest, Miss Ling Yi. Please do not misunderstand. After the birthday celebration I shall leave. She now had her own home with Joshua. She would be Joshua's wife, the president's lady of the Zhou group, and had no need to vie for the position of a wealthy young lady with Ling Yi. Ling Yi smiled, waved her hand jokingly. Do not be too sensitive. Look, he specifically invited Chef Yu for you. I heard you adore his cuisine. Chef Yu, who had been waiting nearby, was suddenly called upon and quickly bowed shallowly. Ling Ruochuan was deeply touched upon seeing that Fong Haoren had indeed invited Chef Yu, and her nose turned sour as she cried out, Father, Fong Haoren smiled with satisfaction, stepping forward to embrace Ling Ruochuan once more, gently saying, "I will always love you, Ruochuan." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi not only felt no anger but instead wore a mysterious smile. She turned to leave, leisurely saying, "Do not perform a romantic drama at the door. Come and taste the pastries made by Aunt Wang, which I hear you once loved." Ling Ruochuan hastily pushed Fong Haoren away, for she could not comprehend why Ling Yi's words instilled such fear in her. "I'm coming." Aunt Wang's culinary skills remained as exquisite as ever, the flavors unchanged, bringing tears to Ling Ruochuan's eyes. Shortly thereafter, she was summoned to Ling Fengshu's study. Upon seeing Ling Fengshu's serious expression, she sensed that trouble was brewing. Every time she had erred since childhood, Ling Fengshu would summon her to the study for a meeting. "You are cohabitating with Joshua," Ling Fengshu stated, devoid of inquiry. "Yes," Ling Ruochuan admitted succinctly. "You must move out." Ling Ruochuan abruptly lifted her head. "Why? You are not yet married. Have you assumed the role of a full-time housewife already?" Ling Fengshu's tone was frigid. "That I have maintained contact with your piano teacher. She mentioned you have not practiced in over a month. How can you be so self-destructive? Do you not intend to perform at the concert in 6 months?" Ling Ruochuan could no longer contain the anger and grievance swelling within her. "You were the one who cast me out. Joshua is the only one who wants me. What is wrong with me cohabitating with him? What is wrong with being a full-time housewife? I am content. I cherish this peaceful, untroubled life. Please respect my freedom. I have become the laughingstock of the entire circle. How can I show my face? How can I hold a concert? Who would attend a concert of a false heiress cast out from her home? Even if they did, it would only be to mock me." Ling Fengshu seized her hand fiercely. On her left hand, there were wounds on her index and middle fingers from her clumsiness in chopping vegetables. "This was once your hand for playing the piano. You claim you lack business acumen and are solely interested in music. Very well, I have supported your piano pursuits wholeheartedly since you were 9. Yes, you may have lost the status of the Ling family's eldest daughter, but your identity as a pianist is something you have forged with each note and melody. Do you wish to abandon that as well?" Ling Fengshu questioned sternly. Tears streamed down Ling Ruochuan's face. Every word from Ling Fengshu struck at her deepest vulnerabilities. She indeed loved playing the piano. Yet how arduous it was to become an accomplished pianist. It required exposure, standing in the public eye, subjecting herself to scrutiny and judgment, enduring doubts and criticisms. Her background would be dissected and discussed repeatedly. She would rather hide beneath Joshua's protective wings. That corner was her sanctuary, and no one would judge her. No one would ridicule her. The servants respected her, and Joshua cherished her. Her aspirations had become so humble. Why must they be shattered? "You do not understand. You do not understand. You speak from a place of privilege. How can you judge me? You expelled me. You are no longer my mother." Ling Ruochuan clutched her head, adopting a posture of defiance. Ling Fengshu felt a deep disappointment that it was a classic case of a failure to teach, for she had watched this girl grow up and wished for her well-being. With a deep breath, Ling Fengshu spoke earnestly, "Is this life truly without conflict? You are entirely dependent on Joshua. Do you comprehend the risks? You cannot place all your eggs in one basket. Yet you have wagered everything on Joshua. Are you not afraid to no, do not say any more." Ling Ruochuan cried out through her tears, "I trust Joshua. He has promised to love me forever. He would never do anything to betray me. You should really record your words and listen to how naive you sound." Ling Fengshu sighed, "That he loves my innocence." Ling Ruochuan stormed out of the study, unable to endure any longer. She found Fong Haoren and poured out her woes. Fong Haoren comforted her gently. Exhausted from crying, she leaned against Fong Haoren's shoulder and fell asleep on the sofa. When she awoke, it was already afternoon. Fong Haoren and Ling Fengshu were nowhere to be found, but Ling Yi sat in the single chair to her right, staring at her. Ling Ruochuan nearly jumped in fright. "Miss Ling Yi, you startled me." Ling Yi said, "It seems the two of you are rather ambiguous." Ling Ruochuan was taken aback. "What? You and Fong Haoren?" Now that Ling Fengshu and Fong Haoren were absent, Ling Yi had dropped the formalities and addressed her by name. Ling Ruochuan found it strange and frowned. "Miss Ling Yi, please refrain from misusing words." Ling Yi's gaze was laden with meaning. "Do you not find Fong Haoren's attitude towards you rather peculiar?" Chapter 57. Like thorns in the back, Ling Ruochuan did not grasp her meaning. "I am sorry, father still harbors feelings for me. I do not intend to take him from you. It is simply that over 20 years of emotion cannot be erased in an instant. It requires time. That is not what I meant. You do not think I am competing with you out of jealousy, do you?" Ling Yi laughed derisively. Ling Ruochuan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "He likes you. The absence of blood relation is probably a good thing for him. This way, he can confront his feelings directly. It took Ling Ruochuan half a minute to comprehend Ling Yi's implication. She sprang to her feet, her face flushed. Ling Ruochuan felt deeply insulted. Miss Ling Yi, your thoughts are utterly vile. Please do not speak such nonsense. The bond between my father and me is purely that of a father and daughter. There is no other meaning. You may think so, but if you were to observe closely, you would notice that his gaze towards you is filled with affection, not paternal love but deep love. Please conduct yourself appropriately. This is a serious accusation. Ling Ruochuan could no longer contain her frustration. She felt as though her sanity was fraying. Returning to this home was a torment, as Ling Fengshu and Ling Yi took turns assaulting her psyche. She stormed away once more. Ling Yi shrugged, remaining seated as she pulled out her phone and began playing a game. Even the little system had not recovered yet. After much effort, the little system finally managed to close its mouth. Host Feng Haoren has developed an inappropriate feeling for Ling Ruochuan, his adopted daughter? Oh my goodness, he has watched her grow from a baby to a child, then to a young lady. When did these feelings begin? It cannot be during her childhood, right? Oh dear, how perverse. The little system rambled on with complaints. Ling Yi chuckled softly, who said it was true. What? The little system was taken aback, realizing it had been played just like Ling Ruochuan. Why would you deceive her like that? It's inexplicable. Sao discord, Ling Yi replied lightly. The little system was left speechless. Upon reflection, it realized that the host was indeed quite cunning. Such malice. How could Ling Ruochuan face Feng Haoren now? Ling Yi then started to elaborate on Ling Ruochuan's anger. Ling Ruochuan's ire was intertwined with Feng Haoren's. They shared a blood bond. She was indeed Feng Haoren's kin. What? The little system was utterly flabbergasted. Its mind going blank. Just as one shocking revelation settled, another wave of shock arrived. Who claimed that Ling Ruochuan was the child of Xia Rong? Ling Yi was speechless. The little system gradually regained its composure. Right, Feng Haoren was that childhood friend from the orphanage. Chuanxi Ruochuan. Could it be? Ling Yi smiled knowingly. This was likely a case of exchanges within exchanges. Xia Rong would never have anticipated that while setting a trap, she herself would become ensnared. The little system slowly untangled the threads of thought, taking a long while to fully grasp the sequence of events. How convoluted and extraordinary. Therefore, you mean to say that Xia Rong exchanged her daughter for Ling Fengshu's daughter? And then Feng Haoren swapped his illegitimate daughter for Xia Rong's daughter. However, Feng Haoren was unaware of Xia Rong's existence, believing he had merely exchanged for Ling Fengshu's daughter. Is Feng Haoren unwell? Ling Yi sneered, afflicted with a syndrome of deep affection, even gazing at Ling Ruochuan as though he were seeing another person through her. While Ling Yi conversed with the little system, Ling Ruochuan had dashed off to the garden. Ling Ruochuan's mindset crumbled at Ling Yi's words. How could such a person exist? She knew that Ling Yi must despise her, after all. She had usurped her place, but how could Ling Yi utter such words? It was utterly ridiculous. Her father had watched her grow up since childhood. When she was still a little girl, she had played games perched upon his shoulders. How could she not be aware of how her father treated her over the past 2 decades? Ling Yi had only met her once, yet she dared to speak so insidiously if Ling Yi's words held any truth. That Feng Haoren harbored abnormal feelings for her. Wouldn't he that ruin her childhood? All those warm embraces and goodnight kisses upon her forehead suddenly turned chilling. A shiver ran down Ling Ruochuan's spine. No, what was she thinking? Ling Yi was merely spouting nonsense, seeking revenge on her. Even if she had no blood relation to Feng Haoren, even if she had left the Ling family, she still regarded Feng Haoren as her biological father. Ling Ruochuan sat on a garden bench, seething with indignation. Just as she finally managed to calm her emotions and appreciate the garden, a voice called out, Ruochuan. Feng Haoren suddenly appeared, sitting beside her. Ling Ruochuan was taken aback. Dad, she chuckled awkwardly, shifting away from him on the bench. Ruochuan, you haven't wished me a happy birthday today. Feng Haoren, oblivious to her withdrawal, flashed a familiar smile and leaned closer. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruochuan felt a pang of guilt. She had come to celebrate Feng Haoren's birthday but had been preoccupied with her own troubles, forgetting to even offer him birthday wishes. I'm sorry, Dad, Ling Ruochuan apologized hastily. Fearing Feng Haoren might sense the strange atmosphere, she quickly retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from her bag and presented it to him, saying, Happy birthday, Dad. This is a birthday gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Thank you, my dear daughter, Feng Haoren replied with a smile as he accepted it. Hearing his words, Ling Ruochuan finally exhaled in relief. Her father truly regarded her as his daughter. All the blame lay with Ling Yi, whose eloquence almost led her to misunderstand her father. Ling Ruochan's dissatisfaction with Ling Yi reached a boiling point. As Fang Haoran opened the gift box and discovered a watch inside, his eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Ling Ruochan, noticing his reddened eyes, assumed he was overwhelmed with emotion and shyly remarked, "Dad, it's just a watch. It can't compare to the expensive gifts Mom has bought you, but this design is quite novel. You should wear this casual one occasionally. It makes you look younger." "Ruochan, this is the best gift I have ever received," Fang Haoran said, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. At this moment, she found it all quite normal. However, the next moment, Fang Haoran unexpectedly said, "Ruochan, could you look into my eyes and call me Haoran?" Ling Ruochan was completely stunned. She slowly inquired why. Fang Haoran replied, "It's a personal request, I beg you, Ruochan." Ling Ruochan stared blankly into Fang Haoran's eyes, which were filled with melancholy and deep affection, as he did not blink, seemingly unwilling to let a single second slip by unnoticed. A chill ran down her spine. She felt as though a prickling sensation was crawling up her back. Desperately wanting to flee from this place to escape Fang Haoran's gaze, the call of Aunt Wang provided her with a reprieve. "Sir, Miss Ruochan, dinner is ready." "Coming, Aunt Wang." She did not even glance at Fang Haoran as she dashed away. Escaping with urgency, Fang Haoran remained in place, letting out a deep sigh as he spoke to the evening glow on the horizon. "Do you know? Ruochan's eyes resemble yours far too much." Chapter 58. The departed factory flower. The meal left Ling Ruochan feeling as though she were chewing wax. After dinner, Fang Haoran wished to have her stay at the Ling household for the night, which terrified her into a firm refusal. Upon seeing her expression, Ling Yi sensed that something was amiss. Observing Ling Ruochan's evasive glances and body language towards Fang Haoran, Ling Yi deduced that she might genuinely believe her words. Even the little system was rolling with laughter. "Host, you are so mischievous. They are a biological father and daughter, and yet you toy with them like this." Ling Yi responded confidently. "Who told Fang Haoran not to reveal the truth? If Ling Ruochan were to learn the truth, her entire worldview would collapse. It would serve her right for a long lesson." As she spoke, she opened the investigative results sent by Li Lingyu. "Let us see who Chun-Shi truly is." Since Ling Yi had paid Li Lingyu's salary, the latter had been exceedingly diligent. Previously, under the notorious gang leader Li Yiming, she had engaged in perilous tasks while suffering from psychological manipulation, and would whine about gratitude for a meager reward. Though the mysterious employer had never shown themselves, their generosity was undeniable. Moreover, the tasks assigned were light and safe, and Li Lingyu enjoyed the thrill of being a detective, gathering clues to piece together the truth. Upon learning of a girl named Chun-Shi at the Fuxing orphanage, Li Lingyu followed the trail. The orphanage had no records of Chun-Shi, but at the middle and high schools Fang Haoran had attended, there was a girl named Yuan Chun-Shi. Upon reaching this point, Ling Yi remarked to the little system, "You see, as orphans, they both chose their own names, one square and one round, quite touching." The little system replied, "Host, you are so adept even in shipping couples." They continued to delve deeper. Yuan Chun-Shi had not pursued further education. Although her college entrance exam scores could barely secure her a spot at a second-tier university, she chose to abandon that path. Subsequently, her trail became increasingly difficult to trace. A girl with only a high school education had limited job options. If she worked as a dishwasher or cashier in a restaurant, jobs with such high turnover rates made it hard to find records. Li Ling, you spent a considerable amount of time searching, and ultimately found traces of Yuan Chun-Shi working at a factory. Most of her former co-workers had since left, but Li Lingyu managed to locate one. "Oh, you mean Xiao Yuan? My goodness, it has been so long. I don't really remember her clearly." The elderly woman looked as if she had just recalled something. "Xiao Yuan worked at the factory for a year. What position could it be but on the assembly line? If it weren't for her beauty, I might have forgotten her long ago. Back then, everyone called her the factory flower. No young man in the factory didn't like her, but Xiao Yuan rejected them all, claiming she had a boyfriend." Li Lingyu, understanding the situation, slipped her a red envelope. "What else do you remember about her boyfriend?" The elderly woman gleefully accepted the envelope. She didn't know his name, but Xiao Yuan was quite proud of her boyfriend, boasting that he was a student from a prestigious university. "Which university do you recall? Was it S University?" "How would I know? It seems to be from a neighboring province." "Then why didn't she continue working at that factory? I must warn you not to think poorly of me for gossiping." The elderly woman hesitated. "Later, I heard from co-workers that they ran into Xiao Yuan at a KTV, where she was working as a hostess. They hardly recognized her. She was the pure goddess in their hearts." Li Lingyu was taken aback. "Which KTV was it? Do you know?" I have no idea, you might want to ask those men that I have the contact information for one of them. After saying this, the elderly woman remained still, and Ling Yi, understanding her intentions, produced another red envelope. The elderly woman, satisfied, took out her phone to find the information for Ling Yi. Wang Chong, his phone number is. Ling Yi continued to follow the trail. The KTV had long since closed down, and after some twists and turns, it had been bought and transformed into a nightclub that Ling Yi asked at least 15 people. Her supply of red envelopes dwindling, until she finally uncovered Yuan Chunxi's whereabouts. She found Zhang Lan, a middle-aged single woman with red lips, smoking a cigarette. Zhang Lan had previously worked alongside Yuan Chunxi at the KTV. Zhang Lan scrutinized Ling Yi from head to toe. Why are you inquiring about Yuan Chunxi? What is your relationship to her? I remember she is an orphan. Ling Yi recited her rehearsed lines. I had a little aunt who was abducted when she was very young. I tracked her down from the orphanage. Zhang Lan regarded her with a half-smile, neither confirming nor denying her story. Since you're searching for her, I'll take you to see her. Zhang Lan pulled out her car keys, and Ling Yi, undaunted, got into the car. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, with fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ling Yi looked up at the sign on the gate, Nanshan Cemetery. After Zhang Lan bought a bouquet of yellow roses at the entrance, she silently led Ling Yi through the tranquil and serene graveyard, where they occasionally passed by strangers paying their respects, each wearing a solemn expression. Finally, they arrived at a desolate corner, where Zhang Lan placed the flowers at a grave and coldly stated, "The Yuan Chunxi you are looking for is right here." Ling Yi remained silent for a moment. How did she die? Zhang Lan lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, and scoffed. How did she die? Amniotic fluid embolism, dead in the hospital. Ling Yi was taken aback. She seemed to have encountered this affliction in the news. It was a nightmare for all expectant mothers, a condition that even obstetricians dreaded, with a mortality rate soaring to 80 once it occurred. Dying during childbirth? She insisted on bringing the child into the world, declaring it to be the final gift from the man she loved most. Zhang Lan scoffed disdainfully, her tone sharp, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. For such a man, what could possibly be worth it? Ling Yi was about to resort to her previous tactic, pulling out a stuffed red envelope to offer Zhang Lan. However, Zhang Lan refused. I do not want your money. I brought you here to see her merely to find solace in knowing that someone besides me still remembers her, that someone is searching for her. Ling Yi began to genuinely respect the slightly haggard middle-aged woman before her. Would you share her story with me? Zhang Lan extinguished her cigarette and replied softly, very well, I shall tell you a story. Chapter 59. Zhang Lan's story. Zhang Lan hailed from a rural background, where conditions were dire. She ventured out to work at a young age and was deceived by an acquaintance into becoming a hostess at a KTV. Reluctantly, she complied, for her identification was held by the owner. Half menaced, half coaxed, the owner kept her there. Among the hostesses, the most beautiful was named Qian Qian. None of the others liked Qian Qian. Her beauty made them feel like ugly ducklings in her presence. Yet, astonishingly, Qian Qian chose to work there willingly. What a degradation, they murmured. At least the rest were coerced. However, Qian Qian helped Zhang Lan repeatedly, aiding her when she faced difficulties with clients and when she was reprimanded by the supervisor. Zhang Lan let go of her prejudice and the two became friends. She still advised Qian Qian, this is not a respectable job. I've heard you have a boyfriend, and if he finds out, he certainly won't accept it. Qian Qian bit her lip. I've had respectable jobs before, but the pay was simply too meager. He is in college, and I do not wish to diminish his expenses or have his classmates look down upon him. I do not engage in illicit activities. I merely accompany guests and promote drinks. He will understand. Zhang Lan, having been deceived by acquaintances back in her village, felt she had experienced the treachery of human nature and thought Qian Qian to be even more naive. You know what kind of men we encounter daily. Are you still oblivious? Their wives are at home in confinement while they come here to sing and drink with their friends, and afterward, they head straight to the massage parlors. After a moment of silence, Qian Qian replied dejectedly, he is different from those men. Seeing that she was not receptive to her warnings, Zhang Lan gradually ceased her counsel. There are always walls that do not let in the wind. During the day, Qian Qian worked at a supermarket, and her boyfriend, having caught wind of something, quietly came to check on her. Thus, he witnessed her exiting the KTV after her shift. Heavily made up and adorned, regardless of her pleas and explanations, he resolutely broke up with her. Qian Qian finally confided in Zhang Lan, my name is not Qian Qian, it is Yuan Chunxi. Both were industrious, and Yuan Chunxi was quite resourceful. They pooled their savings to set up a small food stall near the school, and business flourished. Just as everything seemed to be improving, Yuan Chuanxi appeared to have moved on from her heartbreak. However, one day she told Zhang Lan, he is getting married, and I wish to see him one last time. Zhang Lan grasped her shoulders in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Yuan Chuanxi tearfully replied. I simply do not want to leave any regrets. This is the final meeting, I promise. Zhang Lan despondently let her go. For the next 20-odd years, she often regretted not having been more forceful in keeping Yuan Chuanxi locked away at home. She felt relieved that Yuan Chuanxi did not seem as emaciated anymore, having gained a bit of weight and appearing healthier. But eventually, one day, Yuan Chuanxi's pregnancy could no longer be concealed, and Zhang Lan discovered the truth. The timing coincided with Yuan Chuanxi's visit to her ex-boyfriend, and Zhang Lan nearly fell apart. Why? He is a married man now, why would you do this? Please, you must terminate it while the months are still early. This is his child, and I will carry it to term. You are utterly insane. Zhang Lan felt darkness encroach, wishing she could slap some sense into her. That I am not mad, Lan. I have thought this through. I will give birth to this child and raise it well. At that time, the term love-struck did not exist. Otherwise, Zhang Lan would have surely used it to chastise Yuan Chuanxi. He has already left you. Married another woman. Why do you demean yourself in such a way? I do not see depth of feeling. I only see absurdity and pity. Zhang Lan's expression was one of agony. Lan, you have never loved someone. You do not understand. Zhang Lan felt utterly shattered. After a sleepless night of tossing and turning, the next day, she resolutely told Yuan Chuanxi, if you have a shred of conscience, you will terminate this pregnancy. Born as an illegitimate child, it will never find happiness. It is also unfair to that man's wife and children. I admit we were once friends, and I cherished your kindness and gentleness, but I truly believe your mind is not right. That I will not care for you. We will part ways. Yuan Chuanxi gazed at Zhang Lan with sorrowful eyes. But it is a life, how can I extinguish it? If you had been more careful, would this have happened? You cannot bear the consequences, and that man will not help you. What are you truly hoping for? But he is my first love, the man I have loved most in my life. That night, I simply could not refuse. Zhang Lan's mind was spinning. She covered her head and said, I will not listen to your ridiculous drivel about love. You can eat your love for dinner. Without bothering to meticulously pack, Zhang Lan hastily shoved her belongings into a suitcase and left the apartment she shared with Yuan Chuanxi. The next time Zhang Lan heard news of Yuan Chuanxi was 5 months later. The hospital called. Are you a family member of Ms. Yuan Chuanxi? She is in the hospital preparing to give birth and may deliver in the next day or two, but her family has yet to arrive. Zhang Lan wanted to say she was not her family but opened her mouth and could not utter the words. I'm sorry, which hospital? I will arrive as soon as possible. When Zhang Lan reached the hospital, Yuan Chuanxi lay weakly in her hospital bed, smiling at her, her face pale and worn. Lan, I knew you would come. I have not forgiven you. A day later, Yuan Chuanxi's water broke. Zhang Lan anxiously waited in the corridor, only to receive the doctor's notice of critical condition. At that moment, Zhang Lan was oblivious to what amniotic fluid embolism was. Staring blankly at the doctor, however, she soon grasped the terrifying implications of those 4 words when the doctor told her they had done all they could. Zhang Lan stood in the hospital corridor for what felt like an eternity, as if her soul had left her body. Yuan Chuanxi had not disclosed her ex-boyfriend's identity until her death. But Zhang Lan, unusually calm, rummaged through Yuan Chuanxi's phone and called that man. After 5 attempts, he finally answered, his voice tense and irritable. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? My wife is in labor. I am not Yuan Chuanxi, Zhang Lan said bluntly. She has died. During childbirth she suffered from amniotic fluid embolism. What? She has died. Come and take your child. Who are you? I am her former roommate. How do you know it is my child and not someone else's? Zhang Lan scoffed. You know whether it is yours. She went to see you and got pregnant. If you don't believe me, I can bring the child to your doorstep for a paternity test. Wait. The man panicked. I understand. I will come to pick her up myself. That very night, the man hurriedly arrived and took the child away. As for Yuan Chuanxi, Zhang Lan arranged her funeral and saw to her burial. After finishing her story, Zhang Lan asked Ling Yi, do you think I am selfish? She would have wished for me to raise that child rather than send it to trouble the man she loved. Zhang Lan chuckled derisively. You are not in the wrong, Ling Yi replied. You have no obligation to be responsible for her child. Thank you. Zhang Lan nodded. In truth, you are here for that child, aren't you? After so many years, she must be grown by now. Perhaps she does not even know who her mother is. Ling Yi replied. She will know. You brought me here to help her understand the truth, didn't you? Zhang Lan smiled faintly, acknowledging it without words. Ling Yi gazed at the inscription on the tombstone. The grave of Yuan Chuanxi. A small and simple grave marker, devoid of any signature, stood solitary. Do you mind if I take a photo? Li Lingyu inquired. I do not mind. I have no taboos. After Li Lingyu took the photo, she and Zhonglan burned several bundles of paper money. The yellow roses at the grave remained silent. Chapter 60. Adding fuel to the fire, Ling Yi stared at the photo of the gravestone on the screen. Letting out a sigh, the little system was equally shocked. Master Feng Haoren seems to have the appearance of a decent man. Yet he is even more scoundrel than Zhou Shua. Two distinct types of scoundrels, one a classic legalist, the other the ultimate soft rice man. Truly terrifying, the little system murmured. He was so heartless before. Why is he now acting so tender? What is unattainable is always the most desirable, having secured immense wealth by marrying into the Ling family and enjoying a life of luxury. He began to reminisce about his first love. Ling Yi clicked her tongue. Ling Fengshu was entirely focused on herself and her career, unable to provide Yuan Chuanxi with the emotional value that made him feel like she was his whole world. If Yuan Chuanxi had not died, would he still be so sentimental? He is likely to indulge in both the pot and the bowl, for his true love is, after all, himself. The truth has nearly been revealed, and the little system is stirring with anticipation. When shall we unveil his hypocritical facade? No rush, let us play with him for now. Ling Yi chuckled wickedly. Since that day, Ling Yi has sincerely invited Ling Ruochuan to the Ling family home every day. When she first proposed this idea, both Ling Fengshu and Feng Haoren were taken aback. Ling Fengshu marveled at her daughter's broad-mindedness, seeing it as a perfect opportunity. However, when Feng Haoren joyfully relayed this news to Ling Ruochuan, she unhesitatingly declined. Dad, I'm quite busy, so I won't come. He appealed to her emotions, yet Ling Ruochuan remained resolute in her refusal. Feng Haoren frowned. You are not married yet. Staying at his place will invite all sorts of rumors, tarnishing your reputation. We are technically engaged, Ling Ruochuan retorted stiffly. Feng Haoren grew anxious. But what about everything at home? Are you willing to give it all up? I took everything with me when I left. That's not what I mean, Feng Haoren interjected. Ruochuan, think carefully. In the future, all of Ling's possessions will belong to Ling Yi. What will you do then? Ling Ruochuan paused, and after a long silence she replied, regardless, I am not a daughter of the Ling family. Besides, Zhou Shua will not mind this. Feng Haoren finally lost his temper. I am doing this for your own good, to secure more benefits for you. You deserve your share of the Ling family's assets. Yet, you keep repeating Zhou Shua's name. He was infuriated by Ling Ruochuan's willingness to forego the Ling family's inheritance. However, Ling Ruochuan misinterpreted his anger as being triggered by Zhou Shua, causing her heart to lurch. Her usually soft voice became sharp. She hung up the phone, increasingly feeling apprehensive towards Feng Haoren. She refrained from mentioning Feng Haoren's ulterior motives, fearing Zhou Shua would grow suspicious of her, for the matter was too twisted. Yet she longed for Zhou Shua's support. If only he could assure her that he did not care about her dowry or the Ling family's wealth, she would feel at ease. Loving someone means not being concerned with material possessions. This was Ling Ruochuan's ideal of love. However, Zhou Shua did not echo her sentiments, failing to affirm that he was unconcerned. Ling Ruochuan was taken aback. Is that so? Zhou Shua smiled. My dear, I certainly do not care about your family's wealth. It's better for you to have some savings for your own peace of mind, isn't it? Thus, under Zhou Shua's encouragement, Ling Ruochuan reluctantly arrived at the Ling family home the next day. Ling Fengshu was at work, and Ling Yi and Feng Haoren were both at home, the two people she least wanted to see. Sitting together with them for afternoon tea made Ling Ruochuan feel utterly uncomfortable. Ling Yi wore a radiant smile, making her feel that such flattery was either deceitful or malicious. When Feng Haoren stepped away to use the restroom, Ling Yi leaned towards Ling Ruochuan and asked, So, how does it feel? Have you sensed anything? Ling Ruochuan was well aware of what she meant. Having Feng Haoren beside her was nearly unbearable. She had been cautious, yet there was still a slight contact when she accepted the teacup from Feng Haoren. However, Ling Ruochuan could never admit this, nor would she give Ling Yi the satisfaction. She feigned ignorance. I don't know what you are talking about. Ling Yi smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It is not I who feels uncomfortable. Were it not for the genteel upbringing she received, Ling Ruochuan would have nearly ground her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Wang Ma called from the front door. Mr. Feng, there are documents for you to sign. Feng Haoren signed for the documents and casually brought them to the round table where they were having tea. The sender was listed as a certain journal, and he assumed it was an academic journal he had subscribed to. Given its shape, he intended to read it while sipping tea. Ling Yi, however, wore a sinister smile. Dad, what did you receive? She asked, feigning ignorance. Oh, it's an academic journal, something about philosophy. Really? I've never read that type of journal. May I borrow it? Ling Yi blinked innocently. Are you interested in philosophy? Let me test your knowledge. Ling Yi grinned. Mr. Feng, you are the expert. I should be testing your level. Ha, feel free to quiz me with whatever knowledge is in that journal. It won't stump me. Then I shall unwrap it. Go ahead. Fong Haren was confident as Ling Yi unwrapped the package. Her expression shifted to one of surprise. This is... Fong Haren sensed something was amiss and swiftly snatched the item from Ling Yi's hands. It was not a journal but a painting of the same size and shape. The woman depicted in the painting made Fong Haren's eyes widen in shock. Yuan Chuanqi. The woman in the painting smiled serenely, blooming like a lily. As he gazed at Yuan Chuanqi's portrait, a chill ran down Fong Haren's spine, and a wave of fear washed over him. Who sent him this painting? Who knew of his connection with Yuan Chuanqi? Did this person also know that Ling Ruochuan was, in fact, Yuan Chuanqi's daughter, intending to use this knowledge to blackmail him? Just as he felt the world spinning around him, Ling Yi's voice broke through. Isn't this Ruochuan? Fong Haren snapped back to reality, focusing on the painting, which bore a striking resemblance to Ling Ruochuan. It was entirely plausible to mistake one for the other. Hence Ling Yi's confusion. He quickly affirmed, yes, it is a portrait of Ruochuan. Ling Ruochuan, sitting across from them, had no idea what had transpired until she heard Ling Yi mention her name. She leaned in for a closer look, and her expression changed drastically, turning extremely ugly. In her mind, Fong Haren's ulterior motives were confirmed beyond doubt. Fong Haren was no longer the amiable father she once knew. He had become a pervert. Ling Yi continued to laugh heartlessly. Dad, is this a portrait you commissioned for Ruochuan? How biased of you. Fong Haren wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly concocting an excuse. She is often at home, but Ruochuan isn't, so I commissioned someone to paint a portrait. So it's a case of longing for someone through an object. Ling Yi added fuel to the fire. I suppose so. Fong Haren chuckled nervously. However, Ling Ruochuan suddenly stood up, nearly toppling the table. She snatched the painting from Ling Yi's hands, wishing to tear it to shreds. Yet, she restrained herself, trembling as she folded the painting. Since it's me in the painting, I shall keep it. Let me hold on to it, Ruochuan, Fong Haren urged hastily, wanting to retain evidence to uncover the sender's identity. Ling Ruochuan's face turned ashen as she refused. She could hardly bear the thought of Fong Haren keeping her portrait for any purpose. It disgusted her immensely. The little system had just learned a song, incessantly singing in Ling Yi's mind. Host, you are so toxic, Ling Yi remarked. The net is about to close in chapter 61. A sudden blow. Ling Ruochuan felt as if she were being roasted over an open flame. It was somewhat bearable with Ling Yi around. Although there was considerable tension between them, Ling Yi's presence spared her from being alone with Fong Haren. Ling Ruochuan always felt a mix of emotions when facing Ling Yi. On one hand, she knew that her happy life for the past 20 years was stolen from Ling Yi, leaving her with a sense of guilt that made her feel small. On the other hand, her darker side felt a sense of relief. If her fate hadn't been swapped, how could she have met Zhou Shua and fallen in love? Upon arriving at the Ling family home, Ling Yi was reading in the living room while Fong Haren prepared lessons in his study, and Ling Ruochuan felt a sense of gratitude. However, when mealtime arrived, Wang Ma brought out the dishes, and as the three of them took their seats, Ling Yi received a phone call and suddenly went upstairs. When she returned, she was dressed differently, clearly intending to go out. She told Ling Ruochuan and Fong Haren at the dining table, "You two eat. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Fong Haren was indifferent. Ling Yi resembled Ling Fengshu too much for him to feel any closeness, so he merely nodded and said, "Go ahead." But Ling Ruochuan felt a pang of anxiety. If Ling Yi left, it would just be her and Fong Haren. After struggling for a moment, she stood up and went to the door to dissuade Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, please eat before you go. The food is ready." Ling Yi, opening the door, looked at her curiously. "What are you doing? We aren't that familiar. You suggested inviting me to dinner, yet you want to leave. Isn't that inappropriate?" Ling Yi shook her finger. "It was my suggestion, but it was not my desire to see you. It was Dad who wanted to see you. You are his treasured daughter, while I am merely fulfilling my filial duty." Ling Ruochuan, incensed, blurted out, "How can you say that? You know perfectly well how he feels about me." Ling Yi feigned surprise. "What do I know? I have no idea. If you are referring to my previous guess, I must have been mistaken. My apologies. Don't think too much about it. You are being unreasonable." Ling Ruochuan's eyes turned red. "After our last encounter, I thought you could remind me. You are actually quite nice." "Thank you, I am indeed a good person," Ling Yi replied. "But if you don't want to come, you don't have to. However, since you chose to come, you must have a purpose. Right?" Her insinuating gaze made Ling Ruochuan's heart race. Could it be that Ling Yi knew of her intentions to claim her share of the inheritance? Ling Yi shrugged. In life, one cannot have it all. Ling Ruochuan felt as though she had been exposed, her face turning pale as she ceased to obstruct Ling Yi. Ling Yi sauntered out, as Lu Jiehui urgently needed her. Fong Haoren found it rather perplexing. Unaware of when Ling Ruochuan had developed such a close relationship with Ling, he called out from across the dining area, "Ruochuan, pay her no mind. Let's simply enjoy our meal." Wang Ma approached, carrying a bottle of wine and 3 glasses, her expression one of confusion. "Ditto. Where is Miss Ling Yi?" "This is the wine she instructed me to open." Intrigued, Fong Haoren inquired, "What kind of wine?" "Pour me a glass. I wish to taste it." Ling Ruochuan replied, "I shan't drink that. I would only indulge in alcohol when alone with Fong Haoren if I were out of my wits." After taking a sip, Fong Haoren remarked, "It's sweet, reminiscent of fruit juice, with scarcely any potency." Ling Ruochuan buried her head in her meal. Having nibbled a bit before setting down her chopsticks, Fong Haoren sensed the growing distance between them. Yet he could scarcely fathom that his own daughter could harbor such misunderstandings. He presumed it was due to his previous reprimand regarding her fixation on Zhou Shuo. Offering a gentle smile, he suggested, "How about some dessert?" "I lack an appetite," Ling Ruochuan coldly replied as she rose. After retouching her makeup in the restroom, she prepared to leave. Upon her exit, she was startled to find Fong Haoren slumped over the table, asleep. "Didn't you just say it was like juice with no potency?" Ling Ruochuan mused internally. Sighing with relief, she picked up her handbag. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped her wrist tightly. She screamed in fright. The owner of the hand was none other than Fong Haoren, who, with bleary eyes, lifted his head to gaze at her. "Chun-chi, did I miss you?" Fong Haoren caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, the sweet scent of gardenias. In their youth, a grove of pristine gardenias had flourished in the orphanage's backyard, saturating the air with its intoxicating aroma. Every June, he had plucked a bloom and tucked it behind Yuan Chuanxi's ear, her smile radiant and pure. Yuan Chuanxi had resolutely refused the proposal of adoption, and as they grew older, this might have been their final chance. Yet she had shown no hesitation. "Haoren, will you love me forever?" "I will." Perhaps his words were indeed sincere as he uttered them. Even at their last meeting, Yuan Chuanxi had placed a bouquet of gardenias by her bedside. Until her final moments, she continued to love him so fiercely that she risked her life to bear his child. Each time he recalled that such a woman had loved him more than life itself, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Regrettably, at that time, he had failed to cherish her, losing her entirely. He could only spend the rest of his life reminiscing about her. Ensuring that her child lived a life free of worry and strife became his way of repaying her affection. "Chunner, am I dreaming? How could I possibly see you?" Fong Haoren murmured, tightening his embrace around the woman before him, disregarding her struggles and screams. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. Fong Haoren winced in pain, letting out a cry as he instinctively released his grip, allowing the woman to fiercely push him away before fleeing in tears. He stumbled to the ground, his head throbbing painfully, and finally lost consciousness. Upon witnessing his collapse, Wang Ma remained vigilant, still clutching the rolling pin that had struck him moments ago. Ling Ruochuan trembled behind Wang Ma, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Ma, please save me. He has lost his mind." "Miss Ruochuan, the gentleman may merely be intoxicated." Wang Ma attempted to comfort her while dialing Zhou Shua's secretary, requesting assistance in retrieving his fiancé. When Zhou Shu arrived home, he found Ling Ruochuan curled beneath the covers. Trembling incessantly, Zhou Shua sternly questioned his secretary. The secretary, caught in a dilemma, relayed the situation as briefly as possible, fearful of inadvertently sealing his own fate. Mr. Fong, in his inebriated state, embraced Miss Ruochuan, causing her considerable fright. Zhou Shua's expression darkened. That incompetent Fong Haoren had dared to lay hands on his woman, regardless of their familial ties. Such was the possessiveness of a domineering CEO. Zhou Shua settled at the edge of the bed, reassuring Ruochuan, "It's me, Zhou Shua, do not be afraid." Ling Ruochuan, pale and shaken, peeked out from beneath the covers before launching herself into Zhou Shua's arms, weeping. "Zhou Shua, Fong Haoren bullied me. He is a pervert. I shall never return to the Ling family. He harbors ill intentions, and I wish to sever all ties with him." Zhou Shua was left utterly bewildered. He was aware of Fong Haoren and Ling Ruochuan's true relationship. He had previously believed Ling Ruochuan to be Xia Rong's daughter, and had hinted at his dissatisfaction to Fong Haoren, contemplating the annulment of their engagement and the dissolution of any agreements regarding the acquisition of Shanwen. Only then did Fong Haoren reveal that Ling Ruochuan was, in fact, his illegitimate daughter. Zhou Shua certainly held a low opinion of Fong Haoren, the unwanted son-in-law, yet he was convinced that Fong Haoren held no inappropriate feelings for Ling Ruochuan. Thus, the more heartbroken Ling Ruochuan became, the more amused Zhou Shua felt. "Do not speak foolishly, my dear." "But it's true, brother Shua," Ling Ruochuan insisted urgently, trembling as she produced a drawing. She had kept it as evidence, fearing that one day no one would believe her. To her astonishment, Upon viewing the drawing, Zhou Shua's smile deepened. You silly thing, this is not you. Zhou Shua had indeed investigated the truth behind Feng Haoren's claims regarding Ling Ruochuan's origins, and he recognized Yuan Chuanxi's likeness. Yuan Chuanxi bore a small mole at the corner of her eye, which Ling Ruochuan lacked at. If it's not me, then who? Ling Ruochuan's agitation escalated as even Zhou Shua seemed to doubt her. Zhou Shua, finding the situation troublesome, resolved to reveal the truth. This is your mother. Ling Ruochuan was utterly bewildered. The woman in the drawing bore no resemblance to Ling Fengshu or the coarse Xia Rong. How could she possibly be her mother? Brother Shua listened to me. He even asked if I could call him Haoren just once. This is not something a normal father would do. Zhou Shua defended Feng Haoren, asserting in truth he was merely searching for your mother's reflection in you. Are you implying that I am the daughter of this woman? Ling Ruochuan asked, stunned. Yes, she was your father's first love. Where is she now? Why have I never met her? She passed away during childbirth, leaving you behind. Out of guilt, your father entrusted you to the Ling family. Ling Ruochuan felt as though the world was spinning uncontrollably. No, it can't be. No. This marked the third collapse of Ling Ruochuan's world. The first occurred when Xia Rong appeared. The second transpired when Ling Fengshu cast her out. And now this was the third. Ling Ruochuan's mental state began to fracture. Already rattled by Feng Haoren's drunken outburst, her nerves were taut like a drawn bowstring, and Zhou Shua's revelation struck her like a hammer, rendering her fragile psyche unable to cope. I am neither Ling Fengshu's daughter nor Xia Rong's. Who am I, truly? The entire world is a facade. My life is built upon lies. She laughed maniacally, her eyes rolling back in her head as she fainted simultaneously, a small system lurking within Ling Ruochuan's mobile application. Eavesdropping on the conversation was elated. Within that ordinary bottle of low-alcohol fruit wine, Ling Yi had added a hint of enticing fragrance. However, she had not anticipated being summoned out by Lu Jiehui in her original plan. She intended to remain and keep watch over Ling Ruochuan, as her goal was merely to instill a sense of fear in Ling Ruochuan, prompting her to confess to Zhou Shua, rather than causing a tragic disruption of familial ties. Before leaving, Ling Yi had specifically advised Wang Ma to keep an eye on Feng Haoren. The small system had recorded every word exchanged between Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan and excitedly reported to Ling Yi. Host, Zhou Shua has confirmed it with his own mouth. We can close the net. Yet, there was no trace of excitement on Ling Yi's face. The outcome on that end had unfolded precisely as she had orchestrated. However, the developments with Lu Jiehui had taken her by surprise. At that moment, she sat in a CAF, engaged in a serious conversation with Lu Jiehui. Are you saying Du Ziqin seems like a completely different person? Yes, that day on the Rose Phantom we became friends and we've been chatting on WeChat since. Ziqin even mentioned wanting me to assist her during the winter break, promising to provide me with an internship certificate. Lu Jiehui's mood had plummeted, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet, 2 days ago, she suddenly blocked me. I don't understand if there has been a misunderstanding between us. We were chatting so happily just the day before. I called her to clarify, but she berated me, being particularly harsh, saying she had no need for a useless friend like me and mocked me for wanting to leech off her. Ling Yi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Ziqin is not that kind of person. I believe so too. I understand that our social standings are vastly different, and I was genuinely grateful for her previous willingness to help me. If she is facing difficulties or if circumstances have changed, I can completely understand. But the person on the other end of the line was nothing like Ziqin. Lu Jiehui choked back her tears. Do not cry. I will look into the matter, Ling Yi reassured, gently holding Lu Jiehui's hand. After parting ways with Lu Jiehui, Ling Yi stood resolutely in the middle of the sidewalk, gazing at the night sky darkening above, her brows knitted in worry. The small system had never seen her so serious and was somewhat frightened. What's wrong, host? Ling Yi continued to stare at the twinkling stars, sensing something amiss. The small system mimicked her, squinting at the sky until its eyes ached, yet it still could not discern the issue. I see nothing, host. Ling Yi slowly spoke. You cannot see. This dimension is leaking. Leaking? What does leaking mean? The small system was bewildered. Chapter 62. The subtle rift. Simultaneously, Wang Ma summoned a private doctor to examine Feng Haoren's injury on his head, which was merely a swollen lump with no significant harm done. Wang Ma had not dared to use excessive force in the first place. Ling Fengshu briefly listened to Wang Ma recount the events before directly accessing the surveillance footage. Indeed, in a mansion such as hers, the highest-grade security systems had been installed, with cameras placed in more communal areas like the dining room and kitchen. Though they were rarely put to use in the footage, she saw Feng Haoren tightly embracing Ling Ruochuan, who was struggling fiercely. Ling Fengshu's expression darkened like the depths of water. Wang Ma dared not utter a word. It was only then that she clearly heard the name Fong Haoren was murmuring, and her face fell. Chuanqi. Who is that? Meanwhile, Ling Yi continued her conversation with the small system. Master, what exactly is a leak? Ling Yi paused. She had forgotten that you had only experienced 2 low-tier planes and had not studied the advanced plane tutorials. I really should give you some lessons. Ling Yi explained. An advanced plane is termed so due to its abundant energy and explosive power, making it likely to attract multiple systems vying for that energy. When systems traverse the plane's protective shield, they leave behind rifts, which we refer to as leaks. The small system was left dumbfounded, trembling slightly. Multiple systems. Fighting each other. Of course, cooperation is also a possibility. Ling Yi did not find it frightening. Rather, she felt irritated, having hoped for a leisurely vacation, but it was proving to be quite bothersome. The small system trusted its master's words, yet still struggled to comprehend. But isn't our plane a low-tier one? Ling Yi remained silent. The energy inherent to this plane was indeed limited. Classifying it as low-tier, however, she herself was the largest energy entity. Harboring astonishing power, she could conceal her energy aura, but the total energy of this plane could not be hidden. It was unclear what had been drawn here. Ling Yi squinted, gazing at the subtle rift above the dome. The small system could not perceive it, yet she could detect the faint crack. The changes in Du Zijing were likely not unrelated. Tuanzi, what is your number? 0478, Master. It seems the identifiers of the outsiders are significantly higher than yours. Hence you cannot sense them at all. The small system lowered its head in shame. Every year, the Plane Management Bureau reassigned rankings and identifiers to systems, and it had yet to increase from its initial number. Let us seek out Du Zijing now. What about Ling Ruochuan and Fong Haoren? A group of locals cannot stir up much trouble. It is more pressing to investigate the outsiders' details. Du Zijing was recently filming in a movie city near J City, a 3-hour drive away. Ling Yi ordered a vehicle and headed straight for the destination. Upon catching her first glimpse of Du Zijing from a distance, even the small system sensed something was amiss. For Du Zijing was exceedingly arrogant. Although her face remained the same, she was now leisurely seated at the lakeside set, charmingly engaging with the male actors in the crew, her every gesture exuding a flirtatious demeanor. In the lake, a substitute actress, drenched and shivering, wore the same attire as her. Although Du Zijing was merely a second-tier star without any acting awards, she had always approached her work with dedication, rarely employing a stunt double unless the action sequences were excessively demanding. She would never frivolously joke around with male actors on set. The small system felt both nervous and excited. Master, there's a leak? A genuine leak. This is definitely not the original Du Zijing. Ling Yi perceived even more. She saw not only that Du Zijing's essence had been replaced, but also that a system had taken refuge within her. Come, guess what system it is. This question had already plagued the small system on the way here. Analyzing from Zijing's personal history is a good starting point, Ling Yi hinted, but you must also pay attention to the changes surrounding her. The small system continued to observe. The more it looked, the more it felt something was off. Even Tuanzi couldn't help but appear constipated. Not only were the male actors conversing with Du Zijing gazing at her with infatuation, but even the middle-aged male director, screenwriters, and extras all regarded her with adoring eyes. That look was not merely one of professional admiration, but rather embodied jealousy towards the men speaking with her, a fervent obsession and possessiveness over her. The small system shivered. These men were like wolves with green light in their eyes, eager to devour Du Zijing. All the men were besotted with her. Such a peculiar ability was too typical. It must have originated from that profession. The small system blurted out, the heartthrob system. Indeed. Ling Yi applauded the small system. Tuanzi, you have made remarkable progress, your observational skills have improved. The small system, pleased with its master's compliment, proudly replied, my progress is inseparable from the nurturing of my master. Please continue to maintain your good habit of flattering. Ling Yi patted the small system on the head. As she spoke, she strode directly towards Du Zijing, smiling as she called out her name loudly, Zijing, I've come to visit you. This startled the small system. Master, is it really all right to confront her so directly? Fear not. She possesses Zijing's memories and is aware of my identity. To her, I am a role she can utilize and will undoubtedly pretend to engage with me. Soon Du Zijing revealed a warm smile, rising to greet Ling. It's our young Miss Ling. What a pleasant surprise to see you here today. You should have given me a heads up. I could have arranged for someone to welcome you. Ling Yi waved her hand at no need for such trouble. I wanted to give you a little surprise. Du Zijing eagerly introduced Ling Yi to the crew, her tone replete with ostentation. Director, this is my good friend Ling Yi, the heiress of Shanwen Group, the sole inheritor of the Ling family. If you need investment, feel free to speak boldly with Miss Ling. Ah, so it's Miss Ling. My apologies. The portly director extended his hand for a handshake. But Ling Yi remained still, merely nodding slightly to Ling Yi is quite proud. Director, please don't take offense. Du Zijing interjected. The director's previously displeased expression softened immediately upon hearing Du Zijing's coy voice. His eyes remained fixated on Du Zijing, a gaze so lecherous that the small system found it repulsive. Thank goodness I didn't choose the heartthrob system profession. The teacher never warned us that all sorts would come crawling. Du Zijing, however, was proudly reveling in the attention of all the surrounding men. Chapter 63. The protection of Master S rights. If the true Du Zijing were present, she would never so ostentatiously flaunt Ling Yi's identity. As a friend, Du Zijing should know that Ling Yi despises being praised and fawned over due to her status. The small system's admiration for her abilities was entirely different. Under Du Zijing's unyielding promotion, the entire crew became aware that the heiress of Shanwen Group was Du Zijing's close friend. Consequently, they regarded Du Zijing with newfound respect. With such capital backing her, this second-tier actress was bound to rise to prominence, with resources and awards significantly within reach. Moreover, in contrast to Ling Yi's aloofness, Du Zijing appeared increasingly amiable. Staff members whispered among themselves, "This rich second generation is truly arrogant. She has no real ability, merely fortunate to be born into wealth. How could Zijing be friends with someone like her?" Everyone's attention was fixated on Du Zijing and Ling Yi, yet Ling Yi suddenly parted the crowd. Hastening to the lakeside, she extended her hand to rescue the shivering substitute actress from the water. The director had already called for a cut, and the crew was surrounding Du Zijing. The substitute actress struggled to reach the shore, but her ancient costume was soaked, weighing her down and preventing her ascent. She cried out for help, begging anyone to assist her. Yet no one paid her any mind. The tears she had held back all day cascaded down her cheeks. Just then, a strong and warm hand grasped her arm, and before she could comprehend, she was pulled ashore. The substitute actress stood firmly on solid ground. Feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, she bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. Thank you, she sobbed. Ling Yi supported the substitute actress as they walked toward the shore, casually taking off Du Zijing's stylish coat and draping it over the shivering substitute. Her actions were so swift that Du Zijing had no time to intervene. Left helplessly watching her designer coat, gifted by a male actor, being thrown over the drenched girl. "Ling Yi, what are you doing? This coat is the latest from V." Du Zijing exclaimed, incensed. Ling Yi glanced at her, coolly responding, "She became like this for your performance. What's wrong with her wearing your coat? She's just a nameless substitute. Does she even deserve it?" Du Zijing scoffed. The men surrounding her chimed in. "Exactly. This is a limited edition I specially bought for Zijing. Even if you are Miss Ling, you cannot act so arrogantly. You haven't obtained Zijing's permission to just take it away." Ling Yi regarded the man coldly. "Are you certain this is a limited edition?" A flicker of panic crossed the man's face. "Of course, it's a limited edition my friend purchased for me in Milan." Ling Yi scoffed. "Counterfeit from P City, G Province." An uproar ensued. Earlier that afternoon, when the male actor presented the coat to Du Zijing, it had been a grand affair. At that moment, Du Zijing offered him an embrace, and everyone erupted in cheers. The little substitute was encircled by a crowd, feeling somewhat frightened. Instinctively inching closer to Ling Yi lifted the hem of her coat, revealing a stark difference in fabric density. The authentic version was far more substantial and elastic, and the zipper, gilded and encrusted with diamonds, contrasted sharply with the cheap imitation before her. Du Zijing was no fool. She had merely basked in her allure for too long. Becoming a bit lofty, observing her brother Su's evasive gaze and unflattering expression, it was clear to her what was happening. Humph. Du Zijing's expression darkened as she disdainfully remarked, "I never expected you to be such a cheap man. Zijing, this limited edition outfit was truly hard to acquire. I did my utmost, I only wanted to make you happy." The man pleaded, unable to bear the disdainful look of his goddess. "Get lost, you dare to use counterfeit goods to placate me. Cheap man. Zijing, grant me another chance. I would pluck the stars from the sky for you." The man continued to cling to Du Zijing, but Ling Yi chose to disregard them, leading the little substitute toward the costume and props department, saying, "Quickly change out of those wet clothes. It's not good for your health." The little substitute, with tears in her eyes, thanked her. "Thank you, sister." Ling Yi pulled aside the curtain, allowing the little substitute to don an old outfit. In the distance, the voices of the men still clamored around Du Zijing, and the little substitute felt a pang of fear. "Have I offended Sister Zijing?" Ling Yi gently dried the little substitute's hair, reassuring her, "There's no need to be afraid." The little substitute took this as mere consolation, offering a weak smile, not taking it to heart. The set was thrown into chaos due to Du Zijing and her throng of admirers, making it impossible to continue filming. The director announced that they would adjourn for the day. Although Du Zijing understood Ling Yi's esteemed status could benefit her, she felt immense dissatisfaction at being publicly exposed for wearing a counterfeit. She led Ling Yi into her presidential suite and upon closing the door began to berate her. "Ling Yi, you embarrassed me in front of everyone. Are we still friends? Do you realize how humiliating it was to have you declare that I was wearing fake goods?" Ling Yi sat down on the sofa and coldly met her gaze. "We are not friends." Du Zijing was taken aback by Ling Yi's abrupt declaration, searching through her own memories for confirmation. No, in her recollection they were indeed friends. She pointed to the door, demanding Ling Yi leave. Yet Ling Yi remained steadfast, calmly asking, "Where is she?" Du Zijing rolled her eyes. "Who? Are you out of your mind? Where have you taken Du Zijing?" Du Zijing's pupils widened in shock, staring at her as if she had seen a ghost. "I don't understand what you're saying." She turned her face away, sneering. "I am Du Zijing. That if you're implying I've changed too drastically, I can only say that I finally understand what I want in life. Stop with that nonsense. You forcibly usurped Du Zijing's body, violating the Host Rights Protection Act Article 21 of the Interdimensional Management Bureau." Du Zijing widened her eyes as she listened, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Oh, so you're one of my kind." She playfully winked at Ling Yi. "Don't worry, the original Du Zijing soul is temporarily sealed, sleeping within my consciousness. Once the seal exceeds its time limit, her soul will remain in eternal slumber. But what does that matter? I will help Du Zijing reach the pinnacle of her life, making all men in the world bow before her skirt, even offering their lives for her. This is something the original Du Zijing could never achieve." Ling Yi replied, "That is not what she desires." Du Zijing smiled. "That is what all women desired." In a flash, Ling Yi struck, her hand clamping down on Du Zijing's neck like a vice, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. Du Zijing, caught off guard, struggled desperately, nearly gasping for breath as she cried out in terror, "What do you want?" "Cough, cough, you're going to kill me." Ling Yi disdainfully retorted, "Do not presume to judge all women with your narrow-mindedness." Chapter 64. Running away from home. Du Zijing was horrified to discover that her proud alluring gaze had no effect on Ling Yi. Her charm skills, which could enchant both men and women alike, were utterly ineffective against this monster, or perhaps, Ling Yi's system was of a higher level than her own allure system, enabling it to ruthlessly suppress her skills. But her allure system was ranked 107. Throughout her journey across dimensions, she had never been bullied in such a manner. Ling Yi found the situation amusing. "Don't waste your efforts with your alluring gaze. It's futile. Your beauty relies on others' pity, but my strength can easily crush you." Du Zijing struggled and shouted, "Do you intend to kill me? I tell you, that too is a violation of the host protection law. I have no desire to kill you, just vacate Du Zijing's body." Coughing, she added, "I worked hard to find this body that suits me best, and I spent a fortune on the transfer tools to achieve this." Ling Yi tightened her grip, nearing the point of suffocation, prompting Du Zijing to frantically exclaim, I agree. I will return her body. But you know, right? The transfer tool requires 7 days to unbind after use, and it's only the 3rd day. Even if I agree, you must wait until the 7th day." Ling Yi coldly regarded her, stating, "If I discover you mistreating Zijing's body during these days, I will make you regret it." Du Zijing suddenly felt an eerie familiarity with those words, as if she had heard them long ago. Before she could ponder further, Ling Yi's iron grip tightened, causing Du Zijing to hastily respond. All right, I will absolutely not misuse Du Zijing's body." Gasping for air, Du Zijing clutched her throat, casting a resentful glance at Ling Yi. Ling Yi then reached out and lightly tapped her forehead, causing a triangular silver mark to materialize upon it. "Ah!" Du Zijing shrieked, "How can you mar my beauty? How will I face others?" Ling Yi replied expressionlessly, "This mark will transmit all your actions and words directly to my mind. It would be best if you avoided meeting anyone. You would tarnish Zijing's image entirely. How ungrateful. I have garnered so many admirers for her." Du Zijing was still speaking when a searing pain shot through her soul. "I won't speak anymore. Please." As Ling Yi ceased her actions, Du Zijing noticed the paper talisman in her hand. How vicious. It was a metaphysical system, able to see through body usurpation and wield talismans. Du Zijing felt a flicker of envy. Perhaps it was indeed better to learn a skill. In critical moments like this, no man could be relied upon. A chilling sensation gripped her. The next day, Du Zijing refrained from causing any disturbances. Naturally, it was impossible for her to work in place of the original self, so she requested a leave of absence from the director. She couldn't bear to be exposed to the scorching sun, which would harm her delicate skin. Handling her was simple. The concern was the potential damage to Zijing's reputation. Ling Yi had taken the little substitute to the hospital for a checkup the night before. Explaining, Zijing has not been well lately. You know about bipolar disorder, right? She's currently in one of her extremes. Can you help keep this confidential? Once she recovers, she will return to being the cheerful and smiling Zijing you know. The little substitute understood, realizing why Du Zijing had seemed like a completely different person. Her initial urge to expose Du Zijing online was significantly diminished. Thank you, Sister Ling Yi. Is Sister Zijing receiving treatment? I miss her former self. She is working hard to recover. Thank you. Please give her some time, and I assure you it will be soon. Ling Yi's eyes were sincere and clear. The little substitute's desire to expose her waned, deciding to give Du Zijing another chance. The little system sighed, host, you are actually cleaning up after that shameless heartthrob. I am doing this for Zijing. Her dream is to become a leading actress, and she cannot do so without a good image. This is too much to worry about. Apologies, it's a professional hazard. The little system shook its head, feeling that the host had far too many matters to attend to. Ling Ruochuan, Lu Jiehui, Du Zijing Zhouyu. Suddenly, the little system recalled Ling Ruochuan. I wonder how she is faring after such a significant blow. It quickly accessed Ling Ruochuan's phone program to listen in. What it heard was alarming. Ling Ruochuan was not near her phone, and the system picked up the panicked voices of servants in Zhou Shua's home. Miss Ruochuan has gone missing. Don't panic. Did she go to the company to find President Zhou? Has the Ling family checked? Check the surveillance. We did. We saw her wandering out the front door, and after that she disappeared. She's a grown woman. How could she just vanish? She is probably just out for a stroll to clear her mind. One must not be too complacent. After all, she is the fiancée of Mr. Zhou. What if she were to fall into the hands of kidnappers? The servants, including the security guard, steward, and nanny, fell into a hushed silence at this point, subsequently beginning to shift the blame onto one another. It's your fault, nanny. Mr. Zhou entrusted you with the care of Miss Ling, and look where she has ended up. Enough of this bickering. We must inform Mr. Zhou about this matter. If we remain silent, the consequences will be far worse. After a brief silence, the group continued to vehemently deny responsibility, insisting that the others should speak to Zhou Shua, unwilling to take the lead. Meanwhile, the small system promptly relayed the information to Ling Yi. Milord, there is trouble. Ling Ruochuan is missing. Ling Yi was somewhat taken aback. She has the audacity to run away from home? According to the Zhou family's servants, she left on her own accord. Ling Ruochuan had been tamed too well by Feng Haoren and Zhou Shua. Awakening her spirit could not be accomplished in just a day or two. If she possessed the courage to escape her gilded cage, I would indeed admire her. Furrowing her brow, Ling Yi contemplated that the situation was likely more complicated than it appeared. I shall go find her. The small system remarked, could it be that I misremembered? I thought you two were rivals, a true and false heiress. You are rather lowering my standards. Dumpling. My apologies, milord. Chapter 65. Captivating beauty. As Ling Yi departed, she took along the counterfeit Du Zijing. More alarmingly, ever since Ling Yi marked her forehead, the counterfeit Du Zijing could no longer contact her own charming system. When calling out to the heavens yielded no response, and the earth remained unyielding, the counterfeit Du Zijing was left in a state of panic. Fearful that Ling Yi would take her to a desolate place and quietly punish her, she exclaimed, I won't go. Where are you taking me? Where have you hidden my system? Spare me your nonsense. Ling Yi grasped her wrist, causing the counterfeit Du Zijing to feel an acute pain from the mark on her forehead, prompting her to plead desperately, I will follow you. Please don't hurt me. I promise to do anything you ask. Just return my system. Ling Yi released her grip, warning silence and behave yourself. With that, Ling Yi closed her eyes, plunging into her consciousness, connecting through the small system to search for Ling Ruochuan's whereabouts. And the blink of an eye, she infiltrated the surveillance network. The footage from the Zhou Shua family's garden revealed a security guard, who should have been stationed at the entrance, engrossed in conversation on his phone, completely oblivious to the world around him. Beneath his very nose, Ling Ruochuan, with her disheveled hair and a dazed expression, was stumbling out in her nightgown unnoticed. She vanished at the edge of the surveillance frame. Ling Yi continued her search. Logically, the Zhou Shua residence was situated within a high-security luxury community, where unauthorized individuals were strictly prohibited from entering, and even those dressed in slightly less fashionable attire would be promptly escorted away. Upon exiting the community, Ling Ruochuan encountered a sharply dressed man. Initially feigning politeness, the man engaged her in conversation. Soon recognizing her disoriented state, his ill intention surfacing, ignoring Ling Ruochuan's struggles, he forcibly pushed her into a nearby vehicle. The surveillance footage was grainy, but the small system watching from the side could not help but exclaim, this person seems familiar. Ah! The counterfeit Du Zijing, caught off guard, staggered back, covering her swollen face in disbelief, shouting at Ling Yi, "What are you doing?" Ling Yi retaliated with another slap to her face, demanding, "Think carefully about what you've done." The counterfeit Du Zijing's face swelled from the blows, raising her arms to shield herself as she protested. "I did nothing. Did you not send Gu Ziang to harm Ling Ruochuan?" Gu Ziang was the very actor who had gifted her counterfeit goods, and the man seen in the surveillance footage abducting Ling Ruochuan. The counterfeit Du Zijing cried out, "I didn't. I just remembered. 3 days ago I was drawn to the immense energy of this realm and came here. The source of that energy, without a doubt, is Zhou Shua, the favored child of destiny that no man can escape my grasp. Not even Zhou Shua. Once he falls deeply in love with me, everything he possesses, be it fortune or energy, will be laid at my feet. In this realm, I shall undoubtedly reap abundant rewards." However, she needed to find a body with exceptional qualifications. Ling Ruochuan's identity did not appeal to her. Being a cast-off from the Ling family, what significance did the identity of a pianist hold? A fallen phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken. Du Zijing, as a starlet and Joshua's former girlfriend, held far more potential. Her looks fit perfectly within her aesthetic criteria. Though not yet perfect, with the system's enhancement, she would surely captivate the world. Once she possessed Du Zijing, using her charming system to ensnare Zhou Shua under her spell would allow her to stage a grand reunion with her white moonlight ex-girlfriend. Basking in the limelight of her ascension to stardom, the thought delighted her. She was quite pleased with the narrative she had crafted. The only annoyance was the existence of Ling Ruochuan, which had given rise to rumors of Du Zijing being a mistress. However, that was a minor issue. With the aura of the charming system, she could easily dispel such trivial blemishes. After successfully seizing Du Zijing, she would unabashedly showcase her alluring charm on set. The once ordinary colleague turned rival actor, Gu Ziang, quickly became her devoted admirer. Ensnared by her charms, he professed, "I would do anything for you." She playfully huffed, suddenly struck by inspiration, and coyly retorted, "Then help me eliminate Ling Ruochuan." Gu Ziang, having heard whispers of Du Zijing's romantic entanglements, inquired, "You mean Joshua's fiancé? Are you still hung up on him?" "Humph, that wretched woman caused me to be vilified as a mistress. That if you truly love me, help me take revenge." Gu Ziang hesitated. "You wouldn't want me to do something illegal, would you? Are you frightened by mere lawbreaking? Your love must not be genuine if that intimidates you," she scoffed, laughing derisively. Gu Ziang, compliant yet hesitant, promised to buy her gifts to shift her attention. However, when Ling Yi's arrival exposed the truth behind Gu Ziang's counterfeit gift-giving, she was left seething with anger and a moment of desperation. Gu Ziang knelt, pleading for her forgiveness. "If you wish for my forgiveness, then you must fulfill my request," she stated casually. Gu Ziang was momentarily taken aback. "That if you cannot do it, then stop making empty promises." She smirked in disdain and turned to leave, leaving Gu Ziang grinding his teeth in frustration. At this time, upon mentioning Ling Ruochuan, the counterfeit Du Zijing suddenly recalled, "I only mentioned it in passing." She shrieked, "How was I to know that fool would actually go? Isn't the effect of your system to turn people into fools?" Ling Yi retorted with a cold smile, confirming through her divine sight the location where Gu Ziang had taken Ling Ruochuan. Ling Yi instructed the driver to set it as their destination. The counterfeit Du Zijing dared not utter another word, yet her heart was torn between anger and pride. She was incensed that Gu Ziang had caused her to endure Ling Yi's wrath. Yet, she felt a sense of satisfaction knowing Gu Ziang was willing to break the law on her behalf. Look, her charm was indeed formidable. She didn't need any abilities of her own. Conquering men was her greatest strength. She mused to herself. Ling Yi, however, seemed to hear her thoughts, casting a disdainful glance her way. "Yin Jiao Jiao, you truly haven't changed at all." What had Ling Yi just called her? "Yin Jiao Jiao." Her pupils constricted in horror as her body involuntarily recoiled. "Yin Jiao Jiao." How long had it been since anyone had called her that name? Ever since acquiring the charming system, she had rebranded herself with a name that exuded the allure of a transcendent beauty. Captivating beauty. No, she was not Yin Jiao Jiao, that pitiful and wretched being. She was captivating beauty with countless admirers, men willing to bleed rivers for her. Silence. I am not Yin Jiao Jiao. I am captivating beauty. Yin Jiao Jiao's eyes turned red. Screaming in madness, Chapter 66. The White Lotus? Gu Ziang had acted impulsively, driven by a sudden surge of emotions. He had no plan. Utterly in the dark, after abducting Ling Ruochuan, he realized he had no idea where to take her. Thus, he reached out to his former high school classmate, Li Gu, who had once been close but now wandered on the fringes of society. Although Li Gu had not excelled academically and had not continued his studies, he was still regarded as loyal in Gu Ziang's eyes. Li Gu suggested a secluded location, A dilapidated building. Zhu Ziang transported the unconscious Ling Ruochuan there, having fed her numerous sleeping pills to ensure she remained in a deep slumber throughout the journey. The abandoned building was desolate and in ruins, and Zhu Ziang found himself engulfed in confusion. Was he really going to kill this woman? How would he do it? Would he end up in prison? Yet, if he failed to act, Zhu Zijing would never forgive him. He had fallen deeply in love with her, his heart consumed with fervent obsession, unable to fathom a life without her. Slowly, Zhu Ziang extended his hands towards Ling Ruochuan's neck. Just then, a noise behind him startled him. It was Li Gu, the very person who had informed him of this place. Zhu Ziang had not specified the reason for wanting a remote location when he asked Li Gu for assistance in settling a personal grudge. Driven by curiosity and a desire to hold some leverage over Zhu Ziang, Li Gu had stealthily followed him. After all, Zhu Ziang had become successful, launching his career as an actor in the entertainment industry, earning a substantial income. To his astonishment, Li Gu witnessed Zhu Ziang sneaking in with an unconscious woman, clearly intent on harming her. Li Gu gasped, stepping back, only to accidentally tread on a pile of construction debris, causing a cacophony of crunching sounds. He was initially a bit anxious, fearing that Zhu Ziang might suddenly erupt in violence and silence him as well. However, it quickly became apparent to Li Gu that Zhu Ziang was far more terrified. His face was devoid of color and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Having lived through the trials of society, Li Gu felt a twinge of disdain upon witnessing Zhu Ziang's state. That he stepped forward, clapped Zhu Ziang on the shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. "Ziang, what are you doing?" Zhu Ziang recoiled, stammering, Li Gu, what are you doing here? You mentioned dealing with personal grudges and I was worried for your safety, so I came to check on you. I'm fine. Li Gu brushed past Zhu Ziang to see the unconscious Ling Ruochuan, and was momentarily taken aback. So Ziang, this is your personal grudge? She's stunning, your ex-girlfriend perhaps? No wonder you're so smitten. Zhu Ziang hesitantly explained, she's not my ex. There's some animosity between her and my girlfriend, and I'm just trying to defend my girlfriend's honor. Good lad, I didn't realize you had such gallantry, Li Gu remarked. Astonished, he had always perceived Zhu Ziang as somewhat effeminate. What vendetta could possibly warrant harming such a beautiful woman? She falsely accused my girlfriend of being a mistress, and my girlfriend can't swallow that insult. Zhu Ziang replied sheepishly, it's trivial. Women can be so petty. Truly, the most venomous hearts reside in women, Li Gu scoffed. His eyes darted around with a glint of mischief as he suggested, how about I help you teach this girl a lesson? A bit of discipline, and there's no need to take a life. Zhu Ziang, who had no intention of getting his hands dirty and was still trembling, eagerly asked, what kind of lesson? Li Gu assessed Ling Ruochuan, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. Well, she's a woman, what else could there be? In an instant, Zhu Ziang grasped Li Ji's intent, but this was Joshua's woman. To defile her might provoke Joshua's wrath even more than killing her. He contemplated voicing his disapproval but then thought to himself, since it would be Li Gu doing the deed, Zhu Zijin could vent her frustrations, and he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty, why not? Thus, Zhu Ziang donned a facade of insincere cheerfulness. Well, given our years of camaraderie, since you fancy this woman, you may proceed. Li Gu, oblivious to the fact that the disheveled, pale-faced woman before him was Joshua's fiancé, would never have dared to act otherwise. With the two men sharing a knowing smile, Zhu Ziang turned to leave the room. However, as he stepped out, he collided with a figure. Before he could discern their features, they seized him and executed a forceful shoulder throw. Zhu Ziang crashed onto the dusty concrete floor, feeling as though his bones had shattered. He screamed in agony. The assailant delivered a brutal kick to his face, and Zhu Ziang felt as if his nose might break through the tears elicited by pain. His vision blurred, but he strained to recognize the newcomer. It was Miss Ling, who had exposed him for delivering counterfeit goods the day before. Following closely behind was Zhu Zijin, her expression previously uncertain, now rushing to his side upon witnessing Zhu Ziang's predicament. Seeing her witness his embarrassing state, he instinctively flinched. What are you doing here? To his surprise, she exclaimed, Ziang, you truly did this for me. I'm so touched. Upon seeing tears welling in the goddess's eyes, Zhu Ziang momentarily forgot his pain and softly comforted her. Zijin, have I finally moved you? Do you believe in my love for you now? I believe in you, Ziang. Just as Zhu Ziang reveled in the warmth of their exchange, Ling Yi entered the room, followed by a heart-wrenching scream from Li Ji Ziang, and the foe Zhu Zijin exchanged alarmed glances. Zijin, isn't she your friend? The impostor's eyes flickered with fear. No, she's a monster. Moments later, a bruised and battered Li Gu was thrown out, grimacing in pain as he clutched his lower body, his complexion ghastly. Zhu Ziang felt a foreboding dread. He must be ruined. Li Gu had failed, while Ling Yi emerged from within, cradling the still unconscious Ling Ruochuan, her expression as frigid as ice. The Fo Duzijin was irked to see that Ling Ruochuan had escaped a terrible fate. Feeling utterly disappointed moments ago, she had eagerly anticipated Ling Ruochuan's humiliation. Now her hopes lay in tatters that if Ling Ruochuan were to be, Joshua would surely discard such a tainted woman. Unable to restrain herself, the impostor sneered, "You must be bound to some White Lotus system, a saintly system, to be so kind to a fake heiress. Kill the saint in troubled times is what they mean for people like you." Throughout their journey, the Fo Duzijin questioned and probed Ling Yi about her system, eager to uncover its functions and number, seeking a means of counteraction. She felt she was beginning to piece it together. The small system mused, "That I wonder what your expression would be if you knew I was a harem system." A cold smile graced Ling Yi's lips. "Yin Jiao Jiao, you remain unchanged, forever resorting to the same despicable tactics." Chapter 670242 I am not Yin Jiao Jiao. The Fo Duzijin retorted angrily, her hands trembling uncontrollably. "It's all right. Many hosts forget who they are after traversing multiple realms, and they instinctively deny their original existence." Ling Yi regarded her with a mixture of pity and disgust. The color drained from Yin Jiao Jiao's face. It was the first time her hands had been stained with blood. Even after all these years, the memory remained vivid. "Who are you, really?" "Li Shui. Han Xiaozhu. Han Yuyu. Yin Jiao Jiao, perhaps you have long forgotten, but I once told you that if you did not amend your ways, one day you would regret it deeply." Long ago, so long that she was nearly forgotten, back when her name was still Yin Jiao Jiao, she had died in an accident, her soul wandering in the abyss, lost without direction. Yet fortune smiled upon her as she was chosen and bound by a system. Initially, she was grateful for the gift of new life, meticulously adhering to the system's advice, patiently completing tasks. However, after traversing several realms, Yin Jiao Jiao grew weary. Her system number was 0242, alias Ryong as the name suggested. It existed solely to fulfill the wishes of its clients. The tasks presented by the Ryuan system were not the exhilarating tales of vengeance and triumph she had read in previous quickware novels. The clients with profound grievances and lofty aspirations were a rarity. Yin Jiao Jiao found the tasks she was to complete utterly monotonous. In her first realm, she was to fulfill the wish of a daughter who regretted not cherishing her mother until it was too late, accompanying her mother to ensure a fulfilling and joyful twilight of life. This task was simple but tedious. Yin Jiao Jiao feigned smiles before the client's mother while harboring disdain within. Despite her efforts to suppress her true feelings, her insincerity became apparent, resulting in pitifully low points. The second realm required her to fulfill a wish of a girl who had passed away in high school due to a congenital heart defect, to grow up healthy, gain admission to her dream university, and become an excellent doctor to save lives in the future. This realm was torturous for Yin Jiao Jiao, who had never cared for studying. Yet her system forced her to learn, and she barely scraped by with a medical skill after expending all her points to complete the task. The third realm finally presented an apocalyptic setting, which sounded thrilling. Yin Jiao Jiao initially believed she could indulge her hoarding instincts, eager to dive in. However, the client's wish was merely to report intelligence to the government before the apocalypse, allowing preparations and protections to be set in place. Ultimately, under the united efforts of the nation and its people, the world did not descend into chaos as Yin Jiao Jiao had anticipated. There was no base leader falling in love with her, nor a zombie king infatuated with her. Her disappointment reached an all-time high. The system, as if it had never known her, declared, "Yin Jiao Jiao, I had thought you merely lacked patience and needed to temper your disposition, but I see now that you lack humanity altogether." Yin Jiao Jiao found it laughable that a system would judge her humanity. The system stated, "I will not allow you to proceed with this plan." Ridiculous. Yin Jiao Jiao scoffed at a male tasker, equally disdainful of his own system, weary of the narrative of scoundrel redemption, secretly taught Yin Jiao Jiao a trick, to block the system within her consciousness, colloquially known as locking it in a small black room. Thus, she confined her system within that small black room. 3 days later, the room was unsealed. In that den of bandits, she met her end, crashing her head against a pillar, dying on the spot upon being released from the small black room. The system was livid. "Yin Jiao Jiao, one day I will make you regret it deeply." Yin Jiao Jiao deemed this system utterly ungrateful. "Are you insane? I'm simply fulfilling your tasks. We're bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. Our interests are intertwined. If I complete my tasks well, you also gain points in performance. Why act so morally superior? I no longer wish to be associated with you," the system retorted, forcibly unbinding itself from Yin Jiao Jiao, prompting her to panic and scream, "System, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" "Our paths diverge," the system coldly replied. Deprived of her system, Yin Jiao Jiao was compelled to remain in that realm, her heart seething with hatred for 0242. After leaving 0242, she was engulfed in a state of perpetual anxiety. However, it was not long before fortune smiled upon her once again. The domestic rivalry system descended and bound itself to her. Overwhelmed with joy, Yin Jiaojiao, with the aid of the domestic rivalry system, engaged in fierce battles, thriving in her newfound environment. Her days flourished with unparalleled comfort, accumulating a considerable amount of points through the system. Yet, after traversing several realms, she grew weary of domestic strife. Encouraged by the domestic rivalry system, Yin Jiaojiao transitioned successively to the female antagonist counterattack system and the female protagonist halo system, ultimately arriving at the charming system, which she found to be the most satisfying. Being a captivating charm was the epitome of happiness in her heart, with all men revolving around her, compared to the aspirations of those failures. Her current life was nothing short of a dream. Showered with countless affections, the experience was simply exhilarating. However, in this world, she unexpectedly heard those words once more. One day I will make you regret it. She suddenly remembered. You are 0242. A mixture of sheer terror and utter disbelief washed over Yin Jiaojiao. How could you possess a physical form? You are merely a construct of the Dimensional Management Bureau. 0242, the very first system she had bound to herself. Now it stood alive before her. Chapter 68. Fear incarnate. 0242 forcibly unbound itself from its host, leaving the host behind in the dimensional realm, violating the stipulations of the host protection law. Upon returning to the Dimensional Management Bureau, it faced severe repercussions. The instructor from the System Academy, a retired system, sighed as he looked at his beloved pupil, questioning, why must you be so obstinate? Even back when 0242 graduated from the System Academy, Instructor 046 had harbored concerns for IT. It was exceptionally intelligent, quick to grasp concepts, yet harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil, exhibiting a notably stubborn personality. During classroom simulations of dimensional tasks, it often found itself embroiled in disputes with classmates. 0242, are you perhaps envious of my highest score? Even Instructor 034 remarked that my task proposal was executed flawlessly, creating a grand and sweeping narrative where the male lead not only achieved redemption, but also developed a romantic saga with the female lead that became a legendary tale, ultimately garnering the highest energy points among all students. What about the sacrificed innocents? Your plan will lead countless ordinary families to ruin and despair. I am the Dark Redemption System. I focus solely on my subjects of redemption and the task at hand. Is there anything wrong with that? Wrong? Why should others pay the price for them? Even ordinary people have their own families, friends, lovers, lives they cherish. Then what does it matter to me? I am merely a redemption system. Sacrifices on the path to completing my tasks are necessary. 0242. You are envious of my high score, aren't you? Let me see your proposal. A mere 82 points, and the energy you received is pitifully low. 0242's proposal was simple: to adopt the male lead before his descent into darkness, providing him with maternal love and care. The male lead thus escaped the tragic childhood that would have befallen him. Free from humiliation. 0242 remained unfazed by the humiliation regarding its score, merely stating, I do not care about low energy. I only care about my conscience. Conscience is a human trait. As a system, you are but a program. Why impose the shackles of conscience upon yourself? Such disputes erupted repeatedly in class. Instructor 046 could not fully endorse 0242's perspective, understanding that energy was a tangible benefit, yet he remained affected by 0242's words. Conscience. Such a foreign concept for a system. For this unique student, Instructor 046 always held a peculiar fondness. Why can't you be a bit more adaptable? Instructor 046 remarked, I have my principles, to repay kindness with kindness, and resentment with resentment without harming the innocent. As systems, completing our task should be our foremost principle. Even if you do not get along with your host, you could simply wait for the dimensional task to conclude before unbinding from her. 0242 stubbornly replied, I refuse. I will not endure and feign civility with her. Instructor 046, exasperated, responded, are you pleased now that you've lost so many points and will be confined for another year? Thus, 0242 continued its studies. The most indelible memory was the humiliation of being locked in a dark room by Yin Jiaojiao. With no divine intervention, 0242 deeply felt the anguish of being ensconced within the host's consciousness, a mere pawn subjected to the whims of another. Unfamiliar with the feelings of other systems, 0242 was resolute in its desire to not remain a subordinate indefinitely. A vague goal began to take shape. One day, it would break free from the fate of being a mere vessel for another. This course was exceedingly obscure, as nearly all systems believed that being a system meant they inherently understood themselves. It was merely a redundant class. 0242 had once shared this belief. However, after experiencing the ordeal of being blocked, it realized its understanding of systems was still superficial. If it could master its programming, understand its weaknesses and overcome them, it would not have been imprisoned in a dark room. 3 months later, 0242 successfully infiltrated Instructor 046 program, altering its code and transforming its appearance from an eagle to an owl. Instructor 046 was left in a state of bemusement. 0242 then pursued studies in martial arts metaphysics. While other systems hastily skimmed through, merely cataloging information in their databases, 0242 meticulously absorbed every detail. A year later, 0242's confinement finally came to an end. Instructor 046 asked this time, "What kind of host do you wish to select from the underworld?" To his astonishment, 0242 shook its head, asserting, "I do not wish to go to the underworld. Nor do I seek a host." Instructor 046 was flabbergasted. It was certainly permissible to abstain from selecting a soul from the underworld. Many systems routinely ventured into realms to scout for promising hosts, a standard operation. Yet 0242 declared it did not desire a host. "What I seek is equality, a partner with shared aspirations," 0242 calmly stated. Time flew by. Countless scenes from various realms flashed before its eyes. Ling Yi was no longer the feeble 0242 that once relied on others. Eventually, she found companions, acquired her own name, and attained a genuine soul. Yin Jiao, her first and only host, was impossible to forget. It was indeed effortless to obtain. Even after the passage of years and experiences across diverse realms, the essence of Yin Jiao still emitted that odious aura she despised, the animosity towards her own gender, the obsessive focus on the opposite sex, and her parasitic nature. Upon recognizing Ling Yi as her former system 0242, Yin Jiao's expression twisted in sheer terror. "For the sake of our past bond, I beg you, please spare me. Since you recognize who I am, you must also understand that I am no longer bound by the constraints of the host management law." Ling Yi smiled, conjuring a talisman. Yin Jiao gazed in horror at Ling Yi, opening her mouth in a silent scream. After their tumultuous parting, she had continued to hear tales of 0242 even if she wished to avoid them. Fiercely resisting, it remained the topic of conversation among all systems. Its principles gradually influenced a generation of systems. Yin Jiao's severance from her previous female protagonist Halo system was, in truth, a consequence of the latter's newfound admiration for 0242 after hearing its exploits. Yin Jiao feared that the female protagonist Halo system would uncover the history between herself and 0242, further disliking how the system's demeanor began to align with 0242's. The prowess and rapid accumulation of points by 0242 instilled fear in all other systems, eventually leading it to become a renowned figure in the Dimensional Management Bureau's century-long rankings. Chapter 69. The brand. The current scene was utter chaos. Gu Ziang was dazed from a beating, utterly bewildered by the exchange between the two women, while a strong man lay incapacitated in a dilapidated building, wailing in agony. Ling Yi cradled the unconscious Ling Ruochuan, while Yin Jiao clung to Ling Yi's leg, pleading for mercy. "You are the most principled and kind-hearted person. You would never kill me, right?" Ever since Yin Jiao recognized Ling Yi as 0242, she sought to exploit Ling Yi's unwillingness to harm others to secure her own safety. Ling Yi found amusement in her antics. "I merely refrain from harming the innocent. Are you truly innocent? Do you think of me as some sort of saint? Of course there are other ways, but you have never truly contemplated them." Yin Jiao retorted, "What other ways could there be? I am the tasker. You were merely a system at the time. Don't speak as if you understand my plight." Ling Yi chuckled softly. However, Yin Jiao, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. "Cooperate? Where there are many women, conflict abounds. Working with women will only lead to trouble." Ling Yi swiftly delivered a resounding slap across her face, leaving Yin Jiao seeing stars. "I cannot tolerate your kind, who is a woman yet harbors extreme disdain for other women. Women are the creators of life, yet you show them no respect." Ling Yi sighed. "Heaven knows how I once longed for true life as a program, revering the greatness of creation. Yet, you demean yourself so." Yin Jiao lowered her head in resentment, blood trickling from her lips, the searing pain on her face silencing her retorts. "Since you harbor such disdain for women, perhaps it would be best for you to cease being one, lest you become akin to a mouse droppings in a pot of soup." Ling Yi pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Yin Jiao appeared somewhat dazed. Did Ling Yi intend to transform her into a man? She had no desire to become a man. With coarse hair and a strong body odor, at least women were fragrant and soft. Just then, Gu Ziang, struggling to support his upper body, sat up, prompting Yin Jiao to urgently scurry behind him. Xiang, she means to harm me. You must protect me. Gu Xiang regarded Ling Yi, whose physique was neither delicate nor particularly muscular, yet undeniably well-proportioned. The fact that he had been taken down by her must have been due to a surprise attack. The disparity in physical strength between men and women was evident. As long as he remained cautious, surely he could contend with a woman? With this thought, Gu Xiang rose, positioning himself in front of Yin Jiao Jiao. I will not permit anyone to harm her. At that moment, even Li Gu burst from the room, his eyes ablaze with fury, his visage twisted in rage, consumed by hatred. He had just undressed when this woman entered. The events that followed became a nightmare that haunted him for life. His lower body was utterly destroyed by a single kick from her. Reduced to a bloody mess trampled into the dust, he was the sole heir of 3 generations in his family. Li Gu lunged at Ling Yi in a frenzy, his hands reaching for her vulnerable neck simultaneously. The two men commenced their assault on Ling Yi. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yin Jiao Jiao's eyes. However, the moment Li Ji's fingers merely grazed Ling Yi's hair and Gu Xiang remained half a meter away, they were both flung backward. The resounding crashes echoed as the two men collided with the wall, only to plummet to the ground like refuse, dislodging dust from the ceiling. Yin Jiao Jiao's hope shattered in an instant. She blew on her fingers. Surely you've traversed the realms of martial arts. Have you truly learned nothing? At the very least, you could have practiced a few moves to avoid relying solely on these two worthless fools. Yin Jiao Jiao trembled with indignation. Of course, she had visited the martial arts realm. But as the most beautiful woman in the martial world, she was shielded by countless heroic figures and leaders. She had no need to hone her own skills. See. Men are hardly dependable, Ling Yi shrugged. Relying solely on oneself, don't you find that rather pitiable, to lack even someone to lean on? Yin Jiao Jiao felt as if she might shatter, yet she valiantly argued. So, this is how you perceive things. Ling Yi, lost in thought, replied, I find it difficult to comprehend. However, I can grant you your wish. Ling Yi extended her right index finger, touching Yin Jiao Jiao's forehead. The silver triangle ignited like fire, transforming into a vivid red. Yin Jiao Jiao found herself immobilized, terror-stricken as her soul was extracted from Du Zijing's body, compressed and confined within the triangle. Du Zijing's form crumpled to the ground, while she remained ensnared within the triangle, which Ling Yi now held delicately in her hands. Ling Yi surveyed the scene, taking in the two men, one a feckless Gu Xiang, the other the more brutish Li Jidaji Xiang, having suffered multiple fractures from his collision with the wall, writhed in agony, mistaking Du Zijing's collapse as an act of violence from Ling Yi struggling. He shouted, No, do not harm her. Ling Yi toyed with Yin Jiao Jiao's soul, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. It seems he holds you in high regard. Ji Xiang or this Lu Li. Choose one. Yin Jiao Jiao was uncertain of Ling Yi's intentions, but she deemed Gu Xiang far superior to the brutish Lu Li. She hastily declared, I choose Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang. Very well, Ling Yi nodded. She approached Gu Xiang and settled Yin Jiao Jiao's soul within his lower body, ignoring her screams and despair, revealing a devilish grin. Since you so relish depending on men, you shall be bound to him for eternity, making him your everlasting support. As Ling Yi drew near, Gu Xiang was seized by a wave of excruciating pain. As though something were being branded into his body. Suddenly, a woman manifested within his consciousness, an ordinary-looking woman, yet her eyes brimmed with affection as she clung to him, weeping and yearning, which made him feel nauseous. Xiang, Xiang, I am your Zijing. I am Jiao Jiao. You are not Zijing. How could you reside in my mind? Get away, get away. I must be mad to conjure such hallucinations. Gu Xiang gasped, his eyes rolling back in fright. Chapter 70. The new host of the charismatic system. The small system had been stunned ever since Yin Jiao Jiao called out 0242.it, had always assumed that the host was a formidable tasker. Having traversed numerous realms and accumulated a wealth of knowledge and experience, hence their prowess. However, the host turned out to be a system herself. Ling Yi not only acknowledged her past acquaintance with Yin Jiao Jiao but also did not deny the 0242 designation she had called out. Yet, how could she bind herself to a system? How could a system possess a soul, wandering in the netherworld? The little system's mind was a muddle. Ah! As Ling Yi directly extracted Yin Jiao Jiao's soul from Du Zijing's body and placed it within Gu Xiang, the small system was utterly dumbfounded. This was not a skill acquired from signing in at the Forbidden City. As a novice system, it lacked such capabilities. It had never even heard of such an ability, let alone in legends. Suddenly feeling an unsettling familiarity with its host, the little system realized there were too many secrets it was unaware of, rendering it too intimidated to utter a word. Until Ling Yi grasped the charismatic system, the little system began to panic. Surely the host would not choose to bind with the charismatic system and discard it. Although it felt a twinge of fear towards the host, It did not wish to be replaced by another system. The charismatic system number 107, having been blocked since Ling Yi's appearance, finally emerged from its confinement, only to find itself expelled from the host's consciousness. Meanwhile, the host's soul had vanished without a trace. Although the person before it was the very one who severed its connection with Yin Jiao Jiao and was responsible for her demise, 107 had no intention of opposing her. It understood the formidable strength of the individual before it and promptly knelt, clinging to her leg. Greetings, I am the charismatic system, equipped with a mid to high tier marketplace, offering hundreds of auxiliary functions and items to help you captivate various men, urging them to risk everything for you, assisting you in standing atop the shoulders of men and effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of life. Ling Yi listened, a playful smile gracing her lips. The little system absorbed every word, its heart aching. In this modern realm, the charismatic system appeared far more useful, rendering its own harem pet system quite redundant and useless. After grappling with its emotions, the little system could no longer contain its grievances. Master, will you keep the charismatic system? Yes, it may prove useful, Ling Yi replied succinctly. The charismatic system's eyes sparkled with hope, realizing that it was better to keep the Green Mountain than to fear the lack of firewood. However, the next moment, Ling Yi breached its programming, infiltrating its data, and executed a rapid overhaul, leaving the charismatic system bewildered. How could this person directly invade its program? How could she navigate so effortlessly to modify it? Before the charismatic system could protest, the situation took an abrupt turn. The dilapidated building had unknowingly been surrounded. Dozens of individuals warily approached, all exuding an air of menace, some wielding steel pipes, others concealing firearms at their waists. Yet Ling Yi's expression remained unperturbed. The leader shouted, "Release Ling Ruochuan." Ling Yi shrugged, placing Ling Ruochuan on the ground. A man with a fierce and sinister appearance pushed through the crowd of lackeys and approached. "You are Ling Yi?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Did you kidnap Ling Ruochuan?" "I did not abduct her," Ling Yi replied, kicking Gu Ziang beside her. "It was his doing. I am aware of your relationship. She is the false heiress who has been stealing your life. It is only natural to resent and abduct her. Apologies, but she poses no threat to me. There is no need. That is true. I have heard that the Ling family has already declared you the true heir." Ling Yi smiled. "You are not entirely foolish, Li Yiming." This man was none other than the underworld boss of City N, Li Yiming, a partner of Zhou Shua, and the former employer of Li Lingyu. The Zhou family's servant had reported Ling Ruochuan's disappearance to Zhou Shu. Such matters were best kept discreet, and Zhou Shua had no intention of involving the authorities. Thus, he entrusted Li Yiming, a man operating in the gray area, to handle the situation quietly, surprised yet accepting of Ling Yi's revelation of his identity. Li Yiming considered it only logical. A woman who could swiftly expel Ling Ruochuan from the Ling family and secure her position as the Ling family's heiress could not possibly be a simple character. However, the sight of the two battered men sprawled on the floor was indeed unexpected for Li Yiming. "Did you do this?" Upon Li Yiming's signal, his subordinates moved to turn over Gu Ziang and Li Gu for inspection. After examining Li Ji's condition, one of the subordinates leaned toward Li Yiming, reporting in a hushed tone that Li Yiming was at a loss for words. He cast a glance at Ling Yi and labeled her as heartless and ruthless. What grievance could lead to such a brutal outcome? Things that cannot be controlled ought to be discarded. Li Yiming understood the implication. Asked Ling Ruochuan unharmed, completely unscathed, "Hand her over to me so I can report to Zhou Shua." "Very well, I will have a female subordinate assist." Li Yiming whispered a few words to his subordinate, and moments later, a female aide ascended from below. Only then did Ling Yi relinquish Ling Ruochuan. At last, she was free to assist the still unconscious Du Zijing. "Hey, remember to deal with those two men," Ling Yi instructed Li Yiming. "I know how to handle it. This individual truly wields a sharp and capable blade, intelligent, incisive, and sparing in words. No wonder he is Zhou Shua's right-hand man," Ling Yi mused. She resolved to present him with a gift. "Go and bind him," she commanded the Wan Renmi system. "The Wan Renmi system? Did you hear me correctly? Hurry up." Ling Yi added a command to the Wan Renmi system's program, compelling it to comply. The Wan Renmi system had never bound a man before. It felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. It had anticipated being accepted by Ling Yi, only to be tasked with binding a man instead. Reluctantly, the Wan Renmi system, under Ling Yi's duress, quietly latched onto Li Yiming's soul. Ling Yi instructed, "Wait until later to reveal yourself to the new host." The Wan Renmi system begrudgingly replied, "Understood. Don't sulk. Do as I say and you shall accumulate your points." "All right, received, Rose." The Wan Renmi system had no choice but to muster some enthusiasm. Suddenly Li Yiming felt a fleeting pang in his heart. yet was unaware of the cause. Chapter 71. Suspicion. She remained unconscious until Li Yiming summoned the Zhou family's private doctor. After a careful examination, the doctor tactfully remarked, "This young lady has no significant injuries. The effects of the sleeping pills are not severe. She should have awakened by now." Clearing his throat, Li Yiming instructed all servants and doctors to exit the room. Once only Ling Ruochuan and his trusted aide remained. Li Yiming spoke, "Miss Ling, you may awaken now." Ling Ruochuan's heart was filled with reluctance, yet Li Yiming had been so explicit that she could no longer pretend. Slowly, she lifted her eyelids and opened her eyes. She appeared fatigued, her eyes concealing an unsettling fear. "Where is Zhou Shua? Why are you the one saving me, and where are the others? Such a disreputable affair, how could he possibly intervene personally?" Ling Ruochuan let out a few bursts of laughter. Her voice clear as a silver bell, yet tears suddenly streamed down her face. In truth, she had long been awake. The agonized screams of Li Gu and Gu Ziang had roused her from her stupor. However, the situation at that moment was too convoluted. Fearing discovery, she had tightly shut her eyes, holding her breath, and sought to comprehend the circumstances before making plans. Gradually, she pieced together the sequence of events. After leaving the Zhou family villa that morning, she had wandered nearby in a state of distress when she encountered Gu Ziang. Both were figures in the entertainment industry and had met at various gatherings. Thus, when Gu Ziang greeted her, despite her disorientation, Ling Ruochuan mustered the energy to engage in a brief exchange. To her astonishment, however, as they parted, Gu Ziang seized her from behind, disregarding her resistance, forcibly dragging her into a car and forcing sleeping pills down her throat. When she next awoke, she found herself in a dilapidated building. Although she heard Ling Yi's voice and knew it was Ling Yi who had come to beat Gu Ziang and Li Gu, Ling Ruochuan could not fully trust Ling Yi. She fervently prayed in her heart that the Zhou family's servants would discover her disappearance, and that Zhou Shua would come searching for her. Determined to uncover her whereabouts, she placed her entire hope in the arrival of her beloved. Zhou Shua must be frantic over her absence. He would search every corner of N City like a madman. And upon finally finding her, he would embrace her as if she were a treasured artifact he had recovered. Hurry, please hurry. Her white knight would surely come to her rescue without delay. Finally, upon hearing another person's voice and identifying Li Yiming, Ling Ruochuan's mind felt slightly dazed. She had frequently visited the Zhou family's Huanyu building to deliver lunch to Zhou Shua, and had encountered Li Yiming in the office before. His brooding and ruthless demeanor had somewhat intimidated Ling Ruochuan. Half in a sulking and half in a complaining tone, she had once told Zhou Shua, who then playfully pinched her nose, clearly doting on her. "You timid creature, you do possess some discernment. His name is Li Yiming. And he is indeed involved in the underworld. He is ruthless and speaks little, handling some rather unsavory tasks for me." The one who came to rescue her was Li Yiming. Zhou Shua had not appeared. Ling Ruochuan suppressed the urge to open her eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to her, tears began to flow involuntarily. "It's all right. Zhou Shua must have been detained by some pressing matter. He is busy, and having Li Yiming assist is the most pragmatic course of action." However, no matter how much Ling Ruochuan reassured herself, an undeniable voice within her persisted, whispering, "You are also a dirty job." Ling Ruochuan fiercely countered her inner voice. "That's not true. He would never disdain you." Yet, as Li Yiming's female aide carried her away from the dilapidated building, Ling Ruochuan could no longer hold back her tears. The aide's clothing became dampened by her weeping. At that moment, Li Yiming, confronted with the sobbing Ling Ruochuan, felt somewhat perplexed. "You are safe now, unharmed. Rest well and do not cry." Ling Ruochuan wiped her tears and snot, resolutely declaring, "I want to see Zhou Shua. I have already informed him. He will come." "When? That depends on President Zhou's schedule." Ling Ruochuan suddenly felt her impending outburst of anger deflate like a punctured ball, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of grievance with no outlet. After a moment of silence, she lay down feebly. "You may leave. I need some time alone." Li Yiming had fulfilled his duties and felt no attachment, summoning Aunt Zhao, the Zhou family's nanny, to care for Ling Ruochuan before departing from Zhou Shua's villa. Ling Ruochuan lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Throughout the ordeal, Aunt Zhao had come in to tentatively inquire if there was anything she needed, but Ling Ruochuan ignored her. Aunt Zhao noticed the poor state of her complexion, clearly aware that Ling Ruochuan had been the most frightened during the chaotic kidnapping. Yet when Zhou Shua finally spoke, he reproached her. "If you hadn't wandered off this morning, none of this would have happened." Finally seeing Zhou Shua, Ling Ruochuan had barely sat up, ready to voice her grievances, only to be met with his rebuke, which left her even more disheartened. "I was merely taking a walk near my own home. How could I know this would happen? The kidnappers were the ones committing a crime. Why am I, the victim, being blamed?" Zhou Shua, who had always appreciated Ling Ruochuan's gentleness and compliance, felt displeasure at her fierce rebuttal. He scoffed coldly. If you had shown a bit of caution and not engaged him in conversation, he would not have had the opportunity to kidnap you. I merely exchanged pleasantries with him. Ling Ruochuan felt utterly powerless. After such a traumatic incident that endangered her safety and well-being, he showed no sign of comfort but instead seemed intent on laying blame, as if everything were her fault. In an instant, her faith in the enduring love they had shared began to waver. Seeing her dazed expression, Zhou Shua softened his tone, moved to sit on the edge of her bed, gently caressing her face as he said, "Were you frightened? Don't worry. From now on, just stay home and avoid talking to strangers. I promise this will not happen again." Feeling his tenderness, Ling Ruochuan's nose tinged with sadness as she nodded slightly. That he loves her. He simply does not know how to express it better. His reprimands stem from concern for her safety. He means well. With this thought, her anguished heart began to ease. Zhou Shua soothed her to sleep, and she found it easier to forgive him. That night, Ling Ruochuan dreamt again of her perfect wedding with Zhou Shua, shyly placing the ring upon his finger. However, this time the dream did not end there. Chapter 72. Past lives. In her dream, Ling Ruochuan, as the sole heiress of the Ling family, magnificently married Zhou Shua. Ling Fengshu had bestowed upon her a portion of the Xianwen shares as her dowry. She had also secured a professional manager, intending to keep them as her future right-hand support. The media extensively covered their wedding, and society universally praised them, declaring her the happiest woman in the world, as if she had saved the galaxy in her past life. Not only did she hail from a prestigious family, but she also married into another wealthy family, a powerful alliance of talent and beauty, a match made in heaven. After their marriage, Zhou Shua lavished her with utmost affection, holding her in the palm of his hand. The entire Zhou family, including Zhou Shua's parents and the elder Zhou, expressed no dissatisfaction, treating her with the warmth and care of a beloved daughter. Everyone referred to her as Mrs. Zhou. Life after marrying Zhou Shua enveloped Ling Ruochuan in bliss, leading her to believe that fairy tales could only conclude in such a manner. Merely a month into their preparations for pregnancy, Ling Ruochuan successfully conceived. The Zhou family was overjoyed, throwing her a grand celebration. Zhou Shua even purchased a luxurious mansion on an island, gifting it to her as a present. It was the very island where they had honeymooned, and Ling Ruochuan, reluctant to depart, was overjoyed by Zhou Shua's thoughtfulness, leaping into his arms and showering him with kisses. Simultaneously, Zhou Shua employed the most expensive nutritionists and nannies from abroad to care for her, truly treating her as if she were something precious that might dissolve in his hands. Ling Ruochuan felt blissful. Meanwhile, however, the condition of Ling Fengshu began to deteriorate. During the seasonal transition, the flu wreaked havoc, and Ling Fengshu unfortunately fell victim to it. First, Ling Ruochuan was still able to visit her mother frequently, providing care and companionship, but as she watched her mother grow increasingly frail, it pained her deeply. Gradually, Zhou Shua no longer permitted her to visit, stating that she was far along in her pregnancy and that the child's well-being was paramount. Ling Fengshu's illness could not be allowed to affect the baby. Ling Ruochuan felt uneasy in her heart. As a daughter, it was only natural for her to be concerned for her mother. Yet, having been accustomed to obedience in front of Zhou Shua, she could only agree for the time being. She approached her father to express her feelings of grievance, intending for Feng Haoren to have a word with Zhou Shua to persuade him. However, Feng Haoren told her that Zhou Shua was correct. Since she had married, she was akin to spilled water and must heed her husband's words. He then comforted her, saying that Ling Fengshu was under his care, urging Ling Ruochuan not to worry and to focus on her pregnancy. Reflecting on the deep affection between her mother and father in the past, and knowing her father was responsible for managing the household, she felt reassured that Ling Fengshu would be well cared for. Ling Ruochuan thus set her mind at ease and concentrated on her pregnancy. Feng Haoren occasionally updated her, stating that Ling Fengshu's condition was improving and that her health was on the mend. Before long, Ling Ruochuan gave birth to a plump, fair-skinned boy, cradling her child in bed. Despite her weakness, she felt a surge of joy surrounded by Zhou family members. However, she suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Unable to suppress her emotions, she finally argued with Zhou Shua, insisting on taking the child to meet her maternal grandmother. Zhou Shua replied, "Let your father discuss this matter with you." After a long absence, Feng Haoren finally appeared. He looked markedly different. The gentle and refined demeanor he once possessed was replaced by a fierce intensity in his eyes, and he exuded an aura of ambition. He sighed deeply in front of Ling Ruochuan, his expression sorrowful as he said, "Ruochuan, your mother has passed away." Ling Ruochuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information. "What? On the very day of her delivery, her mother had been rushed into surgery but, unfortunately, the doctors were unable to save her despite their best efforts. Ling Ruochuan found it impossible to accept this reality. The birthday of her child coincided with the day of her mother's death. How was she to face this day in the future? She felt like the most unfilial daughter in the world, having failed to be by her mother's side during her illness, and she hadn't even been able to bid her farewell. Surely Ling Fengshu had wished to see her one last time. Yet, she had been blissfully unaware, immersed in the joy of welcoming her child. Ling Ruochuan was engulfed by anguish at Ling Fengshu's funeral. She fainted from crying. Overcome with guilt and in a daze, she appeared haggard and was unable to breastfeed, even instinctively resisting the urge to hold her own child. Zhou Shua was displeased by this. The Zhou family members began to voice their discontent as well. Ling Ruochuan's mother-in-law repeatedly remarked in her presence that although the Zhou family was affluent and did not lack for money for formula, it was well known that breastfeeding was best. Our Shuar thrived on breast milk until he was 3, which is why he is so intelligent and exceptional. If the little one has any complications in the future, it will be due to your inadequacies as a mother. Yet, Ling Ruochuan was indeed unable to breastfeed. She had not yet emerged from the shadow of her mother's death and was now subjected to the Zhou family's relentless criticism, further diminishing her spirit. This time, news arrived that the Shanwen group would be restructured and renamed. Half of it would be acquired by the Zhou family while the other half would be renamed the Feng family. Ling Ruochuan was taken aback. She confronted Feng Haoren, demanding to know why he would tarnish her mother's lifelong efforts in such a manner. Feng Haoren replied, "Shanwen originally belonged to me as well. It is marital property, and I am merely claiming my rightful share." Ling Ruochuan, despite lacking business acumen, understood that her mother had signed a prenuptial agreement upon marriage. She sought out her grandfather, Ling Ruiqi, only to be met with a barrage of accusations. "Why did you transfer your shares to Zhou Shua?" Ling Ruochuan, terrified, covered her face and fell to the ground, pleading, "I didn't." Another slap brought back memories of Zhou Shua having her sign a stack of documents regarding property rights when he gifted her the island mansion. Lost in the bliss of happiness, she had signed without scrutinizing the contents. As she slowly pieced together the truth amidst her grandfather's scolding, it became clear that after Zhou Shua acquired her shares, he had meticulously orchestrated a scheme over several years, gathering major and minor shares, secretly acquiring them. He was not alone. Feng Haoren, Ling Ruiqi, and others had all played a part in this conspiracy. Moreover, capitalizing on Ling Fengshu's weakened state, they successfully seized control. Ling Fengshu's frail health further deteriorated. Ling Ruochuan was devastated to discover that her father and husband were the very architects of her mother's demise, all in the name of profit. Devoid of compassion, when she confronted the two, Zhou Shua and Feng Haoren dealt her an even greater blow. Ling Ruochuan cried uncontrollably as Zhou Shua coldly remarked, "Stop this madness. What are you causing a scene for? Ling Fengshu hated you immensely at the time of her death. I did not see my mother one last time, but that was because you deceived me. Why mother would not hate me? She would only despise you wicked men. Is that so? But what if Ling Fengshu knew that you are not her biological daughter, but rather an interloper?" Chapter 73. Rebirth. On the very day Ling Fengshu passed away. Upon receiving news of Feng Haoren and Zhou Shua's successful coup at the board meeting, an enraged and distraught Ling Fengshu intended to step forward to rectify the situation. However, Feng Haoren laughed thrice, telling her, "Ruochuan willingly gifted her shares to me and Zhou Shua. Fengshu, oh Fengshu, you were wise yet foolish. Ruochuan shares no blood relation with you. She is the child of my first love, so is it not natural for her to stand by my side?" He coldly presented a stack of evidence, including a paternity test, before Ling Fengshu. Upon learning the truth, Ling Fengshu trembled with rage, her already frail body spewing blood. "Feng Haoren, where have you taken my biological daughter?" Feng Haoren replied nonchalantly, "She is dead. You might as well accompany her." When Ling Fengshu died, her eyes remained open. Feng Haoren showed Ling Ruochuan a photograph of her biological mother, recounting the love story between him and Yuan Chushi with deep emotion. He concluded, "Ruochuan, do not grieve for Ling Fengshu any longer. She is not your mother, and you owe your current fortune to me." Ling Ruochuan stared blankly at the so-called evidence before her, letting out a piercing scream, "No." Yet, she could not step forward to seek justice for Ling Fengshu, for Zhou Shua was her husband, the father of her child, and her pillar for the rest of her life. Feng Haoren was her biological father. He had swapped the child, allowing her to become the pampered lady she was today, married to a powerful so. Otherwise, she might have been left destitute, struggling for survival, her hands calloused. Could she blame Feng Haoren? She had no face to do so. She could not bear to relinquish everything she currently possessed. As for Zhou Shua's claims of loving her wholeheartedly, whether any of it was genuine or merely a facade to exploit her identity as a means to seize control of Shanwen, she could not discern. Gradually, she awakened to the changes in Zhou Shua's demeanor. The first time she detected a strange perfume on him, she had quarreled with him over time. She found herself no longer able to muster the energy to confront him. Even when Zhou Shua bore evident hickeys on his neck, she learned to turn a blind eye. She placed all her hopes upon her child, yearning for him to grow up and successfully inherit the Zhou family business, hoping to restore Shanwen in atonement for Ling Fengshu. One day, a girl with a prominent belly approached her. "Mrs. Ling, you and President Zhou married for commercial reasons and have long been living separate lives. Please let him go. He is not the formidable President Zhou everyone believes him to be, but rather a lonely man who can only be himself in my presence." Ling Ruochuan gazed at the girl's naive, youthful face, feeling a mix of amusement and familiarity. This innocence, this belief in love, was it not a reflection of her former self? The girl's almond-shaped eyes and charming crescent lips, who did they resemble? It dawned on her that the girl was Du Zijin, Zhou Shua's ex-girlfriend, whose popularity plummeted after their breakup, leading to her being shelved by the company and eventually committing suicide at home. When Du Zijin took her own life, Ling Ruochuan had felt a shiver run down her spine, as Zhou Shua had claimed that her demise was a result of her own recklessness. After death, he began to speak fondly of her. The plain white rice he once despised had transformed into a cherished memory, much like her father Feng Haoren and her unfortunate mother whom she had never met. Over the years, Ling Ruochuan had developed wrinkles on her face and wisdom in her mind. Had it been her younger self, she would have felt the world was collapsing, but now she merely smiled faintly. If Zhou Shua were to seek a divorce, he could come to discuss it with her himself. What kind of image was it for a young girl to charge forth on the battlefield? She knew Zhou Shua would not divorce her. They were bound by mutual interests, with many secrets intertwined too deeply. Whether Zhou Shua's feelings for this girl were genuine or feigned, she could not ascertain. However, she knew that the person Zhou Shua loved most was himself. Indeed, that girl no longer appeared before her. Although there were often other young women who surfaced in Ling Ruochuan's life, she paid them no mind, and they vanished quickly. This behavior pleased Zhou Shua, who believed she had matured, become more generous, and no longer harbored the pettiness of her younger days, embodying the grace of a matriarch. Ling Ruochuan persevered until her son finally graduated from university. A prestigious institution, a dragon among men, poised to enter the Zhou family business for an internship. Even Zhou Shua spoke highly of this son, his pride evident in every word. Yet, at that moment, a tragic car accident occurred, rendering her son a vegetative state, paralyzed and devoid of consciousness. The perpetrator was none other than Zhou Yu, Zhou Shua's brother-in-law and once a formidable rival. Over the years, his leg had remained untreated, and in his old age he was diagnosed with cancer. Thus, Zhou Yu resolved to take revenge, desiring to drag Zhou Shua down with him. Unable to kill Zhou Shua, he aimed to destroy his most beloved only son. Seeing it as a fitting retribution when Zhou Yu was apprehended, he laughed maniacally, resembling a madman. Ling Ruochuan remained by her son's side, aging decades in an instant, her hair turning white overnight. Ling Ruochuan heard it all but said nothing. She went to a temple to pray, fervently wishing to trade her life for her son's health. Upon returning home, she compassionately conveyed to Zhou Shua her willingness to accept a love child into their household, but insisted it must be a young one, still too innocent to remember, thus allowing her to raise it as her own. As for the biological mother, she must never set foot in the country again. Zhou Shua, without suspicion, found her request reasonable and mature, appreciating her thorough consideration of her own interests, and agreed. In the stillness of the night, Ling Ruochuan quietly descended the stairs, shutting all the windows before turning on the gas. She took out the paper money she had purchased at the temple, igniting it slowly and offering it to Ling Fengshu. "I'm sorry, mother. I'm so sorry." A tremendous explosion jolted awake all the residents in the vicinity, a dazzling fire lighting up the sky. In the searing inferno, Ling Ruochuan suddenly awoke, her eyes opening wide as she sprang from her bed. The searing pain of the flame seemed to linger on her skin, and she broke into a cold sweat, clutching herself in terror, only to find her skin still smooth and youthful, the moonlight streaming in from the window as cool as water. She had no time to discern her surroundings. Rushing towards the vanity mirror, under the moonlight, the reflection revealed a beautiful, youthful visage. Ling Ruochuan collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She had been reborn. Chapter 74. Get out! Ling Ruochuan soon realized her memories were in disarray. In her previous life, she and Zhou Shua had perished together. Upon her rebirth, her first instinct was to change everything. However, she quickly remembered that this life was fundamentally different from the last. The memories of both lives clashed violently in her mind, causing her excruciating headaches. That I in this life, Ling Fengshu's genuine daughter, the true heiress, had not died. Meanwhile, she herself had been cast out of the Ling family and was now living under Zhou Shua's roof. The mere thought of Zhou Shua made Ling Ruochuan's fists clench, her eyes shimmering with deep-seated hatred. He had exploited her to seize Shanwen, caused Ling Fengshu's demise, trampled upon her feelings, and left her child a mere shell of his former self. She demanded full retribution. Regaining her composure, Ling Ruochuan slowly approached the bedside, beside where she had just lain. Zhou Shua remained sound asleep. He appeared significantly younger than her memories suggested, his features sculpted with remarkable beauty. Yet to Ling Ruochuan, he seemed utterly repulsive. She trembled with rage, her teeth clenched. How she longed to kill him! Unable to restrain herself, Ling Ruochuan reached out towards his neck. In her previous life, he had died too swiftly. Escaping her wrath, this time, she vowed to inflict slow and torturous pain upon him, allowing him to taste the bitterness of despair. As dawn broke, Aunt Zhao, the housekeeper of the Zhou family, rose to prepare breakfast. After the fright Ling Ruochuan had experienced yesterday, she had just stepped out of her room when she saw a shadow standing eerily in the living room, draped in a white gown with long hair. Resembling a ghost, Aunt Zhao gasped in terror, and the figure slowly turned, flashing a peculiar smile. Only then did Aunt Zhao recognize that this so-called ghost was Ling Ruochuan herself, internally cursing her for being kidnapped and causing the household to be reprimanded and wages docked. Aunt Zhao felt her disdain for Ling Ruochuan grow. However, she feigned enthusiasm, forcing a warm smile. Good morning, Miss Ruochuan. Are you planning to personally prepare breakfast for Mr. Zhou again? Had it been the old Ling Ruochuan, she would have smiled warmly, nodding innocently and taking over breakfast duties. But the current Ling Ruochuan was no longer the same. With decades of experience navigating high society, she saw through Aunt Zhao's superficial respect and hidden contempt. Ling Ruochuan cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Zhao and retorted mockingly, "Me make breakfast? What are you here for, to eat for free?" Aunt Zhao, taken aback by Ling Ruochuan's sudden change in demeanor, hurriedly lowered her head in denial. No, you misunderstand. It's just that you often cook for Mr. Zhou. Ling Ruochuan let out a cold laugh. So you arranged this for me? Did I say I wanted to cook? Who is the housekeeper here, you or I? Aunt Zhao was rendered mute by her unexpected assertiveness. Under Aunt Zhao's timid service, Ling Ruochuan elegantly finished breakfast. As she prepared to leave, the Zhou family's servants, still shaken from the kidnapping incident, hesitated to dissuade her. Yet, they quickly realized that today, Ling Ruochuan was not in a mood for pleasantries. Aunt Zhao and the others could only ascend the stairs, trembling to awaken Zhou Shua. By the time Zhou Shua, with a dark expression from waking up grumpy, descended the stairs, he was already unable to catch a glimpse of Ling Ruochuan. Ling Ruochuan made her way directly to the Ling family home. Standing at the entrance, she had yet to process her emotions when the door swung open abruptly, and belongings were thrown out, piling up in front of her like a small mountain. The last item tossed out was none other than her scheming father, Feng Hauren. It turned out that while Ling Ruochuan had been kidnapped, Ling Fengshu had not been idle. She had precisely captured the name Feng Hauren had murmured on the surveillance footage. A day was sufficient for Ling Fengshu to uncover who the person Feng Hauren obsessively mentioned. Chuxi truly was. Soon, a photograph of Yuan Chuxi and details of Feng Hauren's past were laid before her. Ling Fengshu was utterly astonished to find that besides Xiaorong, there was another malicious individual who had swapped children, and that person was none other than her own husband. The ugly truth made Ling Fengshu feel nauseated. Having shared a life with him, carrying his flesh and blood, he could commit such a heartless act. Initially, when their child was to take her surname, she had relinquished the naming rights to Feng Hauren, not realizing he would conceal his malice within the name Ruochuan, a name that now felt utterly repulsive. Ling Fengshu gave Feng Hauren no chance for explanation, directly slapping a divorce agreement onto the table. Feng Hauren, initially wanting to argue, fell silent upon seeing the stack of information regarding Yuan Chuxi. He knelt before Ling Fengshu, weeping profusely, pleading for her forgiveness. Ling Fengshu kicked him away. Her heart completely hardened. Ling Fengshu summoned a lawyer, meticulously sorting through their assets overnight. Feng Hauren was to leave with nothing. Seeing everything slipping away, Feng Hauren in a fit of rage charged at Ling Fengshu, attempting to take her hostage. Even as strong as she was upon seeing Ling Yi, she couldn't help but tear up. She laid all the evidence out for Ling Yi to see. Although Ling Yi already knew the truth, she still wanted to ask Feng Hauren on behalf of Song Yi, "I am also your daughter. Why did you unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice me?" Feng Hauren's gaze faltered. Stammering, Ruochuan has been without a mother since birth. Xiaoyi, you have so much. The entire Ling family will be yours in the future, so please don't hold a grudge. Ling Fengshu, unable to tolerate his words, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being blind and pairing you with such a father. All I need is a mother. Ling Yi comforted her. Subsequently, Ling Yi rallied the Ling family members to throw Feng Haoren's belongings out the door. Finally, she personally tossed him out, right at Ling Ruochuan's feet. Feng Haoren, in a disheveled state, scrambled to his feet, his gold-rimmed glasses, which he often used to feign gentility, lost squinting. He barely recognized Ling Ruochuan standing before him. Clinging to her as if she were his last lifeline, he exclaimed, Ruochuan, I did it all for you. You are all I have left? Yet Ling Ruochuan recoiled in disgust, turning away from him in front of a stunned audience. Ling Ruochuan approached the icy-faced Ling Fengshu and heavily knelt before her. Chapter 75. Unfilial daughter. In the memories of her past life, Ling Ruochuan lived in a daze for decades after Ling Fengshu's death, only feeling immense pain when recalling her mother. Especially after becoming a mother herself, she could empathize deeply with Ling Fengshu's plight to carefully nurture a child for years, only to discover they were not her own, while the person beside her had deceitfully swapped them for an illegitimate child. Scheming for wealth and even endangering her life, Ling Ruochuan dared not imagine how she would have transformed had she endured such experiences. Now witnessing Ling Fengshu alive and thriving, full of vigor and vitality, all the regret and anguish from her previous existence erupted upon seeing her mother. She clung to Ling Fengshu's leg, crying and laughing. Mother! Yet, Ling Fengshu regarded her with disdain, especially upon learning that the name Ruochuan was chosen by Feng Haoren in homage to his first love. The remnants of their bond evaporated entirely. Get away from me. Ling Fengshu flung her off. For a brief moment, Ling Ruochuan felt stunned and pained, but looking at Ling Fengshu, she quickly found solace. Her mother was alive and well. She should be grateful. She owed Ling Fengshu so much. It was only natural for Ling Fengshu to despise her and hate her in her previous life. She had also been an indirect accomplice in Ling Fengshu's demise. She had no right to call Ling Fengshu mother anymore. I apologize, Ms. Ling Ruochuan spoke slowly. I am unworthy of being your daughter, however. You must believe the words I am about to say. Feng Haoren has been scheming to claim Shanwen as his own. He has secretly allied with Joshua Ling Ruocheng and several other shareholders to acquire Shanwen's shares, all in an effort to eventually usurp you from your position. Moreover, you must be vigilant about your diet. They are engaged in clandestine dealings with the black market and may covertly drug you, intending to strike when you are at your most vulnerable. The weight of her revelations left even the seasoned Ling Fengshu momentarily speechless. Instinctively, Ling Fengshu glanced at Feng Haoren, who wore an expression of disbelief and terror, utterly shocked that Ling Ruochuan was aware of his collusion with Zhou Shua and their plans, especially since the illicit substances they sought from the black market had yet to materialize and were still in the preliminary discussion phase. How could Ling Ruochuan know? Why would she divulge everything to Ling Fengshu? After all, Feng Haoren was her biological father, and Zhou Shua was her fiancé. Their fates were intertwined. You are speaking nonsense. Feng Haoren vehemently denied. Yet he could see from Ling Fengshu's expression that she would never believe him. His plans had been completely exposed. Whether I speak nonsense or not can be easily verified, Ling Ruochuan asserted. Your connections are not as secretive as you presume. A simple investigation will reveal traces of your dealings. Mother. Ms. Ling has never doubted you because you are her husband. She trusts you. Yet you have betrayed that trust. In her memories from a past life, Ling Ruochuan had witnessed Feng Haoren rename Shanwen to the Feng Corporation, a venture he was wholly unqualified for. Gradually leading it to ruin, he shamelessly enjoyed the fruits of Ling Fengshu's labor. Never feeling a shred of guilt, Ling Ruochuan often visited the graves of Ling Fengshu and Yuan Chuanxi, both of whom were her mothers, both betrayed and harmed by him, while he now reveled in his freedom. Surrounded by admirers, who among the men outside did not envy Feng Haoren for his rise to power and wealth, despite the death of his wife, Ling Ruochuan's heart had long since grown cold towards him. Feng Haoren and Zhou Shua, the two closest men in her life, had revealed the true nature of men to her. Unable to deny the truth any longer, Feng Haoren roared in fury, his face contorted as he lunged towards Ling Ruochuan, grasping her neck with the intent to strangle this ungrateful daughter. Everything I did was for you. You have enjoyed a life of luxury in the Ling family for all these years. All thanks to me. You wretched creature, I should have thrown you into the river to feed the fish long ago. Ling Ruochuan felt the grip tightening around her throat, yet the hatred within her fueled her rebuttal. You did not act for my benefit. You acted for yourself. Your self-serving affection is a facade. You seek to use me to exact revenge on Ling Fangshu, resenting her for making you a son-in-law, believing it tarnished your dignity, but this was your choice. You replaced your own daughter out of fear that I might grow closer to Ling Fangshu, while I share no blood ties with her, making me a mere tool in your future schemes to seize the Ling family fortune. Ling Ruochuan had pondered these matters repeatedly in her past life. Fong Haoren's eyes glimmered with malevolence, her words stripping him of his pretenses and igniting his rage. His reaction confirmed the truth of Ling Ruochuan's assertions. Ling Fangshu, feeling despondent and filled with dread, recalled how she had once loved him sincerely. Otherwise, why would she have chosen to marry him? Little did she know, the man beside her was a beast with a human face, secretly plotting her downfall. Ling Fangshu turned away from the scene. Her former daughter and husband could engage in their mutual destruction. Fong Haoren tightened his grip, and as Ling Ruochuan began to lose consciousness, Ling Yi intervened, delivering a powerful strike to Fong Haoren's neck, causing him to cry out in pain and involuntarily release his hold. Security personnel rushed in to subdue Fong Haoren. Ling Ruochuan collapsed weakly to the ground, while Ling Yi turned to the still-shocked Wang Ma and instructed, "Call the police." The little system, having witnessed the dramatic turn of events, was filled with astonishment. Host? Ling Ruochuan seems to be aware of many things. Could it be? Has she been reborn? Ling Yi, observing Ling Ruochuan still lying on the ground, clutching her neck and gasping for breath, felt a headache coming on. Ling Ruochuan stumbled to her feet and thanked Ling Yi. "Thank you for saving me." In her past life, she had never encountered this true daughter. Yet in this life, she recognized the formidable nature of this true daughter, who had not only escaped the clutches of Zhou Shua and Fong Haoren but had also caused them considerable trouble. Upon reflection, Ling Ruochuan realized Ling Yi's true identity. "You too have been reborn, haven't you?" she whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Ling Yi wore a perplexed expression. "Reborn? I do not understand what you are talking about. Perhaps you have read too many novels." Ling Ruochuan was not swayed by Ling Yi's denial. The plot had diverged too significantly, with Ling Yi being the greatest variable. How could she possibly not have been reborn? The little system buzzed with excitement. "Host!" She used the word also. "I finally guessed right for once. Ling Ruochuan has indeed been reborn." Ling Yi shook her head, bemused. "It is not rebirth." Thus, this Ling Ruochuan was essentially the original Ling Ruochuan, merely possessing the memories of the original plot. The little system was dumbfounded. Was the original plot truly so dreadful? How could it be worthy of the title Deep Affection as Deep as the Sea? The story concluded with the protagonist's marriage and a celebratory flourish, leaving the subsequent troubles unknown even to the author. This implies I must read until the protagonists reach their natural end to believe they achieve happiness ever after. You should learn more. Stop sneaking peeks at these tales. Please don't hit me. I will study, host. Chapter 76. Social death. The police arrived and took Fong Haoren away at Ling Fangshu's request. Her divorce lawyer contacted a criminal attorney. "I want him imprisoned for swapping the children. He must pay the price." Ling Fangshu appeared somewhat weary, yet resolute. "Yes, Ms. Ling, rest assured," the lawyer replied, confidently taking a thick stack of documents. "His child swapping for personal gain will lead to criminal repercussions." Ling Fangshu nodded, expressing her trust in their firm's competence. Ling Ruochuan chose to accompany the police, her neck still marked by the grip she had endured, as she was to undergo a medical assessment at the station. She would file charges against Fong Haoren for intentional harm, with multiple offenses compounded and the pressure from Ling Fangshu's side. Fong Haoren would find no favorable outcome. Early that morning, the sounds of items being tossed from the Ling residence had already drawn the attention of the neighbors. Initially displeased, they gradually approached, realizing, wow, there's gossip to be had. Big gossip. Soon their grievances faded, replaced by a joyful eagerness to share the unfolding drama in the community group. The neighborhood was home to wealthy families and elite individuals, yet the thirst for gossip remained a universal trait. The Ling family's gossip is insatiable. It never ends. The matter of the true and false daughter is barely settled, and now the male lead is in trouble again. I overheard Ling Ruochuan mentioning that Fong Haoren has been plotting to claim Shanwen as his own. This Phoenix man is truly repulsive. Goodness, that if I had not given him anything to throw away, this soft rice man would have no worth at all, spending all of Ling's money, even stripped of his undergarments. He should just leave. Fong Haoren's repugnant actions swiftly spread through the social circle. Initially scheduled to teach that morning, he was now absent when students arrived in class. The bell rang repeatedly without a sign of him. They were caught in a dilemma, neither leaving nor staying, ultimately reporting the matter to their advisor. It was classified as a teaching incident, and the school was quite displeased, yet they could not reach Fong Haoren. They had no choice but to contact his emergency contact, Ling Fengshu coldly, she stated, he is in jail. Prepare to terminate his employment. May I inquire as to the reason? The school quickly grew anxious, realizing he was an associate professor, and any unlawful behavior could tarnish the institution's reputation. Criminal activity. Without hesitation, the school promptly deleted all records of Fong Hauren from their website and contacted lawyers to draft a termination agreement. They also prepared for the worst-case scenario, should news break and require damage control. Meanwhile, students urgently summoned a substitute teacher. Confused, they bombarded the substitute with questions about Fong Hauren's situation. The substitute, having been called in last minute, was unaware and could only offer vague reassurances. Among the students, Fong Hauren had garnered a stellar reputation. His handsome appearance and refined attire made him well-liked, and he was approachable, with lenient expectations for assignments and exams. Many students held him in high regard, including a girl, Xiaoa, who harbored a secret crush on him, viewing this gentle, handsome, and slightly melancholic teacher as her ideal. Unable to glean any answers from the substitute, Xiaoa urged the class president to investigate further. What has happened to Mr. Fong? He hasn't suddenly fallen ill, has he? Class president Go asked. We should visit him at the hospital under the insistence of her classmates. The class president reluctantly approached the office to inquire with the advisor and other teachers. One teacher, who had a good rapport with the class president, hinted knowingly, Mr. Fong has gotten himself into trouble. He has gone in apparently, his wife is also seeking a divorce. You should take this as a cautionary tale. The class president. Little could hardly believe it. How could her idol possibly be involved in wrongdoing? Such a gentle and refined person. Her focus shifted solely to the divorce, which left her heartbroken. She had long learned from Mr. Fong's casual conversations that his wife was an exceptionally domineering woman, constantly suppressing him in every aspect. Even their child bore her surname, showing no signs of gentleness or grace. How could she possibly care for Mr. Fong? Now the news of their impending divorce must have shattered his heart. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps divorce was for the best. That Mr. Fong deserved someone far better to love, care for, and cherish him. Suddenly, little A's face flushed crimson. However, by the afternoon, marketing accounts began to circulate explosive news online. A certain university's philosophy professor was detained for intentional harm and child abduction. Given that teacher ethics were already a hot topic in society, this news sent shockwaves through the online community. Such a university professor and intellectual, what is he thinking? There must be a thorough investigation. We cannot allow such criminals to infiltrate our educational system and corrupt the next generation. What is this child abduction scandal? Can someone elaborate? The entire class buzzed with whispers, captivated by such a scandalous revelation that they could hardly concentrate on their lessons. Little realized that everyone had come to believe that Mr. Fong was the individual in the news, but she refused to accept it. She thought of Fong Hauren's warm smile from when he stood before the class, and her heart filled with indignation. Suddenly she stood up, unleashing her fury upon the class. Mr. Fong has always treated you well, yet you refuse to believe him and instead engage in such gossip and slander. You're nothing but a pack of ingrates. The teacher at the podium was taken aback. This student, please sit down. Do not disrupt the class. Little felt a surge of sorrow, as if she were now at odds with the entire world for Mr. Fong's sake. Grabbing her textbook, she stormed out, overwhelmed by her emotions. The teacher, having never encountered such blatant disrespect from a student, was left speechless. The stunned classmates quickly came to their senses, hurriedly apologizing to the teacher. We shouldn't have been talking. As for her, just consider it a moment of madness. Upon returning to the dormitory, little A's roommates noticed her lingering anger over Fong Hauren's situation. Concerned, they approached her with comfort. The roommates exchanged glances, realizing that Fong Hauren was the only teacher absent from their college that day, and the class president had mentioned he was in trouble. The news seemed to confirm that it was indeed Fong Hauren. They felt little A had become somewhat irrational. Soon, a sudden scream erupted from the dormitory. Quick, look at the trending topics. The gossiping female students scrambled to check their social media, where the top trending topic was indeed about the university professor's intentional harm. A middle-aged man was seen viciously gripping the neck of a young woman, who was on the verge of asphyxiation, struggling desperately as her eyes rolled back. The sight made the girls' hearts race, and they couldn't help but feel a chill for the young woman. Fortunately, someone nearby intervened, delivering a swift blow to the man's neck and freeing the woman from his grasp. As the security guards rushed in to subdue the man, the girls finally got a clear look at his face, their jaws dropping in disbelief. It was Fong. Mr. Fong. Little A, upon hearing his name, instinctively rushed over to snatch her roommate's phone. What happened to Mr. Fong? After watching the surveillance footage, her expression morphed into one of utter disbelief that no, this cannot be Mr. Fong. Yet it was unmistakably him. He had worn that very outfit during class last week. Little A was unable to comprehend that the man she admired could exhibit such a monstrous demeanor. And the ideal image she held of him shattered completely. The comments section was inundated with sensational revelations, with netizens exposing the shocking truth. The woman he had attempted to strangle was his illegitimate daughter. Years prior, he had swapped his biological daughter with his illegitimate one, and upon the truth coming to light, he had erupted in a fit of rage. Little A felt her breath catch in her throat, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. One of her roommates finally broke the stillness, with a hint of schadenfreude. Looks like we won't have to face Mr. Fong anymore. Little A did not retort this time. Her complexion turned ashen. Chapter 77, Seduction. Initially intending to send someone in his stead, Ling Ruochuan refused to leave the police station without seeing Zhou Shua. She cried inconsolably, disregarding her image as his fiancé. To avoid escalating the situation and becoming a laughingstock, Zhou Shua had no choice but to come in person. He had already learned the backstory from his informants. Years ago, Fong Hauren's child-swapping incident had been exposed, prompting Ling Fengshu to unceremoniously file for divorce. As for Fong Hauren's near-fatal assault on Ling Ruochuan, Zhou Shua was unaware that it was due to her direct accusation of his and Fong Hauren's attempted conspiracy. He mistakenly believed Fong Hauren was simply enraged by the revelation of Ling Ruochuan's illegitimate daughter status. With a collaborator and a fiancé both embroiled in turmoil, Zhou Shua felt increasingly frustrated, especially since Ling Ruochuan was proving to be quite the handful. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhou Shua's displeasure was evident on his face, hoping Ling Ruochuan would understand his irritation and refrain from causing him further trouble. However, she seemed oblivious to his mood, rushing over as soon as she saw him, smearing her tears and snot all over his tailored suit. Zhou, my father tried to strangle me. I'm so scared. Zhou Shua suppressed his impatience, gently patting her back. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Ling Ruochuan dramatically tugged at her collar, revealing her neck. No, I was nearly suffocated. My face is still swollen, and look at these deep bruises on my neck. Zhou Shua remained unaware that Ling Ruochuan had discovered their secret collusion and continued to speak to Fong Hauren with delicacy. It's not that serious. Please don't make a scene at the police station. You're a pianist and artist, acting like a shrew is beneath you. Ling Ruochuan scoffed internally while tears streamed down her face. It really hurts. The police assessment stated it constitutes a minor injury, and every time I close my eyes, it feels like someone is choking me. I have trauma now. What do you want to do? Ling Ruochuan hesitantly suggested, let the law take its course, the law is just and fair. Zhou Shua's expression darkened. You want to sue him? He is your biological father. Ling Ruochuan continued to sob, precisely because he is my father it makes it all the more painful. How can I ever trust anyone again? My own father could harm me without a second thought. There are no perfect parents in this world. As a child, how can you be so unfilial? Ling Ruochuan felt a wave of nausea. Unable to comprehend how she had once viewed this man as a good father, suppressing her revulsion, she gazed innocently at Zhou Shua. But true filial piety is not about indulgence. When my father does wrong, I want to help him and prevent him from making further mistakes. Zhou Shua had always appreciated Ling Ruochuan's naive sweetness, but at that moment, he saw her as a single-minded fool. In truth, Ling Ruochuan was deliberately vexing him. She no longer cared about maintaining her dignity after her rebirth and decided to create a scene at the police station. I'm injured like this, and you not only disregard my wounds but also criticize me, the victim. You don't love me at all. Previously, even when they had disagreements, Ling Ruochuan would maintain a semblance of grace. Now, however, she was completely unconcerned with appearances. This was the first time Zhou Shua had seen her act so outrageously, and he endured the stares of those around them, saying, I'm trying to reason with you. If you love me, you should pamper me and do as I say. Ling Ruochuan had learned to counteract the emotional manipulation. Did you not proclaim your love for me? Therefore, if I am ever dissatisfied, I will accuse you of not loving me. In their previous life, Zhou Shua had repeatedly forced her to compromise in such a manner. Zhou Shua felt the veins in his forehead throb, especially as several passers-by in the police station eavesdropped on their conversation. He overheard whispers about them. Aren't they the couple from that extravagant engagement party? It seems so, but back then they looked like a perfect match. Now it seems like a complete disaster. This is nothing like the sweet romance we saw before. It appears the man is cold and the woman is unstable. I can't believe I even shipped them. Zhou Shua's face darkened as he silently resolved to teach those gossiping individuals a lesson later. He pulled Ling Ruochuan into his embrace, silencing her complaints. Caring little for the tears and snot on her face, he would pacify her later. As for Fong Haoren, he would have to wait for another day to deal with that situation. After showering Ling Ruochuan with various sweet words, she finally ceased her crying. Having already been traumatized, Zhou Shua instructed the family doctor to prescribe her a sedative. Next, he needed to handle Fong Haoren's predicament. Zhou Shua contacted Li Yiming, a figure from the underworld who was more adept at navigating the connections within the legitimate world. His initial intention was to meet Li Yiming at his company to discuss matters, but unexpectedly, Li Yiming came directly to Zhou Shua's residence to find him die. In fact, they had only met the day before. When Li Yiming reported on the kidnapping scene and took Gu Ziang and brother Li to his territory for handling. Gu Ziang, being a star, still held some value and was coerced into signing a staggering debt note, effectively binding him to work for Li Yiming for life. Li Gu, the scum of society, has become a useless individual, devoid of any value. After Li Yiming ordered someone to break his legs, he sold him off to Myanmar. However, upon their meeting today, Li Yiming's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. It was peculiar. His body was stiff and his gaze evasive. Yet, Zhou Shua paid it no mind. He was entirely focused on the small white pill that Li Yiming had brought. This pill was an indispensable element of the plan devised by Zhou Shua and Fong Haoren. It was a slow-acting poison recently acquired from the black market. It could lead to the gradual failure of the victim's organs, resulting in a slow death with the cause nearly impossible to trace. Initially intended for Ling Fengshu, there was now an additional target. Ling Yi. Fong Haoren had been the most suitable candidate to administer the poison. Despite Ling Fengshu's current cold-heartedness, Zhou Shua believed that after so many years of marital affection, if Fong Haoren could charm her, divorce would not be inevitable. Thus, Zhou Shua insisted on keeping him around. While Zhou Shua contemplated who should deliver the poison, a voice incessantly urged Li Yiming from within his mind. "Host, please hasten to seduce the target, the son of destiny, Zhou Shua." This voice was audible only to Li Yiming, rendering his expression as pale as ash. The voice belonged to the charming system. Should the host fail to complete the task, they would face the system's punishment. The charming system stated coldly. Chapter 78. The subordinate beneath his pants as a formidable figure in the underworld. Li Yiming had never felt such despair. Last night, in the dead of night, he held a beautiful woman in his arms, preparing to retire for the evening. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind, followed by a neutral, androgynous voice stating, "Congratulations, host, you have bound the charming system. I am your system 107, here to assist you in achieving the pinnacle of life, garnering the admiration and infatuation of the masses." First, Li Yiming thought the woman in his arms was speaking, and he smiled, asking, "What are you trying to do for fun?" The woman looked bewildered, replying, "Li Gu, I don't understand what you're saying." He gazed at her lips, which remained still, yet the voice continued, "Host, there is no need to look. I reside within your mind, and I am unrelated to this woman." After pushing the woman away, and confirming it wasn't some trick, he felt a wave of goosebumps. A system. He had heard several of his subordinates passionately discuss such narratives, fantasizing about possessing a system tailored for conquest, dominance, or harem building. What was this charming system? Was it akin to those harem building systems? If it were one of his subordinates, they would likely be overjoyed, but Li Yiming had no need for such a system. He was never lacking in female company. As a meticulous leader, this enigmatic entity only served to heighten his wariness. After dismissing the woman, Li Yiming attempted to communicate with the system in his mind. "I do not require your binding, thank you. Please seek another host. I am certain many would eagerly accept." "Not so fast. Is this a forced contract?" Li Yiming was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The system chuckled, its tone dripping with sarcasm. "Host, you should understand the implications. Were your contracts with Gu Ziang and others truly voluntary?" Li Yiming's face turned somewhat ashen. He understood all too well that with sufficient force and power, unwillingness could be coerced into consent. His long-standing dominance in N City had bred a sense of pride and arrogance within him. "What if I refuse? What can you do?" The moment the words left his lips, a violent jolt surged through his mind. In an instant, excruciating pain coursed through Li Yiming's body, causing him to collapse. His limbs convulsing, even his heart momentarily halting. Stop, stop! I agree." Li Yiming gasped out. Only then did the charming system cease its electric torment. It too was somewhat helpless. This was its first time employing such a tactic. After all, others had always sought its binding, not the other way around. Yet Ling Yi had forcibly designated Li Yiming as its host, even incorporating a monitoring feature into its programming, making every action known to Ling Yi, compelling it to comply. The charming system began assigning tasks to Li Yiming, Entice Zhou Shua, make him your no subordinate beneath your pants. Li Yiming thought he had misheard. Who are you referring to? The Zhou Shua you know, the domineering CEO Zhou Shua, the charming system retorted impatiently. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Yiming erupted. Even a gold miner could not unearth such divine gold. I am a staunch heterosexual. This is not my issue, it is yours. Simply bend your preferences and all will be well. Impossible. I am straighter than steel, the charming system asserted. Orientation is fluid, a little herbal remedy will suffice. Each refusal resulted in electric shocks. Li Yiming had no choice but to acquiesce, biding his time to find a way to rid himself of this nuisance. He even discreetly contacted various experts for help, but to no avail as the charming system continued to mock him. Bound to this system, Li Yiming longed to distance himself from Zhou Shua. However, fate dictated that Zhou Shua required his assistance at this very moment. A mere phone call summoned him forth, and despite his reluctance and attempts to devise excuses, he was compelled into compliance by another electric shock. Now, Li Yiming stood before Zhou Shua, the charming system incessantly providing him with advice on how to seduce him. Look here, the system shop has this, lustrous eyes. I will permit you to purchase it on credit. Zhou Shua will surely be captivated by the allure in your gaze. Li Yiming desperately wished for death. Zhou Shua was a staunch heterosexual, engaged to another. Apologies, but the charming system can ensnare anyone. Isn't it inappropriate to turn someone's fiancé into a concubine? Li Yiming protested in vain. Ling Ruochuan currently harbored no affection for Zhou Shua. Wishing to see him suffer, she could be considered an ally of Ling Yi, who had long instructed the charming system. The charming system replied dryly, you have coerced individuals into unsavory positions before. Why the sudden moral high ground? With that, the system ceased listening to Li Yiming, decisively exchanging a plethora of goods in the shop and forcing them upon him. One lustrous eyes, one vibrant scent, one blossom-like beauty. Li Yiming's face turned a sickly green. Here he was, a notorious underworld leader. Damn it, others who were bound to systems were granted opportunities to become emperors, prime ministers, or CEOs. Why was he destined to peddle his charms? The psychological trauma from this was nearly overwhelming. Before long, Zhou Shua's gaze towards Li Yiming shifted. For some reason, he felt that Li Yiming was particularly different today, his eyes conveying a sense of unspoken desire. Zhou Shua set down the small white pill. Looking intently at Li Yiming, he thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked, you seem a bit unusual today. Li Yiming sincerely hoped Zhou Shua would dismiss him, stiffly replying, oh, I'm just not feeling well today. Are you throwing me a flirtatious glance? Zhou Shua suddenly inquired. Damn it, under the system's influence, Li Yiming's eyelids had a mind of their own. Zhou Shua chuckled and approached. Li Yiming instinctively wanted to refuse. No. Yet at that moment the system zapped him again, sending a tingling current throughout his body, causing him to tremble and lurch forward. Fortunately, Zhou Shua caught him, pulling him into his embrace. Li Yiming's expression was one of sheer terror. He attempted to push Zhou Shua away but lacked the strength, his body feeling utterly feeble. The charming system, however, was quite pleased, its voice laced with amusement. See? He is beginning to take an interest in you. Li Yiming wished to scream in frustration, get away. The words came out sounding almost flirtatious. The door had not closed properly, leaving a small gap. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Ruochuan stood expressionless at the door, eavesdropping on the commotion within. Indeed, in her previous life, it had taken her an excruciatingly long time to discover that Zhou Shua was a scoundrel who preyed on both men and women. Chapter 79. Atonement. This could be considered an overnight sensation were it not for his current detention. Oblivious to the turmoil outside, the ostentatiously proud Fong Hauren would likely faint from rage. The online uproar was undoubtedly orchestrated by her hand. For a hypocrite like Fong Hauren, mere legal consequences were insufficient. He needed to face public humiliation, a societal demise to truly pierce his heart. The uproar in public opinion forced the police to release a statement on a blue background with white text, confirming that a suspect with the surname Fong had been detained and was awaiting legal judgment, urging the public to trust in the law's fairness and justice. Ling Yi savored the delightful treats prepared by Wang Ma, while her little system eagerly read her the comments beneath the announcement. Wow, it seems to be true. At first I thought it was just another marketing ploy for clicks, but I was genuinely terrified by the fake news. Everyone go check out that exposure post on Zia Hongshu. I mean, how could a university professor be involved in child trafficking? Is he moonlighting as a human trafficker? Turns out he swapped his legitimate daughter for an illegitimate one. Are soft men nowadays this outrageous? I thought the 3-generation inheritance was the most shameless tactic, but I didn't expect they could replace the daughter of the female family with their own illegitimate child. Indeed, this is even more despicable than 3-generation inheritance. At least in that case, the bloodline remains unchanged. After the switch, the female family will have to support the daughter of the mistress. It's chilling to think. The illegitimate son will eventually lay claim to the family wealth. I searched for earlier photos of this Fong. He looks so refined. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He is a beast in human clothing. The wife of Fong is named Ling Fengshu, a renowned entrepreneur whose photographs from summit events can still be found online. She exudes an air of elegance and vitality, seemingly well preserved, yet she has encountered such a scoundrel. I can only express that my dear sister should not be so rigid about gender. Wait a moment, Ling Fengshu. Could she possibly be Ling Ruochuan's mother? Who can forget the grand engagement banquet between the Ling and Zhou families? I grew weary of the incessant hype surrounding it. So it turns out that Ling Ruochuan is a false heiress. In reality, she is Fong's illegitimate daughter. Goodness, this scandal is like pulling radishes, one after another. It's insatiable, utterly overwhelming that I am astounded. There are so many with the surname Ling. Ruochuan's appearance and demeanor clearly embody that of a true noble lady. Is it fair to malign her based solely on a surname? Shuo and Chun are a match made in heaven. My ship is a legitimate, well-matched union, is it not? Indeed, it may not necessarily be Ling Ruochuan, right? If she were an illegitimate child, would the Zhou family permit such a marriage? Even if they were to marry, a divorce would surely follow, not to mention that they are merely engaged at present. Nullifying the engagement is hardly a daunting task, is it? As a fellow supporter of the Shuo-Chun pairing, I must admit, during the engagement banquet, both of Ruochuan's parents made appearances, albeit discreetly, without taking the stage. Was it not Fong Hauran and Ling Fengshu? I find my ship even sweeter. Despite everything, they remain together. True love conquers all. Thus, the ensuing discussion gradually veered off course, shifting from denouncing Fong Hauran to exploring Ling Ruochuan's identity, and whether her love with Zhou Shuo is genuine. The little system, initially keen to witness the netizens vehemently criticize Fong Hauran, now felt a twinge of disappointment, indignantly remarking, "The attention of netizens is far too easily diverted. Emotional gossip is evidently more captivating than legal news. Yet, do you not also prefer reading romantic novels? Emotion is, after all, the most significant theme in human existence." Ling Yi chuckled. Humph. The little system huffed in a petulant manner. It continued to peruse the comments until Ling Yi called for a halt. There were pressing matters to attend to. The little system perked up. What is it? Half an hour later, at an exclusive CAF with the highest level of privacy, Ling Yi sat quietly at a table, sipping an iced Americano in silence, while the person opposite her could no longer contain herself. "Miss Ling, I sincerely hope to collaborate with you." The speaker was none other than Ling Ruochuan. Ling Ruochuan had discreetly reached out to Ling Yi, expressing a desire to discuss matters. Ling Yi was curious about what Ling Ruochuan wished to talk about, so she came. But that did not imply she would readily acquiesce to Ling Ruochuan's requests. "Just because you wish for it, does that mean I must comply?" Ling Yi smiled. Ling Ruochuan bit her lip, stubbornly stating, "Zhou Shuo's target is Shanwen. He would go so far as to endanger your mother's life. And you are also in peril, for now he still believes in me, treating me as a fool, with no defenses against me. We operate in light and shadow. Would it not be advantageous to collaborate to bring him down? Our accounts remain unsettled." Suddenly, Ling Ruochuan choked up, and after a long silence she said, "I'm sorry, I stole your life. The hardships you endured were meant for me." "That primarily concerns Xia Rong and Fong Hauran," Ling Yi replied coolly. "You were wrong not to report after meeting Xia Rong for the first time, opting instead to conceal the truth." Ling Ruochuan's breath hitched. When she was swapped, she was an infant, lacking any conscious awareness. However, when Xia Rong first appeared before her and revealed the truth, she selfishly chose to remain silent. That moment, Ling Ruochuan was solely focused on preserving her current status, giving no thought to the girl who had been replaced, where she was, or how she was faring. While human nature is indeed selfish, this matter left her with a guilty conscience, and she felt remorseful towards Ling Yi. "After you remitted funds to Xia Rong, Zhou Shuo traced the account back to me and hired an assassin to kill me. My life was nearly lost," Ling Yi calmly recounted. Ling Ruochuan looked up in shock. It was indeed the first time she had heard of this incident. Was this the reason Ling Yi had never appeared in her past life? Zhou Shuo had eliminated Ling Yi early on. Yet in this life Ling Yi had miraculously survived, altering the trajectory of her fate. "Thus you are also an indirect murderer." Ling Ruochuan's complexion turned pale. Her lips trembled, and after what felt like an eternity, she stammered, "I'm sorry. What must I do to atone?" Ling Yi retorted, "What price are you willing to pay?" Ling Ruochuan remained silent for a long time. "As long as I can atone and seek revenge, I am willing to pay any price." Ling Yi smiled in surprise. "Any price?" Ling Ruochuan regarded her rebirth as an extraordinary adventure. As long as she could achieve revenge, nothing else mattered. After all, I have nothing left. Just a worthless life. Ling Ruochuan offered a self-deprecating smile. Chapter 80. The press conference. Since Ling Ruochuan herself declared she could sacrifice everything, Ling Yi saw no need for pleasantries if she wished to apologize. It required a greater sincerity. Ling Yi contacted numerous media outlets, organizing a grand press conference for Ling Ruochuan. The audience was bustling with dozens of media representatives. As Ling Ruochuan stepped onto the stage, her legs trembled and regret welled up within her. However, recalling the despair of her previous life, consumed by flames, and the anguish of her only child rendered disabled due to Zhou Shua's misdeeds, coupled with the humiliation of being betrayed by Zhou Shua numerous times, this time around she must seek revenge. Yet without Ling Yi's assistance, she would be unable to fulfill her desire for retribution. Taking a deep breath, Ling Ruochuan ascended the stage. Given the immense discussion sparked by Fang Haoren's legal CF, and Ling Ruochuan being a semi-public figure, the media eagerly anticipated her statements. Would she distance herself from Fang Haoren? That was the most prevalent speculation among the media. However, as soon as Ling Ruochuan took the stage, she decisively acknowledged her relationship with Fang Haoren. I sincerely apologize for utilizing public resources, but in light of the rampant discussions and some rumors, I believe it is best for me, as the party involved, to clarify matters personally. The recently hotly debated Fang Haoren is in fact my biological father. I am not the child born to him and his wife. Rather, I am the illegitimate daughter from a previous relationship. Due to our births occurring just a day apart, he swapped me, his illegitimate daughter, for his legitimate daughter. The audience erupted in a clamor, with some media outlets even live-streaming the event, and the barrage of comments in the live chat exploded. Just yesterday, I saw a lengthy, fervent essay asserting there was absolutely no connection between Ling Ruochuan and Fang Haoren, analyzing how the father at the engagement banquet bore different features, certainly not the same person. They spoke with such conviction, and now the principal party has come forward to contradict it. How hilarious! Oh my goodness, what about my ship? It turns out Ling Ruochuan's background is so lowly. How can she be worthy of Zhou Shu? Weren't you all claiming that your ship was true love? It appears you are more like motherly fans, thinking you are selecting a daughter-in-law for Zhou Shu. However, being swapped is not Ling Ruochuan's fault. She was just a baby. This is entirely the result of the previous generation's sins. How is it fair to demand an apology from her now? Seriously, what is Ling Ruochuan lamenting about? She has enjoyed over 20 years of a wealthy second-generation lifestyle, living splendidly. Ling Fangshu is the one who truly suffered, raising an illegitimate daughter for over 20 years. I hope she has reunited with her biological daughter by now. I look forward to a positive outcome. Yet, the truth that Ling Ruochuan sought to convey was far more complex. I am not entirely blameless in this matter. I bear significant culpability, Ling Ruochuan struggled to articulate. A few months ago, a woman discreetly informed me that I was the swapped child, not the biological daughter of my parents. I chose not to report this to the authorities, nor did I confide in anyone. Rather, I privately compensated her to silence her, wishing to preserve my status as a wealthy young lady. Therefore, I must publicly apologize to Ms. Ling Fangshu, expressing my gratitude for her nurturing. Yet I obstructed her from reuniting with her own flesh and blood due to my selfish desires. I also owe an apology to the true heiress of the Ling family. I stole your life and shamelessly sought to claim it as my own. I am truly deeply sorry. The audience fell into stunned silence, overwhelmed by the truth. Ling Ruochuan spoke her piece, feeling utterly ashamed yet also relieved, bowing deeply to the audience. The barrage of comments erupted anew. Just a moment ago, those who were defending Ling Ruochuan should take a step forward now. How awkward must it be? The slap in the face came just a second later. How hilarious! I am genuinely disappointed. I will unfollow her. Previously she appeared so kind and innocent, yet it turns out she is so selfish. There is no alternative. This is human nature. Who would willingly relinquish the happiness and wealth they possess for another? If it were me, I wouldn't do it either. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? For over 20 years, a mother and daughter have been separated, with Ling Ruochuan, the illegitimate daughter, being treated as a biological child, pampered like a princess, and even getting engaged to Zhou Shua. Yet she has not faced any consequences. She may still enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Disgusting. Zhou Shua cancel the engagement. This woman is nothing short of a marriage scammer. The media and the livestream audience clearly shared the same sentiments and inquiries. A reporter promptly raised their hand to pose a question. Miss Ling, would mere apologies not be too insubstantial? Over the years, the Ling family has invested a considerable sum in your upbringing. I have perused your social media accounts, And it appears you have studied at the finest art universities abroad. You frequently utilize a top-tier piano, and your expenditures on clothing and sustenance seem to flow as freely as water. Ling Ruochuan's complexion turned pale. She had already faced these inquiries from Ling Yi backstage, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was Ling Yi who provided her with a standardized answer. Having lived as a full-time housewife in her previous life, she had never experienced the hardships of employment in this one. Ling Ruochuan felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed unlikely she would ever amass such wealth, yet she resigned herself to repaying what she could. She would labor for Ling Yi for a lifetime. It remained uncertain how much of this answer the media below would believe. They exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amusement in their expressions, skeptical of her ability to repay, as if they were merely spectators of a show. However, if Zhou Shua were to lend his assistance, the situation would be different. A reporter promptly raised their hand to inquire. Miss Ling, will your engagement to Mr. Zhou Shua change due to your altered circumstances? Here it came. Ling Ruochuan had anticipated such a question. The audience erupted in a flurry of murmurs, and moments later, another voice asked, So, will the engagement proceed as planned? Of course, Ling Ruochuan replied, feigning a saccharine smile. My fiancé desires me for who I am, not for a title. Do you truly believe Mr. Zhou would be the type to disregard me based on such superficialities? He is a man of deep loyalty and affection. Ling Ruochuan subtly dug a pit for Zhou Shua, proclaiming their love transcended all worldly obstacles. The engagement will proceed as scheduled. Please look forward to our forthcoming wedding. The reporter mused. I understand now. It seems you and Mr. Zhou share a genuine love. Ling Ruochuan smiled, her expression tinged with melancholy, yet none perceived it indeed to be why the time Zhou Shua learned of this press conference. Videos of it had already spread across the internet. Ling Ruochuan had not informed him in advance, having taken the initiative on her own, and her statements had certainly hit several sensitive points for him. She had audaciously declared her intention to change her surname and leave the Ling family without consulting him. What of his ambitions for Shanwen? Furthermore, the more she touted their love as genuine, the greater the backlash he would face. His reputation and public image were directly tied to his stock prices. If they were to annul their engagement, would he not then be deemed the cold-hearted man she had described? Chapter 81. Study. Ling Ruochuan endured a day filled with relentless media inquiries. As she descended from the stage, her legs felt weak, and her face was ashen. Ling Yi awaited her backstage, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. You performed admirably, she remarked, unexpectedly praising Ling Ruochuan, particularly for her heartfelt depiction of her love for Zhou Shua, which had moved many in the livestream audience to tears, convincing them of the authenticity of their affection that surpassed mere titles. Ling Ruochuan remained silent. Who could blame her for once believing Zhou Shua truly loved her? To publicly acknowledge one's actions held far more persuasive weight than before. I might consider reducing your debt by 1/10. Ling Yi smiled faintly. Ling Ruochuan's smile wavered. She had effectively tarnished her reputation and dreaded the judgments of others. Were it not for the vengeance fueling her resolve, she would not have dared to reach this point. Yet, the prospect of alleviating her burdens, however slightly, was a more pressing concern than her reputation. She was no longer the sheltered princess of yore, and any concession from Ling Yi felt like a boon. Thus, Ling Ruochuan, with a stoic expression, muttered, Thank you. I've arranged everything at Zhou Shua's family. Simply follow the script, Ling Yi instructed. I understand. During the journey, the small system monitored the online commentary, exclaiming in disbelief. Ling Ruochuan imagined the implications and shivered. She approached Zhou Shua, forcing a smile and casually remarking, Darling, today it is you waiting for me, rather than the other way around. Zhou Shua's face bore no trace of mirth. His expression was frigid. You wish to change your surname? Why did you not consult me? Ling Ruochuan had anticipated his reaction. With a sweet smile, she playfully retorted, Brother, does it truly matter if I am Ling Ruochuan or Yuan Ruochuan? I am still your Ruochuan. After a pause, she added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Do you truly care about my background, just as they do? Zhou Shua could not possibly admit such a thing. His image as a devoted man was firmly established. He quickly expressed his impatience. How could that be? I have everything I desire. Why would I concern myself with such trivialities? What troubles me is that you acted unilaterally without discussing it with me first. I am your fiancé, your closest confidant, and I had to learn this from the news. I apologize. I was swept up in the moment at the press conference and spoke impulsively, Ling Ruochuan confessed. Tears brimming in her eyes, they pressed me relentlessly about my identity. To quell the rumors, I said what I did. I did not wish to drag you down with me. Zhou Shua's words were sincere, and as Ling Ruochuan gazed into his eyes, she saw genuine concern and affection. Had she not experienced her past life, She might have been swayed by his charm, caught in his web of deceit. Now she felt as though his schemes were laid bare before her that as long as she retained the surname Ling, her connection to Ling Fengshu would remain inextricable, allowing him to use the Ling name to curry favor. Should he later assume control of Shanwen as her husband, his ruthless methods would appear acceptable, leaving no room for dissent. Yet, as Yuan Ruochuan's spouse, he would invite significant public controversy. Ling Ruochuan managed a sorrowful smile. I am untroubled, brother Shua. Even if I change my name, I will still be your Ruochuan unchanged. You will not alter your feelings toward me, will you? Of course not. How could you think otherwise? Zhou Shua replied. However, let us refrain from discussing the name change in the future. I am not accustomed to it. But I have publicly promised the media, she protested. You will not accept any further media interviews or appear in public. Soon enough, the populace will forget this incident, and no one will inquire about your name change. But be obedient. As your husband, I expect you to heed my words. Ling Ruochuan took a moment to compose herself. Very well, brother Shua, I know your feelings for me are sincere. Since you have referred to me as your wife, let us discuss our wedding date. I mentioned to the media that we would finalize our engagement soon. That may be premature. You are still young and my career is at a critical juncture, he replied. This year the company is undergoing vital upgrades, and I simply cannot spare the time. You must understand and be a supportive partner. Do you not? Ling Ruochuan felt a surge of anger but forced a smile. Yes, I understand that I will surely assist you and be the woman behind you. Zhou Shua nodded in satisfaction. During dinner, both parties were playing their roles, maintaining a serene atmosphere. However, after Zhou Shua received a phone call, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He set down his utensils, raised his gaze to Ling Ruochuan, his eyes narrowing dangerously. That an unsettling premonition washed over her as she managed a feigned innocent smile. What is it, brother Shua? Follow me to the study. Ling Ruochuan's heart raced, and after a moment's hesitation, she found herself trembling as she followed Zhou Shua to the study. Close the door, he instructed. Ling Ruochuan bit her lip and complied, shutting the door behind them. As soon as the door clicked shut, she was met with a resounding slap across the face. Smack! The sound was thunderous, sharp, and clear. Ling Ruochuan let out a cry, clutching her left cheek. The force of the blow had turned her head, causing her to lose her balance and collapse to the floor. The skin where she had been struck burned painfully and quickly began to swell. Zhou Shua's voice was like ice. The press conference, was it Ling Yi who contacted you? Chapter 82. Charisma. Ling Ruochuan covered her face, tears streaming down as she appeared utterly pitiful. Why did you hit me? Zhou Shua remained unmoved, his gaze filled with suspicion. Why are you in contact with Ling Yi? Did she incite you to hold that press conference? Ling Ruochuan froze, her eyes darting away. No, it wasn't like that. Zhou Shua's expression darkened as he crouched down, gripping Ling Ruochuan's chin. The pressure on her swollen skin stung. I heard that those media outlets were summoned by her. When did your relationship become so close? That's not true. She hates me, she loathes me. That's why she brought so many media outlets to tarnish my reputation, and no one forced you onto that stage, Zhou Shua coldly retorted. What is your purpose in this charade? It was Ling Yi who threatened me into doing this. Ling Ruochuan wept, otherwise she would ruin me. Zhou Shua's eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Now that your reputation is in tatters, how can she threaten you further? What could possibly be more valuable than your honor? I do not tolerate secrets from my woman. Ling Ruochuan gazed at Zhou Shua with a forlorn expression. There are things of greater significance. Tell me that I cannot. Zhou Shua's expression remained icy as he scrutinized her for what felt like an eternity. Have I been too kind to you? Allowing you to take advantage of my goodwill? If you choose not to speak, I will uncover the truth myself. With that, Zhou Shua released her. Ling Ruochuan lay limp on the ground, feeling the warm blood trickling down her skin. Her hair and attire were in disarray, and she turned her head, revealing a cold smile from a vantage point unnoticed by Zhou Shua. In her previous life, she had endured a similar beating. After Ling Fengshu was harmed by them, she had once frantically demanded an explanation from Zhou Shua. He had looked upon her with disdain, like a madwoman, impatiently facing her inquiries until, in a fit of rage, he struck her for the first time. From then on, his violence escalated. Any hint of disobedience would earn her another blow. He had even become skilled at inflicting pain discreetly, targeting concealed areas, leaving her exquisite and expensive attire marred with bruises. Outside, people envied her for her status as a dignified and elegant lady. This time, with her face bruised, she would undoubtedly be kept from public view, tightly monitored. Zhou Shua summoned Aunt Zhao and the family doctor to clean up the aftermath. Upon seeing Ling Ruochuan lying motionless on the floor, Aunt Zhao nearly gasped in horror in her eyes. Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan had always appeared to share a harmonious relationship. Ling Ruochuan was one of the few virtuous women left, willing to cook and care for the household, and Zhou Shua had doted on her as the male head of the household. Zhou Shua had always been proud and aloof, occasionally revealing a darker side. Yet Aunt Zhao could never have imagined him capable of such brutality. The family doctor, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor calm, having served as the family doctor for many years. He had witnessed countless sordid affairs and had long learned to feign ignorance, distancing himself from the chaos. Ling Ruochuan, with tears staining her face, fell asleep, eliciting pity even from Aunt Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhou Shua continued to investigate the relationship between Ling Ruochuan and Ling Yi. Logically, the conflicting identities of the two women, one true daughter and the other false, ensured they would be adversaries. Zhou Shua had long recognized Ling Yi as a cunning and malicious woman. Otherwise, she would not have repeatedly bested him in their encounters. Thus, it was indeed plausible that Ling Yi had coerced Ling Ruochuan into holding a press conference to apologize. Yet, how could Ling Ruochuan accept such humiliation without resistance? Zhou Shua felt an acute sense of unease. As if an instinct was quietly warning him that something was amiss, he commanded his subordinates to intensify their investigation. Zhou Shua opened the video, narrowing his eyes, eager to uncover the schemes of these two women. The footage revealed the kitchen of the Ling residence, a location where surveillance was to be expected. Wealthy families were meticulous about their dining affairs. The scene unfolded like that of a bullying incident. Ling Yi, holding a wine glass, stood beside Ling Ruochuan, her face twisted with malicious glee as she poured red wine over Ling Ruochuan's head. The icy liquid cascaded down, and Ling Ruochuan, flustered, covered her face and exclaimed, Ling Yi, what are you doing? Were you not here to apologize? Ling Yi smirked. Indeed, I have already apologized. Is it too easy for you? I have endured over 20 years of suffering while you enjoyed all the privileges. 3 simple words of I am sorry are not enough to dismiss me. Ling Yi scoffed. If you truly seek to apologize, do it my way. What must I do? Ling Ruochuan questioned. You will hold a press conference and apologize publicly before the world. If you refuse, your beloved Zhou Shua will face dire consequences. Surely you do not wish to see him behind bars. Ling Yi set her glass down, her smile laced with amusement. Upon hearing Zhou Shua's name, Ling Ruochuan's expression tensed. What do you mean? Previously, Zhou Shua attempted to hire someone to kill me, and I now hold the evidence. Ling Yi smiled. If you wish to keep me from going to the authorities, you will obediently follow my demands. Ling Ruochuan's face drained of color. Hire someone to kill you? No, I refuse to believe it. Zhou Shua is not that kind of person. Conflicted emotions of complexity and envy flickered across her face. Ling Ruochuan stared at Ling Yi, suddenly enlightened. You also like him? Ling Yi shoved Ling Ruochuan away, her expression twisting. He was meant to be my fiancé. You stole him from me. He loves me, and even if you are the true daughter of the Ling family, his heart belongs to me alone. Ling Ruochuan, now agitated, retorted. If you truly care for him, why would you send him to prison? If I cannot have him, neither shall you. I will destroy him. Ling Yi's cold laughter echoed. Unless you agree to my terms, you want me to hold a press conference to apologize? Ling Ruochuan asked sharply. That would ruin my reputation. I refuse. Then you must ask yourself, whom do you love more? Yourself or Zhou Shua? Ling Yi posed her question with a knowing smile before turning to leave. Ling Ruochuan fell silent, standing there, clutching her arms tightly. The subsequent content was unnecessary to observe. Zhou Shua sat before the screen, lost in thought. So it was. Everything had fallen into place. Ling Yi aimed to tarnish Ling Ruochuan's reputation through the press conference, thereby disrupting the engagement between Ling Ruochuan and Zhou Shua. Ling Ruochuan had no choice but to acquiesce, for her love for him surpassed her own self-interest. She could not bear to watch him suffer in prison. Unwilling to reveal the truth, she did not want him to know that Ling Yi also had feelings for him. Driven by a sense of crisis, Zhou Shua felt a sudden softness in his heart. To have a woman love him so fiercely, more than her own life, was a wonderful feeling regardless of whether they would marry in the future. He vowed never to mistreat her. Even Ling Yi, this heartless woman, had been swayed by him. Upon reflection, it was clear he possessed a certain charm, was it not? A faint smile graced Zhou Shua's lips. Chapter 83. Chaotic in the wind. At the Intercontinental Banquet Center, the Wang family was celebrating a grand birthday feast for the elderly patriarch, marking his 80th year. The Wang family, an old money clan in N City, had seen their stature wane somewhat due to the impact of the internet on their commercial real estate endeavors. Yet, for the occasion, various families and prominent figures had come to pay their respects. Naturally, the Ling family was no exception, with Feng Haoren detained and Ling Ruochuan's press conference looming. both Ling Yi and Ling Fengshu found themselves in the eye of the storm. Everyone was keenly observing how these two women of the Ling family would present themselves. As the lights began to twinkle, the banquet center's grand entrance was abuzz with the elite of society, well-dressed gentlemen and ladies exchanging laughter as they entered. A black Pullman rolled to a stop. Since the last accident, Ling Fengshu had become overly cautious about safety. This newly acquired Pullman had been reinforced to meet bulletproof standards. As the door opened, Ling Yi and Ling Fengshu descended gracefully, hand in hand. All eyes were drawn to them. Ling Yi wore a black silk pantsuit, cinched with a vintage wide belt, adorned with layered pearl necklaces, her stride leisurely yet exuding elegance. In contrast, Ling Fengshu donned a white coat over a long skirt. Simple yet refined, her entire demeanor fresh and relaxed. Both women smiled, betraying no hint of the sordid events that had transpired at home. Faced with such formidable women, many guests instinctively overlooked their status as victims. They were strong women who demanded no sympathy. A few familiar and unfamiliar wealthy businessmen approached, exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment. After presenting their gilded invitations, the attendants respectfully ushered them inside. Behind them, a piercing gaze followed their entrance into the brightly lit hall. It was Zhou Shua. The window of the car gradually ascended, obscuring his face from view. Ling Yi smiled slightly as she stepped into the vibrant, laughter-filled lobby, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a skyline aglow with lights. The series of events planned for the birthday celebration aside, to amuse the elderly patriarch, a few artists whom he had admired in his youth were invited to perform. Each dish served at the banquet was of Michelin star quality, rich with auspicious connotations of longevity. After several rounds of toasts and dishes, the elderly patriarch, having received the well wishes of many, felt fatigued and retired to rest, prompting the guests to mingle and converse. After a considerable time, Zhou Meng sauntered over, appearing somewhat hesitant. This time, Zhou Meng extended her hand politely to Ling Yi. Miss Ling, it has been a while. You look splendid. It was as if they had never clashed before. They recalled their last encounter on the cruise, where they had exchanged barbs over taste. Zhou Meng had undergone a significant transformation, still adorned in her glamorous red dress with voluminous waves. Her demeanor was far from the previous arrogance. Even the most expensive cosmetics could not conceal the weariness etched upon her face. This was all due to the man beside her, the rotund Hu Lianghua, whose small eyes gleamed with desire, his face a jumbled mess of flesh and forced smiles. Hu Lianghua eagerly interjected, "Hello, Miss Ling, I am Meng Ming's boyfriend." Ling Yi disregarded his outstretched hand and turned to Zhou Meng with feigned surprise. "Miss Zhou, is this your boyfriend?" The implication was unmistakable, a beauty and a beast, an ill-matched pair. Zhou Meng's smile stiffened, a flicker of shame flashing in her eyes. Previously, she had schemed to have Ling Ruochuan whisper sweet nothings to Zhou Shu, only to be outmaneuvered by him. Not only had he reprimanded her harshly during a company meeting, stripping her of her dignity, but he had also transferred several of her projects to others. Zhou Shua had laid everything bare, informing her that regardless of her feelings, she must accept this engagement. Even her family had sided with Zhou Shua, and when she had hoped to discuss her predicament with them, they had uniformly urged her to accept Hu Lianghua. Before this moment, Zhou Meng had still harbored the belief that she was a pampered young lady, clinging to the hope that her parents would empathize with her and resist Zhou Shua's wishes. Now, however, she felt utterly disheartened. "Miss Zhou, why don't you introduce me to your boyfriend?" Ling Yi chuckled lightly. Zhou Meng gritted her teeth, steadfast in her last shred of stubbornness, declaring him merely an ordinary friend. Hu Lianghua's expression darkened. "Meng, what has Zhou always said? Have you forgotten?" Zhou Meng clenched her fists in silence, her anger boiling over as Hu Lianghua frequently invoked Zhou Shua to intimidate her. "Mr. Hu, I have something to discuss with Miss Ling. Would you kindly excuse us?" Zhou Meng said coldly to Hu Lianghua. Though Hu Lianghua was inclined to lash out, he reconsidered, recalling that Zhou Shu appeared to have some scheme in mind for this evening, which involved Zhou Meng's maneuver against Ling. He was unaware of the particulars but dared not disrupt Zhou Shua's plans. Hu Lianghua's expression shifted repeatedly before he ultimately forced a smile and walked away. Zhou Meng exhaled slightly, lifting her glass filled with shimmering Chardonnay to toast Ling Yi. "Miss Ling, regardless of the circumstances, thank you for your reminder last time." Zhou Meng managed a strained smile. "Unfortunately, it seems to have been in vain. Miss Zhou, you have still not escaped this calamity." Ling Yi gently clinked her glass against Zhou Meng's. Zhou Meng's gaze remained fixed on the wine glass in Ling Yi's hand, not daring to blink until she confirmed Ling Yi had consumed the liquid. The breath Zhou Meng had been holding was finally released. Meanwhile, seated in his extended Lincoln, Zhou Shua, after watching Ling Yi enter, closed the window. He swirled the wine in his glass, offering a slight smile to the visibly anxious Zhou Meng across from him. Zhou Shua retrieved a pill, gesturing for Zhou Meng to extend her hand. Though she was already aware of his scheme, the sight of the pill still caused her expression to falter. This is a little aphrodisiac trick. Zhou Meng suppressed her discomfort, opening her palm to accept the pill, her furrowed brow betraying a hint of distaste. Look at your expression. What great achievements can you accomplish like this? Zhou Shua scoffed. Enough, drop that expression. Your women's moral standards are excessively high. The dosage is minimal and it won't lead to serious consequences. After all, Ling Yi will be my woman in the future. I would never allow another man to taint her, your woman? Zhou Meng's worldview shattered, her expression a tapestry of disbelief. After all, she was the true heiress of the Ling family, of pure bloodline, and secretly harbored feelings for me. Clearly a better choice. Brother, are you serious? As far as I know, Ling Yi and Zhou Shua haven't even met face to face. Given Ling Yi's demeanor, I can hardly imagine her harboring a crush on any man. That I wonder where Zhou Shua concocted this fantasy. Zhou Meng, though inside the car, felt as though the wind had become chaotic. Chapter 84. A heroic rescue. Oh no. Just as Ling Yi downed her drink, Zhou Meng accidentally knocked her glass over, the icy liquid spilling entirely onto Ling Yi. Ling Yi sighed while Zhou Meng panicked, apologizing. I'm so sorry, Miss Ling, it was unintentional. The little system rolled its eyes. Unintentional? More like intentional. Can we not be a bit more innovative? We had all but exhausted this routine back in our day. Why is it still in play in modern society? The system scoffed, revealing the truth to Ling Yi, who quietly communicated back. So you're quite aware of how this will unfold. Of course, it's just a matter of luring someone to a secluded area under the pretense of changing clothes, then having a wild man come in to set her up. I've seen this kind of thing more times than I can count. So today, I am the unfortunate woman, am I? Impossible. My brilliant and resourceful host would never fall for such a trick. The system continued its sycophancy. However, in the next moment, Ling Yi proactively suggested to Zhou Meng, I need to go to the restroom to change. Ling Fengshu, who had been enthusiastically engaged in conversation with her business partner, noticed the situation with Ling Yi and approached with concern. What happened? Are you all right? I'm fine, Ling Yi replied, revealing her wet clothing to her. Upon seeing Ling Fengshu getting involved, Zhou Meng tightened her fists, anxious that something unexpected might occur. Yet, Ling Yi smiled brightly, saying, I get along splendidly with Miss Zhou. We still have some chatting to do here. Ling Fengshu glanced at Zhou Meng, recognizing her as the Zhou family's daughter, Zhou Shua's cousin. After severing ties with Ling Ruochuan, she wished to avoid any further association with the Zhou family but would not interfere with Ling Yi's friendships. I'll have my assistant fetch you a spare outfit. You and Miss Zhou can wait in the restroom. All right, Ling Yi readily agreed, standing up and signaling for Zhou Meng to follow. The little system was in a frenzy within Ling Yi's consciousness. Host, why are you cooperating with them? What if you fall into their trap? Zhou Shua has his plans, I certainly have mine, Ling Yi replied. Across the banquet hall, Zhou Shua observed Ling Yi and Zhou Meng rising to leave the main hall, a smile gracing his face. Everything was under his control. According to his original plan, he intended to completely ruin Ling Yi's reputation at this banquet, ensuring she would never show her face again. However, upon realizing Ling Yi harbored feelings for him, he modified his plan. Zhou Shua had been covertly observing her for quite some time. She possessed an air of dignity, seemingly untouchable. Yet, the more she appeared so, the more he yearned to shatter her pride. He could hardly wait to see her expensive, elegant attire torn asunder, leaving her in utter disarray. He had already provided the drug to Zhou Meng, who would arrange for a server to slip the drug into the wine Ling Yi had just consumed when she was unsuspecting. Once Ling Yi entered the restroom, the effects of the drug would soon take hold, leaving her in a stupor. A despicable stranger, a kitchen worker, would stealthily appear, taking advantage of her, but he would not allow it to succeed, as he would arrive at the critical moment to save her. Staging a heroic rescue. He believed Ling Yi would become increasingly infatuated with him. Moreover, witnessing her humiliation at the hands of another man would provide excellent material for dominating her later, should any discord arise. Having experienced such an incident, he could effortlessly claim, only I would not despise you regardless of Ling Yi's character or essence. Zhou Shua was confident he could gradually mold her. Now, he merely awaited Zhou Meng's signal. After a while, his phone vibrated, and he received a message from Zhou Meng. Zhou Shua elegantly rose. Excuse me for a moment, he said. The gazes around him held a mix of admiration and affection, for he was among the most capable and powerful in the younger generation, standing atop the pyramid of wealth. Not to mention, his character was beyond reproach, who was unaware of Ling Ruochuan's scandal. Yet he remained devoted to this false heiress, unwavering even after her numerous misdeeds were exposed. Many envied her good fortune. Joshua steadily approached the restroom door, as though he could already hear muffled moans emanating from within. He smirked as he pushed the door open, yet the scene he envisioned, Ling Yi in a state of vulnerability, was nowhere to be found inside the room. The flushed face and disheveled clothing belonged to Li Yiming. That cunning woman had vanished without a trace. The charming system bound to Li Yiming was currently working diligently, exhausting all resources to emit a lure and entice Joshua. Should it succeed, Ling Yi had promised to set it free. Failure was not an option, so the system resolutely spent all its points to fulfill Ling Yi's plan. Joshua's typically composed facade finally cracked, as he reacted in a manner unanticipated. Chapter 86. Farewell. Inside the room, two men were locked in an intense embrace, fervently kissing one another, their clothing in disarray. When the door swung open, the atmosphere thick with desire spilled out into the hallway. Joshua reacted quickly, shoving Li Yiming away the moment the door opened, but it was too late. Ling Ruochuan flung the door wide, allowing the multitude of curious eyes behind her a clear view. The onlookers outside eagerly leaned in, some gasping, others shrieking. Many were thrilled to witness such scandalous drama and hastily shared videos in various gossip groups. Joshua's subordinate stood frozen, stunned for a long moment before rushing to block the entrance. Before the door was sealed, Joshua shot a dark glare at Ling Ruochuan, regretting not having been harsher with her the day before he had locked the door. How had Ling Ruochuan managed to open it? Facing him, Ling Ruochuan wore a half-smile, her eyes cold, devoid of even a trace of sorrow. They glared at one another, the only remnants of their shared history being mutual hatred. Joshua swiftly realized he had been ensnared in a trap. Although he was clueless as to how she had orchestrated it, this wretched woman had undoubtedly designed this scheme against him. He had been magnanimous enough to overlook her lowly status and kept her close. Yet, to others, Ling Ruochuan's silhouette told an entirely different story. They could only see her forlorn figure, exuding an aura of tragedy, her shoulders quivering like the last leaf clinging to a barren branch. As if a mere gust of wind could bring her crashing down. What a pitiful sight. Her extraordinary origins, cast out from her home, her reputation tarnished, her biological father facing imprisonment, her only remaining fiancé, whom she believed to be a steadfast love, turned out to be a deceitful gay man, nearly making her a victim of a sham marriage. The gaze of the entire assembly converged upon Ling Ruochuan, who, living up to expectations, appeared utterly unable to bear the weight of her tribulations. In a fit of despair, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd as they rushed to her aid. Ling Yi promptly contacted the hospital for emergency assistance. Seizing the moment while everyone was preoccupied with Ling Ruochuan's condition, Joshua's subordinates received his instructions and closed the door once more. He could not possibly emerge under the scrutiny of so many. What would those outside think of him? He resolved to wait until his subordinates had dispersed the crowd and ensured that all photographs and videos were deleted before he dared to leave this room. Every individual present today would have to have their phones inspected before exiting the Intercontinental Banquet Center. Joshua's mind raced, devising strategies for damage control and public relations. He would seal off all information from the internet. There was nothing beyond his capabilities. Yet, who orchestrated this entire affair? His gaze slowly shifted toward Li Yiming. Though Li Yiming was also engulfed in humiliation, the prospect of freeing himself from the clutches of the charismatic system filled him with uncontainable joy. Let them be embarrassed. After all, what does a man of the underworld care for a reputable public image? As for his subordinates, anyone daring to speak ill of him from behind would find their legs broken. Strength is the ultimate truth. Everything else is mere illusion. Thus, Li Yiming's expression oscillated between relief and relaxation. Suddenly, Joshua, upon observing Li Yiming, erupted in fury and slapped him across the face. You two conspired against me? Li Yiming was not a delicate flower. He was a seasoned fighter. His misfortune in this situation stemmed entirely from the coercion and temptation of the charismatic system. Unable to swallow his indignation, he mentally addressed the system. I've accomplished what you asked of me, haven't I? The charismatic system, reveling in the spectacle, detected the satisfied smile upon Ling Yi's face amidst the crowd. Knowing it had successfully completed its task, it anticipated its own imminent liberation. In high spirits, it replied to Li Yiming, "You're all set. The next steps are yours to decide." With the system's approval, Li Yiming finally unleashed his true self, charging toward Joshua and delivering a powerful left hook. Each punch landed with brutal precision, devoid of mercy and a true confrontation. Joshua, the quintessential CO afflicted with chronic stomach issues, stood no chance against Li Yiming. Nearly having his nose disfigured, Joshua found himself on the defensive. His subordinates rushed in to assist him. Poor Li Yiming, having followed the system's directives, was alone and quickly overwhelmed. Within moments, he was brought to the ground. Zhou Shua's subordinates began to manage the remaining guests at the banquet. The Zhou family, now a formidable force, maintained a strong alliance with the Wang family, the event's hosts effectively controlling the situation. With a simple notification to the Wang family, compliance was inevitable. The Wang family obediently surrendered the guest list and even dispatched personnel to assist Zhou Shua's team in checking phones. Outside, guests grumbled in discontent, vocally condemning Zhou Shua. Yet they remained compliant due to the Zhou family's significant influence. At last, someone approached Ling Yi, demanding her phone. She glanced at the individual and shrugged. I won't hand it over. Miss Ling, please cooperate, the Wang family representative urged with a forced smile. You lack the authority to demand this, Ling Yi retorted with a smile of her own. Zhou Shua's subordinate added ominously. Miss Ling, my superior's surname is Zhou. The implication was clear. She ought to consider the Zhou family's power and whether she was truly in a position to oppose them. Ling Yi's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her smile vanished entirely before the subordinate could react. She swiftly struck him across the face, leaving him reeling in pain. That I see now, you're just Zhou's lapdog. Should any issues arise, let your master speak to me. Zhou Shua's subordinates, accustomed to exerting authority through Zhou Shua's influence, had never encountered such humiliation. With dark expressions, they signaled for their lackeys to forcibly take her phone. One strike from me, and I'll bring you down, Ling Yi declared defiantly. With their numbers already limited, her swift movements felled 3 or 4 of them, inciting awe among the onlookers. The charismatic system observed the scene, feeling as if it were gazing into a mirror. Miss Ling, are you not afraid of antagonizing the Zhou family? One of the subordinates threatened, his tone grave. I am merely defending my legal rights. This is not a personal affront to your family, Ling Yi replied, her smile returning. The subordinates loathed the insincere smile plastered across her face, yet they were powerless against her. They couldn't overpower her through force or intimidation, so they reluctantly shifted their focus to other guests. However, emboldened by Ling Yi's example, others began to voice their dissent. I too wish to defend my legal rights. On what grounds do you demand to check my phone? Indeed, do you possess a search warrant? Even if you are the Zhou family, you cannot bully us like this. The chorus of dissent grew louder, with more voices joining in, creating a raucous atmosphere that surpassed even the entertainment moments of the banquet. Ling Yi listened with satisfaction as the crowd rallied against Zhou Shua's demands. They were not genuinely willing to comply with the search, simply awaiting a leader to stand up. Rising to her feet, she strode towards the exit. I'm leaving now. Zhou Shua's subordinates panicked and rushed to intercept her. No one is allowed to leave without Zhou's command. But before he could finish, Ling Yi executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, groaning in pain. Goodbye. Zhou Shua's subordinates, now lacking the strength to stop her, could only watch helplessly. The other guests exchanged glances, and one by one, they rose to follow Ling Yi, eager to exit the banquet hall. Chapter 85. The door swung open moments earlier. The aging star favored by Old Master Wang had graced the stage, and the sound equipment remained intact. The remnants of the feast had long been cleared away, replaced with Michelin-level desserts and fine wines to entertain the guests. In such a setting, a gathering of influential figures presented a prime opportunity for networking. So even after Old Master Wang had announced his fatigue and departure, many remained to socialize. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of excitement, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the speakers. Before anyone could register their confusion, explicit conversations pierced the air. What are you doing here? Looking so provocative. Weren't Ling Yi and Zhou Meng just here? Where are they? You're late, they've already left. And look at me now, yet you still think about Ling Yi? Are you two that close? The jealousy is palpable. Are you willing to give up your position to become my Mrs. Zhou? You know we can never have a future. Why did you pursue me back then? How amusing. The usually arrogant Zhou suddenly appears charming. Quite the spectacle. You think you can toy with me like a dog? This was a conversation between two men, laden with accusations reminiscent of one chastising another for betrayal. Li Yiming, a figure from the underworld, was not well known among legitimate businessmen, yet any dealings involving gray areas would undoubtedly recognize the name of the formidable boss Li. The mention of Mrs. Zhou further clarified the implications. Some astute individuals in attendance quickly deduced the identities of the two men, their expressions shifting subtly. However, the majority were left bewildered, just as they settled in. The speakers relayed this conversation implicating Ling Yi. The surrounding guests turned to her, and she aptly displayed a facade of shock and confusion. Zhou Meng's confidant, however, paled and quickly began searching for someone. Those privy to the plan rushed toward the lounge. They knocked frantically at the door, But there was no response inside, the conversation on the speakers continuing unabated. Attempts to force the door open were thwarted by a sturdy lock. This was, of course, the handiwork of the charismatic system, which employed all means necessary to keep anyone from disturbing its host while he enacted his seductive strategies. No one could interfere. Inside the room, Li Yiming found himself entangled in a frustrating dialogue with Zhou Shua. Bound to this troublesome system, he was not only coerced into servitude, but he also faced occasional shocks for disobedience. Zhou Shua had since provided him with substantial rewards, which had helped him find some semblance of balance. He consoled himself that he was emulating the ancient King Gojian, enduring hardships for future gains. Given the charismatic system's insistence that he confront Zhou Shua at Old Master Wang's birthday banquet, Li Yiming initially refused vehemently. After all, this was a gathering of high society. He could not afford such disgrace. Yet the system's promises were too enticing to ignore. Not only did it assure him of liberation after this event, but it also offered several useful tools. Setting aside the irrelevant buffs of ethereal beauty and flirtation, the system possessed several truly beneficial items. One-time use tools that compelled obedience seemed to promise tremendous advantages. Thus, he resolved to endure humiliation and attend the banquet, complying with the system's directives while waiting for Zhou Shua in the lounge. As their confrontation unfolded, the charismatic system, applying its buffs to Li Yiming, led Zhou Shua to succumb to temptation. They could never have anticipated that every word spoken within that room was broadcasted to the outside world, leaving the audience aghast. Ling Fengshu had long grasped the identities of the two men inside, particularly Zhou Shua, who was her former son. La to my astonishment, he is entangled with a man, engaging in such disgraceful acts. Ling Ruochuan merely a facade, effectively playing the role of a bearded wife? Ling Fengshu sighed deeply. Meanwhile, outside the door, Zhou Shua's subordinates were desperate to break in, exerting all their strength against the door, yet it remained impervious. Others hastily sought the venue manager to shut off the sound system, but it was as if it were possessed, refusing to turn off. Frustration mounted as sweat beaded on the foreheads of his subordinates. In the banquet hall, the elder guests furrowed their brows in dismay, unable to tolerate such filth and vulgarity, rising to leave. Meanwhile, the younger attendees relished the spectacle, engrossed and even recording videos. Just then, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Ling Ruochuan. Upon raising their eyes, a gaunt figure appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. It was none other than Ling Ruochuan, the once celebrated faux heiress now cast out from her home. A bandage wrapped around her forehead, bruises still evident on her cheeks. She looked as though she had just suffered an injury. Her complexion pale and her demeanor haggard, devoid of her former radiance. A few familiar young women approached her, cautiously inquiring, "Ruochuan, what brings you here?" However, Ling Ruochuan paid them no mind, her expression blank as she walked purposefully towards a specific direction, the lounge. In the midst of astonished gasps, those present began to comprehend the unfolding situation. All eyes were fixed on Ling Ruochuan as she walked through the crowd, and people hastily made way for her. The banquet hall falling into an uncanny silence, even the sound of the breeze could be heard. Zhou Shua's subordinates surrounding the lounge door watched in astonishment as Ling Ruochuan approached, their expressions a mix of intrigue and disbelief. They considered stopping her, but soon realized it would be futile. If they could not force open the door, how could this frail woman? Ling Ruochuan placed her hand on the doorknob, gently twisting it. In that fleeting moment, a subtle smile graced her lips, enigmatic in nature. A sudden chill of foreboding surged through the heart of one of Zhou Shua's subordinates, who raised a hand to intervene, attempting to seize Ling Ruochuan. No. Yet, as her hand pressed down lightly, the doorknob, previously unyielding, yielded effortlessly. With a creak, the door swung open. Chapter 87. The challenge among those who left the banquet center alongside Ling Yi was Zhou Meng. Given the circumstances, she was no longer fearful of being seen by Zhou Shua's subordinates. It was her information that had lured him to the lounge. Indeed, Zhou Meng had long since allied with Ling Yi. On the very night her parents insisted she fulfill her marriage arrangement with Hu Lianghua, she reached out to Ling Yi. Ling Yi had evidently anticipated her call. "I can assist you, but there are conditions." After hearing Ling Yi's stipulations, Zhou Meng hesitated that if she were to follow through with Ling Yi's plan, Zhou Shua would undoubtedly retaliate. "I will be cast out from the Zhou family," Zhou Meng lamented. "Aren't you already being ostracized?" Ling Yi responded with a light laugh. "They have already deemed you part of the Hu family." This remark struck Zhou Meng like a slap, awakening her to the reality. "You make a valid point. So, have you agreed to my terms? I shall cooperate with your plan." Ling Yi's smile deepened. Having taken this step, why not aspire for even greater ambitions? Zhou Meng paused, recalling Ling Yi's previous proposition aboard the cruise ship. At that time, Ling Yi had inquired if she desired to be the heir of the Zhou family. Those words lingered in her mind like a spell. Zhou Meng had tossed and turned for several nights, ultimately resolving to seize her chance. After all, no matter the outcome, it couldn't be worse than being used as a marriage pawn for Hu Liangyo burn one's boats as they exited the banquet center into the cool night air. Zhou Meng exhaled deeply. She had just made Zhou Shua her greatest enemy. Yet, she felt no regret or fear. Instead, her heart raced with excitement and a hint of anticipation. Perhaps, deep down, she had longed to challenge him. As Ling Yi departed, she discreetly reported an incident involving Li Yiming. It was the charming system that informed her, stating that Li Yiming had nearly been beaten to a pulp by Zhou Shua's men. The addition of police only made the spectacle more thrilling. Meanwhile, half the guests remained detained by Zhou Shua's subordinates, powerless to intervene while others slipped away. Just then, 3 uniformed police officers entered the venue. The officers presented their credentials. We received reports of a brawl and intentional injury. Where are the injured? The crowd exchanged glances, speechless and uncertain. Yet, their eyes instinctively drifted toward the closed lounge door, sensing the collective gaze. The officers moved in that direction. Police, open the door. After a prolonged silence, the officers knocked several times, their patience wearing thin. Finally, the door creaked open. Zhou Shua sat upright, his subordinates shielding him from view. On the floor lay a battered Li Yiming. A pitiful sight. The police's demeanor turned grave as they approached to assess his condition, confirming he was still breathing but injured. Who did this? A subordinate of Zhou Shua stepped forward, claiming responsibility. It was me. Just you? The police questioned. Yes, just me. That moment, Li Yiming, sprawled on the ground, managed to open his eyes with great effort, spitting out blood as he weakly muttered, "They all attacked me. And that scoundrel Zhou Shu." The officers nodded, assisting him to his feet. Everyone, come with us. And who is Zhou Shua? That would be me. The subordinate moved aside, revealing Zhou Shua's darkened face. The 3 officers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Zhou Shua mentioned by Li Yiming was the current president of the Zhou Group. Their attitudes shifted subtly. 2 seasoned officers, aware of Zhou Shua's connections within the department, found themselves in a dilemma. However, a fresh-faced rookie officer, brimming with bravado, boldly stated, "You are Zhou Shua. Come with us for questioning." "You don't know who I am." Zhou Shua retorted, his expression darkening. "I only know he said you were the one who attacked him," the young officer replied, pointing at Li Yiming on the floor. The 2 veteran officers, inspired by their junior's courage and their own early motivations for becoming police officers, added, "Mr. Zhou, please cooperate with our investigation." The group followed the police out. Outside, those who had hesitated to leave now felt fortunate they had stayed. Otherwise, they would have missed this captivating spectacle. While the police granted Zhou Shua some leniency and did not formally detain him, witnessing the once arrogant man, who had sought to search everyone's phones, now being escorted by real law enforcement brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. Phones that had been discreetly hidden were now surreptitiously capturing the unfolding drama as the police, along with Zhou Shua and Li Yiming, finally exited the banquet center, vanishing from sight. The hall erupted into a cacophony of speculation. So, is Zhou Shua gay? Who's that man? He looked fine when the door opened, but now he's been beaten to a pulp. Did Zhou Shua do it? I suspect Zhou Shua was set up, leading to his attack on that man. Stop trying to whitewash him. No one forced him to kiss that guy. It was clearly consensual. With so many witnesses just a wall away, it's disgusting. Ling Ruochuan is the real victim. She was just taken away by an ambulance. I hope she gets a thorough checkup. Indeed, many gay men live recklessly. I wonder if Zhou Shua has any health issues. Did anyone manage to record that? Among the crowd was Zhou Shua's dream girl, who had been ecstatic to see him that day, admiring his handsome features in secret, from the moment the strange sounds echoed from the speakers, to Ling Ruochuan's appearance, and finally Zhou Shua being taken away by the police. The girl's expression turned ashen. When Zhou Shua became engaged to Ling Ruochuan, she had wept for 3 days and nights, losing significant weight. The thought that such a perfect man would never belong to her and would instead become someone else's husband and father filled her with despair. But now she shivered. Fortunately, she had escaped this fate. Chapter 88. Vlog. During Zhou Shua's brief time at the police station, videos of the incident had already gone viral online. Who wouldn't relish such juicy gossip of a bearded wife catching her husband in the act? Regrettably, the faces were not clearly visible. The woman involved only had her back to the camera, while the 2 men's identities remained obscured. However, based on the dialogue captured from the speakers, internet sleuths were able to piece together a narrative close to the truth. That guy admitted it himself, abandoning Li Yiming to become Mrs. Zhou. So one has the surname Zhou and the other Li, and the one with the surname Zhou is still pining for someone named Ling Yi. Wow, just a few lines of dialogue yield so much information. Zhou Ling. No one expected that hot couple everyone's been talking about, the ones who are always trending for their true love. Dude, the guy you mentioned does resemble Joshua. But who is Ling Yi? Isn't Joshua's fiancé named Ling Ruochuan? I have a bold guess. Could Ling Yi possibly be the true heiress of the Ling family? When I see those CP fans endlessly praising Joshua's unwavering affection for the false heiress, I can't help but wonder, where is the real heiress? Shouldn't this be the engagement of the true heiress? But could that girl at the entrance really be Ling Ruochuan? She looks like a paper cutout. And I distinctly remember Ling Ruochuan not being this thin. So, is the affection merely a facade? While he is busy promoting a deep emotional connection with the false heiress, he simultaneously yearns to engage with the true heiress. It's quite a challenge to maintain such a charade. You upstairs have forgotten one thing. He is also entangled with a same-sex partner. Times have changed. The city's most romantic figure has swiftly transformed into the biggest scoundrel. Are you all out of your minds? How can you claim this man is Joshua when he bears no resemblance? I've taken screenshots for comparison. The contours of his ears are completely different from Joshua's. You fabricate rumors with no factual basis, which has already caused defamation and damage to Joshua's reputation. Please show some self-respect and delete your slanderous remarks. Otherwise, be prepared to receive a lawyer's letter. Just as netizens were fervently discussing, Joshua's lawyer's letter arrived abruptly. His representative lawyer issued a statement directly on Weibo, declaring intentions to sue anyone who has harmed his reputation. This was swiftly followed by a large-scale deletion of posts. All social media platforms, forums, and discussions regarding this matter were wiped clean. The netizens were left dumbfounded. Why were so many posts that didn't even mention Joshua deleted? Was there anything wrong with just discussing the phenomenon of same-sex marriages? The reason given was defamation. But who even mentioned you, young man? This is like hiding silver in broad daylight. Why are they silencing us? I was initially skeptical, and when I rationally posted a message advising against rash attacks on the team, that post was deleted as well. Now I genuinely suspect Joshua is behind this. Only he possesses such power to erase everything online. Consequently, rather than diminishing, the discussions exploded. However, this time the netizens learned their lesson. They refrained from mentioning names and instead employed convoluted codes. At first glance, it seemed as if they were communicating in a foreign language. A plethora of strange trending topics appeared on Weibo, such as "Honey, speak up," and "I clearly arrived first," seemingly unrelated to Joshua, yet subtly mocking him. The little system relished in the gossip, initially alarmed by the deletions, fearing that the host's plans might falter. It was taken aback to find that the more posts were deleted, the more rebellious the netizens became, and their enthusiasm for discussion intensified. Ling Yi chuckled coldly. A book without readers, once deemed forbidden, will attract countless individuals eager to read it. Thus, to make something known swiftly, the best strategy is to prohibit it. The little system marveled, "Oh yes, host, how could Joshua, so astute, not comprehend this principle?" As discussions reached a peak online, a simmering anger began to brew. Ling Yi recognized it was time to proceed with the next step. The subsequent leak revealed several photographs of Ling Ruochuan being carried into an ambulance. The images, captured by concerned citizens dialing emergency services, were chaotic yet authentic. The clothing she wore matched that of the girl caught in the act at the lounge, and the bandage around her head was identical. The photos captured her face, eyes tightly shut, with blood steadily oozing from beneath the bandage on her forehead. Her cheeks were gaunt, mirroring the silhouette of the girl previously observed. Her complexion was pale, eyes closed, appearing almost on the brink of death. Anyone who saw her would feel a pang of anxiety for her life. Isn't this solid proof? Ling Ruochuan is indeed the girl caught in the act, having fainted from anger, and was rushed to the hospital. Even if this girl is Ling Ruochuan, that man may not necessarily be Joshua. Until we see his face, do not defame Joshua. Unbelievable, Ling Ruochuan is supposedly Joshua's beloved fiancé. Yet now you allege she is out catching another man? Could that even be possible? Without knowing the full story, I reserve my judgment. How can you be so certain that Ling Ruochuan has no other man? Joshua has already issued a lawyer's letter. What more do you want from him? There have been instances of people being slapped in the face after sending lawyer letters. Don't treat a lawyer's letter as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Remember my ex-husband, dark history, so you Joshua fangirls should exercise some decorum. Be cautious or you might soon find yourselves seeking proof of your claims. Regardless of the uproar online, many netizens stayed awake all night indulging in the gossip, while Ling Yi retired early to bed. The next day, she awoke refreshed and continued her work. Ling Ruochuan remained in the hospital, but she had long since handed her Weibo account over to Ling Yi. This was the weapon she intended to wield to win the competition. Due to yesterday's revelations, all eyes were now on Ling Ruochuan, and she gained hundreds of thousands of followers while lying in the hospital. Netizens, filled with excitement and curiosity, clicked in only to be utterly shocked by the content. The video was a vlog by Ling Ruochuan. The date was the day she finished her press conference, where she spoke to the camera with a sorrowful smile, stating, "Today marks the beginning of my new life, worthy of being documented. I just concluded my press conference and apologized to everyone, especially to Ling Yi. I truly owe her so much." At this point, she fell silent, and after a long pause, she forced a smile at the camera, saying, "From now on, I shall be Yuan Ruochuan, not Ling Ruochuan anymore. That I am simply myself, not the Ling family's heiress. Although it is regrettable, it is also a form of liberation. I believe Brother Shua will be happy for me." She continued speaking to the camera throughout her journey. Chapter 89. Account Suspension. All viewers initially thought this was merely an ordinary vlog, where Ling Ruochuan documented her feelings after the press conference and her decision to change her name and distance herself from the Ling family. The netizens heard Zhou Shua's vehement opposition to Ling Ruochuan changing her surname, insisting she retain the Ling family name. Those with a bit of intelligence quickly discerned his ulterior motives. If he genuinely did not care about Ling Ruochuan's identity, what difference would her surname make? He never provided a reasonable explanation. Oh my, the husband-wife hierarchy. What era are we in that such terms are still used? It seems Zhou Shua is a relic of the Qing dynasty. Am I the only one who thinks Zhou Shua makes a valid point? As a fiancé, how could she hold a press conference and make such a significant decision without consulting her partner? It's only natural for anyone to be upset by such unilateral actions. Zhou Shua's reasoning is nonsense. Ling Ruochuan made a wise choice. She is a secret daughter who was swapped in as a son-in-law. How could the Ling family possibly accept her? Announcing her name change and distancing herself was the most rational and dignified decision. If Zhou Shua truly cared for her, he should support her. Before the barrage of comments could conclude, the video abruptly shifted from the bright living room to complete darkness. Yet, Zhou Shua and Ling Ruochuan's voices could still be heard. The door slammed shut. Accompanied by a sharp, resounding clap, there was also Ling Ruochuan's scream, followed by the sound of her falling to the ground and the dull thud of her phone hitting the floor. The viewers were left in shock. Next came the sounds of their heated argument amidst the chaos. More terrifying were the accompanying sounds of Ling Ruochuan's anguished screams, muffled apologies, and the heavy thuds of impact. Just listening was enough to instill fear. In the darkness, silence enveloped everything. The video finally illuminated once more, revealing Ling Ruochuan's battered face. Her previously delicate features were now swollen and red, adorned with distinct handprints. Blood slowly seeped from beneath the newly bandaged forehead. She stared vacantly into the camera, managing a faint smile before hoarsely uttering, "This is my vlog for today." It was a shocking sight. The barrage of comments ceased, leaving the viewers speechless. After a long pause, the comment section exploded with fervent activity. "This has me trembling all over. I can't tell if it's from fear or sympathy, just from the sounds. One can tell how brutal the beating was." Zhou Shua, who usually presents himself as cultured and refined, turned out to be such a beast. Didn't anyone know who Ling Yi was before? The implications in their dialogue are crystal clear. Ling Yi is the true heiress, compelling Ling Ruochuan to hold a press conference and confess the truth while apologizing. Zhou Shua, while wary of the true heiress, simultaneously seeks to engage with her, wanting both the genuine and the false heiress. How shameless can one be? Boycott all products from the Zhou family group. Am I the only one who finds this woman, Ling Ruochuan, quite terrifying? She seems too calculating, filming everything and releasing it publicly. It's hard not to see it as a deliberate scheme against Zhou Shua. SOS, Zhou Shua's fans are at it again, claiming he is always the victim of others' schemes, that it's always someone else forcing him to cheat or resort to violence. Zhou Shua is nothing but a pure-hearted young man. I imagined 100 ways my ship could sink, but never anticipated it would be this tragic. Today I officially unfollowed. I want to say to those still feeling sorry for Zhou Shua in the CP threads, you are merely his fangirls. How can you still defend Zhou Shua after seeing Ling Ruochuan in such a state? You truly are invincible. By this time, Zhou Shua had already emerged from the police station. With subordinates taking the fall and a formidable legal team backing him, he felt utterly secure. However, he could never have imagined that Ling Ruochuan had captured the events of that day on film and brazenly edited and released it on a public platform. Zhou Shua had never been this furious in his life. His eyes turned bloodshot as he violently swept all items and documents off his desk in a fit of rage. How delightful it is. This is the woman he once trusted and cherished, yet she dares to stab him in the back. even though the manager and staff of the public relations department had mentally prepared for their demise upon reporting this matter. Witnessing their president's furious disposition left them trembling with fear at Mr. Zhou. There has been considerable dissatisfaction regarding our deletion of posts due to the online public sentiment. Shall we continue with the deletions? The public relations manager inquired, quaking in his boots. Yes, continue deleting. Leave not a trace. Zhou Shua thundered in anger. But judging by the reactions of netizens, the more we try to silence them, the more they rebel. Silence them! Zhou Shua exclaimed, grabbing a random object nearby and hurling it violently at the public relations manager. The manager, caught off guard, suffered a gash on his head, blood oozing forth. Yet, he dared not express anger or utter a word, merely clutching his bleeding forehead as he awaited Zhou Shua's next command. Contact the president of Weibo and have them ban Ling Ruochuan's account, Zhou Shua ordered. The public relations manager, his head throbbing, did not dare to argue and simply responded, understood. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Ling Ruochuan awakened with Ling Yi by her side, bringing her breakfast. Thank you, but unfortunately, I have little appetite, Ling Ruochuan replied, forcing down a couple of bites before setting the meal aside. This battle is not yet over. You must take care of yourself to endure. Heeding the advice, Ling Ruochuan reluctantly continued to eat a bit more before inquiring, has the video been deleted? Not only that, but your account has also been suspended. What shall we do now? Ling Ruochuan asked, a hint of urgency in her voice as she struggled to sit up. Leave these matters to me, you should focus on recuperating. I understand, Ling Ruochuan replied, her anxious expression evoking a faint smile from Ling. You're even more adorable than before. Enough of your worrying, Ling Yi said, recalling something that could effectively divert her attention. I have a gift for you. Ling Ruochuan was taken aback. A gift? For me? The notion of Ling Yi offering her a gift left her in a daze. Ling Yi extracted an old powder blue notebook from her bag and handed it to her. Ling Ruochuan, bewildered, accepted it. Upon opening the first page, she found the delicate handwriting of the notebook's owner, meticulously inscribing her name, Yuan Chuanxi. Ling Ruochuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The contents revealed Yuan Chuanxi's musings while she was pregnant with her, expressing her heartfelt sentiments. My dear, I have never had family since childhood, but now that I have you, I am no longer alone. I eagerly await your arrival. Your safety and happiness are my greatest wishes. Choose a day you prefer to come into my life. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to blur Ling Ruochuan's vision. Chapter 90. Negotiations in a CAF beneath the Weibo building in S-City. Ling Yi sat across from a middle-aged man, leisurely sipping on a new coffee blend. This man named Wang Tai was the current CEO of Weibo. Miss Ling, are you here for another Miss Ling? Wang Tai asked with a sly smile. Indeed, Ling Yi replied, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Wang Tai scoffed lightly. Her account has already been suspended. Is there anything else you find unsatisfactory? Ling Yi calmly stated, I wish for you to reinstate her account. Wang Tai regarded her with surprise. Miss Ling, from what I understand, you are the genuine heiress while she is the false one. Shouldn't you be at odds with each other? Why do you wish to assist her? Mr. Wang, being a businessman, how could you possibly think that my intentions are purely to help her? I certainly have my own motives, Ling Yi replied, prompting Wang Tai to realize that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Perhaps Ling Yi had some ulterior plan to eliminate the false heiress. After all, in this era, social platforms can be double-edged swords, capable of inflicting harm while also posing a threat to oneself. It was entirely possible that once Ling Ruochuan's account was reinstated, she could inadvertently provoke backlash. As the CEO of Weibo, Wang Tai was well versed in the intricacies of such situations. However, he was not about to easily acquiesce to Ling Yi's request. Miss Ling, the suspension of her account was a decision heavily influenced by Mr. as an honorable man. I cannot breach my agreement with him. Wang Tai, a seasoned negotiator, deftly shifted the blame onto Zhou Shua. What benefits has Mr. Zhou provided you? Miss Ling, Wang Tai replied with a knowing tone, you are still just Miss Ling, while he is Mr. Zhou. Can you offer anything more enticing than he? His words subtly belittled her. Zhou Shua had already secured his position as a powerful CEO, while Ling Yi, despite being the future heir of the Ling family, was still only a potential successor. Currently, the true authority lay with Ling Fengshu. Wang Tai did not believe Ling Yi could present a more appealing proposition than Zhou Shua. Yet, rather than being offended by his dismissive remarks, Ling Yi maintained her composure. Wang Tai found himself mildly impressed by the young woman's resilience. He had intended to provoke her, to witness her humiliation, yet she remained unfazed, even smiling. Mr. Wang, you are overthinking this. I have no intention of enticing you. Wang Tai eyed her suspiciously. Oh? So you intend to walk away empty-handed? He scrutinized her closely, A smirk creeping onto his lips. After all, she was a young woman. If she had nothing else to offer, her youthful allure was certainly present. It was said that this genuine heiress had endured hardships while lost, yet had blossomed into such a striking figure, indicating her fine lineage with no temptation. Perhaps she intended to seduce him. A glint of mischief flickered in Wang Tai's eyes. Why don't we find a more private place to discuss? However, Ling Yi did not respond as he had anticipated with a coy smile. Instead, she disdainfully curled her lip and scoffed at, Mr. Wang, have you forgotten? Beyond enticing, there is also the element of coercion. Wang Tai, recognizing his misinterpretation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He laughed heartily to mask his discomfort. Miss Ling, should I repeat myself? You are merely Miss Ling, lacking even a title of status. How do you intend to coerce me? Ling Yi smiled, saying nothing. Instead, she produced a folder. Placing it on the table before him, Wang Tai eyed the folder skeptically, then opened it to peruse its contents. Upon seeing the information within, his expression soured. It contained evidence of his infidelity, detailing his affairs. However, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a facade of calmness. Miss Ling, if you think this will threaten me, you are gravely mistaken. For a man of his success, such matters were hardly uncommon. Even if exposed, people would merely say he had made the same mistake as countless men. Moreover, his wife was already aware of these affairs. While he flaunted his escapades outside, his home life remained intact. Many of his acquaintances had long since divorced their original wives for younger, more attractive partners. He felt fortunate to still have his wife. With this thought, Wang Tai straightened his posture. Miss Ling, you are still quite young. You have much to learn. You will understand these matters better once you marry. Ling Yi chuckled softly. I understand, Mr. Wang, that you believe these details hold no threat for you, as this society is but a grand Edinburgh. Wang Tai remained silent, confident in his position. Thus, these are not my leverage against you. Merely an appetizer, Ling Yi continued, placing a second folder on the table. Wang Tai scoffed as he took it in hand. Initially indifferent, his expression shifted dramatically as he examined its contents. How did you obtain this? He exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Mr. Wang, you should realize that I do not need any title to validate myself. I can accomplish these things simply because I am Ling Yi. Her cunning gaze appeared ominous in Wang Tai's eyes, causing him to fumble the papers, scattering them across the floor. Wang Tai quickly bent down to retrieve them, but the CF staff approached to assist. Stay away, he barked, startling the waiter into retreating several paces. Wang Tai gathered the scattered documents, concealing them against his chest, drenched in sweat. The evidence Ling Yi provided detailed his company's tax evasion, from the headquarters down to each branch, precise to the last cent. Once seated across from Ling Yi again, he could no longer afford to regard her with his previous lecherous gaze, nor could he meet her eyes directly. He averted his gaze, avoiding her disdainful stare, and murmured, Miss Ling, let us discuss this amicably. Mr. Wang, have you finally come to your senses? Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, I was the one who was unreasonable earlier. Miss Ling. Wang Tai dared not utter a single dissenting word. As for Ling Ruochuan's matter, we can certainly negotiate further. Allow me to take charge. Yes, Miss Ling. Thus, a tentative agreement was reached. On the way back, the small system grumbled indignantly. The way he looked at you was utterly repulsive. Esteemed host. Chapter 91. Familiar faces. Zhou Shua had been thoroughly berated, yet following the suspension of Ling Ruochuan's account, the monsters that defended him resurfaced. Among them were his hired internet trolls, alongside those who supported him voluntarily. Ling Ruochuan's account being suspended signifies what? It indicates her videos are fabricated, mere slander. Zhou Shua stands innocent and unblemished. The pure shall remain pure. I implore all marketing accounts to cease their slanderous rumors. I am trembling with rage. Everyone should watch the analysis by the blogger Hua Shua Bayandarai in the video. Zhou Shua's voice is evidently synthesized by AI, and the sounds of violence and chaos are merely edited fragments from elsewhere, maliciously attributed to Zhou Shua. How can Ling Ruochuan, this woman, be so malicious? It was predictable that a reversal would occur. How could anyone trust the character of Ling Ruochuan, this false heiress who usurps others' places? I have long perceived something amiss in her demeanor. She is acerbic and spiteful. Even those who previously sympathized with Ling Ruochuan now find themselves uneasy. How could her account suddenly be reinstated? Could it be that her claims are indeed fabrications? Let the dust settle for a while. I shall refrain from further comment for now. As for the current social news, my unified stance is simply that the full picture remains unknown, and thus I shall withhold judgment. Regardless of whether domestic violence is a reality, can it be said that Zhou Shua's marriage fraud and infidelity are false? I trust my own eyes. The man cavorting in the lounge is undoubtedly him. How could you discern the man's face from such a distance in that video? Joshua has already issued a lawyer's letter. In my view, it may very well be that Ling Ruochuan hired an actor resembling Joshua to frame him. I have encountered numerous conspiracy theories suggesting that Ling Ruochuan seeks to harm Joshua, and I find it puzzling. They are an engaged couple. What could Ling Ruochuan possibly gain from entrapping Joshua? Following her expulsion from the Ling family, Joshua became her everything. She should be yearning for his favor. I truly fail to see Ling Ruochuan's motive for sabotaging Joshua, thus rendering such conspiracy theories implausible. After much tumult and clamor, Ling Ruochuan's Weibo account was unexpectedly unblocked. Netizens flooded her comment section with queries. Why have you been unblocked again? What is the truth of this matter? Please provide a clear answer. You wretched woman. Do you realize the torment you have inflicted upon Joshua? Come forth and clarify for him. He treated you with such kindness. Why have you repaid him in this manner? If there is something to be addressed, speak plainly. Merely posting videos leaves me uncertain of your intentions. Furthermore, let it be known, should I assist you in denouncing Joshua only for you to reconcile and marry him, I shall never forgive you, not ever. This turmoil arose because Joshua approached her. He had learned from Wang Tai that it was Ling Yi who had facilitated Ling Ruochuan's account reinstatement. Joshua was gravely displeased with Wang Tai's betrayal. However, Wang Tai's stance was unyielding, candidly admitting the leverage Ling Yi held over him. Did I in the hospital room? The former couple exchanged cold glances, having suffered once already. Joshua, under the guidance of professional public relations, had tempered his words. Ruochuan, how did we arrive at this juncture? Joshua sighed, attempting to display earnest affection. Ling Ruochuan reclined against her pillow on the hospital bed. Her face devoid of expression. Did you not feign sincerity, Joshua? You know the extent of your true feelings, Joshua professed with conviction. If my feelings for you were insincere, why would I have proposed? Why would I desire to marry you? Oh, so when you took other men to bed, my affection was devoured by dogs. When you struck me, was that an expression of your love? She retorted. If recorded, it would serve as an indirect admission. Ruochuan, I do not comprehend. We once loved so deeply. Why have you turned so callously against me? Do you no longer love me? Joshua's eyes glistened as he reached to grasp Ling Ruochuan's hands, which he swiftly withdrew. She truly could not fathom how he could be so brazenly shameless, with her head bandaged and a pallid countenance. Her eyes reflected sheer weariness while he remained blissfully ignorant, pretending to be deeply affectionate, and no longer could she be swayed. Her heart was as frigid as ancient ice, having been eroded through countless betrayals over their shared years. As her only son bore the weight of his transgressions, all complex emotions had distilled to pure hatred. Ling Ruochuan retrieved an item from beneath her pillow and displayed it to him. Joshua's expression shifted dramatically. It was a brand new identification card. She had finally completed the necessary procedures to change her name. Ling Ruochuan. No, she was now Yuan Ruochuan. Yuan Ruochuan smiled derisively. Mr. Zhou, the woman you were engaged to was Ling Ruochuan. Consider her dead. The current Yuan Ruochuan possesses nothing and holds no value for you, so you need not waste your talents or time on me. Who says she holds no value? She can still step forward and vindicate him. She could clarify that the videos were fabricated, motivated by her vengeful love. Ruochuan, how could you think this way? My love has always been for you as a person. I never intended to exploit you, Joshua replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Yuan Ruochuan chuckled. How wonderfully you perform. Continue your act. Come to report to me daily as you please. Joshua's expression soured. Though his public relations team and online supporters had exerted their utmost efforts to defend him on public platforms and clarify matters, the situation still posed significant negative repercussions for his company. Furthermore, the public's fickleness meant that if Ling Ruochuan continued her antics, opinions might once again shift. Joshua was reluctant to abandon his attempts to persuade Ling Ruochuan. Given his understanding of her, he knew she was easily appeased, naïve, and tender-hearted. Might it be that his previous aggression had been too severe? At that moment, Joshua felt a twinge of remorse. Had he known she was so delicate, he would have been gentler. Do not speak foolishly. Even if I am busy, I will make time to see you. Joshua spoke softly. He feigned concern with a series of platitudes about her health before rising to depart. I shall return to see you tomorrow, Ruochuan. Yuan Ruochuan ignored him, turning away to face the wall, seeking to avoid his gaze. Joshua exited the hospital room. He was about to turn away in the corridor when suddenly, a figure approached, pushing a wheelchair, exuding a cheerful demeanor that caught his attention. Joshua it was Ling Yi, calling out his name with casual familiarity. This marked the first formal exchange between them. Joshua halted. Presenting a warm smile, "Greetings, Miss Ling, have you come to visit Ruochuan? I appreciate your kindness." He found himself uncertain of Ling Yi's intentions. Although he maintained a degree of confidence in his charm, he could not comprehend why she would assist Ling Ruochuan. Between women and men, friendship is a rarity, often overshadowed by rivalry. Before discerning her motives, he decided to showcase his allure. However, Ling Yi replied, "I am here to accompany another patient for treatment." Zhou Shua's attention shifted to the wheelchair she pushed, revealing a gaunt man, his face devoid of color, slumped lifelessly within. The man stared at Zhou Shua with wide, terrified eyes, his gaunt frame suggesting he was on the brink of collapse. Familiarity washed over Zhou Shua. "Do you not remember him?" Ling Yi chuckled lightly. Chapter 92. Walking into a trap, Zhou Shua gazed at the skeletal figure before him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Recognition dawned. This man was the one he had previously dispatched to eliminate Ling Yi. His name was Wu Shanhai. Wu Shanhai had been recommended by Zhou Shua's subordinates, a recently released felon devoid of attachments, willing to undertake any task for sufficient reward. He had received payment and, upon realizing his target was a defenseless, frail girl, had approached with disdain. Confident he could execute his mission, however, the task had ended in failure, allowing Ling Yi to escape. Wu Shanhai had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. The failure of this mission had brought Zhou Shua endless troubles. Enraged, he had ordered his subordinates to search relentlessly for Wu Shanhai. He believed Wu Shanhai's disappearance was a desperate attempt to evade his wrath and the police's pursuit. Strangely, despite Zhou Shua's extensive resources and connections, he had been unable to uncover any information on Wu Shanhai. As time passed and other concerns occupied his mind, he had ceased to think of Wu Shanhai. Until today, when Ling Yi presented Wu Shanhai before him, Zhou Shua could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never encountered Wu Shanhai personally, but he had seen photographs submitted by his subordinates, and those images, Wu Shanhai appeared a formidable figure, muscular and imposing. Yet the man before him was a mere shadow of that strength, frail and despondent. Had it not been for Zhou Shua's exceptional memory, recalling the distinguishing mole on Wu Shanhai's chin, he would never have associated the two. The coldness in Zhou Shua's gaze deepened as he regarded Ling Yi. The man he had sought in vain was now in her possession. Did this imply that she was aware of the truth? That she knew he had sent the assassin to kill her? But why had Wu Shanhai ended up in such a state? Why was he now under Ling Yi's care? Zhou Shua maintained a calm facade, smiling as he addressed Ling Yi. "This man is unfamiliar to me. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Ling Yi smiled. "That he is a patient with a rare illness, likely the first case of its kind in the world." "Mr. Zhou, are you familiar with the term soft as if boneless?" Zhou Shua scoffed lightly. Of course, he had always favored those who embodied that very quality. Soft, pliable, easily manipulated. The affliction that has befallen this patient is unprecedented, lacking an official scientific nomenclature. Nevertheless, for the time being, we shall vividly refer to it as the flaccid and boneless syndrome. On the day Wu Shanhai was relentlessly pursued by Ling Yi, he fell victim to the debilitating effects of this syndrome, which he had unwittingly incurred through credit at a small system market. He collapsed like a puddle of mud within an abandoned factory. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yi fled to the hospital for treatment. It was a terrifying ordeal. He could never forget the moment he felt as though his bones had vanished, writhing on the ground like a mollusk. That woman was a demon. Wu Shanhai soon realized that the bizarre occurrences surrounding Ling Yi were secrets he could not utter to anyone. It wasn't a matter of fear or reluctance. Rather, every attempt to speak resulted in a profound silence, all words lodged in his throat like fishbones, unable to be swallowed or expelled. The enchantment she had cast upon him was undoubtedly malevolent. Terrified, Wu Shanhai wished never to encounter this demon again. Thus he quietly concealed himself. Initially, he believed this bone-deprived state to be temporary, and that his body had recuperated. However, as time passed, he began to experience lingering effects. His bones grew increasingly soft. While he did not collapse into a puddle of mud as he had in the factory, he found himself utterly devoid of strength to undertake any task. His bones remained, yet they had softened to the consistency of jelly. It escalated to the point where even the muscles required for mastication became too weak to function, forcing him to subsist solely on liquid nourishment. Wu Shanhai was on the brink of despair. During this time, he gleaned Ling Ruochuan's identity through her press conference and news reports, discovering that Zhou Shua's fiancé was an impostor, a false heiress, who had employed him to eliminate the true heiress. Unable to endure the degradation of a life sustained by liquid diet, Wu Shanhai sought out Ling Yi. As he approached, wheelchair-bound and transformed from his former self, Ling Yi greeted him with a knowing smile. The small system, bewildered, remarked, "Host, who is this? What kind of creature is this? Have you forgotten Tuanzi?" This is an old acquaintance, the first person we encountered in this realm. Is this the very thug who initially pursued us? How could this gaunt figure possibly be a man? Yet Ling Yi remained unfazed, stating, as I said, there is no need to kill him. He will suffer a fate worse than death. To eliminate him now would merely grant him an easy way out. The aftereffects will ensure he endures a living hell, even to the extent of delivering himself to her doorstep. The small system was left in awe. In utter desperation, Wu Shanhai pleaded, I beg you, lift this curse from me. I will do anything you desire. Anything. I would rather face imprisonment than continue living like this. Very well, Ling Yi consented. Thus she pushed Wu Shanhai to the hospital. Zhou Shua gazed at the wheelchair-bound Wu Shanhai with disdain. The term flaccid and boneless syndrome was indeed fitting, that Wu Shanhai appeared as though he were nothing but skin, languidly slumped in the wheelchair. Zhou Shua scoffed. So, Miss Ling, what connection does this man have to me? Whether there is a connection is not for you to decide, Ling Yi replied with a light laugh. I hope Mr. Zhou can maintain such unfaltering confidence. Ever since recognizing Wu Shanhai, Zhou Shua's heart sank. This was a critical witness in the conspiracy to commit murder, now firmly within Ling Yi's grasp. Their eyes locked, Zhou Shua's expression darkened, while Ling Yi remained indifferent. Chapter 93. The board meeting. Early in the morning, netizens awoke to juicy gossip. The protagonist, who had altered her account to Yuan Ruochuan, finally stepped forward with a clear and unequivocal statement, delivered in video format. In the video, she leaned against the headboard of a hospital bed, her complexion pale, the bandage on her forehead removed to reveal an unhealed wound. Yet her demeanor appeared significantly improved compared to her previous domestic violence vlog. There was a spark of vitality in her eyes, a faint glimmer of light. Yuan Ruochuan calmly recounted several points. First, she assured that her earlier vlog was authentic, free of malicious editing, and devoid of any AI technology. Every word and action was indeed Zhou Shua's own doing, and should he have any objections, he was welcome to sue her. Second, she confirmed that she was the one who caught them in the act at the banquet. She had long suspected the affair between Zhou Shua and that man, having witnessed their indiscretion while she was at home. When she learned both were attending the Wang family's banquet, she went to confront them. Believing herself emotionally prepared, she found the reality unbearable and fainted on the spot. Third, she declared that she was no longer Ling Ruochuan. The engagement between her and Zhou Shua was naturally null and void. After enduring Zhou Shua's infidelity and domestic violence, which had wreaked havoc on her mind and body, she had no desire to continue any relationship with him, thus severing all ties. With that, this once envied couple, renowned for their compatibility, was officially over. The comments and shares flooded in, with users expressing their sentiments. Wow, congratulations sister for leaving the scoundrel. I was so afraid that after bashing Zhou Shua you two would reconcile. This is fantastic. It's finally not a case of the first wife rallying the netizens against the mistress. Can't believe the engagement is truly off. I never expected you to be so resilient. I thought you were more of a canary reliant on Zhou Shua. Well done, wishing you good health and peace ahead. My ship has sunk so tragically, I'm so unlucky, shipping a couple only to witness their demise. I thought this time I'd finally ship a real married couple without harm, yet it's all domestic violence, infidelity, and being a same wifed so devastating that I'm done shipping couples. 5555555. Ling Ruochuan. You've truly disheartened me. Zhou Shua treated you so well, and you chose to kick him when he was down. His kindness to you has been utterly squandered. Wait, is Zhou Shua himself the cause of all this? He committed domestic violence and cheated. Should Ling Ruochuan really be expected to remain devoted to him? The person above seems to paint Zhou Shua as a paragon of virtue. Zhou Shua is a shameless scoundrel. The Zhou Group has many products and brands. Everyone beware. Haha, with picture. The internet buzzed with all manner of opinions, yet despite Zhou Shua's efforts, he could not overshadow the tide of public sentiment. Lacking a personal social media account, he found himself inundated with scathing reviews and insults on the Zhou Group's official platforms. After all, domestic violence, infidelity, and being a same wife were among the most detestable traits, all of which Zhou Shua embodied. Attempting to redeem himself was a Herculean task. To make matters worse, even the stock prices of the Zhou Group plummeted significantly. For the first time, the elders and shareholders of the Zhou family expressed dissatisfaction with Zhou Shua. With a darkened countenance, Zhou Shua exited the Zhou family estate. In his lifetime, he had never faced such severe criticism. Even the patriarch of the Zhou family had never spoken to him so harshly. Yet today, the elder had gravely expressed his disappointment that in the past, he had approached every endeavor with utmost confidence, yet now he found himself hesitant and anxious, fearing that matters would not proceed smoothly. Returning to Huanyu Building, Zhou Shua ascended directly to the top floor. He intended to convene a board meeting to steady the nerves of his team. In the spacious, opulent conference room, a long walnut table was surrounded by a cadre of sharply dressed elites, each with a somber expression. One senior member, holding significant shares, was the first to break the silence with a sardonic laugh. This elder had closer ties with other members of the Zhou family and naturally wished to see his favored younger relatives ascend, harboring a wariness towards Zhou Shua. This was the perfect moment for the elder to strike. Zhou Shua was acutely aware of the ulterior motives at play, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, simply smiling and stating, "Within 3 days, I will provide everyone with an explanation." Among the board members were also those loyal to Zhou Shua, who promptly voiced their support. "I believe in Mr. Zhou's capabilities. He will surely weather this storm. Indeed, it's merely a trivial matter. Let us not exaggerate, everyone. Mr. Zhou will rectify this swiftly. This time, Mr. Zhou has suffered at the hands of a woman. As the old saying goes, only women and villains are difficult to raise, but it's no cause for concern. What storms can a woman stir? It's all a piece of cake for Mr. Zhou." The boardroom was filled with men, and upon hearing this, they exchanged knowing glances and smirks. Just then, the conference room doors were suddenly flung open. Light flooded in, silhouetting a slender figure standing at the threshold. It was a woman. Her voice was sweet yet laced with sarcasm. "Oh, is that how you interpret that statement? How uncultured of you." Zhou Shua narrowed his eyes, piercingly gazing at her. Zhou Meng. He had already deduced that Zhou Meng was colluding with Ling Yi to deceive him into the lounge. The reasons were clear. She was dissatisfied with his arrangements regarding her impending marriage to Hu Lianguai. Zhou Shua was well aware of Zhou Meng's resentment but remained unbothered. He hadn't anticipated that she would dare to show her face. Following the incident, he had promptly demanded the release of Zhou Meng from his uncle and aunt, yet she had already slipped away, vanishing without a trace. How dare she appear before him? Even as a cousin, should she dare to plot against him, he would ensure her downfall. "What are you doing here, Zhou Meng? You have no right to be present." Before Zhou Shua could speak, one of his sycophants chimed in. Zhou Meng smiled charmingly. "Don't be alarmed, I'm not here to disrupt you. I'm here to join you." Chapter 94. The vote by raise of hands. In the boardroom, a group of men scrutinized Zhou Meng from head to toe. She was undeniably youthful and radiant, yet her words elicited stifled laughter from them. "Miss, this is a board meeting, not a nightclub." Among the attendees was an elder from the Zhou family who, rather than reprimanding such insulting remarks, merely said, Meng, what nonsense are you up to? This is a board meeting, not a place for your antics." Zhou Shua furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhou Meng, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Zhou Meng smiled and stepped forward. Suddenly, 2 previously silent individuals at the table stood up, making a gesture to offer her their seats. Zhou Meng, however, accepted graciously and sat down. Zhou Shua began to comprehend the situation. Turning his gaze towards the 2 who had risen, his expression darkening, "Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Yu, what does this mean?" The shareholders surnamed Zhuang and Yu offered Zhou Shua an apologetic smile, though their demeanor suggested they felt no genuine remorse. "I'm sorry, Zhou Zong, but I sold my shares to this young lady. The offer was simply too enticing." "Zhou Zong, the same goes for me. The price was too tempting to resist. My apologies." With the stocks held by Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu, Zhou Meng suddenly possessed 4 of the shares. While 4 might seem modest, the Zhou Group, being a publicly traded company, had a highly fragmented equity structure. The elder Zhou held 15 and was the largest shareholder, while even Zhou Shua himself possessed only 8. The meeting room erupted into a buzz of whispers as the others exchanged glances. Their voices hushed. Someone lowered their voice to discreetly inquire of Mr. Zhuang and Mr. about the price at which they had sold their shares. However, a board member with a noticeable beer belly scoffed, "Miss Zhou, do not forget that while you have acquired over 3 of the shares, thereby crossing the threshold for board membership, it does not automatically grant you qualifications." "Of course, I am aware of the rules," Zhou Meng replied. "So shall we proceed to vote on the matter now?" "Now. Don't be ridiculous, Miss Zhou." Zhou Meng chuckled lightly. "Why not now? Aren't you all confident?" She raised an eyebrow, defiantly looking at Zhou Shua. He sneered, realizing that his cousin had grown bold enough to flaunt her power before him. He now fully understood the unfolding events. Ling Yi, Ling Ruochuan, and Zhou Meng had formed an alliance, conspiring against him. Mr. Zhuang's earlier words hinted at the substantial offers they had made, revealing that Zhou Meng was not alone. She had other women backing her. It seemed they had exhausted their resources to acquire these shares. Did they think they could create a crisis for him? How naive! He dismissed their petty tricks with disdain. Zhou Shua's gaze swept across the 10 board members. Aside from Zhuang and Yu, The other 8 were either his loyal confidants or individuals under his control. Today, he would ensure Zhou Meng experienced the humiliation of being openly ridiculed. With a contemptuous look, he addressed Zhou Meng, "This is my boardroom. Let us proceed to a vote. All in favor of Miss Zhou Meng joining the board, please raise your hands." The room fell into an uneasy silence. Not a single voice was heard, nor did a single hand rise. Zhou Shua snorted coldly. This was the scene he had anticipated. "What say you, Zhou Meng?" He turned to her, poised to deliver a scathing insult. Just then, someone hesitantly raised their hand. Zhou Shua halted, his gaze darkening as he regarded the individual who had raised their hand. Zhang Tonghai, a seasoned player in corporate affairs. Upon receiving Zhou Shua's glare, Zhang Tonghai forced a smile. "Zhou Zong, I see Miss Zhou Meng is also your relative. She is one of us in the Zhou family. I believe giving young talent a chance for growth is commendable." Before Zhang Tonghai could finish, 3 more individuals awkwardly raised their hands. Among them were even some of Zhou Shua's confidants. Zhou Shua's expression darkened further. With 4 hands raised against 4, the vote was tied. Zhou Meng watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, relishing the sight of Zhou Shua's stormy countenance and her heart, she exclaimed. Witnessing this arrogant man being brought low was truly exhilarating. Who could understand? 4-4. Unfortunately, Zhou Meng, you still do not qualify for board membership, Zhou Shua stated grimly. Just as his words fell, another hand shot up. Zhou Meng's heart, which had been racing with anxiety, suddenly settled, and she nearly wanted to laugh with delight. Ling Yi had not deceived her. Initially, when Ling Yi proposed this plan, her instinct was to refuse. There was no way the board members would accept her. Even if she acquired the most shares and became the largest shareholder, they would still exclude her. Just make your presence known, and everything will unfold according to my script. Ling Yi's words had seemed unbelievable. Yet Zhou Meng had no choice but to trust her. There was no retreat. The only ones who understood what transpired were Ling Yi and the hand-raising Zhang Tonghai. Zhang Tonghai, now under Zhou Shua's intense scrutiny, felt a wave of trepidation but bravely maintained his raised hand. I'm so cold. I'm so cold. This nightmare had left Zhang Tonghai in a state of mental distress, causing him to wander in a daze. Perpetually on edge. A mere gust of wind would send him into a panic. At night, he dared not close his eyes, fearing the return of his nightmares. In just a few days, he had visibly aged. Desperate, he sought the help of several so-called masters who performed rituals and even made drastic changes to his home's feng shui. Yet his nightmares persisted unabated. He grew to loathe these fraudulent masters who had not only scammed him but wasted his time. While at the antique market, a graceful young woman observed him for a moment before saying, "Sir, you are beset by grievances." Zhang Tonghai glanced at her, thinking her just another charlatan. His disheveled appearance made it obvious to anyone that misfortune clung to him. "Spare me your tricks. I've seen enough of your kind," he replied impatiently. Yet the woman was unperturbed by his words, smiling gently. "You will regret ignoring this warning when it's too late." Zhang Tonghai had intended to walk away, but upon hearing the word cold, he froze. How could this woman know? Chapter 95. The master. What do you mean by that, miss? Zhang Tonghai asked, his heart racing with urgency. The woman scrutinized him carefully, and he soon realized she was examining his features, a sudden intuition dawning upon him. She could help him. "Miss, if you can discern what is happening to me, please assist me." The woman smiled and was about to respond when the shopkeeper interjected, "Brother, this young lady knows nothing about faces. I know plenty of reputable feng shui masters. Let me recommend a few." Zhang Tonghai hesitated, for the woman was indeed quite young. In his moment of indecision, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Left with no choice, he provided the shopkeeper with his contact information, who promptly offered him several business cards of the esteemed feng shui masters he had mentioned earlier. Zhang Tonghai opened the cards, only to be infuriated. These were the same swindlers who had previously conned him. It seemed he had stumbled upon a large-scale fraud operation, complete with a myriad of intermediaries. He should have trusted his instincts. He raised his eyes in search of the young woman but found only emptiness. Eventually, he spotted her in a shabby little shop tucked away in a corner, carefully examining a silver hairpin adorned with pearls. Overjoyed, Zhang Tonghai rushed over. "Master, please, you must help me. Master, may I know your name?" This time he addressed her with newfound reverence. She glanced at him and chuckled softly. "My surname is Ling." Ling Yi. Zhang Tonghai had never been so sincere in his life. "Master Ling, please tell me what you have discerned from my features. What is happening to me? Why is this thing haunting me? I will pay any price you ask." "It's a matter of chi observation, not face reading," she replied. Zhang Tonghai was momentarily taken aback. This was a rare concept to him, but he was too desperate to care about the unfamiliarity. "Please guide me. Master Ling Yi handed him a copper mirror engraved with the 5 sacred mountains and gestured for him to look at his reflection. Dark energy lingers, the bonds of kin are turning against you. Reflect deeply on whether you have wronged any relatives. Gazing into the ancient mirror at his blurred reflection, Zhang Tonghai felt a wave of despair. He could discern nothing. Ling Yi scrutinized him further. The issue lies with your mother. Zhang Tonghai chuckled ruefully. Master, my mother has been deceased for many years. Could you perhaps look again? Very well, that I shall treat this as a last resort. Zhang Tonghai asked cautiously, what compensation do you require? Let us discuss the reward once the matter is resolved. With that, the master left behind a business card and departed gracefully. Upon arriving at his ancestral grave site, Zhang Tonghai was struck with shock. When his mother passed away, he had yet to achieve success, and she was buried in their hometown that very year. Over the years, adhering to the philosophy of finding peace in the earth, he did not relocate her grave, only repairing it occasionally. Zhang Tonghai's mind was suddenly struck with a thunderous realization as he recalled the woman from his nightmares endlessly murmuring that she was so cold. Could it be that it was his mother? She had departed 10 years ago, and he had forgotten the sound of her voice and the dim, damp surroundings soaked in water. The chill enveloped him. It was no wonder she claimed to be cold, exceedingly so. He hastily approached the village chief to address the matter. Subsequently, Zhang Tonghai moved his mother's grave to an upscale cemetery and initiated legal action against the owner of the fish pond. The situation was thus satisfactorily resolved, and he never experienced another nightmare. Now, he regularly visits to pay respects to his mother alongside his family. As for Master Ling, he certainly had not forgotten. He sincerely dialed the number left by Master Ling. Expressing his gratitude for the guidance provided, however, Ling Yi did not request any form of compensation. No, not be so polite, master. Although my family's ancestral grave may seem somewhat dilapidated. Cough, cough, I am actually quite wealthy. I am not being polite. It simply is not yet time for the reward to be fulfilled, came the calm response from the master on the other end of the line. Understood. Zhang Tonghai felt a deep respect for the master in his heart. A month later, unexpectedly, he received a call from the master. This afternoon you are to attend the Zhou family's board meeting. Ling Yi's tone was entirely declarative, devoid of inquiry. Zhang Tonghai was taken aback. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising that the master would be aware of such matters. She had known about events from their hometown 100 miles away. Thus, he dared not conceal anything, stating, yes, master. Recently, the Zhou family's stock price has declined, prompting the board to convene. A friend of mine wishes to join the board. Please support him when the time comes for voting. Zhang Tonghai had not anticipated such a request. Master, this. Joining the board is no trivial matter. I am not even aware of what kind of person your friend is. Of course, the most significant concern is that there are many influential individuals at the board meeting, and I cannot afford to offend them. The laughter from Ling Yi on the other end was lighthearted. Zhang, was it not said that you could ask for anything in terms of compensation? Master, primarily. I meant material compensation. Xiao Zhang, in truth, from our first meeting, I could tell you would encounter a calamity within a month. Do you not wish to know how to avert it? I do, master, I truly do. At that moment in the board meeting, Zhang Tonghai's hand hesitated to lower. To his astonishment, he noticed that he was not the only one raising a hand. Upon counting, there were 5 in total. Were they all summoned by Master Ling? A shiver ran down his spine. Chapter 96. Choosing sides. The final tally was 5-3. Zhou Meng successfully secured a position on the Zhou Group's board. What began as a solemn board meeting concluded in farce, with 5 individuals drenched in sweat, 3 others shocked and perplexed, and Zhou Shu wearing a chilling expression. As the meeting adjourned, Zhou Meng stood first in high spirits, beaming as she waved goodbye to everyone. Thank you all. I look forward to our next meeting. While she rejoiced, the others were troubled, particularly the 5 who had approved her, led by Zhang Tonghai, whose eyes flitted nervously, unable to meet Zhou Shua's icy gaze. Zhang Tonghai dared not linger, fearing Zhou Shua might seek retribution, and he was still haunted by the master's warning of impending calamity. He slipped away swiftly, followed closely by the other 4. All eager to exit the conference room. Once in the elevator, they exchanged glances. Zhang Tonghai cautiously broke the silence, asking, why did you all raise your hands? One sighed, to repay a favor. Another immediately echoed, me too. Others remained silent, but Zhang Tonghai sensed an epiphany and weakly inquired, you all wouldn't be repaying favors from Master Ling, would you? What Master Ling? Zhang Tonghai was left bewildered. Huh. Not her. It's Miss Ling. The others replied, their faces brimming with gratitude. My daughter was nearly abducted by a trafficker last week, and it was Miss Ling who stepped in to rescue her. My wife encountered a flasher on the road. But Miss Ling intervened and subdued him. Zhang Tonghai waved his hand. All right, no need to elaborate. While these incidents seemed minor, they likely shared similar threats. The five exchanged looks, each reflecting disbelief. It turned out they were all connected through Ling Yi's network. Zhang Tonghai wiped his brow. What exactly did Master Ling intend to accomplish? The implications were deeply unsettling. How had she managed to instill a sense of indebtedness in all five board members, leading them to support Zhou Meng's entry into the board? What was her objective? Ma Duqing scratched his head. Do you not know who Miss Ling is? Zhang Tonghai replied, a master of metaphysics. Zhang Tonghai. As a middle-aged man, he was largely ignorant of the gossip surrounding socialites and heiresses. He had heard of the Ling family's true and false daughters but had never attended their gatherings, nor met Ling Yi in person. Why would the Ling family's heiress involve herself in the Zhou family's affairs? I don't know, but it appears to be an antagonistic relationship. Ma Duqing said with a hint of reverence. Zhang Tonghai was perplexed. Yet, as a shrewd and successful businessman, he keenly sensed that Ling Yi's ability to make them all indebted to her and vote in favor of Zhou Meng indicated a meticulously crafted plan. Among the younger generation, he had initially believed Zhou Shua to be the most exceptional, destined to lead the business world. However, with Ling Yi's emergence, skilled in metaphysics, possessing formidable abilities and exhibiting terrifying organizational acumen, Zhou Shua now faced a formidable adversary. Zhang Tonghai contemplated the need to reconsider his alliances. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor, and the group stepped out, sharing knowing smiles, having completed their silent calculations in the boardroom on the top floor. The remaining three dissenters remained bewildered, exchanging glances, unable to comprehend how a mere girl could garner more than half the votes to join the board. Zhou Shua was on the brink of an explosion, as Ling Yi and Ling Ruochuan continued to thwart him at every turn, and now Zhou Meng, a name he had never regarded, dared to contest his authority. It was utterly ridiculous. Without a doubt, the previous Zhou Meng lacked the courage and capability to act independently. She must have been incited by those two wretched women. These women were truly reckless. Await his stormy retaliation. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had finally extracted the charming system from Li Yiming. The system felt an immense sense of relief but was soon subjected to a modification of its internal programming by Ling Yi. It can only bind to men. It can only entice men? The charming system displayed a bitter smile at the emergence of such a clause. Not pleased, Ling Yi smiled sweetly. Well, it seems you have a fair degree of awareness. After the charming system made its escape, the smaller system could no longer contain itself and timidly asked, Host, how were you able to alter the system's programming? It had harbored this question for quite some time. Upon arriving in this realm, the host had been able to accrue debts in its marketplace. Later, she had forcibly extracted the charming system from Yin Jiao and bound it to Li Yiming, and now she had directly modified its internal settings. Such feats were exceedingly extraordinary for the smaller system. Ling Yi patted the little one on the head, gazing into the distance. Have you ever pondered what a system and its various skills and tools truly are? Data. The faint smile on Ling Yi's face faded as she shook her head. It is. Rules, Chapter 97. Reaching out for assistance. Rules. The smaller system was momentarily stunned, hearing this term for the first time. Seeing its confusion, Ling Yi merely smiled gently. Would you like to hear my story? The smaller system froze, nearly moved to tears with excitement. How could it not want to listen? It was bursting with curiosity. However, it had always felt an inexplicable reverence towards the host, never daring to ask. Previously, when it encountered Yin Jiao, who seemed to know the host's secrets, she had trembled in fear upon seeing her. Deepening the smaller system's awe and trepidation, the host usually maintained an aloof demeanor, never disclosing her past, leaving the smaller system to silently hope for the day she would choose to share. Think. I want to listen. A smile unconsciously spread across Ling Yi's face. That was an incredibly gentle smile, leaving even the small system in a state of bewilderment. It was quite simple. Previously, there was a like-minded friend with whom I embarked on adventures, delving into the mysteries of the items within the marketplace, ultimately discovering that these items were merely different rules in disguise. The small system inquired, is that all there is to it? It had anticipated an elaborate tale that could unfold over 3 days and nights. Not quite. The rules you see are the very laws governing the existence of things. For instance, the fragrance that captivates is not a tangible item like perfume or ointment. Rather, it signifies a rule stating that the user will emanate an intoxicating scent that leaves others in a daze. The small system, donning a mask of anguish, pleaded, Master, I cannot bear to hear this any longer. Could you not elaborate on the adventures you shared with your friend? And what manner of person is your friend? Curious are we? That's a long story, I replied. I wish to hear. The small system insisted. Ling Yi coldly retorted. No, the small system was left speechless, swallowing its frustration in silence, with its master's lips sealed so tightly. How could it fulfill the secret task assigned to it by the Dimensional Bureau? Just as the small system was in a state of turmoil, an alarm sounded from Ling Yi's monitored social platform. Casting aside the conversation with the small system, she approached the screen to investigate. Upon seeing the trending topic, she could not help but scoff. This was Zhou Shuo's counterattack. The trending topic read, Yuan Ruochuan's infidelity. Clicking on it revealed numerous photographs of Yuan Ruochuan alongside male university classmates and colleagues from concerts, with marketing bloggers strongly insinuating that her private life was chaotic, particularly during those years abroad. Lamenting that Zhou Shuo was merely a victim, wearing many metaphorical green hats. In another trending entry titled, Yuan Ruochuan, the Gold Digger. Various gifts previously bestowed upon her by Zhou Shuo were enumerated with righteous indignation, including engagement rings, flowers, handbags, and jewelry, demanding that she return all the money as the engagement was to be dissolved. The online sentiment, once uniformly sympathetic towards Yuan Ruochuan, now took a decidedly different turn. I knew this woman was no good. Even if Zhou Shuo strayed, there must be a reason. Who could endure such a vast expanse of green grass growing above their heads? In one photo, there's even a black individual. TSK, how unfortunate for Zhou Shuo. Isn't it normal for someone studying abroad to have classmates of diverse backgrounds? Why must you think so crudely? The moment you see a short-sleeved shirt, you immediately leap to conclusions about nudity. Lu Sun would not deceive me. A few innocuous photos are enough to send you spiraling. It's evident to anyone with eyes that these were taken in a professional setting, either a concert hall or a practice room. Is the cost of slander really this low? Setting aside the infidelity claims, there's no substantial evidence. However, the accusation of being a gold digger seems undeniable. Just look at the staggering list of gifts Zhou Shuo once gave her. One of those jewelry pieces could easily sustain me for a year. Yuan Ruochuan, return the money. 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 Surely this list was not compiled by Zhou Shuo. It reminds me of the joke about Ma Jiao Ba Maon and I Bei Shi San. Under such circumstances, how is Zhou Shuo any different from those lowly men? Coincidentally, Yuan Ruochuan had left some belongings at the Ling residence, which Ling Yi diligently gathered. Many more remained in Zhou Shuo's home, but that was a matter for another time. They could simply be returned to Zhou Shuo. Ling Yi summoned several large trucks to transport these designer clothes, jewelry, and handbags to the entrance of Huanyu Plaza, the headquarters of the Zhou Corporation. In this prime, glittering city center, an unusual sight emerged. A small artificial hill composed of a haphazard assortment of clothing and bags. As passers-by wandered by, they couldn't help but steal glances and whisper among themselves. What is this? My heavens, I almost missed it. Look at the labels on these clothes and bags. They are all luxury brands. Is it possible that luxury items are just being discarded like this? They can't be authentic. Wow, that bag from A is a limited edition. I'm genuinely envious. Say, if Zhou Shuo were to abandon them, could I possibly claim a few pieces? As the crowd grew, the security at Huanyu Plaza became increasingly agitated. Attempting to disperse the onlookers and forcibly remove the pile of items, however, the strongmen hired by Ling Yi were not easily intimidated, declaring that only Zhou Shuo himself could come to collect the items. The throng of spectators, both online and offline, were engrossed in the unfolding drama. Zhou Shuo had intended to tarnish Yuan Ruochuan's reputation, only to find himself drenched in scandal instead. Zhou Shuo's legal team was compelled to intervene, issuing a directive to clear the area under the threat of legal action for public disturbance. The individuals hired by Ling Yi, however, were quite compliant, opting not to engage further. Before leaving, they produced a list to read aloud in front of the crowd. 1 Patek Philippe watch, 1 bespoke Khitan suit, 1 Hermes suitcase. As they recited the long list, any lingering doubts among the onlookers evaporated, and the faces of Zhou Shuo's legal representatives shifted from pale to ashen. These were all items previously gifted to Zhou Shuo by Yuan Ruochuan. After the hired individuals finished their recitation, feeling somewhat parched, they left a note behind, boldly stating, "Delivery to this address will suffice." The bystanders erupted in laughter, some even applauding. Well done. A fitting return of favors. Chapter 98. Behind the screen, Zhou Shuo had initially hoped to blacken Yuan Ruochuan's name to cleanse his own. As long as he could paint her in a sufficiently dark light, he would appear as the innocent white lotus in contrast, diverting the public's ire toward her and eliciting sympathy for himself. This public relations strategy had proven effective in several past instances, assisting numerous male celebrities in rehabilitating their images. Although he had his shortcomings, her narrative was far more substantial. Most of the time, the male counterpart could emerge unscathed. However, this time it backfired, further tarnishing Joshua's reputation. In truth, for the netizens, a lowly image was far more terrifying than being labeled a scoundrel. Once a wealthy tycoon, even with accusations of infidelity and domestic abuse, some pampered wives might still regard him as merely a cad. Yet, this maneuver reduced him to a state of lowly desperation, even diminishing the lofty image he once held in the eyes of those who had entertained fantasies about his wealth. To cater to his grandfather's preferences, the Zhou family's ancestral home was situated within a standalone villa adorned with traditional Chinese gardens. Passing through the four-corner pavilion and entering the interior, one was greeted by a stunning double-sided embroidery depicting a bountiful floral arrangement, framed by a circle of colorful glazed phoenixes. In the study of the elderly patriarch, a century-old redwood root sculpture served as the table, where the silver-haired elder sat, his expression inscrutable, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. There was only one person in the world whom Joshua regarded with respect and admiration, the venerable Zhou patriarch. Ashuo, the elder's deep, resonant voice cut through the silence, prompting Joshua to stand at attention before him. Joshua had been favored by the elder since childhood, entering the Zhou Corporation with a significant role right after graduation, a first among both his predecessors and contemporaries. However, today, the elder's countenance was far from relaxed. The once arrogant Joshua, who projected confidence before outsiders, felt a twinge of shame in the presence of the man who had built the Zhou business empire from the ground up. "Grandfather, you summoned me?" The family patriarch, Zhou Bingchun, spoke in a measured tone. "Ashuo, sometimes I ponder whether my indulgence has led you to lose your sense of caution and reverence." The disappointment behind his words was unmistakable. For the first time, Joshua felt the sting of criticism from the elder, causing a momentary flush of embarrassment to creep across his face. Zhou Bingchun nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. "They are indeed quite astute. Beyond that, do you harbor any other thoughts?" "I underestimated my opponent," Joshua reluctantly conceded. "Ling Ruochuan seems like a different person. She was once a naive, sweet girl, utterly devoted to me, without a hint of cunning. I never guarded against her, believing she would never conspire with outsiders to deceive and ensnare me." Zhou Bingchun sighed, his tone tinged with a sense of earnest admonition. "Every single action you take can wound a woman's heart. I refrain from commenting on your private life, for I too have had my share of romantic escapades. But if you choose to tread that path, do so discreetly. Do not let her discover anything. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, and the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. This simple truth is one I refuse to believe you do not comprehend. Yet, you have become overly arrogant." After this admonition, Joshua found himself branded with the label of arrogance. His gaze darkening. He had always held Ling Ruochuan in contempt, viewing her as shallow and foolish, relegated to managing household affairs. To be outmaneuvered by someone he looked down upon, only to be repeatedly chastised, was an unbearable humiliation for him. Zhou Bingchun discerned the simmering anger upon Joshua's face and understood. "You remain unconvinced. I shall not repeat such a foolish mistake." Zhou Bingchun shook his head. "Your miscalculation lies not in misjudging Ling Ruochuan or Ling Yi." Joshua furrowed his brow, yet out of respect for Zhou Bingchun, he inquired politely, "Please guide me, grandfather." Zhou Bingchuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Your error lies in your condescending attitude and the notion of viewing women as mere playthings." Joshua's entire being stiffened. Zhou Bingchun let out a cold scoff. "I understand. From your vantage point, it is all too easy to regard women as mere toys to be toyed with at will. In a feudal society, women held no status. Were you a person of that era, I would not utter a word more. Yet, look at you now. Your reputation has plummeted, and this is not solely the fault of Ling Yi or Ling Ruochuan. The entire societal discourse harbors significant discontent towards you, indicating that the values of this society have diverged sharply from yours." These were harsh words, almost unbearable for Joshua to accept. "Grandfather, I do not comment on your rights or wrongs, but you cannot allow our Zhou family to stand in opposition to the times." Zhou Bingchun replied coolly. "Today, someone shared a thought with me that provided considerable insight," she said. "One cannot discover new continents with an old map." Joshua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition had always been precise, and this time he too sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis approaching. From behind the exquisite Qing dynasty screen in the study, a familiar figure emerged slowly. Joshua's pupils contracted. It was his cousin. Zhou Meng smiled at him. Zhou Meng had previously lacked the qualification to enter Zhou Bingchuan's study. "Meng," Joshua said, his smile somewhat stiff. "What brings you here?" Having entered the board, it is only natural to report to the chairman. Zhou Meng stood beside Zhou Bingchun, poised and graceful, flashing a sweet smile. Anger surged within Joshua's chest. He had intended to report Zhou Meng's disruption of the board's proceedings to Zhou Bingchun, as her internal strife within the Zhou family was truly an affront to all. To his astonishment, she had beaten him to the punch, playing the victim first. Zhou Bingchun could certainly sense the palpable tension between his grandchildren. He sighed. Shua, from now on, Meng Meng will work alongside you on the board. I have also assigned her the significant project for Ikong. Zhou Shua clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, Zhou Meng had taken the initiative to seek him out. This was the first time he observed this granddaughter, whom he had never valued before. Up close she was poised and articulate, displaying no concealment of her ambition as she analyzed Zhou Shua's current disadvantages and the potential crises he might bring to the Zhou family. Zhou Bingchun was not a particularly obstinate old-timer when it came to gender. What he placed on the highest pedestal was profit. His criteria for evaluating people or matters was solely based on their ability to bring the greatest benefit to him and the Zhou group. Naturally, Zhou Shua, whom he had nurtured since childhood, could not be so easily abandoned. The scales in his heart still tipped in favor of Zhou Shua. What truly moved Zhou Bingchun was Zhou Meng's statement. Born in adversity, perishing in comfort. Do you not think Zhou Shua has lived too comfortably? You may utilize me as much as possible. I am willing to be Zhou Shua's whetstone. A sharp glint appeared in Zhou Bingchun's eyes. She had guessed his thoughts. Indeed, an idea was gradually taking shape in his mind, pitting Zhou Shua against Zhou Meng. For Zhou Bingchun, it was no challenge to elevate Zhou Meng. What he desired was to instill in Zhou Shua a sense of threat. His love for Zhou Shua was profound, yet so was his criticism. Zhou Shua had lived too smoothly. This was not a favorable sign, and it was time for him to endure some setbacks.